Chapter 1. The Transcendent Super Saiyan Bloodline and the Ultimate Ultra Instinct. In the vibrant world of Dragon Ball, the bustling city of West City was alive with a myriad of passersby, creating a lively tableau. Yifeng gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings and the hurried pedestrians, a sense of bitterness gnawing at his heart. Sigh, I must be the most unfortunate traveler among them, right? A wry smile crept upon his lips as Yifeng engaged in self-deprecation. Indeed, he was a lamentable transmigrator, currently finding himself in the Dragon Ball world he had once yearned for. However, at this moment, Yifeng felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, for he had waited a full 3 days, and yet the customary golden finger and system of a transmigrator had yet to make an appearance. Not even a single ding had echoed. In a world fraught with the peril of planet destruction, lacking strength rendered one no different from a lamb awaiting slaughter. Well, if there's no system, then so be it. Fortunately, I still possess an advantage, for I am relatively knowledgeable about the Dragon Ball world. After lamenting for a while, Yifeng understood that he needed to take action. He could not simply resign himself to inaction. After all, he was well acquainted with the Dragon Ball universe and its characters. Now, let's see if I can locate Goku and his companions. Perhaps I could seek their protection. Yifeng mused quietly to himself. He was not entirely without merit. He knew the method to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, he was also aware of the technique to become a Super Saiyan God. It was likely that just these two transformation techniques would pique the interest of Goku and Vegeta. Ding! Sign-in system initializing. System loading. Loading. System loading complete. Just as Yifeng was about to seek out Goku, a sudden synthesized electronic voice resonated in his mind. Yifeng's body stiffened momentarily, and then an expression of sheer joy illuminated his face. I'm absolutely thrilled my system has finally appeared. The previous gloom in his heart vanished in an instant. A sign-in system? I wonder how powerful it is? After a surge of excitement, Yifeng hurriedly inquired in his mind, System, do you have any beginner's gift packs or something? Having read numerous novels, he was naturally quite familiar with such systems. Host, would you like to activate the beginner's gift pack? Upon voicing his question, the system's synthesized electronic voice promptly responded. Activate. Yifeng felt his already exhilarated body begin to tremble. What wonders would the beginner's gift pack bestow upon him? It surely wouldn't be too shabby. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the transcendent Super Saiyan bloodline and the imperfect Ultra Instinct. Boom! In an instant, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yifeng's eyes, and even his breath quickened. This beginner's gift pack was decidedly extravagant. First and foremost, the transcendent Super Saiyan bloodline. One must understand that the Dragon Ball world is a realm where lineage reigns supreme. The immense strength of figures like Goku and Frieza is largely attributed to their bloodlines. Ordinary Earthlings, even after a millennium of training, could never hope to reach the heights of divinity. Yet Saiyans like Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza could attain godlike power in mere years, or even months. This illustrates the limitations imposed by bloodlines in the Dragon Ball universe. Now, with the system bestowing upon him the transcendent Super Saiyan bloodline, it far surpassed that of ordinary Saiyans like Goku and Vegeta. Thus, it was certain that Yifeng could ascend to godhood in a relatively short span of time. And as for Ultra Instinct, it was even more formidable. Consider that even the strongest god of destruction, Beerus, who had existed for billions of years, had yet to achieve perfection. This speaks volumes of its potency. Even the imperfect Ultra Instinct was immensely powerful. Yifeng, who had originally possessed the bloodline of an ordinary Earthling, had now suddenly transformed into that of a transcendent Super Saiyan. Moreover, having acquired Ultra Instinct, he was already equipped with the means to survive in the Dragon Ball world. Ding! Host, would you like to proceed with bloodline fusion? Yes. Yifeng answered without a moment's hesitation. If he remained as an ordinary human, even possessing Ultra Instinct would yield little in terms of accomplishments. Thus, he needed to alter his bloodline to fully harness the potential of Ultra Instinct. Once achieved, he would undoubtedly carve out his own domain in the Dragon Ball universe. Hiss! In the next moment, Yifeng felt a searing agony coursing through his body, as if the meridians within him were on the verge of bursting. For a full 10 minutes, Yifeng was engulfed in unending torment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Have I finally succeeded? Only by enduring hardship can one rise above from this day forth. I shall grow ever stronger. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surging power within him, and spoke to himself. Chapter 2. Arrival at the sacred world of the Kais. Oh, the Dragon Ball world I have longed for, I have arrived. Yifeng's mood was exceptionally buoyant at this moment. Simply possessing the transcendent Super Saiyan bloodline and Ultra Instinct was already sufficient to ensure his thriving existence in the Dragon Ball world. However, despite my newfound strength, I still cannot compare to Goku and the others. It seemed he still needed to engage in diligent training to solidify his power. Fortunately, he knew of an excellent training location. That was the hyperbolic time chamber. But before that, he needed to master the control of ki and how to wield his newfound strength. Of course, it would not take long. As days turned into weeks, a month swiftly passed. Whoosh! In a hotel room, Yifeng gently exhaled a breath of stale air, slowly opening his eyes. A glimmer of excitement emanated from his gaze. In just 1 month, he had completely mastered ki control, the instant transmission technique, and other abilities. Moreover, he realized that the Dragon Ball world he inhabited was not the initial Dragon Ball Z universe, but rather the Dragon Ball GT timeline. This meant that the foes he would face here were exceptionally powerful. Enemies such as Baby, the ultimate Android 17, and Super Omega Shenron. Even the Super Saiyan 4 forms of Goku, Vegeta, and Gogeta were formidable warriors. The journey ahead was long and arduous. Although Yifeng had acquired the transcendent Super Saiyan bloodline, he still required rigorous training. Otherwise, danger would loom large. Having learned ki control and instant transmission, it seems I must pay a visit to the hyperbolic time chamber. Yifeng resolved in his heart. Outside, a single day equated to an entire year within the hyperbolic time chamber, a perfect training environment. If he could train there for a decade, he would undoubtedly surpass even Super Saiyan 4 Goku and the others. With this thought, Yifeng no longer hesitated and soared towards the sacred world of the Kais. Whoosh! A minute later, Yifeng arrived at the sacred world of the Kais. Who are you? What business do you have at the sacred world of the Kais? The Supreme Kai, Dend, regarded Yifeng with a wary expression. Anyone who could arrive here was certainly not to be trifled with. Moreover, Dend sensed an aura of danger emanating from Yifeng. No need to be so tense, Dend. I merely wish to borrow the hyperbolic time chamber for a few days. Yifeng smiled, addressing Dend. You know my name? Who exactly are you? Surprised by the mention of his name, Dend inquired. My name is Yifeng. I'm a friend of Goku and the others. They recommended me to come here. Yifeng casually replied. He sensed that Goku was not currently at the sacred world of the Kais. Oh, so you're Mr. Goku's friend. Please follow me. Dend nodded and led Yifeng towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Although he was uncertain if this individual was truly a friend of Goku's, he felt no menacing aura from him, suggesting he was not a malicious person. Thank you. Yifeng nodded in gratitude as he followed closely behind Dend. Mr. Yifeng, this is the hyperbolic time chamber. You may enter at your leisure. Upon reaching the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber, Dend spoke. All right. Yifeng stepped inside. Supreme Kai, is he really a friend of Goku's? Once Yifeng entered the chamber, Dend, a companion, turned to him, inquiring. Uncertain. I have never seen him before. I am about to make a journey to Earth to confirm matters with Mr. Wukong and the others. You shall remain in the heavenly temple to observe the situation. Dondi spoke with a grave expression. Initially, he merely sought to retain the one called Yifeng before proceeding to consult with Wukong and the others, as the two were no match for Yifeng. Understood, Lord of the Heavens, nodded, realizing that the Heavenly Lord had already devised a plan. Upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Yifeng surveyed his surroundings. It resembled the scene from the Dragon Ball anime perfectly, with only a small room for resting, surrounded by an expanse of white. Of course, the tenfold gravity posed no challenge for Yifeng, who had now fused with the bloodline of the Super Saiyan. All right, let the training commence. Yifeng steadied his mind. Enduring solitude in such a place for several years would undoubtedly be an excruciating experience, filled with tedium and loneliness. Yet, the thought of acquiring formidable power served as his motivation to persevere. With this resolve, a silver aura suddenly enveloped Yifeng. Indeed, this was the Ultra Instinct technique. Although not yet perfected to its zenith, it still diverged from the Ultra Instinct of Dragon Ball Super Son Goku. Specifically, he could fully control the Ultra Instinct without the erratic fluctuations previously experienced. Chapter 3. Vegeta and Gohan. Thus, 2 days swiftly passed in the outside world. Aunt Chi-Chi, has Mr. Wukong returned yet? At Bowsy Mountain, Dondi looked at Chi-Chi with urgency. During these 2 days, he had visited 3 times, yet Mr. Wukong was absent each time. Not yet. It's infuriating. That guy Wukong, who knows where he took OOB? Chi-Chi complained, visibly annoyed. Wukong truly neglected his family upon his return. She was determined to have a serious talk with him. By the way, Dondi, do you have something important to discuss? Dondi, as the Lord of the Heavens, must have a significant matter to address with Wukong. Indeed, a few days ago, a human from Earth suddenly appeared at the Heavenly Temple, claiming to be a friend of Mr. Wukong. I came to verify this, Dondi stated earnestly. I see. Then you should inquire with Gohan and Vegeta. If Wukong recognizes him, they surely would as well. All right, how could I forget about Gohan and Vegeta? Aunt Chi-Chi, I must take my leave. With that, Dondi set off to find Gohan and Vegeta. Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Yifeng found himself in a rather disheveled state, his clothing tattered. Yet, he appeared remarkably invigorated. At this moment, Yifeng's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, an essence that starkly contrasted with just 2 days prior. Huff, with my current strength, I should be able to defeat Vegeta, right? Yifeng paused his training, speaking to himself. The 2 years had enlightened Yifeng that the system's reward of the Super Saiyan bloodline was not that of Broly from Dragon Ball Z, but rather that of Broly from Dragon Ball Super. This meant that his combat power would not increase with the passage of time, but would grow stronger through battle. He possessed an innate talent for combat. It seemed that Super Saiyan 4 Goku, Super 17, and Super 1 Star Dragon would all serve as stepping stones for Yifeng's growth. It appears I no longer need to train alone here. Having clarified his Super Saiyan bloodline, Yifeng resolved to leave the hyperbolic time chamber, for it was through battle that he would become stronger. Creak! The door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open. Clad in tattered garments, Yifeng emerged from the chamber. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by several familiar faces. Gohan and Vegeta? Indeed, alongside Dondi, and stood Gohan and Vegeta. Gohan, Mr. Vegeta, do you recognize this Earthling? Dondi inquired, observing Yifeng's emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber. I've never seen him before. Gohan shook his head. I have no recollection of him either, Vegeta declared, arms crossed defiantly. Since neither of you recognizes him, it seems he is lying. Dondi frowned, directing his gaze at Yifeng. Hey, who exactly are you? Vegeta stepped forward, confronting Yifeng. Though this individual appeared to be an Earthling, there was an undeniable aura of complexity about him, a feeling that was difficult to articulate. Me? I am merely an ordinary Earthling. Yifeng shrugged and smiled warmly at Vegeta. TCH, there's an unsettling feeling about you, and your smile is particularly disconcerting. Vegeta scoffed, recalling the discomfort he felt upon first seeing Yifeng. Uncle Vegeta, I sense immense pressure emanating from him, yet I cannot perceive his energy, Gohan remarked, furrowing his brow as he spoke quietly to Vegeta. This was indeed a peculiar situation. He had never experienced such pressure before. If he had, it was akin to the Broly he encountered decades ago. Gohan, Mr. Vegeta, judging by your expressions, is this individual a formidable opponent? Noticing Gohan and Vegeta's demeanor, Dondi promptly inquired. He was merely an Earthling, surely not a match for Saiyans like Gohan and Vegeta, right? Uncertain. There's an uncomfortable vibe about him, Gohan replied, shaking his head as he addressed Dondi. Who are you? What is your purpose on Earth? If you do not provide an honest answer, I shall not hesitate to show you my displeasure. Vegeta clenched his fists, beginning to intimidate Yifeng. Chapter 4. Confrontation with Vegeta. I have told you, I'm simply an ordinary Earthling. As for your threats, I believe you may not possess the capability to act upon them. Yifeng suddenly smirked, speaking to Vegeta with a playful tone. Although he was uncertain who was stronger, his combat talent far surpassed that of Vegeta. After battling him, Yifeng was confident he would surpass him swiftly. Oh, such arrogance. I haven't heard that in many years. Vegeta's anger turned into a sardonic chuckle ever since defeating Majin Buu. Few had dared to speak to him in such a manner, especially an ignorant Earthling. He was determined to teach this one a lesson and discover just what abilities he possessed. Is that so? Then you should be grateful to me for allowing you to hear words you relish. Yifeng remained composed, entirely unfazed by Vegeta's demeanor. You insufferable brat, more detestable than that cockroach. Vegeta's muscles tensed, clearly infuriated. Uncle Vegeta, Gohan wished to impede Vegeta's advance, yet Vegeta had already leaped forth, instantaneously appearing before Yifeng. He hurled a powerful punch toward Yifeng. Uncertain of his opponent's strength, Vegeta refrained from employing lethal force, curious to discern the true identity of the human before him, who evoked an unsettling sensation within him. As Vegeta's fist surged rapidly towards him, Yifeng responded in kind, launching his own punch. He was acutely aware that Vegeta was not exerting his full power, as he had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Boom. In the next moment, their fists collided with tremendous force, only to separate almost instantaneously after impact. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Both Yifeng and Vegeta took several steps back before stabilizing their bodies. What? That scoundrel possesses such strength? A look of astonishment appeared on Vegeta's face. Although his punch was merely a test, it was by no means weak. He never anticipated that it would be deflected, causing him to be pushed back. Incredible. To think he could force Uncle Vegeta to retreat. Sun Wukong shared the same astonishment. Their current power was undeniably formidable, ranking among the elite in the entire universe. It was inconceivable that a human from Earth could possess such a terrifying prowess. Vegeta, if you wish to conserve your strength, you shall find it impossible to defeat me. Yifeng shook his arm and spoke with a smile. Although he felt a slight soreness and numbness after the impact, it was undeniable that this sensation was utterly exhilarating. He was truly engaged in battle with his favorite anime character, possessing strength that was comparable to, if not surpassing, theirs. At that moment, Yifeng could distinctly feel the blood coursing through his veins, boiling with fervor. He yearned for a thrilling fight to quell that overwhelming feeling. Don't let your pride cloud your judgment. If you believe this is my full power, you are gravely mistaken. Vegeta glared at Yifeng and declared loudly. Of course, since you have yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, you have not unleashed your full potential. With a faint tone, Yifeng remarked, do not naively believe that transforming into a Super Saiyan will enable you to defeat me. Even a Super Saiyan understands this. You seem to possess quite a wealth of knowledge. Such arrogance. Today, I, Vegeta, shall impart a thorough lesson upon you. However, this place is not suitable for combat. Follow me. After speaking, Vegeta's form transformed into a golden blaze, descending from the heavenly temple. Sun Wukong hurriedly followed suit, acutely aware that a confrontation was inevitable today. Nevertheless, he resolved not to allow Uncle Vegeta to eliminate this human. This suits my intentions perfectly. Yifeng leaped into the air, following suit. Although he believed his strength was on par with Vegeta's, he acknowledged the considerable disparity in combat experience and skills between them. After all, Vegeta had danced on the brink of death countless times and had even ventured into the depths of hell. This battle with Vegeta would serve as an excellent opportunity for Yifeng to enhance his own combat experience. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The trio arrived at a desolate glacial expanse, devoid of any life for miles around. Such a location was indeed ideal for battle, as it would not result in significant destruction. Humph. You truly have the audacity to follow me here. Vegeta turned, a cold smile gracing his face as he addressed Yifeng. Isn't it merely Super Saiyan? What is there to fear? Is that so? I truly hope you can remain this arrogant shortly. Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly, seething with frustration at the sight of Yifeng's confident demeanor. With that, he tightly clenched his fists, and a terrifying golden aura erupted from his body. Huh. Accompanied by a deep roar, Vegeta's hair transformed into a brilliant gold, creating a whirlwind that radiated outward from his center. Chapter 5. Looked down upon by Son Goku. The ground beneath Vegeta cracked instantaneously, and fragments of rock levitated into the air. A swirling mass of golden flames and blue lightning enveloped him. What immense energy! Has he truly ascended to Super Saiyan 2? Yifeng exclaimed, exhilaration evident on his face. However, it was to be expected. Vegeta was fundamentally different from Son Goku. When it came to actual combat, he seldom engaged in probing strikes, but unleashed his full power in an instant. What's wrong? Are you intimidated by the energy I exude? Vegeta taunted, brimming with pride. My current strength is certainly not something you could compare to. You are far too conceited, Vegeta. I am merely exhilarated. My blood is boiling with excitement. Yifeng said softly. At this moment, Vegeta's battle power indeed surpassed his own, but that was inconsequential. Soon, he would be able to overtake him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, in another desolate valley, Son Goku, who was training with Ub, suddenly halted. A look of astonishment gracing his features. Master Goku, has an enemy appeared? Ub quickly inquired, having sensed Vegeta's energy as well. I don't sense any other formidable energy. But some foes may not possess any detectable aura, Son Goku replied. Just like the androids, they emit no energy whatsoever. Since Vegeta has elevated his energy to its peak, it must be for a reason. Hold on to me. Let us investigate. With that, Son Goku pressed his index and middle fingers to his forehead, utilizing instant transmission. And in an instant, the two vanished from their location. Just as Vegeta and Yifeng were about to engage in battle, Son Goku and Ub suddenly materialized before them. Kakarot, Dad, Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Yifeng shouted almost in unison. It was unexpected for Yifeng to finally encounter his favorite Dragon Ball character, Son Goku. "Hey Kakarot, what are you doing here?" "This is my fight," Vegeta coldly reprimanded. This man always had a penchant for interjecting himself into battles. This time, he would not acquiesce. "Huh, a fight? With him?" Son Goku regarded Vegeta with confusion, then turned to Yifeng, questioning him. He could not discern any remarkable qualities in the individual before him. "What? Do you look down on me, Son Goku?" The tone and expression of Son Goku clearly indicated disdain. "Ah, you are indeed no match for Vegeta," Son Goku bluntly stated to Yifeng. "Is that so? Then open your eyes wide and take a good look." Yifeng, disinterested in engaging in a dispute with Sun Wukong, soon realizes that he is far from capable of defeating Vegeta. Even Sun Wukong himself would not be a match for him. "Well, now that you mention it, I must admit I am rather intrigued," Sun Wukong chuckled, recognizing that this individual before him, brimming with confidence, must possess some considerable abilities. Observing that Sun Wukong had no intention of contesting for the opponent, Vegeta finally let out a sigh of relief. "Come on, Vegeta. Let me experience the might of a Super Saiyan." Yifeng waved at Vegeta, though lacking any intent of provocation. Yet, in Vegeta's eyes, it was nothing short of a challenge. Seeking death. The moment Vegeta's voice faded, he charged directly at Yifeng. During battle, unless faced with an exceptionally formidable opponent, he refrained from using energy spheres for his assaults. How swift! Yifeng was utterly astonished. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta exhibited a remarkable enhancement in both speed and strength. In the blink of an eye, he appeared directly before Yifeng. This left Yifeng, who lacked significant combat experience, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He instinctively raised his fist to shield himself. Bang! Vegeta's fist struck heavily against Yifeng's arms, and an overwhelming force, akin to the vastness of a cosmic explosion, surged into his limbs. Whoosh! Yifeng's body hurtled forth like a meteor, leaving 2 deep ravines in the ice beneath his feet. A thunderous crash ensued as he collided directly with an iceberg. The pain was excruciating. Yifeng hurriedly rubbed his arms. Although the pain was intense, his body bore no signs of injury. This exemplifies the advantage of possessing the bloodline of a Super Saiyan. In an instant, Vegeta reappeared before Yifeng, his fists moving like phantoms, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Each blow sent waves of pain through Yifeng's arms. Had Yifeng chosen to employ the Ultra Instinct technique, he could have effortlessly evaded all of Vegeta's assaults and emerged victorious. However, he opted not to do so. He yearned to hone his combat skills and elevate his strength through this confrontation. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone. This is my first attempt at writing a Dragon Ball fan fiction, and I am truly overwhelmed by the support and encouragement from all of you. Thank you. I am filled with excitement and joy." Chapter 6. Astonishing learning ability shocks everyone. Thunderous roars echoed. Yifeng's body shattered mountain after mountain of ice, and a searing pain coursed through his arms as if engulfed in flames. Yet, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, a profound pleasure. The blood within him surged and boiled with heightened intensity, reaching an exhilarating peak. He could distinctly perceive the energy within his body escalating at an astonishing rate. Furthermore, Vegeta's punches appeared to slow down in his eyes. He could discern each strike with clarity. Yifeng exuded a profound confidence as he prepared himself. Bang! 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 Meanwhile, Vegeta found himself increasingly exhilarated by the fight. Accustomed to being on the receiving end of battles, he was now relishing the opportunity to vent his frustrations on such a resilient opponent. Uncle Vegeta appeared to be in high spirits. Observing the clash between the two, Son Gohan remarked that it had been quite some time since Vegeta had enjoyed such a liberating fight. However, Son Goku, with a grave expression, interjected that Vegeta might be on the verge of defeat. What? Uncle Vegeta has maintained the upper hand. How could he possibly lose? Both Son Gohan and Bu looked at Son Goku in bewilderment, unable to comprehend his assertion. Vegeta was clearly dominating the encounter. If he continued his relentless assault, the one named Yifeng would surely succumb. In such a scenario, defeat seemed utterly improbable. I underestimated that fellow. Watch closely. He is about to launch a counterattack. Son Goku observed with utmost seriousness. He realized that he had misjudged the situation. On the surface, it appeared that Vegeta had been in control, leaving the smaller fighter completely defenseless. Yet, unbeknownst to Vegeta, Yifeng had assimilated not only Vegeta's combat experiences but had also mastered his techniques. Son Goku sensed an uncontrollable fighting spirit within Yifeng, a feeling he himself had once experienced. Humph, what happened to that arrogance? Are you now reduced to merely enduring my blows? Where has your bravado disappeared to? Vegeta exclaimed, wildly swinging his fist with a triumphant grin directed at Yifeng. You wish for me to retaliate? That is quite simple. Suddenly, Yifeng lifted his head, a spark of excitement igniting across his face. The thrill he had suppressed previously was now ready to be unleashed. With a resounding thud, Yifeng caught Vegeta's fist. What? Vegeta was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had dominated this fighter, rendering him completely defenseless. How could he possibly have countered his attack? This was inconceivable. You must be exhausted after such a lengthy bout. Now it is my turn. As Vegeta remained in a state of shock, Yifeng forcefully swung him away. Boom. The ground shattered beneath the impact, creating a massive ice cavern. What? Uncle Vegeta has been flung away? Son Gohan's astonishment rivaled that of Vegeta. To him, this battle seemed utterly predictable. After all, the disparity between Earthlings and Saiyans was monumental, a gap that could not merely be bridged through training. Given Yifeng's apparent youth, he might indeed possess strength that surpassed his own. Son Goku initially frowned, but soon a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. It was the thrill of encountering a worthy adversary. Surpassing father? Surpassing master? That cannot be. Son Gohan and exclaimed in unison. In their subconscious, Son Goku was the strongest warrior in the universe. Now, a human stronger than him had emerged. Was this a jest? Thunderous rumblings followed. As the ground began to shake violently, the ice beneath their feet cracked like a spider's web, radiating from the center of the newly formed chasm. At the moment the ice exploded, Vegeta leapt into the air. Damn you. I will never forgive you. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins. His fist clenched tightly as he glared at Yifeng, clearly infuriated. An insufferable human had reduced him to such a state of disarray and unforgivable affront. There is no need to continue, Vegeta. You are no longer my match. Yifeng meticulously arranged his somewhat tattered garments and addressed Vegeta. His voice was imbued with an icy chill, which Vegeta naturally interpreted as disdain. How intolerable. Surely, there should be limits to arrogance. One should not assume that merely fortuitously deflecting a single attack grants the right to boast. Vegeta's fist clenched tightly, producing a series of ominous crackles. Without hesitation, he leaped forward once more, launching an assault on Yifeng. It was mere coincidence. Vegeta reassured himself internally. With a whoosh, his fists moved like the wind, raining down upon Yifeng in a relentless barrage, yet Yifeng effortlessly evaded each strike. At this moment, Yifeng felt no need to employ his ultimate technique. For during their previous skirmish, he had thoroughly deciphered Vegeta's combat style and punching mechanics. Once again, gratitude surged within him, exhilaration, joy, and a profound sense of appreciation flooded his heart, for everyone had truly shown him tremendous support. Having authored 2 books, he found the progress of this particular work, achieved within a mere 2 hours, far superior to that of the previous one, which had extended over tens of thousands of words. He felt compelled to express his thanks, though he would refrain from naming each individual contributor. Flowers, votes of appreciation, and monthly support had all been received. He felt a deep sense of contentment and fulfillment. However, as he was unable to comment, he lamented his inability to reciprocate appropriately, hoping that no one would take offense. Chapter 7. Vegeta's Ultimate Strike. Vegeta attacked for over 10 minutes, yet failed to land a single blow on Yifeng, not even grazing the hem of his garment. This only fueled Vegeta's fury, causing his strikes to become increasingly erratic. The rapid depletion of his stamina left him gasping for breath, and as his energy waned, his speed significantly diminished, rendering his attacks even less likely to connect with Yifeng. Enough, Vegeta. This battle ends here. After Yifeng spoke, he pressed his right palm firmly against Vegeta's. With a surge of force, Vegeta was propelled backward, soaring through the air. Thud. His body became embedded within the ice mountain, which instantly cracked with a tremendous fissure. What an extraordinary power. This individual is truly terrifying. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his voice grave. To be honest, even he could not easily send Vegeta flying like that. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and were left utterly speechless in shock. Is it truly possible for such a person to exist on Earth? Moreover, they had never realized it before. It was simply too frightening. I never anticipated that one's power could escalate so rapidly in the midst of battle. Yifeng clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, suppressing his excitement as he muttered to himself. According to his plans, after battling with Vegeta, his strength would surpass that of Vegeta. but he never anticipated that he could already overwhelm him. Impossible. How could I be defeated by that little brat? Absolutely unforgivable. Embedded in the icy mountain. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fierce anger. It was one thing for him to be surpassed by that scoundrel Kakarot, but now even a mere earthling was riding high above him. How could he possibly endure this? As his furious voice echoed, Vegeta spread his palms, concentrating two spheres of energy in his hands. They swiftly merged, accompanied by a low, thunderous roar. Ultimate Flash? Indeed, this was his most formidable attack. If he could withstand this assault, it would mean his utter defeat. Vegeta, what are you doing? Witnessing Vegeta's immediate execution of the Ultimate Flash, Sun Wukong felt a surge of anxiety. At that moment, Vegeta's position was elevated compared to Yi Feng's. And if he unleashed the Ultimate Flash only to have Yi Feng evade it, it would undoubtedly inflict tremendous damage upon the Earth. Uncle Vegeta, please stop. Sun Wufan urgently shouted to halt him. Damn it, you scoundrel, get down. With a deep roar, Vegeta unleashed the energy wave directly at Yi Feng. Here it comes. Yi Feng let out a long, deep sigh, and a glimmer of seriousness flickered in his eyes. Indeed, Vegeta's most powerful attack was extraordinarily fearsome. One could sense a perilous aura emanating from that energy wave. In that very moment, a silvery flame enveloped Yi Feng's entire being. Almost instantaneously, the energy wave surged forth with an alarming swiftness, striking like lightning. In the fleeting moment when Yi Feng pressed his palms against the energy wave, his body was jolted backward by the overwhelming force. His legs had become entirely ensnared in the icy surface, leaving behind two elongated trails. In truth, he could have easily evaded Vegeta's assault, yet he deemed it unnecessary, and he would not shy away. For such formidable strikes would only serve to amplify his own strength. Suddenly, Yi Feng's pupils transformed into a silvery gray hue. The muscles in his arms visibly altered, as an extraordinary power erupted from within. Then, with a firm stance, he anchored himself, halting his retreat completely. Remarkably, he absorbed Vegeta's most potent attack with his bare hands. What an astounding feat. He managed to withstand Vegeta's strike unscathed, a fact that ignited a thrill within him. Sun Wukong gazed at Yi Feng in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. He had only retreated a few meters. Even he could not achieve such a feat. Meanwhile, Sun Wufan and Ub swallowed hard, pondering the sheer anomaly before them. What is this? Impossible. What manner of monster is this? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, though he was loath to admit it. The fact that his most formidable attack had been withstood in such a manner by Yi Feng signified a vast chasm between their abilities. It appears that reality deviates somewhat from the animated portrayals. Indeed, Vegeta's Ultimate Flash is undeniably powerful. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yi Feng unleashed a ki blast that soared beyond the confines of Earth. While watching the Dragon Ball anime, one might perceive Vegeta's final flash as rather lackluster, seemingly incapable of annihilating foes instantly. However, upon direct engagement, the sheer potency of the ki blast revealed itself to be astonishingly formidable. In an instant, Yi Feng materialized before Vegeta, raising his right knee and delivering a powerful strike to Vegeta's abdomen. As Vegeta's pupils dilated in shock, a torrent of blood erupted from his lips, and he reverted to his normal state, evidently sustaining significant injury, having unleashed his most formidable attack. It would be rather inconsiderate not to impart a lesson in return. Chapter 8, Son Goku's Challenge. With a thud, Vegeta clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground. His eyes wide with pain and a mingling of fury, Son Goku hurriedly flew to Vegeta's side, anxious that Yi Feng might deliver a fatal blow. Fully aware of the ambiguity surrounding his intentions, Son Gohan and Ub approached as well, assisting Vegeta to his feet. Meanwhile, Son Goku's gaze remained fixed on Yi Feng, his skepticism palpable. Are you truly an Earthling? Son Goku inquired, his voice tinged with doubt. If that were indeed the case. The depths of Yi Feng's terrifying power had been well concealed, eluding Goku's notice until now. I suppose so, came the reply. Yi Feng's response was rather ambiguous. Is he truly an inhabitant of Earth? In his previous life, he was an ordinary person from Earth, and after traversing into this realm, he could also be considered an ordinary Earthling of the Dragon Ball universe. However, having merged with the bloodline of a Super Saiyan, he may no longer be regarded as a complete Earthling. You seem quite knowledgeable about us, Son Goku inquired once more. Just moments ago, Gohan had informed him that Yi Feng referred to himself as a friend of Dondi. This indicated that he was acquainted with Gohan and likely familiar with Vegeta and the others as well. Indeed, it is no exaggeration to say that I understand you better than you do yourselves. Yi Feng chuckled and remarked that he had not spoken falsely. As a quintessential Dragon Ball enthusiast, he possessed a profound understanding of both the warriors from Dragon Ball GT and those from Dragon Ball Super. Indeed. It seems I find you increasingly intriguing. Son Goku also smiled, sensing that Yifeng bore no hostility. You are likely more interested in my strength, are you not? As a fervent combatant, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement when he encountered an opponent stronger than himself. At that moment, such a gleam radiated from his gaze. Ah, one could say that since you have triumphed over Vegeta, would you care to engage in a spar with me? Goku nodded, unreserved in expressing his intentions. Witnessing Yifeng's battle with Vegeta had stirred a yearning for combat within him. With you, perhaps? Yifeng smiled, for these were precisely the words he longed to hear. Each battle served to fortify his strength, and engaging with formidable opponents would inevitably lead to greater power. It was abundantly clear that Sun Wukong's prowess far surpassed that of Vegeta, rendering him a formidable adversary. Such an opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. Even if Sun Wukong had not mentioned it. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng nodded. Father, will you engage him in combat? Sun Gohan inquired. His expression laden with concern as he glanced at Sun Wukong. He was acutely aware of his father's capabilities. And Yifeng had just demonstrated strength that far exceeded that of Vegeta. Their clash could potentially wreak havoc upon the earth. Do not worry, Gohan. I shall exercise prudence. Sun Wukong reassured, understanding his son's apprehensions. If I truly lacked discretion, this planet would have been obliterated countless times over. Very well. Observing the confident demeanor of Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan nodded in agreement. Yifeng, let us keep our exchange brief. With that, Sun Wukong turned to Yifeng, a smile gracing his lips. Agreed. Yifeng uttered a single word. He resolved to coexist with the earth, refusing to intentionally cause its destruction. His purpose was to grow stronger through combat, not to wreak havoc. Thus, the battle commenced. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong's arms trembled as he assumed a stance, transforming directly into a Super Saiyan. A golden aura surged forth, radiant and fierce. Yet, Sun Wukong had merely attained the form of a Super Saiyan, not the Super Saiyan 2, rendering his energy less formidable than that of the earlier Vegeta. You truly are overconfident. Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 2 form was defeated by me. And now you dare to challenge me, as a mere Super Saiyan? Although Sun Wukong's actions were anticipated, Yifeng could not help but inquire. Well, I just want to warm up first, Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. He then extended his hands, claws poised, assuming a battle-ready posture. Come on. Yifeng also assumed a fighting stance. Since Sun Wukong had not transformed into Super Saiyan 3, there was no need for him to employ the Ultra Instinct technique. After all, with his current strength, he could effortlessly defeat Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wukong. As Yifeng's voice fell, both individuals simultaneously struck the ground with their feet, propelling their bodies into the air in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, a series of explosive sound waves erupted in midair, causing the surrounding icebergs to crumble incessantly, while the ground fissured dramatically. Yifeng adeptly controlled his strength, not rushing to defeat Sun Wukong, but rather aiming to learn from his combat style, techniques, and experiences during the battle. Compared to Vegeta, Sun Wukong possessed a wealth of combat experience and skill. Chapter 9. The Initial Trial of the Ultimate Instinct. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows incessantly, each strike elevating their power without causing an excessive disparity. What remarkable learning ability! This fellow is studying my combat techniques. True to his reputation as a combat genius, Sun Wukong quickly discerned Yifeng's intentions within mere minutes. To his astonishment, his own fighting style was being completely assimilated by Yifeng, interwoven with Vegeta's techniques. Boom. Another fierce collision sent Sun Wukong careening back several dozen yards, his feet skimming the ground and leaving long, deep grooves in his wake. Hee, it has been ages since I felt this exhilarated. Rather than feeling concerned after being knocked back by Yifeng's punch, Sun Wukong was filled with even greater excitement. Over the past decade, while he frequently sparred with Ub, the latter's limited strength had prevented him from experiencing a truly exhilarating battle. Ha ha ha. With a roar, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, his brow vanished, and his elongated eyes bore a hint of mischief. That was merely a warm-up. Now the true contest begins. Are you finally prepared to give it your all? Yifeng gazed at Sun Wukong and smiled, saying, having completed my warm-up, I understand that even the might of a Super Saiyan 2 cannot secure victory against you. Thus, the true battle is only just beginning. Sun Wukong smirked slightly and replied with a calm demeanor, Very well, if it is a genuine battle, then I shall also take it seriously. Yifeng's face also bore a serious expression. The strength of Super 3 Sun Wukong is undoubtedly beyond the comparison of Vegeta. Whoosh! In the next moment, Sun Wukong swiftly vanished and appeared almost instantaneously before Yi Feng, delivering a powerful punch towards him. Yi Feng had no intention of evading. Instead, he met the challenge head-on, delivering a punch in response. Bang! At the moment their fists collided, Yi Feng felt an overwhelming force akin to the vastness of the sun surge towards him, propelling his body backward in an instant. Boom! 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 He crashed through several ice mountains before finally coming to a halt. Such formidable power. Was there truly such a disparity between Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3? Yi Feng shook his arms in astonishment and remarked, "The regular combat prowess of Sun Wukong and Vegeta should be quite comparable, thus allowing us to measure the disparity between Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. In that case, allow me to earnestly study your techniques." Yi Feng slowly lifted his head, his black pupils suddenly transforming into a silvery gray. Wisps of ethereal energy, resembling delicate silver threads, began to rise around his body. It was time to truly experience the power of the free and unfettered ultimate technique. Had a transformation occurred? His aura remained as tranquil as the clear streams behind Mount Baozi. Sun Wukong gazed at Yi Feng in astonishment, whispering to himself. At that moment, although Yi Feng's energy had not visibly increased, it exuded an extraordinary calmness, rendering any fluctuations imperceptible. What was the significance of that silvery aura? Sun Gohan and OOB stared at Yi Feng in shock. Despite the lack of a discernible increase in power, there was an undeniable sense of sanctity and inviolability surrounding him. They had never encountered such an aura before. OOB shook his head, acknowledging that he had never met anyone capable of controlling their energy with such tranquility. Tap, tap, tap. Sun Wukong approached Yi Feng step by step, a smile gracing his face. "It seems you are also prepared to unleash your full potential," he remarked, looking at Yi Feng. "You are worthy of my utmost effort." Yi Feng smiled and addressed Sun Wukong. "The Super Saiyan 3 Goku is indeed remarkably powerful. Although I am unaware of the exact changes you have undergone, the strength of Super Saiyan 3 surpasses your imagination," Sun Wukong confidently declared. "Therefore, I am filled with anticipation." Yi Feng nodded slightly, remaining utterly still, wearing a serene expression as he addressed Sun Wukong. "Very well, I shall commence my attack." Observing Yi Feng's equally self-assured demeanor, Sun Wukong propelled himself off the ground with the tip of his toes, causing the earth to shatter in an instant as his figure vanished completely. At that moment, even Sun Wukong and the others could no longer discern his presence. With a subtle smile, Yi Feng executed the ultimate freedom technique, and to him, Sun Wukong's speed seemed hardly remarkable. Why is he not dodging? Sun Wukong was taken aback. His fist was nearly upon Yi Feng's form, yet he remained unmoving. What could he possibly be contemplating? Is he astonished by my speed? Unthinkable. Yi Feng, brimming with confidence, was undoubtedly unfazed by his own speed. However, the circumstances soon became clear. Chapter 10. The Burden of the Ultimate Freedom Technique. Just as Sun Wukong's fist was about to make contact with Yi Feng's body, Yi Feng vanished like a specter. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback, his fist tearing through the silvery aura. Meanwhile, Yi Feng reappeared behind Sun Wukong and launched a powerful punch into the air. Bang! 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 Just as Sun Wukong turned around, he was met with a barrage of strikes to his chest. The overwhelming force propelled him backward several paces. Remarkable. It was impossible to discern how he moved so swiftly. Sun Wukong, clutching his agonizing body, furrowed his brow and remarked. Moments ago, he had believed his attack would undoubtedly land on Yi Feng. Yet, in that fleeting instant, Yi Feng seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving Sun Wukong utterly bewildered by his absence. That astonishing speed was simply too swift. Is this fellow truly human? Sun Wukong and OOB were utterly astonished, their mouths agape. How terrifying. Are you surprised? Let us continue. Yi Feng suddenly smiled faintly and addressed Sun Wukong. Although his speed was incomprehensibly swift, it only heightened the excitement. Sun Wukong released his hand from covering his mouth and, with a sudden laugh, his eyes ignited with fervor. He then launched another attack towards Yi Feng. The punches whirred through the air like a machine gun, yet they could never graze Yi Feng's form. It was becoming evident that the consumption of the Zizai Ji Gong was alarmingly excessive. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, sensing the rapid depletion of energy within his body. In merely 2 minutes, he was already overcome by a profound sense of exhaustion. Should he continue to exert himself, it was likely he would no longer possess the energy to sustain the free and unfettered ultimate skill. Furthermore, he would subsequently succumb to a state of considerable weakness. Although he was aware that Sun Wukong was not the type to take advantage of another's peril, in such a treacherous world. He could not afford to place himself in jeopardy, even if the risk was as minimal as 1 in 10,000. If he were to push the free and unfettered ultimate skill to its limits, he would have to shoulder an immense burden, one that could easily render him completely unconscious. With this thought in mind, Yifeng resolved not to delay any longer, for he had nearly mastered Sun Wukong's combat techniques. In the next moment, Sun Wukong's fist suddenly hurtled towards Yifeng. Yifeng deftly evaded the punch thrown by Sun Wukong, and then his right fist landed, neither too light nor too heavy, on the temple of Sun Wukong. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong was sent flying sideways, crashing directly into the icy mountain. After the blow, Sun Wukong was utterly incapacitated. For the temple is indeed a critical vulnerable point on a person, even though Yifeng did not exert excessive force. His speed was so extreme that it naturally amplified his strength. After effortlessly rendering Sun Wukong incapable of further combat, Yifeng let out a deep breath. The silvery aura enveloping him began to dissipate gradually, and his pupils returned to their normal black hue. At that moment, Yifeng felt a searing pain coursing through his muscles, akin to being torn apart. This was the after effect of employing the imperfect ultimate freedom technique. Although this technique is immensely powerful, it is not without its costs. Gulp. Father was defeated in an instant? How incredibly strong. My master was annihilated in a heartbeat. Son Gohan and Ub stood there, petrified by the shock of the day's events. It was truly overwhelming for them to witness their universe's mightiest warrior, Sun Wukong, being vanquished with a mere punch. Ouch, it hurts so much. Sun Wukong struggled to rise, vigorously rubbing his head, still somewhat dazed. He was acutely aware that had Yifeng unleashed his full power moments ago, he could very well have met his demise. You are astonishingly strong. Approaching Yifeng, Sun Wukong remained in a state of exhilaration, despite having just suffered defeat. You were far too complacent. Your relentless offensive left you completely vulnerable in defense, which allowed me to seize my opportunity. In this regard, Vegeta would certainly have fared better than you. Yifeng, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, spoke calmly. While I concede that I was remiss in my defense earlier, your speed is undeniably extraordinary, even with my utmost vigilance. It is uncertain whether I could have successfully countered you. Sun Wukong, displaying remarkable honesty, acknowledged, defeat is defeat. There are no excuses to be made. You possess quite a measure of self-awareness, he added. Yifeng smiled, his fondness for Sun Wukong significantly amplified. Indeed, he had always admired the character of Sun Wukong, particularly the one from Dragon Ball Z. By the way, do you reside in West Capital as well? Sun Wukong suddenly inquired. As it stands, yes. Why? Do you wish to challenge me? Yifeng immediately discerned the intentions of Sun Wukong. This combative fellow, having finally found such a formidable opponent, would undoubtedly not let the opportunity slip away. Indeed, the prospect of engaging in battle with you ignites within me a long-lost exhilaration. As anticipated, my conjecture about the situation proved to be entirely accurate. Chapter 11. Re-entering the time chamber to fortify strength. In the days to come, I may reside within the Divine Hall. Should you desire combat, I shall be at your service at any moment. Yifeng addressed Sun Wukong, explaining that his journey to the Heavenly Temple was motivated by two primary reasons. Firstly, despite his formidable strength, he had yet to secure a stable residence. With his current power, commanding the entirety of Earth would be a trivial task. However, possessing such strength had altered his aspirations. A shift in perspective inevitably leads to a transformation in one's ambitions. Secondly, the Heavenly Temple offers sustenance and the opportunity to cultivate within the Spirit Time House, making it an ideal destination. Upon witnessing his prowess, the Heavenly Deity Dadi would undoubtedly extend a warm welcome to him. The Heavenly Temple, you say? How splendid! Sun Wukong exclaimed, filled with excitement. Yet, before embarking on this journey, I must dedicate myself to further training. I cannot afford to appear so disheveled in the next battle. Well then, I have matters to attend to, until we meet again. After Yifeng waved his hand at Sun Wukong, his body flickered and vanished before the eyes of the crowd. What a formidable individual. I hope he does not turn into our adversary. Observing Yifeng's disappearing figure, Sun Gohan expressed his concerns. Rest assured, Gohan. Although that individual is shrouded in mystery, I believe he harbors no ill intentions towards us or the Earth. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, pausing momentarily before continuing, as long as we do not provoke him. Let us hope for that. Both Sun Gohan and OOB could only find solace in such thoughts. As for Vegeta, he had actually awakened long ago but had to feign unconsciousness after suffering such a significant defeat. However, witnessing Kakarot's defeat brought him a peculiar sense of relief. Heavenly Temple. Whoosh. Yifeng's sudden appearance startled Dandy and Mr. Yifeng, Dandy exclaimed, his expression tense and respectful. He had observed everything that transpired on Earth from the temple of the gods with perfect clarity. From the very beginning, he sensed that Yifeng was extraordinary. Yet he was astonished to learn that he had even defeated Goku and Vegeta with such apparent ease. A being of such immense power could obliterate the Earth in an instant, and naturally, Dandy approached him with utmost caution. You need not be so anxious, Dandy. I am merely staying here in your temple of the gods for a few days, Yifeng said with a warm smile, noticing Dandy's unease. He was not a ferocious beast seeking to devour, nor did he wish to transform into such a being simply because of his strength. Just consider me a friend of Goku and the others. Yifeng then spoke. Very well, Mr. Yifeng. Dandy quickly nodded in agreement. In the presence of such an unfamiliar formidable figure, it was impossible to feel at ease. Sir, please prepare a room, Dandy promptly addressed him. Yifeng exhibited a demeanor of politeness, which compelled me to exert even greater effort. After a nod of acknowledgement, he departed. I must make another visit to the Spirit Time House. It should pose no difficulty, I trust. Yifeng cast a glance at the time chamber and inquired of Dandy. He was still feeling somewhat unwell, a residual effect from practicing the Supreme Freedom technique, which required careful recuperation. Moreover, he needed to devise a way to alleviate the burden that accompanied the use of this technique. If he were to encounter such a state each time he employed the Supreme Freedom technique, he would be at a distinct disadvantage against formidable opponents. Indeed, Mr. Yifeng. Each individual is permitted only 2 days within the time chamber, Dandy remarked, observing Yifeng with a wry smile. However, given your extraordinary prowess, you might very well possess the ability to breach the dimensional barrier. In the past, the formidable Majin Buu and Gotenks managed to escape the time chamber by utilizing their overwhelming strength to shatter the dimensional confines. Yifeng's prowess far surpasses that of Majin Buu and Gotenks from that era, so there is certainly no issue. Well, I shall proceed inside now. After speaking, Yifeng strode directly into the hyperbolic time chamber. He was well aware of what Din had mentioned. With his current strength, shattering the hyperbolic time chamber would be a trivial matter. Once inside, Yifeng resumed his rigorous training, meticulously replicating the combat techniques and maneuvers of Goku and Vegeta. Mastery was not enough. He sought perfection, aiming to surpass even their original prowess. Thus, in relentless repetition, 2 days swiftly passed. Ultra Instinct. A calm utterance escaped his lips as strands of silver aura coiled around his body, enveloping him in a radiant glow. Final flash. A golden energy wave condensed between his palms, compressing into a colossal sphere of power. With a forceful thrust, the energy sphere surged forward. Almost simultaneously, Yifeng's body shot forth like an arrow loosed from a bow, overtaking the energy wave in an instant. Pressing his palms against it, his feet skidded across the ground for over a dozen meters before he successfully halted the blast. 2 years had honed his ultra instinct, from barely enduring 2 minutes initially. He could now sustain it for 7. Moreover, the strain afterward had significantly diminished. Chapter 12. The system issues a mission. Balancing exertion with respite, the monotonous training concluded. After reverting to his base form, Yifeng bathed, donned the fresh attire Din had prepared, and exited the hyperbolic time chamber. Mr. Yifeng, have you completed your training? Din and the others awaited outside, addressing him with deference. Yifeng was courteous towards them, however. They must not lower their guard or abandon their respect simply because of his politeness. Well, it is done. The clothes fit perfectly. Thank you. Yifeng glanced at his attire, which consisted of a well-fitted black training suit. Mr. Yifeng, please do not stand on ceremony. The gentleman has prepared a meal. Would you care to partake? Dandy was well aware that the food in the Spirit Time House was merely adequate for satiating hunger, and its flavor left much to be desired. As for the gentleman's culinary skills, I am indeed curious to sample them. Yifeng smiled and glanced at the pitch-black surroundings. In the Dragon Ball universe, Master Roshi and King Kai were renowned for their culinary skills. Please, after you, Yifeng remarked, prompting Dandy to hurriedly gesture for him to proceed. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The system has issued a task. Please, host, proceed to the Kaioshin realm to check in and receive the corresponding rewards. Task duration, 10 days. Just as Yifeng was about to indulge in a meal, the synthesized voice of the system echoed in his mind. Yifeng was taken aback, considering the time spent in the Spirit Time Room. He had already been in the Dragon Ball world for over 4 years. He had nearly forgotten about the existence of the sign-in system. Unexpectedly, a sign-in task was suddenly announced at this moment. The sacred world of the Kai seemed rather distant. Yifeng pondered within himself. Indeed, his current strength was formidable. However, the path to the Supreme Kai realm presented considerable challenges. Even the most advanced spacecraft would likely require an extensive duration to reach it. And divine spacecraft might not even suffice. In the original Dragon Ball series, the exact location of the Supreme Kai realm was not explicitly stated. Yet, based on his conjectures, it seemed that the Supreme Kai realm held some connection to the Netherworld. This was reminiscent of the time when Majin Buu appeared, and Gohan was transported to the Supreme Kai realm by the Supreme Kai himself. While everyone on Earth felt no trace of Gohan's energy, believing him to be deceased, Goku sensed Gohan's presence as he journeyed to the Netherworld. Of course, this was merely his speculation. If he possessed the ability to instant transmission, reaching the Supreme Kai realm would be a trivial matter. At this moment, Yifeng suddenly recalled Goku. Although he lacked the skill of instant transmission, Goku undoubtedly possessed it. Moreover, he could surely escort him to the Supreme Kai realm. It appeared that the ability of instant transmission was indeed of paramount importance to him. "What's wrong, Mr. Yifeng?" Dandy inquired, noticing Yifeng lost in thought. "Nothing. Let us proceed." Yifeng nodded, deciding to satiate his hunger first. With a 10-day deadline, there was ample time, so there was no need for haste. The culinary skills of the gentleman were indeed commendable, far superior to the bland fare of the Spirit Time House. After finishing his meal, Yifeng ventured into the lower realm. He could not spend all his days in the Spirit Time House practicing. Such a life lacked excitement. Thus, 6 days swiftly passed. To his astonishment, the mischievous Sun Wukong had yet to make an appearance. In the Celestial Hall, Yifeng mused to himself. He had anticipated that with Sun Wukong's combative nature, he would surely seek him out for a sparring match within 3 days. However, with 6 days gone by and still no sign of him, Yifeng found this delay quite unexpected. Since Sun Wukong was not coming, it seemed he would have to seek him out. Otherwise, he would be unable to fulfill the task assigned by the system. He certainly did not wish to miss this opportunity to check in. After all, the novice gift package from the system was quite generous. The task rewards should not be meager, should they? Just as Yifeng was about to rise and take the initiative to find Sun Wukong, he suddenly sensed his presence approaching, flying directly towards the Celestial Hall. He has arrived. A surge of joy welled up within Yifeng. It seemed that the ever-spirited Sun Wukong could no longer restrain his fervent desire for battle. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong materialized right before Yifeng. "Mr. Wukong." Dandy greeted upon spotting him. "Ah, Dandy. It has been quite some time," Sun Wukong replied, first waving at Dandy before turning his beaming gaze toward Yifeng. "Quite some time? Has it not merely been 6 days?" Yifeng mused, observing that Sun Wukong had evidently endured considerable restraint during this brief interval. It feels like an eternity. I can hardly contain my eagerness to engage in battle with you once more," Sun Wukong exclaimed, clenching his fist with palpable excitement. During these past few days, he had been ardently honing his skills, particularly focusing on his speed, all in preparation for the impending clash with Yifeng. "Nevertheless, before we proceed with that, I would like you to accompany me to a certain location." Yifeng waved his hand and addressed Sun Wukong. "Ah? Where to?" Sun Wukong was taken aback. Given Yifeng's prowess, did he truly require his guidance to a specific location? The King of the World's Realm. Chapter 13. A fortuitous encounter with the King of the World. "What? You wish to visit the planet of the King of the World?" Sun Wukong gazed at Yifeng with astonishment. Though he was well acquainted with both the King of the World and the old King of the World, the fact that Yifeng was also aware of their existence piqued his curiosity. Furthermore, what could be the purpose of Yifeng's visit to the King of the World's planet? Indeed, is there an issue? Yifeng chuckled softly and continued. "When we engage in battle on Earth, we are constrained by the fear of causing damage to the planet, preventing us from unleashing our full potential. Surely, you wouldn't want to fight me while feeling restrained, would you? The realm of the Kais is indeed more resilient than Earth and far more conducive to combat." This is a statement made by the Kaishin Asin himself. It seems there is some truth to that. The planets of the Kaishin are indeed better suited for battle, pondered Sun Wukong as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the Kais, both Jebet and the old Kaishin suddenly sneezed, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. "However, my instant transmission cannot reach the realm of the Kais," Sun Wukong remarked, somewhat troubled. His instant transmission could only be performed when he sensed the energy of the target location. Unfortunately, he could not perceive the divine energy of the Kais, rendering him unable to travel there. The last time he visited was due to unexpectedly sensing Gohan's energy while traversing Snake Way, which allowed him to teleport instantly. Damn. How could I have forgotten about that? Yifeng gently tapped his forehead, cursing under his breath. He had only recalled that Sun Wukong possessed the ability to teleport. Yet he had forgotten that such a power was not without its limitations. With merely 4 days remaining, how was he to reach the realm of the Kais? Ah, dandy. You are a deity of Earth. Surely, you can establish contact with the Kais, can't you? Yifeng suddenly had a brilliant idea, recalling the presence of Dandy beside him. Given that the King Kai frequently visited Earth, it stood to reason that Dandy could establish contact. Indeed, I can reach Lord King Kai, Dandy affirmed, nodding while casting a glance at Sun Wukong. Clearly, Dandy still harbored some skepticism towards Yifeng. I beg of you, Dandy, Sun Wukong interjected, eager for another contest with Yifeng. Very well. With Sun Wukong's endorsement, Dandy relented and began to communicate with King Kai through mental connection. As the seconds ticked away, a full 5 minutes elapsed. Yifeng and Sun Wukong were growing somewhat impatient. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before Yifeng, clad in peculiar attire. With pale purple skin, elfin ears, and flowing white hair cascading down his back, adorned with a pair of patera earrings. It was none other than the fusion of King Kaiasin and his guardian, Jebet. King Kai. Sun Wukong greeted him with a familiar ease. Wukong, Dandy. May I ask who this gentleman is? Jebet inquired, glancing at Sun Wukong and Dandy before finally directing his gaze towards Yifeng. Ah, his name is Yifeng. Sun Wukong provided a succinct introduction. A pleasure to meet you, King Kai. Yifeng respectfully clasped his hands before the deity Jebite, despite being somewhat weak. He recognized the need to show deference to a divine being. Greetings, Mr. Yifeng, Jebite replied humbly, before turning his attention to Sun Wukong. Wukong. Dandy mentioned you had matters to discuss? Indeed, Sun Wukong responded nonchalantly. I wish to engage in combat with Yifeng, but the commotion on Earth would be too significant. Hence, I contemplated battling in the Kaishan realm. What? A battle in the Kaishan realm? A black line appeared on Jebite's forehead, realizing the implications. He had sensed trouble when he sneezed moments ago. After observing Yifeng more closely, Jebite recognized that anyone who could provoke Wukong into requesting a fight was undoubtedly extraordinary. Unfortunately, he had not recently surveyed Earth through the crystal ball, leaving him unaware of Yifeng's background. Very well. Just try to exercise some restraint, Jebite sighed, acknowledging the futility of persuading Wukong. It seemed the Kaishan realm would soon face turmoil once more. With Jebite's instantaneous movement, Yifeng and Sun Wukong were swiftly transported to the Kaishan realm. Before them lay an immense, grass-green planet, vastly larger than Earth. A grand hall appeared before Yifeng, its entrance adorned with the character for realm, clearly indicating it was the residence of the Kaishan. Surrounding it were mountains and trees reminiscent of Earth's environment. Ah, old man. It's been a while. Sun Wukong greeted the elder Kaishan with enthusiasm, remembering how he had granted him an extension of 1,000 years to his lifespan. Humph. So it is you who has come. I sensed trouble when I sneezed, the elder Kaishan remarked, his demeanor starkly contrasting Jebite's gentleness, as he offered no warmth to Wukong. Chapter 14. You want me to unlock my potential? Who might he be? The elder Kaishan's gaze shifted to Yifeng, his half-closed eyes suddenly widening in surprise as he regarded him. Such formidable potential. This individual possesses a depth of capability even more terrifying than that of Gohan. Astonishment filled the elder Kaishan's mind. Gohan was the most gifted human he had ever encountered, yet the young man before him exuded an inscrutable aura, akin to an unfathomable abyss, eluding his understanding entirely. I am Yifeng, honored elder Kaishan. Please accept this humble token of my respect. Yifeng approached the old Kai with a beaming smile, extending a small book he held in his hands. From the old Kai's previous expression, it was evident that he had begun to sense his own formidable potential. This little comic was something Yifeng had purchased during a recent stroll, specifically to cater to the old Kai's interests. If the old Kai could assist him in unlocking his potential, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a transformative change. The old Kai glanced at Yifeng and then opened the comic book for the first time, his eyes suddenly gleaming with excitement. Oh my, this is quite impressive, he exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. A mischievous grin spread across his face, and he nearly drooled in anticipation as he eagerly flipped through the pages. Esteemed ancestor, could you please maintain a sense of decorum? Jebet, blushing, remarked, unable to bear the sight any longer. The ancestor's expression was rather indiscreet. Ahem, well then, what brings you to the realm of the Kais? The old Kai, slightly regaining his composure after Jebet's reminder, coughed a couple of times before inquiring. Hee. We are here for a fight, Sun Wukong responded with a cheeky grin, unabashedly stating their intentions. What? A fight? The old Kai was taken aback. Did they come to his domain with the intention of wreaking havoc? System, I have arrived in the realm of the Kais. May I sign in now? Yifeng silently reflected in his heart. His purpose for coming here was solely to check in and subsequently receive the rewards from the system. He had lost much of his interest in battling against Sun Wukong. Ding. The duration of the check-in is 15 days, thus. The host must remain in the realm of the King of Worlds for 15 days to claim the check-in rewards. What on earth? Are you mocking me? Yifeng felt as though he had been toyed with by the system. How could a sign-in take such an extended period? This is a system task. The host should refrain from complaints. After the synthetic electronic voice faded, the system vanished entirely. Damn, I still have to stay here for another 15 days? Though he was quite displeased internally, he had no alternative. Since he had arrived, he could only wait for half a month. Perhaps during this time, he could enlist the assistance of the old Kai to develop his potential. Although the old Kai was vehemently opposed, Yifeng and Sun Wukong nonetheless engaged in combat within the Kai's realm. The outcome of the battle was, naturally, another victory for Yifeng. After all, he had spent an additional 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, thoroughly analyzing Sun Wukong's combat techniques from that time. Moreover, he was now able to execute the ultimate technique for a longer duration, with the burden relatively eased. Wow, you've become remarkably stronger in just a few days. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment after being defeated by Yifeng. Just days prior, Yifeng had been nowhere near this formidable. Now he seemed like a completely different individual. Intimately familiar with both Wukong's and Vegeta's fighting styles, leaving them utterly defenseless. That Yifeng managed to defeat Wukong, yet he appears to be merely a human from Earth. God Jebba was equally astonished. Fool, that fellow is no ordinary earthling. I can sense something akin to Wukong and the others emanating from his being. The old Kai scolded Jebbet, who was clearly lacking in discernment. An earthling could never reach such heights. Lord Ancestor, are you suggesting that Yifeng is a scion like Wukong? Jebbet queried, even more astonished. That seems implausible. It is still too early to ascertain. But I sense he undoubtedly shares some connection with the scions. The old Kai spoke earnestly, a rarity for him. As for the nature of that connection, he was still uncertain. He could only hope that Yifeng harbored no ill intentions. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for the entire universe. After his defeat, Sun Wukong departed from the Kai's realm, intending to train in the hyperbolic time chamber before challenging Yifeng once more. However, Yifeng opted to remain in the Kai's realm, ostensibly to train, but his true purpose was to await the sign-in. Lord Kai, may I request a favor from you? During lunchtime, Yifeng addressed the old Kai. Speak up. However, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to assist you, the old Kai replied dismissively while eating. It may be a trivial matter for you, but it is of great significance to me. Yifeng smiled and spoke. Upon hearing his words, the old Kaiishan narrowed his eyes slightly and, observing Yifeng's seriousness, inquired, Do you wish for me to assist you in unlocking your potential? Chapter 15. The Destruction of the Time Chamber and Pilaf's Opportunism. Indeed, the Lord Kaiishan possesses remarkable foresight. What I refer to as being busy is, in fact, requesting his aid in unlocking my potential. Yifeng smiled faintly and clasped his hands in salute. Though the elder Kaiishan appeared perpetually lecherous and lacking in solemn demeanor, his vision and perceptiveness were remarkably astute, far surpassing that of Kabuto Kai. You've come to the Kaiishan realm for this very purpose, haven't you? The elder Kaiishan fixed Yifeng with a piercing gaze as he inquired. With Son Goku's carefree and unrestrained temperament, he would never journey to the Kaiishan realm solely for combat. This scheme undoubtedly originated from Yifeng's suggestion. Indeed, precisely for this matter. Yifeng nodded slightly. Although his true purpose was to sign in at the King of the Worlds, he naturally would not disclose such intentions. Your strength has already surpassed that of Goku by a considerable margin. There is truly no need to further develop your potential, the old Kai said, his demeanor returning to its former calmness. In truth, he was reluctant to assist Yifeng in unlocking his potential, as he found him incomprehensible, his strength, potential, and even his identity were shrouded in mystery. This posed a significant risk. Unlike Goku and Gohan, who possessed a certain purity, Yifeng's power, if left unchecked, could prove detrimental to the entire universe. It is well known that Scions possess abilities far beyond merely achieving Super Saiyan 3. Goku's potential is limitless. Yifeng wore a mature smile at the corner of his lips, responding with a calm demeanor. It is essential to acknowledge that Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was entirely due to the efforts of the old Kai. He possesses the knowledge of the transformation technique and understands that the power of the Scions converges within their tails. You truly seem to be quite informed. A rather enigmatic little fellow, indeed. The old Kai, hunched over, gently shook his head as he spoke. This young lad appears to be privy to much information. Very well. I shall grant your request. After a moment's contemplation, the old Kai nodded. Ancestor, are you genuinely prepared? Jebet God glanced at Yifeng, evidently still on high alert. Assisting someone of unknown background yet possessing immense potential is indeed a perilous endeavor. Why has the ancestor suddenly become so bewildered? Do not speak. I have my own plans. The old Kai shot a frustrated glare at Jebet God, signaling him to remain silent. Then, I must express my gratitude to the Lord of the Kai. Upon hearing the old Kai's consent, Yifeng respectfully cupped his fists. Regardless of his intentions, they are trivial in the face of absolute strength. Should he dare to toy with or deceive me, I shall ensure he understands the consequences of his folly. I can maintain a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance towards them, even showing utmost respect. However, if they deceive me, I can also reveal a far more ruthless side. Do not rush to express your thanks. Your potential is extraordinarily strong. Although I have agreed to assist you in unlocking it, I cannot guarantee success. The old Kai waved his hand and spoke candidly. Yifeng's potential resembles an abyss, and I truly lack complete confidence. All I can do is to strive earnestly and endure the hardships. Yifeng smiled lightly. If the old Kaioshin truly could not assist him in unlocking his potential, then so be it. The old Kaioshin fixed his gaze upon Yifeng, nodding slightly, seemingly attempting to discern something useful from his expression. However, after a few moments, all he found was a calm, faint smile. Your potential is rather unique. It will likely take 10 days. Is that a problem? The old Kaioshin inquired once more. No problem. I have ample time, Yifeng replied. After all, he needed half a month for his own sign-in, so 10 days posed no issue for him. Very well. Let us begin. During these 10 days, you must maintain a single posture. As the days passed, within the hyperbolic time chamber of the Heavenly Palace, Sun Wukong and OOB were diligently training. Eager to catch up to Yifeng, Sun Wukong trained with increasing fervor. Boom. Suddenly, the hyperbolic time chamber erupted, leaving the Heavenly Palace in disarray. Sun Wukong and OOB emerged, battered and bruised, supporting one another. Apologies, Dandy, for leaving the Heavenly Palace in such a state, they said, glancing at the wreckage with an air of embarrassment. Haha, you have finally finished your training, Dandy chuckled wryly. He had anticipated this outcome, though it would now mean more trouble for himself and Mr. All right, I will tend to your injuries and prepare your meals. With that, Dandy approached Sun Wukong and OOB. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos in the Heavenly Palace, Pilaf and his companions stealthily infiltrated the premises. Having learned that the Black Star Dragon Balls created by the old Kaioshin were hidden deep within, securing the most powerful Black Star Dragon Ball would enable them to dominate the Earth. Chapter 16. Sun Wukong Shrinks. Potential development completed. Master Wukong, Dandy, Mr. I must take my leave. I cannot neglect my younger siblings at home. After their meal, OOB bid farewell, with many matters awaiting his attention. He then turned to Dandy, embarrassment evident on his face. I am truly sorry for the state of the Heavenly Palace. Not at all, Mr. And I will have it repaired in no time. Dandy waved off the concern with a smile. They had grown accustomed to periodically mending the hyperbolic time chamber. Well then, farewell, and thank you all for your care during this time. After OOB spoke, he transformed into a streak of light and leapt from the Heavenly Palace. I must depart as well, Dandy. When I return, I suspect Chi-Chi will be furious. Sun Wukong scratched his head, speaking with a hint of worry. Indeed. Until we meet again, Mr. Wukong, Dandy waved as Sun Wukong prepared to leave. Just as Sun Wukong was about to exit the Heavenly Palace, a sudden burst of radiant light erupted. Huh? What is that glowing object? Sun Wukong noticed a blinding golden light emanating from a room within the Heavenly Palace. Rushing over, he discovered several familiar faces. You are the Pilaf gang, are you not? Sun Wukong mused with a smile, realizing it had been quite some time since their last encounter. What mischief are you up to in the Heavenly Palace? Yikes. Sun Wukong, what are you doing here? The trio's faces filled with panic upon seeing him. Why did someone always intrude when they gathered the Dragon Balls to make a wish? What do we do, King Pilaf? Sun Wukong seems even stronger than before. Mai exclaimed. Fear etched on her face. This fellow was already capable of handling them in his youth. Now, he had become even more formidable. Surely, they were in peril. Hey, I'm asking if you rascals have any nefarious plans here. Sun Wukong inquired curiously, observing Pilaf and his companions. There's no choice. Attack, Pilaf commanded, determined not to allow this brat to thwart his grand ambition of world domination. Whoosh. 3 missiles shot towards Sun Wukong, yet he effortlessly caught them. Really? You lot are still the same, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, Sun Wukong chuckled, tossing the missiles aside. Curse it. If only I could shrink back to my former size, I would make him pay dearly. Pilaf lamented, and as soon as his words fell, The crimson Shinron circling above the heavenly palace glowed fiercely. Understood, the deep voice of the Shinron resonated, and a golden orb of light enveloped Sun Wukong. Simultaneously, his body began to shrink rapidly. What? Shinron, what is happening? Sun Wukong barely had time to comprehend the situation before he reverted to his 11-year-old self. The 7 Dragon Balls transformed into gray stones, scattering in 7 different directions throughout the universe. Fool. Wukong, you big fool. Why did you not resist? In the Kaioshin realm, Kibito Kai glared at the crystal ball showing the diminutive Wukong, berating him loudly. Although Pilaf and his gang had made a wish to Shinron, Wukong possessed the strength to resist. It was surprising that he merely awaited his transformation, appearing almost indifferent. The pressing issue was not merely his shrinking. But if the scattered Black Star Dragon Balls were not recovered within a year, the Earth would face destruction. This was no trivial matter. Your anger serves no purpose. If he were that clever, he wouldn't be Wukong. The old Kaioshin remarked, drooling over a comic book as he scolded Kibito Kai. Meanwhile, Yifeng, who was meditating intently, was aware of the unfolding events. He was taken aback to discover that Sun Wukong had indeed shrunk. However, it mattered little to him. It was of no significant concern. Do not let your thoughts wander. Focus intently. The old Kaioshin chided Yifeng with a glance. Could that old fellow truly read his mind? Yifeng was somewhat astonished as he reflected on the past few days, during which he had remained motionless while the old Kai spent his time perusing comic books. Were it not for the knowledge of the old Kai's abilities and his successful guidance of Sun Wukong's strength, Yifeng might have doubted his authenticity, likening him to a charlatan. Subsequently, Yifeng resumed his meditation with unwavering focus. Thus, he meditated for a full 10 days. Has the time finally arrived after such a long duration? It seemed as though his rear had developed calluses. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, murmuring softly. Although sitting like this for 10 days was trivial for him, it was indeed a considerable test of one's patience. Had he not spent time in the Spirit Time House, enduring such a trial would have been exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, the moment had arrived to assess the strength awakened by his latent potential. With this thought in mind, Yifeng gradually stood up, clenched his fists tightly, and a fierce glimmer flashed in his eyes. Chapter 17, Limitless Instantaneous Movement. Swish. His black hair suddenly stood on end, and his gaze transformed completely, becoming exceptionally sharp. An innate sense of confidence and pride enveloped him. Buzz. In the instant when Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, the very air resonated with a buzzing sound. Following this, a terrifying whirlwind erupted from Yifeng's core, sweeping outward in all directions. The old Kai and Jebit were immediately hurled away by the force of this tremendous energy. Streams of fierce wind sliced through the surroundings like sharp blades, transforming the once lush green ground into a dusty ochre as clouds of dust ascended into the air. Such formidable power! Yifeng released his grip, an expression of unparalleled excitement illuminating his face. Moments ago, he had unleashed merely a fraction, less than 1/10,000th of his energy. Yet it had already manifested such terrifying destructive power. This was undoubtedly far beyond his capabilities prior to unlocking his potential. He now brimmed with confidence. With such strength, he could surely vanquish the mighty Super Saiyan 4, Goku. Of course, this was contingent upon him not employing the Ultra Instinct technique. It seemed plausible that the old fellow had concealed certain abilities or was limited in power. Having merged with the transcendent bloodline, how could his potential be so trivial? Although his strength had significantly increased, it was by no means his fullest potential. It is worth noting that before his potential was unlocked, Gohan was merely at the level of Super Saiyan 2, easily vanquished by Majin Buu. However, once his true power was realized, the divine Gohan could stand toe-to-toe with Gotenks, who could match Buu. Therefore, in comparison to Gohan's enhancement, his own advancement appeared modest. The old Kaioshin surely remained cautious of him. Nevertheless, even with his current strength, he was more than capable of confronting numerous adversaries. Yifeng pondered within himself. Before he had entirely determined the path he wished to pursue, it was unnecessary to unleash all of his potential. Such an approach was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. At present, he could traverse the paths of the divine, the Saiyan lineage, or the human lineage akin to Sun Wukong, yet he found himself in a quandary. Hey, you little rascal, are you intent on bringing about our demise? After the tempest had fully abated, the old Kai, with a hand on his hip, waddled towards Yifeng, voicing his grievances. At my age, I can hardly endure such turmoil. Lord Kai, I haven't even remarked on your lack of consideration, yet you are the first to complain. Your attempt to unleash potential seems rather perfunctory, doesn't it? Yifeng squinted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed the old Kai. Upon hearing Yufeng's words, the old Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly replied, "How is that possible? I have exerted my utmost effort. Is that so? Yet, I fail to perceive it." Yifeng smiled and inquired, "When assisting Sun Wukong in unlocking his potential, that must have been when you exerted your utmost capabilities, correct?" At Yufeng's words, the old Kai was rendered speechless. Who on earth was this individual? He had never encountered him before. Yet it seemed he possessed an extraordinary wealth of knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, the old Kai replied, "Very well. To speak candidly, your potential is immensely formidable. In my prime, I might have been able to guide you in harnessing it, but alas, I am now past my prime." Upon finishing, the old Kai cast a sidelong glance at Yifeng. "Is it truly so? Very well, I shall take your word for it." Yifeng still wore a faint smile as he nodded. That smile made the old Kaishin feel a twinge of guilt. Although Yifeng verbally expressed his belief, his face unmistakably conveyed disbelief. Nevertheless, it seemed he had managed to pass through the situation unscathed. Yifeng did not depart from the realm of the King of Worlds. Instead, he patiently awaited for 5 more days. Ding! Congratulations, host, for signing in at the King of Worlds for 15 days, thereby completing the sign-in task. Reward: unlimited instantaneous movement. The synthesized electronic voice of the system suddenly resonated in his mind. Although he was aware that today marked the day of reward collection, Yifeng could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Unlimited instantaneous movement? In Yifeng's eyes, a brilliant light shone forth. Although this ability did not directly enhance combat power, the function of instantaneous movement was undeniably formidable. It is akin to the situation from half a month ago. Had he mastered unrestricted instantaneous movement, would he have needed to rely on Jebetshin to transport him? Furthermore, in the realm of Dragon Ball Super, one must acknowledge that while Whis and others required several hours of flight to reach a destination, King Kai Asin could arrive in an instant. The King of All's palace. The Void and various other universes would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to access without the means of instantaneous movement. Indeed, the system has not disappointed. The anticipation for the next sign-in grows ever stronger. Yifeng's lips curled into a smile, revealing an expression filled with anticipation. Having completed his task, he bid farewell to the Supreme Kai and returned to Earth, for there was no longer any reason to remain in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Upon his return to Earth, he looked forward to diligently refining his skills and fortifying his strength, while also indulging in leisure and savoring the joys of life. Chapter 18. Baby appears on Earth. Due to the mischief caused by Pilaf, Ashura, and Xiao Wu, the Black Star Dragon Balls were scattered across the 4 galaxies of the universe. If the Dragon Balls were not retrieved and returned to the Heavenly Temple within 1 year of making a wish, Earth would face annihilation and vanish completely. Thus, Sun Wukong, accompanied by Trunks and the secretly following Xiao Fang, ventured into the cosmos to search for the Dragon Balls. It had been a month since their departure. On this day, after completing his training at the Heavenly Temple, Yifeng prepared to descend to the mortal realm for a delightful feast. At last, he had discovered the sushi restaurant. Yifeng cast a glance at the sushi restaurant before him, a joyful smile gracing his lips. In the absence of adversaries, it is essential to savor life's pleasures, a notion he deemed necessary. Subsequently, Yifeng stepped into the sushi establishment. By a stroke of fortune, he found Nobita Nobi inside, accompanied by a charming young lady with cascading brown waves. She bore an innocent demeanor, exuding a certain Navi charm. However, she was not the type that piqued Yifeng's interest. "Ah, Mr. Yifeng, you two have come here for sushi." Goten's son approached him with a friendly greeting. Naturally, he had heard of Yifeng's illustrious reputation through his brother, a formidable warrior capable of defeating both his father and Uncle Vegeta. Indeed, Yifeng nodded thoughtfully and remarked to Sun Wukong, "As a Saiyan, it is imperative that you engage in training, Sun Wukong. Without strength, how can you protect the adorable girl by your side?" The descendants of Earth's Saiyan seemed to diminish with each generation. Sun Wufan was somewhat of an exception. At least his Super Saiyan 2 and mystic forms represented moments of glory, even if he later became known as Goten's lesser counterpart. However, Sun Wukong and Trunks appeared to be utterly lacking in prowess. Mr. Yifeng's admonition resonates. "I shall strive to train diligently from now on." Sun Wukong offered an awkward smile and nodded in agreement. Despite his verbal commitment, the current peace in the world rendered training seemingly futile. Moreover, with his father and Uncle Vegeta safeguarding the Earth, there seemed little need for such hardships. Spending time on dates and leisurely shopping with his girlfriend seemed far more appealing. Didn't it? Ha! Yifeng placed a sushi into his mouth and gently shook his head. Such is the folly of youth. What a pity to squander the immense potential of a Scion's cultivation. Whose aura is this? Suddenly, Yifeng sensed a faint yet malevolent presence. What is it, Mr. Yifeng? Sun Wukong hurriedly inquired as he noticed Yifeng's expression sharpen. Do you not feel it? Yifeng retorted, expressing his thoughts on the emergence of a malevolent aura that had recently manifested on Earth, particularly thick with resentment. If his deductions were accurate, it could only be the remnants of the Zivil people, specifically the entity known as Baby. Moreover, when considering the timing, it seemed all too coincidental. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted in the heart of Satan's city. Initially, many assumed it was a gas explosion, only to later realize it was the doing of a robust middle-aged man. How audacious to create chaos in Satan's city. It was akin to an old man hanging himself, clearly inviting disaster. This was the consensus on the man's recklessness. After all, with the world-renowned champion of combat, Satan, presiding over the city, few dared to provoke trouble. I sense a dark malevolence emanating from Satan's city, Sun Wukong suddenly interjected. What do you intend to do about it? Yifeng gazed intently at Sun Wukong, inquiring about his intentions. Sun Wukong, well aware of Yifeng's meaning, replied, I have a significant engagement today and may not be able to assist. He glanced at the adorable girl beside him and awkwardly added, Today is a crucial date. It absolutely cannot fall through. Besides, my brother is in Satan's city. He will take care of it. Humph. This highlights the disparity between you and Sun Wufan. After shaking his head, Yifeng consumed a few more sushi pieces before departing from the sushi establishment. The parasitic creature, Baby, piqued his interest immensely, particularly after taking residence within Vegeta's body. It exhibited a remarkable strength. Satan's city. The savior, Satan, was now crouched on the ground in sheer terror, confronted by a vast chasm that had suddenly appeared before him. Meanwhile, the faces of ordinary citizens were etched with fear and disappointment towards Satan. Yifeng immediately teleported, appearing amidst the crowd. Could it truly be Baby? Yifeng glanced at the middle-aged man with yellow hair, whose eyes had entirely transformed into a crimson hue. The palpable resentment emanated from this very body. Over there. One was under control, and here was another, along with that. Yifeng's gaze swept across the surroundings, swiftly identifying 4 or 5 earthlings under Baby's control. This fellow truly possessed astonishing speed. At that moment, a burly man, manipulated by Baby, approached Yifeng, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light. Hey, do you know where the Saiyans are? Baby inquired coldly as he stood before Yifeng. Chapter 19. The Subtle Schemes of Satan. Saiyans? Do I appear to be one? Yifeng suddenly tilted his head, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. The diminutive Baby before him was someone he could effortlessly obliterate in an instant. However, he harbored no such intentions at the moment. After all, a prolonged period of tranquil existence warranted the arrival of a worthy adversary to invigorate his life. Moreover, these foes were the very opponents of Sun Wukong, who could have decisively annihilated Baby upon their first encounter. Even in multiple skirmishes, he possessed ample strength to vanquish Baby. Yet he refrained from doing so, rowing without oars, relying solely on the waves of life. If they relished the tumult, then the troubles he had sown must naturally be endured by them. You? A Saiyan? Baby momentarily froze, and then a fierce crimson light ignited in his eyes, a visage of fury illuminating his features. Indeed, he could sense a resemblance to Sun Wukong emanating from Yifeng's being. It seemed that he too was a Saiyan. Then all Saiyans must perish. As his enraged proclamation echoed, Baby launched a powerful punch toward Yifeng. He could undoubtedly sense the formidable strength of the individual before him. However, if he could inflict even a minor wound, he would seize the opportunity to invade his body. By commandeering this powerful vessel, his own strength would exponentially amplify. After all, this ordinary human form was far too feeble. TCH, such arrogance. Yifeng scoffed dismissively. Not to mention the current Baby, even if it were Vegeta Baby. He could effortlessly eliminate him in an instant. As Baby's fist came crashing down, Yifeng simply extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking the attack. Get lost. With a thunderous shout, Yifeng delivered a powerful kick to Baby's chest, sending his massive body hurtling backward. He skidded along the ground, leaving a long trail before shattering the glass of a building and collapsing onto the pavement. How astonishingly powerful! He had vanquished that behemoth in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago, it seemed Mr. Satan himself had been intimidated by that individual. When had such formidable prowess emerged in Satan's city? Perhaps he could usurp Mr. Satan's position as the savior. As Baby was sent flying, the fearless onlookers began to chatter amongst themselves, a wave of astonishment washing over them. They then cast peculiar glances at Satan. Feeling the weight of their stares, cold sweat began to trickle down Satan's back. No, his honor could not be shattered like this. Satan's gaze darted around, his mind racing. Aha! He would employ the same tactic once more. With this thought, the worry on Satan's face vanished, replaced by exhilaration. His forthcoming actions would likely garner even more acclaim than defeating that giant himself, for it would be his apprentice who would claim the victory. With his decision made, Satan hurriedly approached Yifeng with small, hurried steps. He intended to loudly announce to everyone that this impressive young man was his prized disciple, with his prestige and status. As long as the young man was not foolish, he would surely be eager to become his disciple. Stop! Just as Satan envisioned his next moment of glory, a chilling voice rang out. The voice belonged to none other than Yifeng. What? Satan paused, momentarily stunned, glancing around in confusion. Surely, it could not be directed at him. After reassuring himself, he slowed his pace and continued toward Yifeng. Did you not hear me when I told you to stop? Yifeng cast a glance at Satan, his eyes narrowing slightly as he coldly remarked. He harbored little fondness for this so-called lucky king from Dragon Ball, initially feeling a strong aversion that gradually faded into indifference. Satan, taken aback, questioned whether he had misheard. How could this young man not recognize him? Such a notion was utterly implausible, for his fame was known to every inhabitant of Earth. Yet, the icy gaze of Yifeng rendered Satan momentarily paralyzed. Unable to advance even a step. I do not know you, nor am I your disciple, so whatever your intentions may be, I advise you to abandon them post-haste. Yifeng spoke again, his tone imbued with a subtle indifference. He could easily discern the ulterior motives of Satan. If today's events were orchestrated by those Z-warriors on Earth, then undoubtedly the accolades and glory would belong to Satan. He was indifferent to the actions or intentions of Sun Wukong and his companions, feeling no obligation to involve himself. Yet, he was resolute in not allowing Satan to take advantage of him, despite his utter disdain for such empty accolades. How do you know? Satan's astonished eyes transformed into mere beads of green as he swallowed hard and murmured, could it be that he possesses the ability to read minds? No, it must be an illusion. Meanwhile, the onlookers, undeterred by danger, began to speculate about Satan's intentions. What could Mr. Satan possibly be planning? Surely, he does not intend to forge a connection with that young man. It seems Mr. Satan is not as formidable as we believed. Chapter 20, Son Gohan Faces Baby. Feeling the mounting skepticism and reproach from the crowd, Satan began to panic. The situation had swiftly spiraled beyond his control, and if it continued, he risked tarnishing his reputation and falling from grace today. What should I do? What can I do? Satan surveyed the surroundings, met with scorn and vitriol. It turned out he was merely a grand deceiver, having duped them for so long. We must resolutely oppose such a charlatan. What savior? What champion of the world? It is all a ruse, a quintessential tale of a hero's downfall. Moreover, Satan was acutely aware that he was no hero. He merely appropriated the achievements of others time and again. It's over. This time it's truly over. Satan crouched down, cradling his head in despair. There was no room for a turnaround this time. Even though his mind brimmed with various schemes and strategies, they were utterly futile against Yifeng. Lies will inevitably be unveiled, and he shall reap what he has sown. Observing the despondent and panicked expression on Satan's face, Yifeng felt no sympathy. Those honors and status never rightfully belonged to him. Yifeng shook his head, and then his expression suddenly shifted as he raised his gaze skyward. He couldn't help but utter a curse. Damn. Is Satan's luck truly so resilient, or has he stepped in dog feces? This was due to the approaching presence of Sun Wukong. With his arrival, Satan's predicament would surely dissolve. The old fellow is indeed remarkably fortunate. In the blink of an eye, within mere seconds, Sun Wukong landed gracefully between Yifeng and Satan. Mr. Yifeng, Sun Wukong greeted with utmost respect. Had I known you were here, I would have refrained from coming. Wukong. It is indeed Wukong who has arrived. I am saved. What splendid news! Upon catching sight of Sun Wukong, the melancholy on Satan's face vanished without a trace, replaced by fervor and elation. Father-in-law, you are here as well. Sun Wukong cast a helpless glance at Satan, aware of his father-in-law's penchant for seeking the limelight despite his lack of strength. Ha! Wukong, you have finally arrived. Ha! Satan stood tall, affectionately placing his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder, proudly introducing him. With Wukong's arrival, all of Satan's troubles would be swiftly resolved. Yet, Sun Wukong wore a look of embarrassment, having lost count of how many times he had feigned being Satan's prized disciple. The onlookers remained skeptical, questioning why Satan consistently relied on his apprentice. Was it not due to his own lack of strength that he never took matters into his own hands? You arrived just in the nick of time. Your father-in-law has indeed been fortunate. Yifeng cast a fleeting glance at Sun Wukong and shook his head, remarking, Since Sun Wukong has arrived, there is no necessity for me to intervene. although he harbored a certain aversion towards Satan. He found no inclination or time to deliberately expose him. "I apologize for troubling you, my dear sir," Sun Wukong said with an awkward smile, expressing his regret. "My father-in-law is truly a source of constant concern. Well then, I shall handle this myself." After Yifeng's words, his body flickered and vanished, leaving behind a plate of sushi that he had not finished. Once Yifeng disappeared, Sun Wukong turned his serious gaze towards Baby. Although the energy felt weak, there was an unmistakable sense of danger. This individual must be approached with utmost caution. Saiyan. Baby rose to his feet once more, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Sun Wukong with fury. "I can sense a power akin to that of Sun Wukong. You must be the son of that little brat," Baby inquired, his eyes fixed on Sun Wukong. He could never forget the energy of Sun Wukong. "Do you know my father?" Sun Wukong replied earnestly, "Indeed, I am Sun Wukong." His eyes gleamed with determination as he stared intently at Baby. "Who are you? What is your purpose on Earth? Now this has become quite interesting. I shall absorb your energy, and then defeat Sun Wukong and that earlier scoundrel," Baby exclaimed, a mix of excitement and rage flooding his expression. "Not a single Saiyan shall be spared. This is the vengeance of the Zephyrians. Dad, take all the humans and leave quickly. This guy is extremely dangerous," Sun Wukong urged, turning to Satan. "Understood," Satan nodded hastily, gathering all the spectators to evacuate. He had witnessed the battles of Wukong and his companions, which could only be described as cataclysmic. Should they become embroiled in the conflict, they would surely meet a grim fate. "All right, the crowd has dispersed. It won't be so easy for you to defeat me. Just wait and see." A smirk crept onto Sun Wukong's face as he clenched his fists. It had been quite a while since he had engaged in such physical exertion. Today was a perfect opportunity to stretch his limbs. Chapter 21. Perhaps he likes the waves too? Is that so? "Arrogant Saiyan, your energy is formidable. I have set my sights on you." Baby's lips curled into a wicked smile as he clenched his fists tightly, a purple vortex swirling around him, accompanied by howling winds. The destructive force was immense. Boom. Under the onslaught of that terrifying gale, the city beneath their feet was reduced to rubble. Sun Wukong gripped his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with anger. "You despicable scoundrel, how dare you do such a thing? I will not let you escape unscathed." As his deep voice resonated, Sun Wukong dashed forward and landed a punch squarely on Baby's face, sending him crashing into the ground. "Ha ha ha. Let your fury rise, Saiyan. Anger will elevate your energy to its zenith. Only then can I fully harness your power." Baby was not deterred by the disparity in strength. Instead, he was exhilarated. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong relentlessly pressed Baby into the ground. Despite holding a significant advantage, he still sustained minor injuries in the fray. What Sun Wukong did not realize was that these seemingly inconsequential wounds were, in fact, exceedingly perilous. Meanwhile, on Yifeng's side, "Wow, I am so full. The sushi here is truly delightful." Yifeng patted his belly and, with a contented expression, inquired, "Esteemed guest, may I ask if you have finished your meal?" At that moment, a waiter approached cautiously, addressing Yifeng with the utmost respect. What a sudden and complete reversal in attitude. Yifeng felt somewhat perplexed. The attitude displayed just moments ago was evidently different. Moreover, it appeared that this server was somewhat intimidated by him. "Well, having finished my meal. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Yifeng inquired. "No, it's nothing. We welcome you to visit again next time," the waiter replied cautiously. He appeared to be somewhat intimidated by Yifeng, yet also showed a measure of respect. As Yifeng muttered to himself and exited the sushi restaurant, he was suddenly struck by the sight of a large screen across the street displaying footage of himself sweeping Baby off her feet. Ah, so that was it. Upon witnessing this scene, Yifeng finally comprehended the stark contrast in the waiter's attitude. Well then, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. A serious expression emerged on Yifeng's face. Subsequently, his body vanished from the spot. Upon reappearing, he found himself in the Divine Hall. "Mr. Yifeng, you have arrived." Dandy greeted him with utmost respect. "Indeed, I have come this time with matters of significance." Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement. As a traveler from another realm, he was acutely aware that Baby would soon exert dominion over all of humanity on Earth, including the deities and Mr. Satan. He could permit Baby to control the entirety of Earth's populace, as he yearned to engage in battle with Baby at his most formidable form. However, this dominion must not extend to the deities. Should the deity fall under Baby's influence and surrender the Black Star Dragon Balls, Earth would face the peril of annihilation. This eventuality was unacceptable to him. At least until he departed from the Dragon Ball G world, it must not transpire. "You see," he said, noting the seriousness etched upon Yifeng's face. This is no trivial matter. You must have witnessed that individual who fought against Son Gohan, correct? He possesses the power to control everyone, including Son Gohan, Vegeta, even Son Goku and all of you. While all may be susceptible to his control, as a deity, you are exempt from this fate. Do you understand? Yifeng spoke in one breath. Yes, Mr. Yifeng. However, my strength pales in comparison to that of Gohan and the others. If they were all to be controlled, Dandy's words trailed off, yet the implication was clear. If Gohan were to be subdued, what power would he possess to resist? The super divine water can eliminate the living eggs left by baby. Should one feel any unusual symptoms, a single drop of the super divine water will suffice. After Yifeng finished speaking, he vanished from the divine palace. I comprehend. Thank you, Mr. Yifeng. Although Yifeng has departed, Dandy still nodded emphatically, expressing his gratitude. Esteemed ancestor, judging from Yifeng's recent actions, he should not be a malevolent individual. In the realm of the King of Worlds, Jebbet and the old King of Worlds were observing the situation on Earth through a crystal ball, particularly focusing on Yifeng's movements. You know nothing. If Yifeng truly wished to prevent calamity on Earth, he could effortlessly eliminate that Zifur in an instant. The old King of Worlds reprimanded fiercely, unable to restrain himself from berating the fool for even a single day. Perhaps Yifeng enjoys the thrill of danger, much like Goku and the others? Jebbet speculated boldly. The old King of Worlds shot Jebbet a disdainful glare. This individual was utterly unfit for the role of King of Worlds, possessing too little intellect. Meanwhile, in the vast cosmos, Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Xiao Fang had successfully located all the Black Star Dragon Balls and were now returning to Earth. Author's note: readers with opinions are welcome to share. If 3 individuals express the same sentiment, I will promptly make revisions. Lastly, I shamelessly request a wave of support. Chapter 22. If you cannot grow stronger, you might as well perish. A day swiftly passed, and at this moment in the Divine Palace, Dandy paced anxiously. Mr. Yifeng, please lend your assistance. In just a day, all the people of Earth have been completely controlled by Baby. After wandering for some time, Dandy had no choice but to seek Yifeng's help. Not only have the Earthlings been ensnared, but even Gohan, Goten, and Vegeta are under Baby's control. Moreover, Goku and Trunks are absent from Earth, leaving Yifeng as the sole hope for salvation. Have they all been completely subdued? Yifeng was dining when he abruptly paused, lifting his head to inquire. The day had enslaved the entire planet, and indeed, Baby's speed was astonishing. Yes, please assist me, sir, he implored. Dandy quickly nodded in agreement, saying, keep a close watch on the super divine water. It is the key to whether all of humanity can recover. Yifeng rose to his feet and, after addressing Dandy, exited the divine temple, leaping down from the celestial hall. It appeared that Baby had successfully seized control of Vegeta's body, and with his power, he had likely attained the level of Super Saiyan 3. If he were to absorb the Saiyan energy from Gohan and Goten, he could potentially reach the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3. He was indeed worthy of being called a rival. Upon returning to Earth, the atmosphere had undergone a complete transformation, filled with a palpable sense of hatred. Lord Baby has detected Yifeng's energy. Gohan, under Baby's control, suddenly exclaimed, is that the scoundrel who dared to strike at me? Baby gritted his teeth and inquired. The 2 individuals he loathed the most were the Saiyan Goku, who had attacked him, and that arrogant being, whose name he believed to be Yifeng. Indeed, Lord Baby, Gohan replied with a respectful demeanor. A wicked smile crept across his lips, and his entire aura shifted dramatically. Find him. I want him to beg for death. Baby's voice resonated with chilling malice. The group then proceeded in search of Yifeng. Humph. Have they finally arrived? Yet, this energy seems somewhat disappointing. Feeling the approach of several energies, Yifeng disdainfully muttered to himself. Gohan and Goten had become mere shadows of their former selves. Hardly worth mentioning. He could eliminate them with a mere flick of his finger. However, the baby that had invaded Vegeta's body exuded such weak energy. Perhaps he had overestimated him. Whoosh. Almost instantaneously after Yifeng's words, 3 figures materialized directly in front of him, their eyes glowing a sinister red, and bloodthirsty smiles adorning their faces. You wretched little rat, you truly made me work for it, Baby said, his eyes ablaze with fierce flames. Addressing Yifeng with deliberate clarity. Although Baby had assumed Vegeta's form, his hair had turned white, and crimson streaks marked his face, indicating his malevolent nature. Seeking me? Do you feel you have lived long enough? Yifeng smiled faintly and spoke, were it not for the potential I see in him, I could easily obliterate him in an instant. Even though he has invaded Vegeta's body and grown stronger, the audacity of this creature to disrespect Lord Baby is unforgivable. Please allow me to eliminate this arrogant fool, Lord Baby. Controlled by external forces, Sun Wukong actively volunteered, seemingly having completely forgotten the fear instilled in him by Yifeng. Stand down. I shall personally snap his neck, Baby commanded Sun Wukong. This was the only way to quell the fury burning within him. A fool. Utterly oblivious to his own limitations, Yifeng cast a sympathetic glance at Baby, reflecting on the sheer ignorance of one who cannot even discern the situation before him. It is truly admirable how adept you are at provoking my ire, foolish insect. As Baby's chilling voice reverberated through the air, a pale purple energy sphere hurtled towards Yifeng. With a resounding explosion, the energy sphere detonated, enveloping Yifeng's form in a shroud of thick black smoke. Humph! A smirk curled upon Baby's lips. It was effortlessly dealt with, and he could not help but commend Vegeta's formidable physique. Yet, it was somewhat regrettable that he could not savor the torment of that insufferable being. How premature his joy seemed. Did he think such a trivial act could wound me? Suddenly, a frigid voice emerged from within the smoke. With a swift whoosh, a figure shot forth from the black haze, trailing a lengthy plume of smoke behind. In the next instant, Yifeng's fist plunged into Baby's abdomen, causing his entire back to arch in agony. A spurt of blood erupted from Baby's mouth, his body contorting into the shape of a boiled shrimp, a look of sheer terror illuminating his constricted pupils. What had just transpired? In an instant, he had been struck, and the speed was so overwhelming that he had no time to react. Meanwhile, Yifeng's fingertips pressed against Baby's forehead. Can you still grow stronger? If not, then you may as well perish. The chilling tone echoed in Baby's ears, akin to the summons of death itself, instilling a deep sense of dread within him. Chapter 23. You shall perish. No, it cannot be. Baby's pupils contracted, struggling to contain the realization that after invading Vegeta's body, he had been defeated in an instant. And now, his life hung by a thread. He, who should be the mightiest in the universe, found himself questioning the identity of this insignificant creature before him. How could he possess such formidable power? A multitude of questions flooded Baby's mind. Lord Baby, Gohan and Goten, witnessing Baby being subdued by Yifeng, were instantly consumed by a frenzied desire to rescue him. Get away. Yifeng struck out with his other hand, unleashing a force that sent both Sun Wukong and Sun Goten staggering backward. Who on earth are you? At that moment, a sense of panic emerged in Baby's tone. Indeed, he was frightened. After meticulously plotting for so long, the grand ambition of transforming the entire universe into the Z-Fighter race was on the verge of realization. Yet, an unforeseen variable had suddenly emerged, placing his very existence in the hands of another. Can you still grow stronger? If not, you shall soon vanish completely. Yifeng did not respond to Baby's inquiry. Instead, he coldly reiterated, Can you? Baby hastily nodded. From Yifeng's tone, he sensed a palpable intent to kill. If he could not grow stronger once more, he genuinely feared for his life. Very well, then show me your strength. Do not let me down again. Should you remain this weak, there will be no reason for you to continue existing. After Yifeng concluded his words, he retracted his finger. In an instant, Baby sensed the overwhelming intent to kill dissipate, leaving him with a profound sense of relief. Lord Baby, Sun Wukong, and Sun Goten quickly returned to his side, their loyalty unmistakable. It was evident that Baby's methods of control were indeed formidable. You too, channel all your Saiyan energy to me, Baby commanded coldly. If he could completely absorb the Saiyan energies of Sun Goten and Sun Wukong, perhaps he could eliminate Yifeng. This was his sole hope. Yes, Lord Baby. The brothers replied without hesitation, nodding as they directed all their energy towards him. The three were enveloped in a golden sphere of energy, emanating a powerful aura. After a full 2 minutes, the energy sphere gradually began to dissipate. Bang, bang. Sun Wukong and Sun Goten collapsed to the ground, looking utterly feeble. Lord Baby. This is all our energy. What a tremendous force. Haha. This power is incredibly exhilarating. Baby paid no heed to Sun Wukong and Sun Goten, instead clenching his fists tightly as an immense power surged within him. The absorption of Sun Wukong and Sun Goten's energy was far more than a mere sum of 3 energies. It experienced an exponential increase. At this moment, Baby's appearance transformed as well. The tear streaks on his face thickened, his eyes turned a light blue, and he donned an attire that was neither a vest nor armor, resembling neither distinctly. His appearance began to align closely with that of Baby. Now, I possess the mightiest Saiyan energy, Baby declared with unwavering confidence. He then turned his gaze toward Yifeng. Are you prepared for your demise, insect? TSK, TSK, TSK. Have you grown so arrogant with a mere increase in power? It seems the destruction of planet Zivil was no mere coincidence. Yifeng shook his head while casting a sympathetic glance at Baby. Humph. Even now you remain obstinate. Allow me to impart to you a taste of the most formidable power in this world. After uttering these words, Baby launched a punch directly at Yifeng, his fist enveloped in a swirling aura of violet light. Although he knew he could not vanquish Yifeng, he believed that inflicting even the slightest wound upon his body would signify his success. A resounding thud echoed as Baby's fist crashed heavily against Yifeng's chest. What? Baby gasped in astonishment, for Yifeng stood his ground like a solid rock, unwavering. His assault had proven utterly futile. How pitiful, he thought, a parasite that, despite harnessing the strength of 3 Saiyans, remains as feeble as an ant. Yifeng grasped Baby's fist firmly, then violently slammed it to the ground. The earth trembled violently, and Baby's body was forcefully embedded into the ground. Yifeng directed his palm towards Baby, a ball of destructive energy coalescing in his hand. Initially expecting you to provide some challenge, it now appears I have squandered much time in vain. Thus, you shall pay the price. Yifeng has lost all hope in this parasite, as there are numerous powerful beings in the Dragon Ball world. Chapter 24. The choice is yours. Wait a moment. I can still grow stronger. As long as I absorb Trunks' Saiyan energy, I will become even more formidable. Baby quickly raised his gaze in terror, clearly sensing Yifeng's murderous intent, realizing that Yifeng would not hesitate to take his life. I am sorry, but I have no expectations of you any longer. Yifeng shook his head, the energy sphere in his hand still swirling with intensity. At that moment, a streak of light suddenly flashed across the sky, and Yifeng sensed several very familiar auras. Had Sun Wukong and the others returned? In an instant, as Yifeng's thought lingered, Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Xiao Fang appeared before him. Yifeng, what is happening? Sun Wukong inquired, his expression puzzled. Father, what about Gohan and Goten? What is going on? Trunks echoed, equally bewildered by the scene before them. Moments ago, he had sensed the combined auras of Yifeng, Vegeta, and Gohan, prompting his immediate arrival on Earth. Why has Vegeta suddenly transformed like this? And why do Gohan and Goten emanate such strange energy? He pondered aloud. What is happening? Is this not the calamity you have brought upon yourselves? Yifeng spoke softly. What does it have to do with us? Sun Wukong gazed at Yifeng in puzzlement. Although it was true that Vegeta and the others had encountered issues, he had spent the past few months on other planets, thus making it impossible for him to be connected to them. Do you remember that fellow named Baby? Yifeng explained. Are you referring to that hideous creature created by Dr. Baby? Suddenly, Sun Wukong interjected. Did he not flee after being defeated on planet Bidru? How is it that Vegeta and Gohan have become entangled with him? However, during the encounter on planet Bidru, after being vanquished by Uncle Wukong, Baby managed to escape. How could he possibly have arrived on Earth? Xiao Fang and Trunks also expressed their bewilderment. You underestimate him far too much, Yifeng continued. He is currently possessing Vegeta's body, and he has exerted control over all the inhabitants of Earth. After Leaf Maple finished speaking, he turned to Sun Wukong and Trunks, continuing. I can completely erase him right now, but the cost will be the death of Vegeta. You must decide for yourselves whether you require my intervention. He found himself in a dilemma. On one hand, he deeply desired to eliminate Baby, this parasitic entity. On the other hand, Baby could assist Sun Wukong in transcending to Super Saiyan 4, thus providing him the opportunity to battle against Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. In such a quandary, he chose to leave the decision to them. Will Dad also be killed? Trunks furrowed his brow, clearly unable to accept such a price. That Baby did not seem particularly formidable. He had managed to expel him from his own body, and surely his proud father could accomplish the same. Vegeta. Sun Wukong cast a serious glance at Vegeta, who was pinned to the ground by Leaf Maple, and a resolute glint appeared in his eyes. Addressing Leaf Maple, he declared, Since Baby was released due to our actions, I shall take responsibility for dealing with him. Moreover, it seems this fellow has grown significantly stronger after seizing Vegeta's body. I find myself somewhat exhilarated. Very well, this is your choice. You shall bear any consequences that arise. Yifeng nodded, then released Baby. He hoped that Sun Wukong could, akin to Dragon Ball GT, transform into Super Saiyan 4 with the assistance of Old Kai. That would certainly add an element of excitement. Without Super Saiyan 4 in the GT timeline, something always seemed amiss. Subsequently, Yifeng vanished in an instant before Sun Wukong and the others. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the Heavenly Temple. Mr. Yifeng, you could have dealt with Baby just now. Why leave it to Mr. Wukong? Dandy inquired, somewhat perplexed. Given Mr. Wukong's current strength, he might not be able to eliminate Baby at all. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Mr. Wukong tends to be overly complacent and lacks decisiveness in battle. Because I wish to see Sun Wukong grow stronger, I require a worthy adversary. Yifeng smiled faintly, as if responding to Dandy, yet also seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Dandy looked at Yifeng with confusion. He truly could not comprehend Yifeng's feelings, as they existed on different planes of understanding. Meanwhile, in the realm of the old Kai, the elderly deity was fuming, his beard bristling with irritation. What on earth are these fools thinking? That rascal baby now inhabits Vegeta's body, entirely surpassing Goku's current strength. If they continue with this foolishness, they will endanger the entire universe, he exclaimed in exasperation. Yifeng could have thoroughly dealt with baby, yet Goku, that imbecile, insists on handling it himself. What a fool indeed. Perhaps Goku can resolve it, murmured Jebbit, and besides, if baby is killed, Vegeta will perish as well. That is why Goku and the others have made such a decision. Given the nature of Goku and his companions, they would never stand idly by while their ally Vegeta is in peril. Chapter 25. Isolated and helpless, Trunks is also controlled. Xiaofang, Trunks, you two step back. I will handle this guy, Goku said solemnly to Trunks and Xiaofang after Yifeng departed. All right, Uncle Goku. Be careful, Grandpa. Trunks and Xiaofang obediently retreated several paces. Such a level of combat was beyond their capabilities to intervene. Ah, we meet again, Son Goku, Baby declared. Standing up and brushing off the dust from his attire, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a sinister smile directed at Goku. Ah, I certainly did not expect to meet like this, but since you dare to cause chaos on Earth, I will not let you off, Goku said, clenching his fist as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Clearly, Goku was now enraged. The safety of Earth and his family was his bottom line. Is that so? With your current strength, do you truly believe you are my match? Will you really have the heart to kill your own son? Baby replied with a chilling smile, his voice reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, revolting to the ears. As Baby's words fell, Gohan and Goten swiftly encircled Goku. The Saiyan you despise most stands before you. Kill him. Baby commanded Gohan and Goten suddenly. Humph, that has nothing to do with me. I only need to defeat you, and they will naturally revert. Goku chuckled suddenly, then charged at Baby. However, Goku, due to his diminished size, was unable to unleash his full power. How could he possibly be Baby's opponent? Goku threw a flurry of punches, yet Baby effortlessly evaded each one. Is this truly All Might the strongest Saiyan, Son Goku can muster? Baby taunted while sidestepping Goku's attacks. Damn it, my power should be enough to defeat him. Goku frowned, incredulous. His speed and strength had significantly waned. Could it be due to his reduced size? Just as Goku was distracted, Baby seized his fist and drove his right knee into Goku's abdomen. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Goku was sent hurtling backward. Ouch! That hurts. Goku groaned, clutching his stomach in pain. Goku, now I shall let you experience my formidable power. Baby smirked coldly, his lips curling into a sinister grin. He then cupped his palms together, gathering a colossal energy sphere in his hands. As the massive energy sphere was unleashed, a cataclysmic explosion ensued upon impact with the ground, sending dust spiraling upward, forming colossal mushroom clouds. The earth trembled violently, as if facing the apocalypse. This creature, now inhabiting Vegeta's body, was indeed different. It seems I can no longer underestimate you, Goku thought, clenching his fists as he observed the devastation. Goku, no matter how you resist, today you cannot escape the fate of being killed by my own hands, Baby proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Then it seems I must ascend to Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Goku realized that he needed to transform to match Baby's strength. Huh. Goku clenched his fists, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that swept outward like blades of wind. What is he doing? Is Dad transforming into Super Saiyan 3? Gohan and Goten remarked with furrowed brows. At that moment, Goku's hair turned golden, cascading down to his waist. Indeed, it was Super Saiyan 3 Goku. However, Baby remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Humph, is this all you can display, Saiyan? Baby sneered at the transformed Goku. Gritting his teeth, Goku lunged at Baby. Bang! In the next instant, Goku's fist connected with Baby. Baby's body leaned back slightly. Indeed, taking a punch from Super Saiyan 3 only caused you to lean back a bit? Goku marveled in astonishment, unable to believe that Baby had withstood his punch without a scratch. Had he truly become so powerful after merging with Vegeta's strength? What is happening? That guy, facing Grandpa's attack, is completely unscathed? Xiaofang gasped in shock. Baby's power is far beyond what you imagine. Trunks interjected with a mocking tone. Baby? Trunks? What do you call that guy? Xiaofang turned, astonished to see Trunks' eyes glowing crimson, a sinister grin plastered on his face. Trunks, you two have been controlled by Baby? Xiaofang took several steps back in terror. Indeed, during the battle on planet Bidru, Baby had previously possessed Trunks. Could it be that he was under control back then? Chapter 26. Baby's revenge, the death ball. Trunks, now transformed, elicited a surge of anger in Goku's eyes. You have even managed to control Trunks. I shall not let you escape. You scoundrel. Goku's furious voice erupted from between clenched teeth as he charged towards Baby once more. However, midway through his ascent, Goku abruptly reverted to his normal state. This is bad, he exclaimed, realizing that his diminished form rendered him incapable of sustaining the Super Saiyan third-level transformation for long. Such a predicament was dire indeed. What is the matter, Goku? Is this all the power the mightiest Saiyan possesses? Baby's chilling laughter cut through the air. If that is the case, I shall take action now and send you to the depths of hell. As he spoke, an energy sphere materialized in his palm, hurtling towards Goku in an instant. Before Goku could recover from his astonishment, he was engulfed by the energy wave. The earth-shattering explosion resonated as Goku was forcefully thrust into the ground. Ha ha ha. At last, I have slain you, Goku. Baby's laughter echoed amidst the violent eruption and the swirling dust. I am not so easily vanquished. Goku's voice suddenly rang out, and his form slowly ascended once more. Baby's laughter abruptly ceased. What a resilient little brat. In that case, let me savor the pleasure of tormenting you. Though taken aback, Baby felt no anger. Allowing the Saiyan he despised to perish so easily would be too merciful. With that, Baby vanished and reappeared directly before Goku, delivering a heavy blow to his abdomen. Ugh! Goku spat out bile, fatigue evident in his eyes. Baby's assault was overwhelmingly fierce, especially as he found himself unable to unleash his full strength. Then, Baby clasped his hands and struck down hard upon Goku's head. Boom! The force sent Goku crashing into the solid rock wall like a meteor, causing the mountain to tremble and collapse. Meanwhile, in the heavenly temple on Earth, Dandy watched the battle below, anxiously wringing his hands. If this continued, Goku might meet his demise. Mr. Yefeng, please help Goku. If this goes on, he will be killed. Dandy's gaze implored Yefeng, believing that only he could contend with an opponent that even Goku could not face. This is his own choice. He must see it through, even if it means kneeling. Yefeng cast a glance at the ailing Sun Wukong before turning resolutely towards the Room of Spirit and Time. While he could easily eliminate Baby at this moment, doing so would prevent Sun Wukong from transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. Thus, he opted to refrain from intervening for the time being. As Dandy prepared to make another effort, Yefeng had already entered the Room of Spirit and Time. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kais, the elder deity expressed his concern. Master Ancestor, Wukong is on the verge of collapse. What should we do? Jebit, with a look of urgency, gazed at the crystal ball displaying the feeble Sun Wukong. That scoundrel Yefeng is truly standing idly by, the old Kai remarked, his brow furrowed with gravity. If Wukong were to perish, Baby could indeed pose a grave threat to the entire universe. Quickly use instant transmission to bring Wukong here. I have a way to restore his strength. Understood, Master Ancestor, Jebit replied, disappearing from the realm of the Kais. Now, Sun Wukong, feel the wrath of the Zuffer people coalescing into this energy sphere. This time, I will obliterate your body into atoms, ensuring you vanish from the universe forever. Baby declared furiously at the battered Wukong. Haha, you truly are formidable. I might really become a resident of the underworld this time. Wukong responded with a bitter smile, utterly unable to resist, even unable to blink. It seemed doom was imminent. All Earthlings transformed by Zuffer, release all your resentment towards the Saiyans. Baby raised his palms high, murmuring incantations. Simultaneously, every human on Earth who had been implanted with Baby's eggs suddenly had their eyes ablaze with crimson light. Streams of dark resentment surged from their bodies, intertwining and converging towards Baby's palms. Moments later, the black energy sphere in Baby's hands had grown to the size of a mountain. Come forth, Sun Wukong. This is the vengeful death bomb forged from the resentment of all Zuffer. As the roar echoed, the vengeful death bomb hurtled towards Sun Wukong. It's over. My body cannot move. Wukong could only watch helplessly as the black energy sphere descended upon him. Chapter 27. Has Wukong died? OOB's revenge. Boom. The vengeful death bomb struck the earth, causing it to sink gradually. Instantly, a massive pit formed, as though the energy sphere had completely penetrated the planet. Haha. At last. I have slain you, Sun Wukong. All Saiyans are now dealt with. Baby laughed heartily, drawing ever closer to his goal. I can no longer sense my father's presence. Yes. Father has been killed by Lord Baby, Son Gohan and Son Goten remarked coldly, devoid of any sorrow or regret. Baby's eggs had indeed proven formidable, stripping away their familial ties. With the Saiyans eliminated, it was time to deal with that scoundrel. A vision of Yefeng suddenly flashed in Baby's mind, causing his smile to gradually fade. That scoundrel was far more troublesome than Sun Wukong. My subordinates, now transfer all your Saiyan energy to me. After contemplating, Baby commanded Son Gohan, Trunks, and the others. Previously, he had absorbed Gohan's and Goten's energy but could not contend with Yifeng. However, after absorbing their combined energy, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. He would become the mightiest Saiyan in the world and would surely eliminate that scoundrel. Yes, Lord Baby, Son Gohan, and the others nodded. Encircling Baby as golden auras enveloped them, Saiyan energy gradually flowed into Baby's body. Xiao Fang observed the unfolding situation and promptly turned to flee. However, Baby and his group were unable to pursue her as their energy transfer was not yet complete. Just a mere ant, she poses no real threat. 3 minutes later, Son Gohan and the others had fully transferred their Saiyan energy to Baby. Lord Baby, this is all our energy, Son Gohan said, visibly weakened. Haha, excellent. Now I possess the mightiest power in the world. Baby laughed maniacally, his form undergoing a transformation. His vest vanished, replaced by a tunic resembling armor. His hair turned pure white, and his eyes became blue, his overall appearance increasingly resembling Baby. Lord Baby, what shall we do now? Son Gohan inquired. Now? It is time to pay a visit to the sacred realm. I intend to use the dragon to recreate a Zephyr planet. I shall never allow wild monkeys to tarnish it. All galaxies, be they southern or northern, or the entire universe, shall fall under my control, Baby proclaimed, clenching his fist with ambition. And now, I undoubtedly possess the capability to achieve this. Yes, Lord Baby, Son Gohan, and the others nodded, following closely behind Baby. Just as Baby was about to head to the sacred realm, a figure suddenly broke through the air. Whoosh! In the next moment, a dark-skinned youth appeared before Baby. This dark-skinned youth was none other than OOB, Son Wukong's disciple. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, I just sensed Master Wukong's energy. What is happening? OOB asked, his expression troubled. He had felt Wukong's energy briefly, but then it vanished, leaving him with an ominous premonition. Oh, there are still people on Earth who have not been implanted with my eggs. How surprising, Baby remarked coldly. A fleeting look of surprise crossing his face as he regarded OOB. However, that Saiyan, Son Wukong, has been erased from this world. The image of that shocking moment is truly rare, Baby boasted proudly to OOB. Although Son Wukong was considered the strongest Saiyan, his fate had been the most tragic. What? Master Wukong has been. OOB clenched his fist tightly, memories of Wukong's teachings flooding his mind. I will never forgive you, scoundrel. OOB's fury surged to its peak. His energy flaring, his hair rising without wind. With a swift kick, he launched himself towards Baby. I was just feeling bored. Let me have some fun with you before I end your life, Baby sneered, dismissing OOB entirely. The only true threat to his plans was that scoundrel Yifeng. In the time chamber, Yifeng maintained a composed demeanor while executing various movements. Although his system endowed him with formidable abilities, he understood the necessity of diligent cultivation. Relying solely on the system would not suffice to elevate him to the pinnacle of this universe. Chapter 28. You've become quite arrogant, Baby. As expected, mere minutes later, Obu was thoroughly defeated by Baby. Following Obu's defeat, Baby and his companions promptly made their way to the Divine Palace. Oh no, Baby is heading towards the Divine Palace. Dandy's face turned a ghastly shade of green upon witnessing Baby's approach. Sir, please summon Mr. Yifeng immediately. At this moment, Goku had already perished. And Obu's fate remained uncertain. The only one capable of halting Baby was Yifeng. The consequences of the Black Star Dragon Balls falling into Baby's hands would be dire. I understand, Supreme Kai, came the response as he nodded and entered the time chamber. Simultaneously, Baby, accompanied by several subordinates, arrived at the Divine Palace. Baby. Dandy stumbled back in fear. What a surprise. I didn't expect you to remain unscathed by my control, Baby remarked, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. He recalled having implanted an egg within this Namekian's body. What do you intend to do? Dandy stammered, his voice trembling. Hand over the Dragon Balls. And I shall grant you the honor of becoming my subordinate. Baby extended his hand towards Dandy. So it is for the Dragon Balls. Dandy summoned his courage, declaring loudly. Forget it. I will never surrender the Dragon Balls to you. If you relinquish the Dragon Balls, Earth would indeed be doomed. Dandy, you should cooperate with Lord Baby. We can still be friends, Son Gohan sneered at Dandy. I am friends with Gohan and the others, but certainly not with you. Dandy shook his head. Realizing that the figure before him was no longer Gohan, but merely a puppet of Baby, refusing the wine only to be served the punishment drink. You will soon regret it. Baby's tone turned icy. Once he regained control, Dandy would have no choice but to obey. I advise you not to act recklessly, mister. Yifeng is within the divine palace. If you dare to misbehave, he will not spare you. Dandy hastily mentioned Yifeng's name, believing he alone could deter baby. That scoundrel? He is probably hiding after witnessing my power. If he dares to show his face, I will personally shatter his bones. Baby's expression darkened with fury at the mention of Yifeng. That bastard. He has humiliated me twice, now that I have grown stronger. I shall not let him off easily. Is that so? You seem a bit overconfident. Baby, a familiar voice interjected just as Baby finished speaking. Yifeng emerged from the time chamber, followed closely by the Supreme Kai. TCH, what an irritating fellow. Baby clenched his fists tightly, despite being aware of his newfound strength. A flicker of apprehension crossed his mind upon seeing Yifeng, indicating he was indeed intimidated by him. Were you not going to crush my bones? Here I stand before you. Why not give it a try? Yifeng approached Bei by step, waved his hand, and spoke. Lady Bei, please allow us to deal with him. Sun Wukong, along with Trunks, stepped forward, volunteering this troublesome fellow. Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly, and in an instant, his figure appeared behind Sun Wukong and his companions. With a swift motion, he delivered 3 precise blows, and they collapsed gently to the ground. Dandy, use the super divine water to awaken them, he commanded. Yes, Mr. Yifeng, Dandy replied, finally shaking off his shock, his face alight with excitement as he nodded vigorously. He then proceeded to drag Sun Wukong and his companions over. Baby furrowed his brow tightly, bewildered by Yifeng's rapid movement, which he had failed to comprehend. The speed was astonishing. Could there truly be such a significant disparity between them? This battle could potentially obliterate the divine temple, so let us descend below. As Yifeng's voice echoed, his body abruptly materialized before Baby. With his right hand splayed open, he pressed firmly against Baby's face. In this position, the two plummeted towards the ground at an astonishing speed. The earth trembled with a resounding crash as Baby's form was forcefully driven into the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. A massive crater was carved into the surface, causing the very planet to shudder violently in that fleeting moment. Infuriatingly, Baby clenched his teeth tightly. This nearly humiliating treatment ignited his fury. Harnessing energy in both palms, he unleashed a powerful strike towards Yifeng. Yifeng gently lifted his body into the air. Then with a swift motion, he sent the energy sphere flying with a single slap. What a farce. Such feeble strength dares to proclaim itself as the might of the strongest Saiyan? Yifeng cast a disdainful glance at Baby and coldly remarked, Chapter 29, Disappear. Pitiful parasite. Hence, do not repeatedly underestimate my power. Fury blazed in Baby's eyes as both palms were aimed directly at Yifeng, unleashing energy orbs that soared forth in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. The energy orbs collided incessantly, erupting in a cacophony of explosions. In an instant, Yifeng was enveloped by the thick smoke generated by the explosion. After executing a set of royal combat techniques known as the Revenge Death Bomb, Baby raised her palms high into the air, drawing forth streams of dark energy from all directions. This time, she vowed to harness the collective grievances of humanity to ensure that this detestable insect would vanish forever. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Yifeng's figure re-emerged within Baby's line of sight. However, despite being bombarded by so many energy spheres, Yifeng appeared utterly unfazed. Such flamboyant attacks merely stirred up a bit of dust. Yifeng gently patted his garments, speaking with a calm demeanor. At present, Baby's strength merely reaches the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3. Even the entirety of the Revenge Death Ball holds no significance in my eyes. May you vanish forever, Baby bellowed, as the Revenge Death Ball above him plummeted directly toward Yifeng. This time, he brimmed with confidence, convinced that no one could possibly survive his Revenge Death Ball. As the colossal black energy sphere descended upon him like a mountain, Yifeng raised his hands high, determined to catch the Revenge Death Ball. In an instant, as his hands made contact with the energy sphere, Yifeng's body plummeted, overwhelmed by an immense force pressing down upon him. This power exceeded Yifeng's expectations, for it was a culmination of the grievances of all humanity on Earth, far surpassing the energy that Baby alone could muster. Yifeng's feet struck the ground, only to plunge directly into the earth. Haha, how audacious of you, a mere ant, to attempt to withstand the requiem of vengeance. Surely, you overestimate your own significance. Witnessing Yifeng's foolish antics, Baby shouted in triumphant glee. Once I eliminate this insignificant ant, I shall have no rivals left in the entire universe. Is that so? It appears you harbor great confidence in your so-called garbage requiem. Suddenly, Yifeng's mocking voice echoed throughout the air. Ha! In the next moment, accompanied by a deep roar, a surge of white energy erupted from beneath the requiem of vengeance. At that instant, Yifeng underwent a remarkable transformation. His black hair stood on end, and his eyes radiated a piercing light. Then, with one hand raised, he held the black requiem of vengeance, his body gradually levitating into the air. Is this the method you take such pride in? It is utterly feeble. Yifeng's lips curled in disdain as he addressed Baby. After uttering those words, with a slight exertion, he crushed the vengeful death bomb in his grasp. A surge of black energy erupted in all directions, creating a cacophony of explosions. In an instant, the ground around them was pockmarked with countless deep craters. No, it's impossible. He actually crushed my vengeful death bomb with his bare hands. This is utterly inconceivable. Fear finally flickered in Baby's eyes as he instinctively recoiled. His most formidable attack had been obliterated so effortlessly, and the rogue before him had, in that fleeting moment, exponentially increased in power. Moreover, his demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. Whoosh. In the next moment, Yifeng stood directly before Baby, delivering a punch to his chest. Although it appeared effortless, Baby was sent hurtling backwards. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, he shattered dozens of mountain peaks, skimming the ground for nearly 100 yards before finally coming to a halt. With a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood, pain etched across his face. As he struggled to retaliate, he realized he could hardly muster the strength to rise. Swish. Yifeng reappeared before Baby, looking down upon him with a commanding presence. Perish. Pitiful parasite. Yifeng's palm was directed at Baby, his eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. After transforming into a mysterious form, he shed all traces of indecision. Wait a moment, grant me another chance, Baby pleaded, sensing the grim call of death, her eyes glimmering with terror as she implored Yifeng. A chance? Do you truly deserve one? Yifeng suddenly broke into a chilling smile, and the energy sphere swelled once more. How infuriating. I refuse to perish at the hands of such insignificant beings. After a fleeting glimmer in his eyes, Baby transformed into a small gray orb, bursting through Vegeta's body before reverting to his original form, and fled at breakneck speed. At last, are you willing to emerge? Observing Baby's face, awash with terror as he scurried in all directions, Yifeng instantaneously teleported before him. The energy sphere pressed firmly against Baby's form. Vanish. As the icy words fell from his lips, the energy sphere propelled Baby toward the sun. Chapter 30. I shall be your opponent, Son Goku. With a thunderous roar, the energy sphere collided with the sun, instantly igniting a crimson ripple. Dazzling light enveloped the entire galaxy in an instant. In that moment, Baby's energy vanished without a trace. Has the threat been neutralized? Yifeng took a gentle breath, returning to his usual demeanor, although he had always desired for Baby to grow stronger. Hoping for a fair contest in the future, this individual was indeed exceedingly unlikable, evoking an instinctive urge to eliminate him upon sight. As for Sun Wukong transforming into Super Saiyan 4, it was not necessarily reliant on Baby's power. After dealing with Baby, Sun Gohan and the others had regained their senses and returned to Yifeng's side. Mr. Yifeng, we are profoundly grateful to you, Sun Wukong expressed, his face a mixture of guilt and awkwardness. While they had lost their rationality under Baby's control, they could still recall the events of the past few days upon regaining their senses. You were merely under his influence. Yifeng turned his head and spoke softly. Father. Trunks hurriedly ran to Vegeta and lifted him up. We inadvertently caused Father's death. Gohan and Goku clenched their fists, their faces etched with guilt and remorse. Surely, Father in heaven harbored resentment towards them. If only they could trade their lives for Father's. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air. Oh, everyone has recovered? A familiar voice resonated from behind, and Gohan and Goten were instantly moved to tears. Father, they exclaimed, turning around to behold Goku's signature smile. Beside him stood the Supreme Kai. Father, how is this possible? Gohan asked, tears brimming with excitement. He yearned to inquire how his father had survived, for he had distinctly witnessed Goku being struck by Baby's revenge death ball, his life force extinguished. Ah, just as I was about to be hit. The Supreme Kai suddenly teleported me to his realm, Goku explained with a cheerful demeanor, as if recounting an inconsequential event. The Supreme Kai? Gohan and Goten directed their gaze towards the Supreme Kai, hastily expressing their gratitude. Without the Supreme Kai's intervention, Father might have truly perished. All right, Goku. Now that Baby has been dealt with by Mr. Yifeng, I shall return to the Supreme Kai's realm, the Supreme Kai announced, his purpose being to escort Goku back to Earth. Ah, thank you, Supreme Kai, Goku nodded, expressing his gratitude with a smile. Indeed, the Supreme Kai said, gesturing towards Goku before turning to Yifeng. Mr. Yifeng, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your decisive action in eliminating Baby, thus averting a cosmic catastrophe. Had you not intervened, the entire universe could have fallen under Baby's control, given his formidable abilities. He managed to dominate the entire Earth in just one day. You need not thank me. My actions were driven solely by my disdain for him. I am not as noble as you suggest. Yifeng replied. Yifeng waved his hand towards the god Jebet and expressed his gratitude, saying, regardless of the circumstances, thank you. After Jebet finished speaking, he instantly teleported back to the realm of the King of Worlds. A few minutes later, Vegeta had awakened, glancing at everyone with a hint of embarrassment. By the way, Dad, how did your tail suddenly reappear? It was at this moment that Son Gohan curiously inquired. He had long noticed Son Goku's tail but had refrained from asking until now. The old Kaioshin helped me manifest my tail to channel the power within my body. Son Goku replied with a joyful smile. Hee, I should be stronger now. TCH, that bastard Kakarot has become stronger again? Vegeta shot a jealous glare at Son Goku, thinking to himself, being left behind by this guy is truly unsettling. Is that how it is? Son Gohan nodded in partial understanding. Since it's the old Kaioshin who said so, it must be true, yet I don't feel any increase in Dad's energy. Well, I had intended to use my newfound strength to confront Baby, but since Yifeng has already dealt with him, it is indeed a bit regrettable. Son Goku remarked with some reluctance. That guy Baby is indeed formidable. Not having fought him is somewhat unsatisfying. Regret? Is that so? Son Gohan and the others were expressions of bitterness, realizing that only their father would feel such regret. They were all eager to eliminate the terrifying being who nearly destroyed the earth. Do you wish to test the power you have gained? Yifeng, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke with a calm tone. Yes, I would like to experience it. Son Goku nodded, a smile appearing in his eyes, seemingly comprehending Yifeng's query. All right, then I shall be your opponent. Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he addressed Sun Wukong. Chapter 31. Combat with a mindset of killing. Ha, I've been waiting for you to say that, Sun Wukong exclaimed with palpable excitement. Your strength far surpasses that of Bebe. Sun Wukong had long desired an earnest battle with Yifeng, but he had refrained from such thoughts, fully aware of the disparity in their powers. Now, having heard the old Supreme Kai mention that he could gain significant strength by unleashing his tail, his excitement was palpable. Dad, it may not be wise for you to spar with Mr. Yifeng right now. Son Gohan interjected urgently, mindful that Yifeng had just rescued them all. Don't worry, Gohan. We are merely engaging in a friendly contest, Sun Wukong replied with a gentle smile. You are mistaken, Sun Wukong. This time, I am not prepared for a mere contest. If you prove to be my inferior, I shall take your life. Yifeng suddenly spoke with utmost seriousness. Indeed. This time he must adopt a mindset of vanquishing Sun Wukong in their battle. Perhaps only then would the latter feel the pressure. He would then unleash his potential and transform into a Super Saiyan 4. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback, unable to fathom that such words had escaped Yifeng's lips. After all, since their first encounter, Yifeng had exhibited no signs of threatening the earth or harboring any animosity towards them. How could he possibly wish to slay him? Mr. Yifeng, you must be jesting, Son Gohan and the others concurred, believing Yifeng was merely fooling around. Logically, Yifeng was not their adversary, and thus had no motive or justification for killing his father. Whether it was a jest would soon become evident. Indeed, should he be defeated by me, it would not only be Sun Wukong who meets his demise, but all of you as well. In Yifeng's eyes, a piercing cold light suddenly erupted, and a murderous intent became evident. What? Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others were taken aback by Yifeng's gaze. A sudden thought emerging in their minds, that Yifeng truly intended to kill them. If that is the case, I must give it my all. Observing Yifeng's eyes brimming with lethal intent, Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kaioshin, what has happened to Yifeng? He seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. The god of Jebet was perplexed. Just moments ago, Yifeng had been perfectly fine. Furthermore, he had just vanquished Baby, rescuing Earth from peril. If he wished to eliminate Sun Wukong and the others, why had he first come to their aid? It was unclear. That fellow was akin to an enigma, yet it was entirely plausible that he could indeed commit such acts. The old Kaioshin spoke with a grave expression, admitting his utter lack of understanding of Yifeng, whose depths were as unfathomable as an abyss. Could it truly be so? However, esteemed ancestor, did you not assist Wukong in enhancing his strength? Perhaps Yifeng may not necessarily be Wukong's equal. The god of Jebet, with a glimmer of hope, tentatively addressed the old Kaioshin. If Wukong could successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4, he might indeed defeat Yifeng. Yet that fool was far too impatient. Before I could elaborate, they had already returned to Earth. Merely assisting him in regaining his tail had not augmented his power at all. The old Kaioshin expressed his frustration, lamenting that he had intended to explain things to Sun Wukong, But that fellow was simply too hasty, affording him no time to finish. Very well. Let me witness the power you have gained. Yifeng clenched his fist, and a tempest surged forth, his gaze transforming into one of exceptional sharpness. If I am to battle you, I shall immediately ascend to Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong, perceptive as ever, recognized Yifeng's formidable prowess and deemed it unnecessary to engage in futile tests of strength. Ha ha ha. With a series of low growls, Sun Wukong promptly transformed into Super Saiyan 3. It seems my power hasn't increased. Sun Wukong observed his own form with a hint of confusion. Could it be that I have reached my limit? Yet, he dismissed the thought, knowing that the truth would reveal itself once the combat commenced. Just as Sun Wukong pondered this, Yifeng's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear instantaneously before him, launching a powerful punch in his direction. Hey, that was a bit too much, don't you think? Sun Wukong exclaimed in complaint, hastily crossing his fists in defense before his chest. Bang! Yifeng's fist landed heavily upon the crossed arms of Sun Wukong, sending his body hurtling backward. Boom! In an instant, several towering mountains were reduced to mere rubble, with Sun Wukong's form embedded in the rock face. Ouch, it hurts. Sun Wukong quickly shook his arms, his expression a grimace of pain. Yifeng's punches felt exceedingly heavy, leaving my own arm completely numb. Given this, I too must take this seriously. After shaking out his arms, Sun Wukong fixed a solemn gaze upon Yifeng. Chapter 32, Fusion. Go tanks. With that, he leaped into the air, launching an attack towards Yifeng. However, due to Sun Wukong's diminished stature, his speed was significantly reduced. And despite throwing dozens of punches, he failed to even graze the hem of Yifeng's garment. The scene was remarkably comical, reminiscent of an elementary school student attempting to spar with a high schooler, utterly ludicrous. What is happening? Has Lord Kaioshin deceived me? Sun Wukong felt a sense of bewilderment, realizing that his strength and speed had not improved in the slightest. Go down, Sun Wukong. Yifeng suddenly seized Sun Wukong's fist, then forcefully flung him away, causing Sun Wukong's body to crash heavily onto the ground. The impact created a massive crater. After sending Sun Wukong flying, Yifeng showed no intention of holding back. Instead, he raised his palm high. A terrifying golden energy sphere began to coalesce in his hand. What? Is Yifeng truly intent on killing my father? Sensing the dreadful aura emanating from the energy sphere, Sun Gohan and the others frowned deeply. Such a formidable energy sphere could undoubtedly annihilate Sun Wukong. I knew that scoundrel was up to no good. Vegeta furrowed his brow tightly, speaking with indignation. However, even if they all joined forces, they could never hope to match Yifeng's power. Only Kakarot stood a chance against him, yet it seemed that possibility had vanished. At that moment, the energy sphere in Yifeng's palm was hurled directly at Sun Wukong. Father, Kakarot, Uncle Wukong, Sun Gohan and Vegeta called out in unison. Yet, they were powerless to intervene, as it was an impossible feat to stop. What? Is this guy really going to kill me? Sun Wukong was equally alarmed. But the energy sphere was already descending upon him, leaving no room for evasion. Boom. Upon impact, the ground within a 100-foot radius collapsed instantaneously, creating a cacophony of violent noise. Sun Wukong's body was engulfed by the terrifying explosion. Father, Kakarot, Sun Gohan and Vegeta hurriedly appeared before Yifeng, glaring at him with fury. How dare you do this? Sun Gohan clenched his fist tightly, transforming into a Super Saiyan, demanding an explanation from Yifeng. Do I really need to explain my actions to you? Yifeng spoke softly, confident that soon they would comprehend his intentions. Damn it, let's join forces, Gohan. Vegeta said gravely. Although his pride forbade collaboration, the current predicament compelled him to set it aside. In light of Bulma and the others' lives, his arrogance could be temporarily relinquished. Understood, Uncle Vegeta, Gohan replied earnestly, recognizing that to thwart Yifeng, they must engage in battle. Goten, we shall join as well, Trunks declared with determination, glancing at his companion. Indeed, Goten nodded, fully aware of the alliance Trunks referred to. The two then took several synchronized steps forward, executing a rather peculiar series of movements. Fusion. A harmonious utterance resonated from their throats as they mirrored each other's motions, their index fingers touching. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, drawing the attention of all present. Oh, Gotenks, is it? This could prove interesting. Yifeng gazed at the golden aura, a playful smile gracing his lips. It seemed that the fused form of Goten and Trunks possessed the strength of a Super Saiyan 3. It appeared that he could buy some time for Goku. It had been a while since he had witnessed their fusion. A subtle smile crept across Vegeta's lips, his mood lightening somewhat. For he could sense the immense power emanating from Gotenks, far surpassing Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3 form just moments ago. The golden light gradually faded away, revealing Gotenks before the onlookers. His hair stood tall, black in the center with purple on the sides, adorned in the distinctive vest of the Metamorphs. A proud smirk graced his lips. Hey, you. You are incredibly rude. Just look at the devastation you've caused here. Allow me, Gotenks, to teach you a proper lesson. Gotenks wiped the tip of his nose, pointing imperiously at Yifeng. Although Goten and Trunks had both undergone changes in character, their playful demeanor returned upon merging. Teach me a lesson? Come, give it a try. Yifeng smiled and beckoned to Wutian Keisai, saying, You still have not realized your folly. You have successfully provoked my ire. Wutian Keisai lifted his head, a smirk gracing his lips as he clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, a golden aura erupted from his being, his hair transforming into a brilliant gold and blue lightning crackling around him. Clearly, he had ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 33. Are you prepared to surrender, Kakarot? The warriors after fusion are indeed not to be underestimated. Yifeng gazed at Gotenks and smiled, remarking, This fellow seems to be a tad overconfident, does he not? The mere strength of a Super Saiyan 2 dares to contend with me, how utterly foolish. Come now, Gotenks. Transform into Super Saiyan 3 swiftly. In your current state, you stand no chance against Yifeng, urged Son Gohan. Fully aware of the hubris that often accompanied Gotenks after their fusion. No need to rush, no need to rush. I can defeat him just like this, he. Gotenks proclaimed, raising his chin with an air of arrogance, his finger waggling playfully. This brashness, had it not been for his overconfidence against Majin Buu, would not have led to his eventual absorption by the fiend. Hey, Gotenks, transform into Super Saiyan 3 immediately. Vegeta commanded, his tone brooking no argument. All right. Gotenks acquiesced, nodding in acknowledgement of Vegeta's fierce admonition, for he dared not defy him. It is indeed an honor for you to witness my transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Gotenks declared with pride directed at Yifeng. With that, he clenched his fists, and bulging muscles erupted from his arms as a terrifying aura surged from his body once more. His golden hair lengthened dramatically until it cascaded down to his waist, while his eyebrows vanished entirely and his brow jutted upward, imparting a somewhat sinister charm. In light of this, it truly seems to be my privilege. Yifeng nodded with a playful expression, acknowledging that at this moment, Gotenks possessed considerable strength. He was certainly not much weaker than the Super Saiyan 3 Goku he had first encountered. The fusion had indeed bestowed upon him immense power. Now you recognize my prowess, don't you? It is time for you to face the consequences of your earlier rudeness, Gotenks declared before launching an attack towards Yifeng. In swift succession, Gohan and Vegeta joined the fray. Perhaps, if we all strike together, we might have a chance of victory, Gohan mused silently. Very well. Until Goku successfully transforms into Super Saiyan 4, I shall indulge you in some playful combat. Yifeng lowered his hands, which had been clasped before his chest, and spoke with a faint smile. However, that smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce expression, his hair standing on end as a white aura surged forth. Although he was confident that he could not be defeated by them, the presence of the troublesome Gotenks posed a slight challenge. Yet, upon transforming into his mysterious form, vanquishing them became considerably easier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the three of them launched their fists towards Yifeng simultaneously, arriving just in time. Yifeng unleashed a simultaneous barrage of fists, opting to confront Gotenks and Gohan head-on. With a resounding impact, the collision of their blows sent Gohan and Gotenks staggering back several dozen yards. Subsequently, Yifeng deftly tilted his head, evading Vegeta's punch with finesse. Let us begin with you, Vegeta. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Yifeng's mouth as he swiftly seized Vegeta's fist. With a forceful tug of his left hand, he then drove his right knee hard into Vegeta's abdomen. Bang! A surge of bile erupted from Vegeta's mouth. Subsequently, Yifeng conjured an energy sphere, pressing it firmly against Vegeta's chest. Your battle has come to an end. With those words, the energy sphere detonated. Boom. Vegeta was sent flying, landing squarely in the pit where Sun Wukong resided. Daddy! Uncle Vegeta! Gotenks and Gohan exclaimed in unison. You insufferable wretch, you have provoked my wrath. I shall deal with you thoroughly. Gotenks furrowed his brow, realizing he must unleash his full power. Super Ghost Kamikaze attack. Gotenks puffed out 10 identical specters, as if blowing bubbles. This scene was strikingly familiar to Yifeng. After all, it was the very technique employed against Majin Buu. Who would have thought that even as he grew up, he remained such a clown? Spirits, attack. Gotenks commanded, and the 10 specters surged towards Yifeng. TCH. A tiresome little trick. Yifeng gently shook his head. Such trivial amusements were hardly worthy of attention. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. The phantoms were instantly jolted back, each one exploding upon contact. In an instant, Yifeng vanished, and when he reappeared, Wutian Keisai had been sent flying. How infuriating. Wutian Keisai was utterly incapable of halting him. Vegeta, battered and bruised, clenched his fists tightly, yet he found himself devoid of combat capability. However, upon turning his gaze, he spotted Sun Wukong beside him. Though Sun Wukong had endured harrowing assaults, he still clung to life. "Hey, Kakarot, are you truly prepared to surrender?" Vegeta inquired, scrutinizing Sun Wukong. "Kakarot, I possess no strength left." Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes, revealing the weariness that rendered even the slightest movement a formidable challenge. How could he retaliate? "No, you still have strength," Vegeta asserted emphatically, glancing at Sun Wukong's tail. Chapter 34. Wukong transforms into a giant ape. What? A look of bewilderment crossed Sun Wukong's weakened visage. The prospect of summoning any additional strength seemed implausible, given his current state. "Fool, have you forgotten that our Saiyan power is concentrated in our tails? If you transform into a great ape, you will possess tenfold strength. I believe what the Kaioshin meant by growing stronger pertains to this," Vegeta explained earnestly. It was unfortunate that Kakarot could be so oblivious at times, failing to grasp the essence of the message. Meanwhile, in the realm of the old Kaioshin, tears of joy streamed down his face. Finally, someone comprehended his intentions. Vegeta and Piccolo truly embodied the intellectual pillars among the Z fighters. "Are you suggesting I transform into a great ape? But that would mean losing my rationality." Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, addressing Vegeta. He recalled the incident from his childhood when he had transformed and inadvertently harmed his grandfather. He wished to avoid a repeat of such tragedy. How foolish. In the current dire situation, do we truly have the luxury to consider such matters? Vegeta chastised Sun Wukong before turning his attention skyward. Wutian Keisai and Gohan were on the brink of collapse. There was no time to waste. Only Kakarot's transformation into a giant ape might halt Yifeng. Regrettably, his own tail had long been severed. Otherwise, he would have transformed and fought long ago. With his remaining strength, Vegeta conjured a shimmering orb of silver light from his palms and hurled it into the air, creating ripples reminiscent of water. This was the artificial moon, a technique reserved for the Saiyan nobility. As fate would have it, he was the prince of the Saiyans. An artificial moon? Vegeta truly is clever. At this moment, their only recourse was to gamble everything on Sun Wukong's transformation into a giant ape. Whether he could successfully ascend to Super Saiyan 4 depended on his resolve to endure. Yifeng gazed at the shimmering energy that suddenly materialized in mid-air, muttering to himself. At that moment, Sun Wukong, rendered immobile, could only fix his gaze on a singular point. The artificial moon created by Vegeta came into view, and he whispered, "This planet, filled with cherished memories, I shall protect you." As he stared at the azure sky, Sun Wukong's tail flickered like a serpent. His previously closed eyes snapped open, with his pupils instantly transforming into a vivid red. Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded violently, echoing like drums, causing his chest to rise and fall dramatically. Could success be at hand? Observing Sun Wukong's transformation, Vegeta's face lit up with exhilaration. He had never witnessed Kakarot's great ape form before. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat intensified, and a fierce expression spread across Sun Wukong's face as his arms and body swelled. His tattered clothing burst apart, and as he opened his mouth, for sharp canine teeth were revealed. "Father? What is happening?" Son Gohan and Trunks felt something amiss and quickly turned their attention to Sun Wukong. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Sun Wukong's visage grew increasingly ferocious as his form expanded rapidly. "Aya!" Accompanied by a cry of agony, Sun Wukong abruptly stood, a torrent of golden energy erupting from his being. The earth exploded beneath him, sending fragments soaring into the air. In no time, the golden aura thickened, transforming into a towering column of light that ascended skyward, entwined with blue lightning, exuding an overwhelming presence. At that moment, Sun Wukong had fully transformed into a massive, dark brown gorilla, towering like a mountain. "You did it, Kakarot!" Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he observed the giant ape Sun Wukong, clenching his fists. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta's actions would strip Kakarot of his sanity. Son Gohan furrowed his brow, casting a reproachful glance at Vegeta. If this continues, without Yifeng intervening, we might be killed by father. Meanwhile, Son Goten and Trunks had also reverted from their fusion. Roar. The bizarre sounds erupted from the mouth of the giant ape Sun Wukong, who then swung his arm, effortlessly snapping a massive peak in half. "Excellent, Kakarot. Quickly eliminate that scoundrel Yifeng." Vegeta shouted excitedly at Sun Wukong. Upon hearing Vegeta's voice, Sun Wukong suddenly turned toward him, a ferocious glint igniting in his eyes. He leaped into the air, aiming to stomp down on Vegeta. What? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. He had yet to regain his strength. This is bad. I can't evade. Son Gohan and Trunks were equally alarmed, realizing their speed could not match Son Wukong's. Author's note: I humbly request another wave of support. Thank you all. Chapter 34. Xiao Fang appears, stopping the great ape Wukong. With a swift motion, Vegeta summoned all his strength, rolling to narrowly evade Son Wukong's descent. Boom. The moment the gigantic foot struck, the ground erupted, sending Vegeta hurtling away from the terrifying shockwave and debris. Trunks rushed forward to catch him. Uncle Vegeta. Father has completely lost his sanity. If this continues, the Earth will be destroyed. We must find a solution. Son Gohan implored anxiously. Utterly at a loss for what to do. How would I know what to do? Vegeta shook his head. If it were himself. He could freely control the Great Ape form, but ordinary Saiyans lacked that ability. He was uncertain how they could manage their transformations. Just then, the once dark brown gorilla's fur began to shimmer into a brilliant gold. Roar. The piercing cries erupted as the golden gorilla, Son Wukong, locked his gaze on Yi Feng. A sinister grin stretching across his face. He leaped forward, intent on stomping down on Yi Feng. Yi Feng leapt gracefully, evading the onslaught of Son Wukong. Despite the immense power that Son Wukong wielded, his considerable size hindered his speed. Moreover, in his current state of complete irrationality, it was virtually impossible for him to land a successful strike. The earth trembled as mountains crumbled under Son Wukong's mighty blows, and the ground fissured and collapsed incessantly. With a resounding roar, the colossal gorilla's Son Wukong swung his palm towards Yi Feng. Let me test your strength now, Yi Feng thought. His curiosity piqued by the towering figure of the golden gorilla. He was eager to ascertain the true magnitude of power possessed by Son Wukong in this form. With determination, Yi Feng launched his fist towards the descending hand of the giant ape. Upon the moment of impact, he felt an overwhelming force akin to the vastness of the cosmos surge through his arm. In an instant, his body was propelled like an arrow released from its bow. Crash! 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 Yi Feng soared nearly 100 yards, skimming the ground before finally coming to a halt, leaving behind a gaping trench several yards wide and 100 yards long. Goodness, this power is astonishing. Yi Feng rose to his feet, shaking his arms, his expression somewhat grim as he spoke. It was undeniable that he had indeed been careless moments ago, failing to exert his full strength. However, the might of the gorilla-like Son Wukong was undeniably formidable. How astonishing it was that he had been sent flying in an instant. Son Gohan and Trunks were left in awe, struggling to comprehend the sheer power exhibited by their father upon transforming into a giant ape. After delivering a powerful blow that sent Yi Feng sprawling, Son Wukong leaped once more, this time propelling himself towards Son Gohan and the others. Oh no! Kakarot is coming for us! Vegeta exclaimed, his face paling in alarm. At that moment, Kakarot had lost all sense of reason, unable to distinguish ally from foe. Father. It's me, Gohan. Don't you remember me? Son Gohan stood resolutely in front of the giant ape Son Wukong, his voice filled with emotion. He hoped to awaken his father and restore his sanity. Come back to us, Gohan. A Saiyan in his giant ape form lacks familial bonds, Vegeta quickly interjected, clearly aware of Gohan's stubbornness, which prevented him from conceding defeat. Yeah. The giant ape Son Wukong let out a piercing cry, pounding his chest with a ferocious expression. The next moment, he swung a fist directly at Son Gohan. Boom. Son Gohan was sent crashing into the ground, dust erupting around him. After incapacitating Gohan, Son Wukong appeared utterly devoid of emotion, leaping into the air to stomp down upon him. Gohan, Son Goten and Trunks simultaneously sprang into action, rescuing Gohan from beneath the colossal foot of the giant ape. However, they found themselves in grave danger as well, for Son Wukong's massive hand loomed ominously above them. Oh no, we can't escape. Son Gohan and his companions furrowed their brows. At such a close distance, evasion seemed impossible, just as despair began to engulf them. A youthful voice rang out, tinged with urgency. Stop it, Grandpa. As the words fell, a small figure appeared before the giant ape Son Wukong, dressed in a red short-sleeved shirt, an orange headband, and light purple capri pants, with a blue backpack slung over her shoulder. It was none other than Son Wukong's beloved granddaughter, Xiao Fang. Grandpa, do you really not recognize Dad and Uncle Goten? I'm Xiao Fang. You must remember me, right? Tears shimmered in Xiao Fang's eyes as she gazed at the giant ape before her. Grandpa, why have you suddenly changed like this? Suddenly, the giant ape Son Wukong's eyes flickered, but soon returned to their fierce demeanor, sending Xiao Fang flying several meters away with a powerful gust of wind. Chapter 35, Super Saiyan for Son Wukong, has arrived. Yet, Sun Wukong seemed to experience a flicker of emotional turbulence, refraining from attacking Gohan and the others any further. Whoosh. Xiaofang soared back to the golden giant ape Sun Wukong. Grandpa, this is the outfit I wore during my first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. You made it for me. And this is our family photo, a cherished memory. Have you forgotten everything? Tears streamed from Xiaofang's eyes as she recalled the joyful days spent with her grandfather, her heart aching at the sight of him not recognizing her. The giant ape Sun Wukong's eyelids trembled violently, waves of memories flooding into his mind like an ocean. Xiaofang. A hoarse voice emerged from his throat. As Sun Wukong's crimson eyes gradually transformed into a golden hue, he reached out a finger to catch Xiaofang's tears, then licked them away. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's body trembled violently. His gaze swept over Xiaofang, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Vegeta, and Trunks, and then a golden aura began to emanate from his form, rolling forth like waves of heat. Is it really happening? I've waited so long for you, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. Yifeng gazed at the golden halo with a surge of excitement, murmuring to himself. Among all forms, his favorite remained Super Saiyan 4 and the Ultra Instinct technique. Now that he could wield Ultra Instinct, he fervently yearned to witness the Super Saiyan 4 transformation with his own eyes. The moment had finally arrived. And he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Grandfather, father, Kakarot, Xiaofang, Son Gohan, and Vegeta stood in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld Sun Wukong. They could distinctly sense the resurgence of his energy, and it was escalating rapidly. A golden aura surged forth, crackling with lightning around him. Sun Wukong's form gradually diminished, his golden hair slowly morphing into red. His fangs began to vanish, and his hair turned black. After a minute, the golden halo completely dissipated, revealing a crimson silhouette before them. Black hair cascaded down to his shoulders, and his body was adorned with vibrant red fur, exuding an extraordinary strength. His pupils transformed into a golden hue reminiscent of an owl, sharp and piercing, while his eye sockets glowed red. A long, agile red tail swayed behind him. What is happening? Father looks completely different. Son Gohan and Son Goten stood in shock, their eyes wide as they gazed at Sun Wukong, who appeared utterly unfamiliar to them. So handsome. Xiaofang gushed, infatuated, truly taken by his allure. Hey Kakarot, what on earth is going on? Vegeta shot a jealous glare at Sun Wukong, demanding an explanation. He could feel Kakarot's energy emanating with an unfathomable strength. Well, I don't quite know, but this power certainly feels invigorating. Sun Wukong smirked, lightly clenching his fist as a chilling whirlwind erupted around him. Ahahaha, did you see that? This is the result of my assistance in unlocking Wukong's potential, Super Saiyan 4. The old Supreme Kai, witnessing Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong through the crystal ball, was ecstatic, waving his arms in delight while boasting. Incredible! Far surpassing Super Saiyan 3. The eyes of the god Jebet sparkled with astonishment. Who would have thought the ancestral spirit was so formidable, enabling Wukong to grow so powerful? Humph. It seems Yifeng might not stand a chance against Wukong now, the old Supreme Kai declared with unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, on Earth, after experiencing this unimaginable power, Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards Yifeng. Congratulations, Sun Wukong. Super Saiyan 4 truly ignites anticipation for your battle. Yifeng chuckled with excitement and addressed Sun Wukong. Super Saiyan 4? Since we haven't settled on a name yet, let's call it Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a smile. The previous transformation was known as Super Saiyan 3, so it is quite logical that this new transformation would be termed Super Saiyan 4. You intentionally aided my transformation into this state, didn't you? Sun Wukong suddenly inquired with a grin. Given Yifeng's prowess, had he truly wished to eliminate them, they would have perished long ago, leaving no opportunity for him to assume the form of Super Saiyan 4. The only plausible explanation is that Yifeng aimed to strengthen himself in order to engage in battle with him. It seems that upon becoming Super Saiyan 4, your intellect has significantly enhanced. Yifeng smiled as he spoke. Indeed, if you truly wish to kill, it would not be such a hassle. What? Mister? Yifeng intends to assist father in enhancing his prowess? Sun Wukong and the others were once again left in a state of bewilderment. If this were the case, his acting skills would be extraordinary. Such palpable intent to kill could hardly be feigned, could it? TCH, what an infuriating scoundrel. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Casting a displeased glance at Sun Wukong and Yifeng, his expression undeniably irked. Chapter 36, Mystery vs. Super Saiyan 4 Wukong. Initially, it was only Kakarot who surpassed him. Though begrudging, he could somewhat accept it, or perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to it. Yet now, those two rascals had left him far behind, which was quite distressing. His long-held position as the perennial second could very well be in jeopardy. In the Heavenly Palace, Dandy exhaled in relief upon hearing the conversation between Sun Wukong and Yifeng. Just moments ago, when he learned that Yifeng intended to kill Wukong and the others, his heart had nearly leaped into his throat. The old Supreme Kai and Jebit in the Supreme Kai realm also breathed easier. Although Wukong had indeed become exceptionally powerful as a Super Saiyan 4, Yifeng was no pushover either. When the two clashed, it would undoubtedly be more than just Earth that would suffer the consequences. Although he felt his power surging forth like a spring, this fellow still posed a formidable challenge. Sun Wukong wore a faint smile as he addressed Yifeng. Of course, if I were so easily manageable, I wouldn't wish for you to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. Yifeng spoke softly, asserting that he would never place himself in jeopardy, regardless of the seemingly upright nature of Sun Wukong. However, you truly ignite a considerable thrill within me. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I currently share the same sentiment as you. Yifeng also exclaimed with excitement. Engaging in combat with Super Saiyan 4 Goku is undoubtedly an exhilarating endeavor. The destructive power of battles on Earth is far too great. Let us instead venture to the realm of the Kais, Yifeng suggested. With the immense power both of you possess, you could easily obliterate the Earth. A careless misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, such concerns are rendered moot. Ah, I share your sentiments. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Earth could scarcely withstand their antics. You rascals. Are you plotting to dismantle my planet? The old Supreme Kai, hands on hips, bellowed at the two. Given their current strength, even the realm of the Supreme Kai would struggle to endure their escapades. My esteemed Supreme Kai, do not be so stingy. We merely wish to engage in a light sparring session, heh. Sun Wukong grinned ingratiatingly and gently patted the old Supreme Kai on the shoulder. Unbeknownst to him, having just transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, he was completely unaware of the sheer magnitude of his power. With a mere tap, he sent the old Supreme Kai hurtling through the air. Boom. The old Supreme Kai's body became embedded in a rock. Ancestor. The deity Jebit rushed over to assist the old Supreme Kai. My sincerest apologies, Supreme Kai. I had no idea my strength was so overwhelming. Sun Wukong expressed his remorse with a sheepish grin. Your strength is indeed formidable. The old Supreme Kai retorted, his body aching and irritation evident in his tone. Had he not known that Sun Wukong meant no harm, he might have suspected an attempt on his life. Enough, Ancestor. We cannot hinder their desires, Jebit interjected, urging the old Supreme Kai to reconsider. If Sun Wukong and Yifeng were determined to battle, it seemed no one could thwart them. Furthermore, engaging in combat within the fortified realm of the Supreme Kai was certainly preferable to clashing on other planets. Humph. The old Supreme Kai huffed in indignation, realizing he had little choice but to relent. As Jebit had noted, it was futile to attempt any intervention. It appeared that both Supreme Kais had tacitly acquiesced to the impending conflict. Yifeng smiled and said, let us begin. Sun Wukong nodded, then assumed a combat stance. The power within his body surged forth continuously, and this sensation of strength was utterly exhilarating. Yifeng clenched his fists, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body in an instant. Subsequently, he unleashed a mysterious power. He could sense the formidable strength of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. If he did not approach this battle with utmost seriousness, he might truly find himself unable to defeat him. After Yifeng enhanced his strength, the two individuals simultaneously leaped into the air, causing the ground to erupt into two massive craters. The swift movements of the old Kai and Jebit were utterly imperceptible to the naked eye. In the next instant, as their fists collided, a piercing hum reverberated through the air. A tremendous shockwave emerged from their clash, creating a large pit in the earth below. Such formidable power! Their figures were completely obscured. Merely one encounter had transformed the solid ground into chaos. Jebit, astonished, muttered to himself, at this rate, even the Kaioshin realm may struggle to withstand their battle. Following the exchange of blows between Yifeng and Sun Wukong, both were sent reeling back several dozen paces. Wow, your strength is astonishing. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly to Yifeng. He had thought that the power of Super Saiyan 4 was unfathomably strong. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Yifeng possessed an equally formidable strength. What a thrill! Let's go again! Excitement blossomed on Yifeng's face. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, this was the most exhilarating confrontation he had ever experienced. It was akin to the thrill of encountering a worthy adversary. Sun Wukong nodded, and the two launched themselves at each other once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Two dark streaks in the sky clashed repeatedly, separating only to collide again. With each resonant impact, the Kaioshin realm trembled slightly, the ground either caving in or mountains collapsing in response. Chapter 37. You have lost. Sun Wukong. This fierce battle had persisted for half an hour. The entire Kaioshin realm appeared battered and bruised, a veritable landscape of devastation. These two imbeciles couldn't possibly take it easy? The old Kaioshin gazed sorrowfully at his realm, his teeth grinding in frustration. Yet, there was nothing to be done. The combatants were utterly oblivious to his words, and their reckless destruction seemed devoid of any remorse. Huff, huff, huff. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Yi Feng stood facing each other, both gasping for breath. Clearly, the prolonged battle had taken a toll on their stamina. The power of Super Saiyan Force seemed to exceed my expectations by a considerable margin. Yi Feng stood upright, a radiant smile gracing his face as he spoke. The recent battle had been exhilarating, a comfort unlike any he had ever experienced. Ah, your strength surpasses my expectations. Moreover, you have yet to unleash your full power. Have you? Sun Wukong replied with a beaming expression directed at Yi Feng. He understood well that the ability Yi Feng exhibited during their initial encounter was extraordinarily formidable. With a silvery aura enveloping him, his speed was astonishing, rendering Sun Wukong unable to even touch him. Had Yi Feng unleashed such power from the very beginning? Sun Wukong would never have been able to endure for so long. Engaging in combat with Super Saiyan 4 while utilizing the Ultra Instinct would indeed lack excitement. Yi Feng spoke softly. If I were to employ the Supreme Freedom Technique, I would have complete confidence in defeating Sun Wukong within 2 minutes. The Supreme Freedom Technique? So that is the name of such an ability? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. He then continued, it seems that our prolonged combat yields no results. Let us determine the victor once and for all. Continuing to fight will only deplete our energy entirely. Let us now unleash our strongest attacks to decide the outcome. Agreed. That aligns perfectly with my intentions. Yi Feng nodded. He had completely mastered the battle techniques of the Super Force Sun Wukong, fully comprehending both his strength and speed. There was no need to prolong the fight. However, the notion of an inconclusive outcome felt somewhat dissatisfying. Thus, let the victor be determined in the end. A tenfold Kamehameha. A deep roar erupted from Sun Wukong's throat. He then cupped his palms together, resting them at his lower back, forming a blossom-like shape. A blazing red energy coalesced from his palms, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. Ultimate flash. Yi Feng spread his palms wide, and energy orbs swiftly coalesced between them. He then fused the two orbs, creating a colossal surge of energy. The terrifying aura emanating from it seemed to rival the formidable Kamehameha wave of Sun Wukong, magnified tenfold. How infuriating. Did those two scoundrels intend to annihilate the entire divine realm? A look of dread flickered in the eyes of the old Kai. Should these two forces explode, the entire Kaioshin realm would be obliterated in an instant, and even the underworld would not escape unscathed. This is disastrous. The divine realm is on the brink of destruction. The god Jebet was so terrified that his soul felt scattered, muttering to himself in a daze. Ha ha ha. Ah. Yi Feng and Sun Wukong simultaneously let out a furious roar, unleashing their ultimate flashes and tenfold Kamehameha waves from their palms. One red and one blue. The two streams of energy intertwined like colossal dragons, fiercely clashing against one another. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with intensity, while the veins on his arms writhed like serpents. It was evident that he had reached his limit. Yi Feng was not in a much better condition. With beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his muscles had swelled to twice their size, yet he gritted his teeth with unwavering determination. You have lost, Sun Wukong. Yi Feng suddenly let out a cold chuckle, enveloped by a swirling aura of white energy. The ultimate flash intensified, its power surging dramatically, instantly consuming Sun Wukong's tenfold Kamehameha wave. The blue energy surged within his pupils, expanding rapidly, and Sun Wukong inwardly lamented his misfortune. He realized he had already lost. And should he be struck by such a formidable ultimate flash, his demise would be inevitable. Yet, in this precarious situation, retreating his energy was not an option. Wukong was on the brink of defeat. The old Kai and Jebet looked on with grave expressions. Not only was defeat imminent, but there was also a possibility of death. Would he truly perish? Despite the exhilarating nature of the battle, having just transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he felt an undeniable sense of reluctance. A bitter smile of resignation appeared in Wukong's eyes. He could not withstand such a potent energy wave, and Yi Feng likely lacked the ability to retract it. Just as the energy sphere was a mere 2 meters away from Wukong, and despair painted his face, Yi Feng abruptly raised his hands. The energy wave suddenly altered its course, narrowly grazing Wukong's body before soaring into the cosmos, transforming into a fleeting streak of light, vanishing without a trace. What? Yi Feng actually redirected the energy wave? Wukong was taken aback. while he too could change the trajectory of his Kamehameha wave. That was under conditions of not exerting his full strength. Had he been in Yifeng's position, he could not have manipulated the energy wave under such circumstances. Nor would he possess the strength to do so. This individual still had reserves of power? Chapter 38, Kindred Spirits. The conspiracy of two doctors. Despite narrowly escaping direct contact with the ultimate flash, the searing energy wave still grazed him, leaving a painful burn across his body. Remarkable. Not only did he spare Wukong, but he also avoided obliterating the divine realm. Jebbet felt a mix of astonishment and relief. In that fleeting moment, he had genuinely feared the two energy forces would collide violently, resulting in the destruction of the entire divine domain. However, it seemed that Yifeng had maintained control all along. What a stroke of fortune. Humph, that fellow possesses some semblance of conscience. If he were to annihilate my planet with the power I bestowed upon him, it would be utterly heartless. The old Kai turned his head, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly reverted to his normal state, having expended far too much energy. Even with the abundant reserves of Super Saiyan 4, he could not endure such a drain. Wow, you're incredibly powerful. Wukong, now resembling a child, exclaimed excitedly to Yifeng. But you've been holding back far too much. You're truly impressive, far beyond my expectations. Yifeng glanced down at the smiling Sun Wukong and spoke. This is not flattery, but rather an honest statement. The strength of Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong truly exceeded his expectations. His own mysterious form could barely match him, although this was largely due to old Kaishin not having fully unlocked his potential. He chuckled, but I will certainly grow stronger until I surpass you. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, his expression resolute. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous formidable opponents, each time surpassing them and ultimately defeating them. He believed that with enough effort, he too could surpass Yifeng. Silly child, you may not realize that the protagonist's halo above your head has already dimmed. Observing the self-assured Sun Wukong, Yifeng gently shook his head and muttered softly. What did you say? Sun Wukong paused, having not clearly heard Yifeng's words. I said, keep up the good work. Yifeng smiled quietly, a hint of sympathy in his eyes as he addressed Sun Wukong. The prospect of surpassing oneself had become an unattainable endeavor. After offering apologies to the two kings of the realms, Yifeng and Sun Wukong returned to Earth. Meanwhile, a sinister plot was brewing in the underworld. Following his demise at the hands of Baby, Dr. Miao wandered aimlessly through the depths of hell. I have awaited your arrival for a considerable time, Dr. Miao. A chilling voice echoed ominously in his ear. Who dares to call my name? Dr. Miao exclaimed. His vigilance heightened as he scanned his surroundings. A shadow materialized before him, startling him. This figure was entirely unfamiliar. Who are you? How do you know me? Doctor Miao inquired, his demeanor still wary. Although he was a villain himself, he understood that those who fell to hell were seldom virtuous. I am Dr. Garo, a genius from Earth. My research has encountered certain obstacles, and I require the advanced technological concepts of the Zephyr people to overcome them, Dr. Garo replied, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Why would I collaborate with someone like you? Dr. Miao scoffed, glancing at Dr. Garo with disdain. He possessed the pinnacle of technology. Why would he condescend to work with others? Because we share a common adversary. Dr. Garo's eyes glinted with malice as he spoke coldly. That scoundrel Sun Wukong shall not be spared, even in hell. Common adversary? Dr. Miao's interest piqued. He turned to face Dr. Garo, contemplating how he might exploit this individual to his advantage. Sun Wukong, Dr. Garo reiterated darkly. Are you referring to that Saiyan brat? Dr. Miao's eyes mirrored the resentment that flickered in Dr. Garo's. It was indeed that wretched Saiyan who had cast him into this dreadful abyss, an act utterly unforgivable. This enmity extended to all Saiyans and anyone associated with them. To a fruitful collaboration, they declared in unison, two nefarious minds forging an unholy alliance. Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong and Yifeng were relentlessly honing their skills. Sun Wukong's objective was straightforward, to surpass Yifeng. Conversely, Yifeng's ambitions transcended mere rivalry. He yearned for greater strength, unwilling to allow his fate to be dictated by others. Yet, he recognized that many formidable beings surpassed him in this world, including the Super One-Star Dragon from the G-Time Continuum, Super Saiyan 4 Vegito, the God of Destruction from Dragon Ball Super, Jiren from Universe 11, the Angels, the Grand Minister, and the diminutive Xeno. Each surpassed him in power at present. If he could attain perfect Ultra Instinct, he would stand unafraid against the likes of the Super One-Star Dragon, Vegito, and Jiren. However, he was not yet capable of such mastery. Thus, he resolved to train incessantly. To grow stronger, he would exert every effort to do so. Author's note: once more, I kindly request your support with data, flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly votes. If you have any to spare, I extend my gratitude to all. Chapter 39. An Invitation from Hell. Thus, 2 years swiftly elapsed within the hyperbolic time chamber. For Sun Wukong and Yifeng, these 2 years flew by. Yifeng recalled his first 2 years in the chamber, nearly driving him to madness. This time, however, was markedly different, as Sun Wukong could serve as his sparring partner. Engaging in combat with Super Saiyan for Sun Wukong without relying on mysterious forms made the time pass remarkably quickly. Wow, I can't believe so much time has slipped by. Let us take a moment to rest, Sun Wukong said, fatigue etched upon his face. Throughout these 2 years, they had engaged in relentless practice, resulting in immense progress for Sun Wukong, surpassing the benefits he had gleaned from training with Up. Indeed, 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Yifeng nodded slightly, casually chewing the food within the spiritual time house. To be honest, it was somewhat difficult to swallow. Yet his hunger rendered him indifferent to such trivialities. However, it must be said, you were rather foolish. I have taught you the art of ultimate freedom for 2 years. And you have made not a shred of progress. Yifeng glanced at Sun Wukong, expressing a hint of disappointment. He had contemplated the idea of teaching Sun Wukong the art of Zai Gong, for even if this Sun Wukong mastered it, it would not impede his own progress. He was acutely aware that he could not remain in this temporal realm indefinitely. However, this fellow was utterly incapable of comprehension. He could not reach a state where his muscles reacted instinctively without the need for contemplation. It is worth noting that the Sun Wukong from Dragon Ball Super achieved such a state in less than a year, although it was not entirely stable. The mere fact of having experienced it meant success was not far off. Yifeng summarized that the reason for this particular space-time's Sun Wukong being exceptionally astute. Thus, akin to Vegeta, he possesses a heightened vigilance towards his surroundings, unlike the carefree and naive demeanor exhibited by the Sun Wukong of Dragon Ball Super, who is riddled with openings. Consequently, he finds himself unable to grasp the profound essence of the Ultra Instinct. Although he harbors a genuine interest in the Ultra Instinct technique, it appears ill-suited for him, so he decides to forego it. Sun Wukong chuckled and remarked that after such a lengthy period of cultivation, he still could not decipher the path, indicating that the Ultra Instinct is simply not meant for him. He resolved to strengthen himself through his own methods instead. Ultimately, it matters little. By pursuing the path of bloodline evolution, one can indeed surpass the realm of Ultra Instinct, Yifeng casually remarked. The Super Saiyan 5 from Dragon Ball AF and the White God from the anime crossover battle, these forms should be no weaker than the Ultra Instinct technique. If one were to pursue a path of bloodline evolution, it is entirely possible that Son Goku could reach such heights. Indeed, Son Goku nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Yifeng's perspective. Just as the two engaged in their discussion, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber suddenly swung open. It was Son Gohan, looking anxious. Dad. Mr. Yifeng, there's trouble outside. Son Gohan exclaimed urgently. What is it, Gohan? Take your time, Son Goku replied, rising to his feet. Sensing the gravity of the situation from Gohan's expression, Yifeng, too, appeared to have an inkling of the matter at hand. Trunks was injured by Android 17. And they said to tell you to come to hell. Also, a massive hole has appeared in the sky, if I am not mistaken. It must have been created by 17 and his group, Son Gohan said, his tone heavy with concern. These fiends intend to lure you to hell. This cannot bode well. Android 17? Now that you mention it, I believe I have yet to encounter that individual. Why would he want me to seek him out in hell? Son Goku scratched his head, puzzled by the inquiry. Could it be that he is still carrying out Dr. Gero's orders to eliminate me? I'm not sure. But the city is already in chaos. Many people believe the end of the world has come and are preparing to flee, Son Gohan replied, shaking his head before continuing. It's absurd. If it truly were the end of the world, where could they possibly escape to? Yifeng smiled sarcastically and remarked, the Earth has been destroyed. Do they truly believe they can escape to Mars? Mr. Yi, are you aware of the conspiracy of the 17th? Sun Wukong suddenly turned to Yifeng and inquired. Yifeng is an exceedingly enigmatic individual. Perhaps he possesses knowledge of certain matters. It is a matter of luring the tiger away from its mountain, deceiving Sun Wukong into the depths of hell, and then they can proceed to enact their plans upon Earth. It is as simple as that. Yifeng did not conceal the truth, stating it candidly. This is the plan devised by Dr. Gero and Dr. Miao. If that is indeed the case, then Father, you cannot venture into the underworld. Upon hearing Yifeng's analysis, Sun Wufan quickly turned to Sun Wukong and exclaimed, Ah, it matters not. Their target is me. So it is all the same regardless of the location. Perhaps in the underworld, I might encounter Frisia and Cell, and I wonder how their powers have evolved. Sun Wukong lightly tapped his fist, speaking with a hint of excitement. Just think, going to the underworld could be quite an entertaining experience. If you wish to witness the prowess of Frisia and Cell, then your desire shall indeed be fulfilled. Yifeng addressed Sun Wukong, stating that in the original Dragon Ball G, Frisia and Cell did not come to Earth like the others, but instead awaited Sun Wukong in the depths of hell. Heh. With you, Gohan, Vegeta, and Ub on Earth, my presence matters not. Sun Wukong responded with an innocent smile, replying to Yifeng. If a foe arises that even you cannot contend with, then my involvement would hold no promise of victory either. Chapter 40. Is Sun Wukong trapped in hell? TCH. You certainly know how to plan ahead. Yifeng glanced at Sun Wukong and spoke in a nonchalant tone. This fellow appeared foolish day by day. Yet he displayed remarkable astuteness when the situation demanded it, especially in matters of combat, where his intelligence could only be described as extraordinary. Sun Wukong flashed a goofy grin at Yifeng, and the trio then emerged from the time chamber. Indeed, the lower realm had descended into utter chaos. Above, a colossal black hole loomed, resembling a tunnel linking hell and the mortal world. Is that the place? Sun Wukong observed the inky void before him, then leapt headlong into the tunnel. Dad! Son Gohan could scarcely utter a word of caution. Meanwhile, in hell, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew stared intently at the crystal ball displaying Sun Wukong. Ha ha ha, that wretched Saiyan has fallen into our trap. Dr. Mew exclaimed gleefully as they watched Sun Wukong hurtling towards hell. Our plan is progressing splendidly. Soon, Earth will be ours, Dr. Gero proclaimed, raising a glass filled with an indiscernible liquid, whether it be red wine or motor oil, and handed it to Dr. Mew. The two clinked their glasses, a precursor to their anticipated success. Earth? My ambitions extend far beyond this insignificant speck. Dr. Mew scoffed, glancing at Dr. Gero. With the ultimate android no. 17 at our disposal, the entire galaxy, the cosmos itself will be ours. Now, it is time to bestow some gifts upon the inhabitants of Earth, Dr. Gero declared, casting a multitude of nefarious souls from hell into the tunnel, hastening their conquest of Earth. A minute later, Sun Wukong found himself in hell. It seems I've been here before, he remarked, recognizing his surroundings. Indeed, he had visited this realm on 2 occasions, once during the confrontation with Cell, and another while battling against the evil energy wave. Hey, Sun Wukong, I didn't expect you to actually arrive, a sinister voice echoed from behind. Sun Wukong turned around to see 2 familiar figures. Ah, so it's you 2 rascals causing mischief. Ha ha ha, it seems you ended up in hell after all. Initially startled, Sun Wukong soon unleashed a hearty laugh. TSK, still as irritating as ever. Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew gritted their teeth, their loathing for Sun Wukong palpable as he wasted no time in hurling insults. What brings you 2 scoundrels to summon me here? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Humph. You'll find out soon enough, Sun Wukong, Dr. Mew, and Dr. Gero replied with a sinister chuckle before leaping into the tunnel, accompanied by android number 17. What is happening? Sun Wukong exclaimed in confusion. These 2 villains lured him into hell while they themselves ascended to the mortal realm? What kind of trickery is this? By the time Sun Wukong collected his thoughts, the tunnel connecting hell and the mortal world had completely sealed shut. Cursed villains! You tricked me into this place and then fled. Are you even men? Sun Wukong fumed, his anger boiling over. How could they leave me alone in hell? What kind of nonsense is this? Sun Wukong, you will remain in hell forever, savoring its torment. You shall never return to your beloved Earth, Dr. Gero's malevolent laughter echoed throughout the underworld. Damn you, you scoundrels. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly. If only he could fight, being stranded in hell would matter little. Just as he contemplated this, familiar voices rang out behind him. Long time no see, Sun Wukong. Upon hearing those recognizable voices, a smile crept across Sun Wukong's face. Hell seemed to hold a certain intrigue after all. Meanwhile, on Earth, the landscape had descended into chaos as numerous malevolent beings were unleashed upon the world. Mr. Yifeng, what should we do now? Son Gohan asked through gritted teeth, gazing at the suddenly polluted city. What else can we do? We'll send them back from whence they came. Won't we? Yifeng spoke softly. Sometimes, battles do not necessarily require confrontation with opponents who are stronger than oneself. Isn't it rather delightful to engage in a little playful dominance over the weaker foes? After Yifeng finished speaking, he immediately dove downwards. Today promised to be an exhilarating experience. Understood. Sun Wukong nodded and followed Yifeng, leaping from the celestial temple. Chapter 41. Vegeta vs. Hell's Android 17. Boom. The bustling city was filled with thunderous sounds, explosions echoed continuously, and thick smoke billowed into the air. Whoosh! Yifeng's figure abruptly materialized atop a skyscraper, its roof mysteriously severed. Meanwhile, several familiar faces populated the street below. Gula, accompanied by his Gula Mecha Corps, and the Jinyu Special Forces wreaked havoc. Alongside a rather peculiar toad, energy orbs incessantly erupted from their palms, causing buildings to collapse with resounding crashes. Hey, you lot. Yifeng clasped his hands against his chest and suddenly addressed the street below. After a brief pause, he continued, vandalism is not a particularly amiable act. He cast a light smile towards Gula and the others. What? A Mirant dares to speak to us in such a manner? Shuiza, the commander of Gula's mech squad, shot a cold glance at Yifeng, then unleashed an energy sphere aimed directly at him. Boom. The energy sphere erupted, sending forth a thick cloud of smoke. Shuiza smirked, reveling in the superiority of his position, for an ant was indeed an ant, so easily dispatched. Whoosh. In the next instant, Yifeng appeared before Shuiza, his fingertip poised at the center of the latter's forehead, his smile unwavering. I detest beings like you, devoid of strength and courtesy. As the words fell from his lips, a beam of light instantaneously pierced through Shuiza's skull. He did not even have the chance to scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Captain. Dre and Nez glared furiously at Yifeng, their fists clenched tightly. How dare anyone, aside from those detestable Saiyans, lay a hand on the Gula mech squad? Truly, they were courting death. Pew pew pew. In the following moment, several beams of energy shot forth from Yifeng's fingertips, piercing the foreheads of Red, Nez, and several members of the Jinyu Force, Guise and Bart, ensuring their swift demise. With an air of indifference, Yifeng displayed no emotional upheaval. They were, after all, creatures of hell, and he was merely escorting them back. How intriguing, he mused, that he had so effortlessly dispatched these worthless beings. Gula, observing the slaughter of his subordinates, regarded Yifeng with newfound interest and spoke nonchalantly, you appear to possess some skill. Have you considered becoming my subordinate? I could offer you a planet. The strength of this individual clearly surpassed that of Shuiza and his companions, making him a fitting replacement. Yifeng gazed at Gula with profound sympathy. In the instant his voice fell, Yifeng vanished without a trace, only to reappear before Gula. His palm pressed against Gula's body, and an orb of energy radiated a golden glow. Well, what? No, please don't kill me. I can offer you all my planets. Gula panicked instantly, sensing an overwhelming aura of impending death. Do not revive again. It is merely an act of self-destruction. As Yifeng's words fell, the energy sphere swiftly consumed Gula entirely. In the early stages, Bo was indeed inferior to a mere dog. Gula had just found himself in such an awkward predicament. After dealing with Gula and his companions, Yifeng subsequently sent Bojack and others back to the underworld in a cordial manner. With the assistance of Sun Wukong and others, they managed to return all the souls from the underworld within just over half an hour. However, there still remained the two old fellows, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. On Earth, was that the aura of Vegeta? Had he already engaged in battle with Android 17? Yifeng sensed the rising energy of Vegeta. Although he could not perceive the presence of Android 17, he could easily surmise the situation. At that moment, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, and OOB had also finished tidying up the aftermath and soared to Yifeng's side. Since they were all gathered, why not go and witness the excitement? After Leaf Maple spoke to the four individuals, he soared directly towards Vegeta. 2 minutes later, he beheld the fierce battle between Vegeta and Hell's Android 17. At this moment, Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, enveloped in a golden aura. With an expression of arrogance, he gazed at Hell's Android 17, who was evidently no match for Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, covered in wounds and tattered clothing. Humph! A pile of scrap metal, I shall dismantle you now. Vegeta declared haughtily before launching another assault on Android 17. How surprising! This Vegeta is remarkably strong. Dr. Gero furrowed his brow in concern. In his recollection, as long as Goku was absent from Earth, they could effortlessly maintain control. He had not anticipated the troublesome presence of Vegeta. While Vegeta was indeed unexpected, he could not possibly rival Super Android 17's might. A wicked smile formed on Dr. Mew's lips as he remarked, once Hell's Android 17 merges with Earth's Android 17, they will become the ultimate artificial warrior, unmatched by any. Android 17, what are you doing? Hurry over here. I am you, and you are me. Suddenly, the voice of Android 17 echoed in his mind while he was persuading Android 16. In the next moment, his pupils turned crimson, and the remnants of his humanity vanished entirely. Chapter 42, Fusion, the Birth of Super Android 17. Father, we are here to assist you, Trunks said, looking at Vegeta. At this point, the only ones remaining on Earth were likely Android 17 and the two doctors. Eliminating them would resolve the crisis. You need not intervene. I can handle him alone, Vegeta coldly retorted, turning back to Trunks. His current power was far beyond that of the Android 17 before him. Killing him would be effortless. With Vegeta's admonition, Trunks obediently retreated to his previous position, understanding his father's resolute nature. Observing the situation, it was clear that Vegeta possessed the capability to deal with Android 17. Oh, my Android 17 has returned. Doctor, Mew exclaimed excitedly as a streak of light appeared in the sky. He feared that Hell's Android 17 might falter. In an instant, the sound of slicing through the air announced the arrival of Earth's Android 17 behind Hell's Android 17. What? How can there be two Android 17s? Vegeta's face displayed shock. Gohan and Trunks shared a similar expression of bewilderment. Two Android 17s would indeed complicate matters. It seemed that the warriors of Earth had gathered, and the most thrilling part was about to unfold. In that case, let the fusion commence, you two Android 17s, Dr. Gero commanded excitedly. He was finally about to witness the culmination of his ultimate research. The fusion of the two Android 17s would give rise to the cosmos's most formidable ultimate artificial being. Super Android 17, who was certainly beyond comparison. I am you, and you are me. Upon receiving Dr. Gero's command, both Android 17s recited in unison. Their pupils glowed crimson, and a dazzling golden radiance enveloped them. Super Android 17 truly evoked a sense of anticipation. Yifeng pressed his lips together, gazing at the two figures enveloped in a golden aura, and spoke softly. At that moment, the bodies of the two Super 17 slowly overlapped. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, blinding all who beheld it. What? Such dazzling radiance. What kind of monstrosity would emerge next? Son Gohan shielded his eyes with his hands, his tone heavy with foreboding. This grand spectacle undoubtedly heralded the birth of something terrifying. Boom. In the next moment, the city beneath their feet was obliterated, transformed into a colossal crater. The fused Super 17 finally came into view, appearing taller and more slender, with hair cascading to his shoulders. Still adorned with a scarf and clad in a tight combat suit, a wicked smirk gracing his lips. What overwhelming power! Fear etched the faces of OOB and Son Gohan. This being exuded in immense pressure. Ah, we have succeeded. The ultimate android I have long yearned for has finally come to life. Dr. Gero exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he beheld Super 17. Our plan to invade Earth is nearing its conclusion. Truly a moment to celebrate. Dr. Mew added, equally exhilarated. After Earth, we shall dominate the North Galaxy, followed by the conquest of other galaxies. The entire universe shall belong to us. Bah! This wretch shall perish. Vegeta snarled, his expression twisted in rage as he launched himself at Super 17. Bang! Vegeta's fist struck Super 17's face with force, yet the latter remained utterly unmoved, not even blinking. What? How is this possible? Vegeta's face paled in shock. His attack had been completely ineffective. Super 17 calmly adjusted his attire, brushing off the dust from his shoulder before delivering a powerful uppercut to Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! A spray of blood erupted from Vegeta's mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ruins 100 feet away. Damn it! Son Gohan and OOB charged forward, joining forces against Super 17. Yet, in less than a second, they were sent flying with even greater speed. With just one strike, the Z-Warriors lost all fighting capability. Damn you! It has been ages since I felt this furious. Vegeta staggered to his feet, clenching his fists tightly, transforming once more into Super Saiyan 2. I shall end you. He charged at Super 17 again, but within mere moments, he was sent reeling back. There was an insurmountable gap between them, rendering Vegeta akin to a mere child before his foe. Ha! A small fry is still just a small fry. No matter how many come, they cannot make a difference. Dr. Mew sneered, surveying the fallen forms of Vegeta and his companions. Now, you should comprehend the terror of my Super 17, correct? Dr. Gero boasted, pride swelling within him as he reveled in his greatest creation. Damn it! I refuse to accept defeat so easily. Vegeta pounded the ground in frustration, feeling utterly humiliated. Now you should understand the chasm that separates us, a bunch of oblivious fools. Super 17 declared, his palm aimed at Vegeta and the others, a cold smirk on his face. Hey, can't you see I'm still standing right here? At that moment, Yifeng could no longer contain himself and spoke up. How could they so blatantly overlook a living presence like him? It was utterly unforgivable. Chapter 43, Vegeta's Plea, Astonishing. What? Another one daring to seek his own demise. Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew exchanged sympathetic glances at Yifeng. This fool had the chance to escape, but instead had recklessly put himself in harm's way, seeking death. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, but continued to smile as he said, I believe you may have misunderstood. I am here to guide you on your journey. Oh, it seems you are a fool, for how else could you utter such ignorant words? Did you not witness the formidable power of my Super 17 just now? Dr. Gero boasted with an air of superiority. And so what? Can it save you? Yifeng suddenly stepped forward and calmly inquired, You shameless fool, number 17, eliminate him. Dr. Gero, evidently unwilling to engage in further verbal disputes with Yifeng, directly commanded Super number 17. Dr. Mew discreetly pressed his controller. For the current Super number 17 would heed only his commands. Upon receiving the directive, Super number 17 nonchalantly launched an energy ball towards Yifeng. To him, such a measure would surely suffice to obliterate the oblivious being before him. Whoosh! Just as the energy ball was about to make contact with Yifeng, his figure abruptly vanished. What? Where did he go? Both Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew were astonished, as they had completely failed to perceive the event. Even Super number 17 displayed a look of shock. That speed was astonishingly swifter than his own. In haste, Super number 17 turned around, only to find Yifeng had already assisted Vegeta and Gohan, helping them to sit upon a stone slab. TCH, Super number 17 scoffed, his face contorting with displeasure. How dare he rescue someone right before his eyes? This was a slap in the face. Please protect the Earth and prevent such individuals from wreaking havoc. I implore you. Mr. Yifeng, Vegeta said, his expression filled with agony as he gazed at Yifeng. Yifeng was suddenly taken aback, staring incredulously at Vegeta. If such words had been spoken by Gohan or Trunks, he would have felt no surprise whatsoever. However, hearing them from Vegeta left Yifeng somewhat astonished. Vegeta had always struck him as proud and fiercely self-respecting, utterly unwilling to lower himself to beseech others. Even though Dragon Ball's Vegeta had undergone significant transformation, the idea of pleading with a mere earthling to safeguard the planet seemed utterly implausible. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Vegeta had indeed entrusted this request to him, imploring him to protect Earth. It was beyond belief. Vegeta, you truly astonish me, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say, I see you in a new light. Yifeng smiled gently at Vegeta, yet that smile bore no hint of mockery whatsoever, none at all. It was simply a reaction to the sheer incredibility of the situation. Vegeta furrowed his brow in silence. He could accept death, but not for Bulma, nor for Trunks and Bra. At this moment, devoid of the strength to thwart Super 17, he had no choice but to rely on Yifeng. Despite his unwavering pride, the safety of his family far outweighed his own sense of dignity. Rest assured, even if you do not implore me, I shall not allow him to devastate the Earth, Yifeng affirmed, nodding. Vegeta's earlier words had altered his perception of him. Perhaps, if the opportunity arose, he could mentor him to grow stronger. Turning his gaze towards Super 17, Yifeng commanded, 17, swiftly eliminate him. The speed displayed by Yifeng moments ago instilled an unsettling sensation in both Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. Responding to the command, Super 17 aimed his palm directly at Yifeng, launching an energy sphere towards him. A mere parlor trick, Yifeng scoffed at the approaching energy sphere. With a swift motion, he struck it away, sending it careening off course. Boom. The instant the energy sphere made contact with the ground, an explosion erupted, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud, causing the Earth to tremble violently. It was evident that the energy sphere possessed considerable power. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng suddenly materialized behind Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. I believe the depths of hell are more suited for you, so it would be wise for you to return. A haunting voice resonated from behind. Startled, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew turned in terror, only to witness two fists expanding rapidly within their line of sight. Bang! Bang! With two resounding cracks, Yifeng's fists sent the mechanical heads of Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew flying. A flicker of electricity danced at their wounds before fading away, marking their definitive demise. Haha, I truly appreciate your assistance in eliminating these bothersome old fools. Super 17 suddenly sported a sinister grin, relishing the newfound freedom from restraint. But do not be hasty in your gratitude, for you shall soon join them. Yifeng suddenly smirked as he addressed Super 17. Although this fellow possessed considerable strength, He paled in comparison to himself, revealing a significant disparity. Chapter 44. Your power disappoints me. Humph, such arrogance. I could extinguish your life with greater ease than crushing an ant, and yet you stand here boasting. Do you naively believe that by vanquishing two old men, you have earned the right to challenge me? Super 17, brimming with confidence, retorted to Yi Feng. The individual before him was, at best, slightly faster than himself. In terms of true power, he was undoubtedly no match for him. Moreover, he harbored a little secret, the ability to absorb all forms of energy attacks and convert them into his own strength. Thus, he felt utterly invincible in this moment. TSK, your confidence truly evokes a sense of pity within me. Yi Feng shook his head, realizing that Super 17 was utterly unaware of the vast chasm that lay between them. Your ability to provoke my ire is indeed remarkable. Congratulations on successfully inciting my anger. A sinister smile suddenly graced Super 17's face. In the next instant, he lunged directly at Yi Feng with astonishing speed, so swift that even the Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta, could merely glimpse a fleeting black line, failing to discern the figure of Super 17. Bang! In the following moment, Super 17's fist struck heavily against Yi Feng's abdomen. Yi Feng's waist suddenly arched, and a look of agony appeared on his face. What? Even Mr. Yi Feng cannot evade this? Sun Wukong and the others gazed in terror at the assault from Super 17. Hurry! It was simply too swift to perceive. What's the matter? Can you not escape such velocity? It seems I have somewhat overestimated you. Super 17 cast a disdainful glance at the tormented Yi Feng, mockingly taunting him. Humph! Yi Feng suddenly let out a cold laugh, then slowly stood upright. At that moment, Super 17 and Sun Wukong finally realized that 17's fist had not struck Yi Feng at all. Instead, Yi Feng had effortlessly intercepted it with his hand. Was that fellow merely putting on an act? Vegeta furrowed his brow, but the weight in his heart began to lift. If Yi Feng were to be defeated as well, they would have no recourse left. Indeed, Mr. Yi Feng is completely unscathed, Sun Wukong replied excitedly. The terror that had previously graced his face vanished in an instant, replaced by exhilaration and fervor. Is this truly the extent of your power? What a disappointment it has turned out to be. Yi Feng slowly pushed the fist of Super 17 away, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke with evident mockery. At this moment, Super 17's strength was still inferior to that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. In the original Dragon Ball series, Goku was suppressed by Super 17 and nearly met his demise simply because he was unaware that Super 17 could absorb energy. During the initial skirmish, Super 17 managed to absorb an excessive amount of energy, which led to a reversal of fortunes. However, such a scenario was utterly unacceptable to him. It was merely a matter of having received one attack. Do not let it go to your head, you scoundrel. Anger was clearly etched on Super 17's face. He then leapt into the air, his right leg sweeping towards Yi Feng's head like a battering ram. The speed was astonishing, causing the air to tremble and crackle as if it were about to be torn asunder. Your speed is far too sluggish. With a dismissive tone, Yi Feng seized the foot ring of Super 17 and, with a powerful motion, flung him away. Bang! 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 Super 17's body soared through the air like a cannonball, piercing through countless ruins before coming to a halt over 1,000 feet away, his feet carving a deep trench into the ground. How infuriating! How could this rascal possess such immense strength? A grave expression settled upon Super 17's face. If the first instance was merely an accident, then the second clearly necessitated a re-evaluation of his opponent's capabilities. Whoosh! Yi Feng's figure swiftly followed, a smirk adorning his face as he gazed at Super 17, casually remarking, "What's wrong? Are you beginning to feel fear? Fear? Don't be so presumptuous. I shall tear you to shreds." Super 17's furious roar echoed, propelling him backwards several dozen yards, where he hovered midair. His hands took the shape of claws, fingertips glimmering with golden light. With a thunderous shout, his 10 fingers unleashed a barrage akin to a volley of machine gun fire, energy waves hurtling toward Yi Feng. Boom! A cacophonous roar accompanied by clouds of smoke enveloped Yi Feng's form, devouring him instantly. The ruins transformed into a vast pit. Such an assault would merely stir up some dust. Surely you do not naively believe it could vanquish me? Before Super 17 could bask in his moment of triumph, a chilling voice resonated from behind him. Chapter 45. Super 17, defeated. Startled by the mocking tone from behind, Super 17 hastily propelled himself forward, evading a glance back until he had moved several more yards, only then turning around. His expression was one of sheer panic, a portrait of disarray. In stark contrast, Yifeng regarded Super 17 with a serene smile, arms crossed, seemingly dismissing him as a worthy adversary. Damn it! How many times must you underestimate me? This time, I will utterly annihilate you. Super 17, now consumed by rage, raised his palms high above his head. A golden energy sphere swiftly coalesced, rapidly expanding. In mere seconds, it grew to the size of half a basketball court. Ignorant fool, perish. With that proclamation, Super 17 hurled the energy sphere directly at Yifeng. Contained within this sphere was the potential to obliterate the entire planet. You dare think such a thing could kill me? You truly underestimate my capabilities. Yifeng's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Then, clenching his fists, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, transforming him into a mysterious form. In this enigmatic state, Yifeng's body flickered and he delivered a powerful kick towards the colossal energy sphere. Under the weight of Yifeng's formidable strength, the energy sphere was deformed upon impact. It then soared into the sky like a launched rocket, becoming a mere speck of light before vanishing completely. What? Impossible. A look of fear suddenly gripped Super 17's eyes. That energy sphere had concentrated all of his power. Even so, was he unable to inflict any harm on that damned individual? This battle has become utterly tedious. I have lost all interest. Yifeng glanced at Super Android 17 and spoke with a hint of indifference. The Super Android 17 before him appeared rather feeble, a stark contrast to his expectations. Of course, this disparity might stem from his own overwhelming strength. Surely, there should be some limit to one's arrogance. Super Android 17's face twisted in fury. He could not believe that after just merging, he would face such a predicament. It was utterly unforgivable. In a near-violent rage, Super Android 17 launched a frenzied assault towards Yifeng. His speed increased yet again, but it was evident that he had begun to lose his rationality. Seeking demise, Yifeng furrowed his brows, and in an instant, his body vanished, colliding with the fist of Super 17. A tremendous explosion resonated as their fists met, creating a colossal sound wave that reverberated through the air. The ground beneath them caved in dramatically, sending Son Gohan, Vegeta, and others hurtling dozens of yards away. The earth began to tremble violently, and the terrifying shockwaves obliterated the ruins and mountains within a 100-mile radius in an instant. Yifeng staggered, retreating 7 steps, while Super 17 shot forward like a bullet expelled from a chamber. The power of Yifeng is truly astonishing. Super 17 was sent hurtling uncontrollably across half the globe. The surface of the earth was furrowed with a chasm spanning countless miles. The right arm, which had just collided, had completely vanished, leaving an empty shoulder from which a crimson liquid poured forth. Whether it was oil or blood remains uncertain, as it is a fusion of a human and a pure robot. Whoosh! In a fleeting moment, Yifeng teleported directly to the location of Super 17. Appearing right beside him, with a swift motion, he placed his foot upon Super 17's head, driving him deep into the ground. It is the end for you, ultimate android. Having chosen to eradicate Super 17 without hesitation, Yifeng showed no signs of mercy. Super 17 struggled desperately, his face contorted with boundless rage. Yet, he remained unable to free himself from Yifeng's foot. The recent clash had already thrown his body into disarray, causing a significant decline in his energy levels. As Yifeng's voice faded, the energy sphere in his palm surged forth, striking the body of Super 17 with tremendous force. The explosion resounded with a thunderous roar, creating a vast chasm in the ground, within which flickered several small flames. Meanwhile, the form of Super 17 had vanished without a trace. Although he possessed the ability to absorb energy to enhance his strength, in his injured state, and faced with Yifeng's overwhelming power, he was utterly deprived of any opportunity to absorb energy. It was a decisive victory. Yifeng let out a long, relaxed breath, returning to his usual state. Although he had effortlessly defeated Super Android 17, a sense of joy eluded him. The disparity between himself and both Baby and Super Android 17 felt insurmountable, hindering his ability to enhance his own strength through battle. It appeared he would have to await the arrival of the One-Star Dragon and Gogeta. The images of Super One-Star Dragon and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta danced in his mind, igniting a spark of excitement in his eyes. With a swift motion, Yifeng reappeared before Son Gohan and the others, who had already been treated for their injuries by Dandy and were in good spirits. Has Super Android 17 been dealt with, Mr. Yifeng? Dandy and Son Gohan inquired, their faces reflecting curiosity. The Earth had returned to tranquility, yet the absence of the android's energy left them uncertain if Super Android 17 had truly been vanquished. Indeed, it has been resolved. After eliminating Super Android 17 and Drive Jero, Yifeng instantaneously transported himself to the underworld, bringing Sun Wukong back with him. His ability to teleport was boundless, akin to a divine skill, allowing him to traverse realms without the need to sense energy, making access to the underworld entirely feasible. While peace had been restored on Earth and the denizens who had escaped from the underworld were returned, the aftermath of destruction had claimed many lives, leaving cities and nature severely ravaged. Natural disasters, such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and floods, began to manifest one after another. Do you truly not wish to join us in searching for the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong asked Yifeng, his gaze earnest. They were preparing to seek the Dragon Balls and invoke the power of Shenron to restore the Earth to its former glory and resurrect those who had perished in this calamity. I shall refrain from joining. For you, the search will likely take no more than half a day. Yifeng smiled and spoke to Sun Wukong. After all, they had considerable experience in the quest for the Dragon Balls, particularly with the aid of the Dragon Ball radar. As for the nature of the Dragon Balls they might discover, Yifeng felt reluctant to disclose. Very well. I must express my gratitude for your triumph over Super 17. Otherwise, who knows what devastation might have befallen the Earth? Sun Wukong said politely to Yifeng. At that time, he was trapped in hell, truly at a loss, feeling only anxious. Fortunately, Yifeng was there to help. There is no need for gratitude. My defeat of 17 was not motivated by your appreciation. Yifeng smiled and remarked that since he too resided on Earth, he could not bear to witness its devastation. Well then, let us take our leave. Farewell, he said. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, and then leaped down from the celestial temple alongside Trunks and Xiaofang. After their departure, Dandy approached Yifeng with utmost respect and inquired, Mr. Yifeng, would you care to have something to eat before resuming your training? Yifeng replied, Indeed, I find myself rather hungry. I appreciate your assistance, along with that of Mr. Yifeng turned his head and smiled politely at Dandy. After all, he had indeed caused them considerable trouble over the past few days. You are too kind. You are the savior of Earth. It is my duty to assist you. Dandy replied with utmost respect and seriousness. As a deity of Earth, he often found himself powerless. It was Yifeng who had resolved the planet's crises on 2 occasions. Thus, such an attitude towards him was entirely warranted. After finishing his meal, Yifeng proceeded to the time chamber. This time, he needed to make a decision, one that would determine the path he would take in the future. Yifeng let out a long breath and then clenched his fists. The enigmatic form, the legendary Saiyan transformation, had previously eluded his resolution. He was uncertain whether his path lay with the Saiyans or with humanity. In truth, if he could fully unlock his potential, he might contemplate the human route. However, it appeared that in the near future, his abilities could not be fully harnessed. Soon, he would have to confront a formidable adversary, the Super One-Star Dragon. His strength required enhancement. As time ticked away, half an hour passed. Thus, he made his decision. It would be the legendary Super Saiyan. Yifeng spoke to himself with a serious demeanor, fully aware of the boundless talent and potential inherent in the Saiyan bloodline. It could be said that there were virtually no limits. However, even with the highest potential, humanity is confined by a ceiling. Relying on the latent powers of the Saiyan lineage system, unleash the entirety of my Saiyan bloodline, he resolutely thought to himself. During the initial fusion of his bloodline, he had concealed most of his Saiyan heritage using the system's capabilities, as he had yet to make a definitive decision at that time. Understood, host, came the synthesized electronic voice of the system. In that instant, Yifeng felt an overwhelming surge of potent and violent energy erupt within his body, almost as if it were about to burst forth. Yifeng inhaled sharply, his fists clenched tightly, the veins in his arms pulsating. Immediately, the muscles throughout his body swelled dramatically, rendering him exceptionally robust. With each breath, his skin radiated an overwhelming strength. Suddenly, his black hair began to lengthen, cascading down to his shoulders, while a few strands of bangs appeared before his brow. Moreover, a brown tail materialized behind him, deftly swaying in the air. After fully merging with the transcendent bloodline, had he truly transformed into a Saiyan? Yifeng gazed incredulously at the tail behind him, murmuring to himself. However, this was not unexpected. The lineage of the transcendent was exceedingly powerful, and upon complete integration, the The human blood coursing through his veins would inevitably be assimilated. With the transcendent blood flowing within him, it was only natural that he should be recognized as a Saiyan. In any case, he held no attachment to the body he had inhabited for merely half a month. Chapter 47. Arise, Divine Dragon. Could I possibly transform into a Super Saiyan? Now that he had become a true Saiyan, he was eager to ascertain whether he could attain the form of a Super Saiyan. With determination, Yifeng steadied his gaze, clenched his fists tightly, and assumed a stance. A deep roar erupted from his throat. During his previous viewings of Dragon Ball, he had never understood why Goku and others relied solely on their shouts to unleash their power. Yet now he comprehended. That very roar could indeed awaken the strength dormant within his body. The sensation was palpable, rumbling, accompanied by Yifeng's roar. The entire hyperbolic time chamber began to shake violently. A golden aura erupted from his form, radiating outward with exuberance. His black hair stood erect, veins pulsating like serpents across his brow. Boom. In the next moment, the hyperbolic time chamber exploded. Yifeng's figure materialized within the sacred temple. At that moment, his gaze was sharp, resembling that of a fierce beast, his black hair standing high, and his pupils transformed to a striking golden hue. What is happening? Dandy and were drawn to the immense commotion. Are you all right, Mr. Yifeng? Dandy inquired, noticing the fierce expression on Yifeng's face. Upon hearing Dandy's voice, Yifeng exhaled, gradually dissipating the ferocity emanating from him. His hair returned to its original state, and his pupils reverted to their natural black. Mr. Yifeng, what is this? Suddenly, Dandy's gaze fell upon the tail behind Yifeng. Isn't that the symbol of a Saiyan? Yifeng is a Saiyan, yet he did not possess a tail before. As you can see, the Saiyan Yifeng. Yifeng smiled and addressed Dandy. Having acknowledged his identity as a Saiyan and embraced the bloodline of the Transcendent, he realized that he was indeed a genuine Saiyan, with a lineage purer than that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Oh, I find myself suddenly intrigued. Dandy, being quite astute, promptly nodded and refrained from further inquiries. Some matters are beyond his understanding. Probing too much would not bode well for him. With the destruction of the hyperbolic time chamber, it seems that the two of them must endure further hardships. Yifeng felt somewhat embarrassed and apologized. It's nothing. Sir will be able to fix it soon. Dandy quickly replied, waving his hand. Observing Dandy's demeanor, it seemed he was a bit more fearful of Yifeng than before. Yifeng shook his head at Dandy's reaction. After all, he was not a ferocious beast that devoured people. Was it necessary to display such trepidation? However, since the Spirit Time House had been destroyed, Yifeng could no longer continue his training. It was time to see the dragon summoned by Sun Wukong and the others. Yifeng pondered for a moment and remarked, "That dragon, puffing on a cigar, seems rather intriguing." Subsequently, Yifeng instantaneously transported himself to the scene. At that moment, Sun Wukong and his companions had already gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Although the Dragon Balls bore visible cracks, after a brief moment of astonishment, Sun Wukong and the others paid it no further heed. Whoosh! Yifeng appeared before Sun Wukong and the others. "Oh, Yifeng. How come you have a tail? What? You've transformed into a Saiyan, what is going on?" Sun Wukong turned his head and immediately noticed the tail behind Yifeng, identical to his own, confirming that he was indeed a Saiyan. With a look of astonishment, he inquired, "Mr. Yifeng is also a Saiyan?" Sun Gohan and the others shared the same expression of shock, having completely overlooked this detail before. Furthermore, Yifeng seemed taller, and his hair had grown longer, resembling that of a Saiyan perfectly. "Surprised, are you?" Yifeng countered, observing their astonished gazes. "Indeed, we are quite astonished. What exactly have you done?" Sun Wukong replied honestly, nodding his head. "It's a long story, let us discuss it later. For now, I suggest you summon the dragon." Yifeng naturally could not divulge his secrets, and for the time being, he could not think of a plausible excuse. He opted to shift the conversation entirely. Sun Wukong nodded, aware that ordinary earthlings could not possibly match Yifeng's extraordinary strength. Mere cultivation could not attain such heights. Furthermore, it seemed that upon their first encounter, he had sensed something familiar emanating from Yifeng's being. Clearly, Yifeng had been concealing something. Since he chose not to speak, so be it. At this moment, Sun Wukong was far more eager to summon the dragon and restore the earth to its former glory, resurrecting the innocent lives lost. Noticing Sun Wukong's reluctance to inquire further, even Gohan and the others, despite their curiosity, refrained from pressing the matter. "Come forth, dragon." Sun Wukong skillfully recited the incantation to summon the dragon. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. The Dragon Balls remained eerily still. A gust of cold wind swept through, leaving Sun Wukong in an awkward predicament. How could the incantation fail? Author's note: the recent data has been disheartening. Perhaps there was an issue with the revisions, and I feel quite anxious. I kindly request a wave of flowers and review tickets. If you happen to have extra flowers and enjoy this book, please cast a couple of votes. Thank you all. Chapter 49. The birth of the evil dragon and the wrath of the king of worlds come forth. Dragon. Sun Wukong recited the familiar incantation once more. Yet, the Dragon Balls continued to lie dormant, as if mocking him. What is happening? Could I have misremembered the incantation? Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, bewildered. It was impossible. He had uttered this incantation countless times. What's going on, Grandpa? Why is there no response at all? Little Fong asked, her impatience evident as she gazed at Sun Wukong. This doesn't make sense. The incantation is supposed to work, but why hasn't the sky darkened? Bulma observed the bright surroundings, equally perplexed. There's no doubt about the incantation or the Dragon Balls. The only issue is the sudden cracks appearing on the Dragon Balls. Gohan voiced his unease. A persistent feeling of dread lingered within him, an inexplicable sensation that refused to dissipate. All right, I shall try once more, Sun Wukong said with a smile, meeting the gazes of those around him. He then directed his hands towards the 7 Dragon Balls. Just as Sun Wukong was about to speak, the Dragon Balls suddenly stirred, wisps of blue smoke billowing forth through the cracks. Almost simultaneously, the sky turned a blood-red hue, and the ground trembled violently. What is this? Why is there an earthquake? The group exclaimed in alarm. This summoning of the dragon felt distinctly different, accompanied by a potent aura of malevolence. Only Yi Feng remained composed, observing the unfolding scene with calm detachment. The social dragon was on the verge of being born. Wails echoed as blue smoke coalesced above their heads, gradually forming the shape of a dragon. What is that? Is that considered a dragon? Grandpa. Little Fong expressed her disdain at the sight of the grotesque dragon. I suppose it qualifies, as it did emerge from the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong nodded, but soon turned to Yi Feng, asking, do you know what is happening? I do not. Yi Feng shook his head, confident that someone would soon provide them with an explanation. However, I am certain that the grotesque creature before us is not a divine dragon and will not fulfill your wishes. Li Feng, with an air of unwavering confidence, addressed Sun Wukong. Indeed, I too sense an ominous presence, a malevolence entirely absent from the divine dragon we previously encountered. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, his gaze becoming increasingly wary. It seems that the emergence of this dragon is intricately linked to the fissures upon the Dragon Balls. Nevertheless, my immediate concern is to ascertain whether I can restore the earth to its former state. After conveying his intentions to Li Feng, Sun Wukong turned his attention to the malevolent blue dragon. O dragon, I beseech you to aid us in restoring the earth, which has recently suffered destruction, and to resurrect all those earthlings who have perished. Sun Wukong voiced his hopes with fervor, while the onlookers displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Given that they all emerged from the Dragon Balls, surely their wishes could be granted. Amidst the collective gaze of expectation, the sinister dragon lit a cigar, leisurely puffing away, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Truly, it was astonishingly similar. Yi Feng nearly burst into laughter. This evil dragon truly was a simpleton. Why does it feel like this divine dragon is somewhat unreliable? Chi-Chi and Bulma voiced their doubts. After their words fell, the evil dragon exhaled a puff of smoke towards the crowd and declared, I shall no longer heed the commands of you humans. Upon finishing, the evil dragon inhaled the 7 Dragon Balls, transforming into 7 azure smoke dragons that soared in different directions. Subsequently, North Kai and the Supreme Kai began to communicate telepathically with Sun Wukong and the others. North Kai aimed to inform Sun Wukong about the origins of the evil dragon, while the Supreme Kai and his companions intended to reprimand Sun Wukong and his companions for their reckless use of the Dragon Balls. Of course, these individuals were mostly those who acted like wise men after the fact, but were foolish beforehand. They clearly understood that the frequent use of the Dragon Balls would accumulate negative energy. Why did they not stop Sun Wukong and the others from using them? Even if they chose to turn a blind eye, why not offer a slight word of caution? They never even considered that if these gods were truly capable, there would be no need for Sun Wukong and his companions to combat those cosmic powerhouses. Without the sacrifice of comrades, there would naturally be no frequent need to utilize the Dragon Balls. So that's how it is. It seems rather troublesome indeed. After listening to the Supreme Kai and North Kai's accounts, Sun Wukong nodded in understanding, stroking his chin as he pondered a solution. It's all your fault. You bunch of imbeciles, for your incessant use of the Dragon Balls. The old Supreme Kai berated Sun Wukong and Bulma like a shrew. Moreover, this being communicated with everyone present, including Yi Feng. Thus, he continued to rant for nearly half an hour, leaving Yi Feng feeling quite vexed. I suggest you cease your incessant yammering. Keep it up, and I might just dismantle your divine realm. Why is there so much negative energy from the Dragon Balls? Don't you have any inkling of the reason? As the supreme gods of the universe, isn't it your responsibility to handle cosmic tyrants like Frieza, the cosmic brigand Bojack, and Majin Buu? How dare you raise your voice here? Yi Feng could no longer contain his frustration and shouted vehemently. It was one thing for that old fellow to mutter a few words, but for him to incessantly ramble was utterly intolerable. Chapter 50. The system issues another task. Humph. I have warned them before. After a brief mumble, the old king god fell silent. Firstly, there was no point in discussing these matters any further. The malevolent dragon had already manifested, and the only recourse was to vanquish it, seize the Dragon Balls, and seal it away completely. Secondly, Yi Feng was indeed a source of trepidation for him, as he was distinctly different from Goku and his companions. Although at present, he posed no significant threat to the universe, the critical factor was that if he desired to endanger the entire cosmos, he possessed the capability to do so. Most importantly, Yi Feng's character was inscrutable to him. Unlike the naive Goku and his friends, he was not one to be trifled with, even as the king god. Look, what is that? An aurora? At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly lifted his gaze towards the phenomenon appearing in the sky. It was a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of the northern lights. No, I can sense an overwhelmingly powerful malevolent aura enveloping the earth, Sun Wukong stated with a grave expression. However, that severity soon transformed into exhilaration. Although he was uncertain of the nature of the situation, it was clear that defeating the evil dragon was imperative. With that, Sun Wukong began to stretch his limbs, pondering the strength of the malevolent dragon. Yi Feng, would you care to join me? Sun Wukong turned to Yi Feng and inquired. Certainly, I too wish to witness those malevolent dragons. Yi Feng nodded and remarked, before the emergence of the one-star dragon, the four-star dragon was formidable as well. It can serve as a suitable practice opponent. At that moment, a synthesized electronic voice from the system unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Ding! The system has issued a task. Please check in during your battle with the Super One-Star Dragon. Upon successful completion of the task, you will receive corresponding rewards. Task duration, 10 days. Task length, half an hour. Just as Yi Feng was preparing to set off, the system's voice suddenly echoed again. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of joy illuminated his face. After waiting for so long, the system had finally reappeared, with a 10-day deadline for the task. It meant he had to engage in battle with the Super One-Star Dragon within this limited time frame. The reward for the initial task had been the ability to teleport without restrictions, so he was certain that this subsequent reward would not disappoint him either. Therefore, his immediate objective was to swiftly vanquish all the malevolent dragons until the Super One-Star Dragon manifested. Naturally, the sooner the better, as he was constrained by a mere 10 days. Hey, Yi Feng, what's wrong? Sun Wukong waved his hand at Yi Feng, inquiring. What could have caused him to suddenly become so lost in thought? No worries, let us set off. We should separate to expedite our progress. Yi Feng addressed Sun Wukong. Remarking on his sluggishness in battle, which seemed to drag on endlessly, he feared that joining forces would only exacerbate his impatience. Well, let us compete to see who can vanquish the evil dragon first, he proposed with a hint of mischief. Sun Wukong chuckled innocently in response, saying to Yi Feng, Very well, but I assure you, you shall be the one to lose. Yi Feng confidently spoke, asserting that among all the malevolent dragons, only the 4-star and 1-star dragons posed any real challenge. The rest were rather mediocre, merely possessing some flashy abilities that were hardly worth considering. Hee. Do not be overly confident. I too shall not concede defeat, Sun Wukong replied, equally assured. In almost perfect synchrony, both leaped into the air, vanishing before the eyes of Sun Gohan and the others. Meanwhile, Xiaofang stealthily trailed behind Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Yi Feng utilized instantaneous movement, and the first location he arrived at was an expansive glacier. The ice in this place appeared somewhat peculiar, not entirely pure white and transparent, but rather imbued with a hint of pale blue. It seemed he had indeed found the three-star dragon. Yifeng's lips curled slightly upward as he spoke with a smile. Among all the malevolent dragons, only the three-star dragon possesses this capability. Yifeng cast his gaze around, met by an expanse of crystalline ice pillars stretching endlessly before him. At that moment, a bluish-green figure materialized atop one of the ice columns behind him, making scarcely a sound. With a wide mouth and a pair of diminutive wings sprouting from its back, it bore a sinister smile as it regarded Yifeng. Suddenly, a glint of brilliance flickered in Yifeng's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled upwards slightly. It appeared that this bloodshed would be his to claim. Unaware of the peril, having ventured into his domain, the intruder would soon be transformed into a work of frozen art. The cold smile of the three-star dragon deepened, and its eyes glimmered with a faint green light. Anything within the realm of its freezing ray would be eternally encased in ice, impervious to thawing, save for the exceptional technique of its brother, the four-star dragon. In an instant, as the freezing ray was about to make contact with Yifeng's form, he vanished. The ray struck the icy surface, instantly erecting a new ice pillar. What? The cold smile on the three-star dragon's face evaporated, replaced by shock as it surveyed its surroundings. Is it truly gratifying to ambush others from behind? I shall give it a try as well. A chilling voice resonated from behind, enveloping the three-star dragon in a palpable aura of murderous intent. Death stood merely a step away. Chapter 51. A single punch to annihilate the six-star dragon. The three-star dragon hastily turned, terror etched across its features as it beheld Yifeng. Please, don't kill me, it pleaded, its face a mask of dread. The ability to appear unnoticed behind him made it painfully clear, even to the most obtuse, that there existed an insurmountable chasm between them. Yifeng suddenly smiled, then unleashed a powerful palm strike towards the three-star dragon. Unlike Sun Wukong, he was not reckless enough to allow himself to be blinded. Moreover, this fellow's freezing ray was indeed quite troublesome, so it was best to eliminate the threat directly. The energy sphere swiftly engulfed the three-star dragon, its form dissipating like smoke drawn away by the wind. Boom! The energy wave carved a deep chasm into the icy surface, and a green Dragon Ball fell into Yifeng's hand. Embedded within the orb were three small red stars. The three-star ball was now in his possession. Yifeng smiled and carefully packed away the three-star ball. What comes next? Yifeng gradually closed his eyes, beginning to sense the aura of the malevolent dragon. The presence of these creatures was faint, only becoming pronounced during combat. Moreover, due to the pervasive evil that enveloped the earth, locating them proved to be an arduous task. Yet, he had found them. Yifeng suddenly sensed a faint trace of malevolence, a subtle presence that lingered for a mere 10 minutes. He found himself uncertain if it was indeed the sinister dragon. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng's form vanished into the glacier. When he reappeared, he found himself in a quaint fishing village. The uniquely styled village was easily recognizable, permeated by a robust scent of fish. Such a potent aroma indicated that the six-star dragon was surely nearby. Yifeng glanced around and muttered to himself. His profound understanding of the plot of Dragon Ball G led him to know that the six-star dragon was lurking in the waters near the fishing village. However, he could no longer sense that sinister aura. At that moment, a swarm of small black dots suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be an assortment of fish, shrimp, and seafood. Following this, the fishermen hurriedly approached with their fish baskets, resulting in a chaotic scramble. Yifeng leapt into the air, surveying the surroundings from his elevated position, and soon discovered a vast expanse of blue ocean. It was right there. Yifeng dove directly downwards, coming to a halt upon the surface of the sea. He then called out to the ocean, "Six-star dragon, emerge." As Yifeng's voice faded, a colossal whirlpool abruptly emerged on the surface of the sea. Simultaneously, a figure began to rise slowly from the depths of the vortex. With deep blue hair and pale blue skin, adorned in a flowing gown, the countenance was rather exquisite, possessing a certain charm. Were one unaware of its true nature, one might easily mistake it for a princess of dragonkind. However, contemplating its true form filled Yifeng with a wave of nausea. Yet, what captivated Yifeng's gaze the most was the six-star orb pulsating within its essence. "Ah, you have truly made me squander 5 precious minutes of my time, six-star dragon." Yifeng gazed at the six-star dragon before him with a hint of impatience and remarked, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am the six-star dragon who commands the winds and the air." The six-star dragon, Noticing Yi Feng's irritable demeanor, retorted with indignation, "It matters not. Simply hand over the six-star orb to me." Yi Feng shrugged and addressed the six-star dragon. "Oof, such arrogance. If you wish to claim the six-star dragon, let us see your true capabilities." The six-star dragon clenched its fist, and suddenly, dozens of black energy orbs materialized around it. Void burst orbs. In an instant, the multitude of orbs surged toward Yi Feng. Boom, boom, boom. The orbs struck Yi Feng's body with pinpoint accuracy, resulting in a series of explosions. However, the effect was far from significant, as Yi Feng remained utterly still, exhibiting no signs of having been attacked. "Is this merely a tickle? Come now. I could use a scratch on my back too. Do it again." With a mocking expression, Yi Feng turned to face the six-star dragon. Given his current physical strength, even if he stood still and allowed the six-star dragon to attack, those flamboyant moves would fail to inflict any harm upon him. That insufferable fool, blinded by arrogance. "Watch as I unleash my rending wind vacuum slash." Gritting his teeth, the six-star dragon swiftly executed a series of striking gestures with both hands. Instantly, a flurry of energy blades surged towards Yi Feng. The power was undeniably formidable. The immense pressure alone carved a trace upon the ocean's surface beneath him. Flamboyant, yet utterly ineffective. Yi Feng cast a disdainful glance at the so-called Rift's wind vacuum slash. Then, with a swift movement, his fist radiated a golden glow as he charged directly at the six-star dragon, showing no intent to evade its attack. The clash of his fist against the Rift's wind vacuum slash erupted with a piercing explosion. Yet, Yi Feng's speed remained unimpeded as he instantly closed the distance to the six-star dragon. His fist struck the dragon's chest with a resounding impact. Boom. One punch pierced through the six-star dragon's torso. Impossible. The six-star dragon could hardly believe it had been vanquished by a single blow. In utter shock, its body gradually faded from existence, leaving the six-star ball in Yi Feng's grasp. Chapter 52. Versus the four-star dragon. Having effortlessly acquired 2 Dragon Balls, Yi Feng felt a sense of reassurance. With such speed, even if Sun Wukong were to dawdle, gathering the Dragon Balls within 10 days would be a certainty. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Xiao Fong were still entangled with the 7-star dragon. They could have transformed into Super Saiyans upon their first encounter, swiftly resolving the matter, but instead, they hesitated, causing Xiao Fong to take action and nearly putting herself in peril. Fortunately, after 2 hours of wits and valor, Sun Wukong and Xiao Fong successfully captured the 7-star dragon. With the 7-star dragon secured, we must hasten our pace. We cannot allow Yi Feng to get ahead of us. Sun Wukong glanced into the distance, smiling as he spoke. Surely, I am much faster than Yi Feng. After all, Jiro possesses the Dragon Ball radar, making their search for the evil dragons considerably easier. Indeed, we shall not be defeated, Grandpa. Xiao Fong nodded firmly, her determination evident. Having rarely tasted defeat throughout her life, her desire to win was particularly strong. Jiro, quickly check the location of the next Dragon Ball. Xiao Fong called out to the robot beside her. Jiro, Dragon Ball detected, located in the southwest, approximately 2,000 miles away. A golden dot appeared on Jiro's small screen, indicating the position of the next Dragon Ball. All right, now that we have the location, we must act swiftly, Sun Wukong declared earnestly. With that, Sun Wukong and Xiao Fong, accompanied by Jiro, transformed into a streak of light and vanished from their spot. At that moment, Yi Feng had already arrived at the center of a small town. Due to frequent earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, the townspeople had long since evacuated. This sweltering sensation could only be attributed to the 4-star dragon. Yi Feng surveyed his surroundings, taking in the sweltering air, and smiled as he spoke. The earth, at this moment, was entirely enveloped by those malevolent energies, rendering the sun invisible and making such heat impossible. The only plausible explanation was the presence of the 4-star dragon of flame nearby. At last, he had a worthy opponent to engage in a formidable battle. Yi Feng gazed upwards as an orange-red fireball abruptly materialized above him, hurtling down with astonishing velocity, akin to a meteorite descending from the heavens. Yi Feng slowly raised his palm, from which a surge of energy erupted, instantaneously shattering the fireball. The remnants of the fireball cascaded to the ground, igniting a fierce blaze. Almost simultaneously, a crimson figure materialized before Yi Feng on the rooftop. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the 3-star dragon, the sole distinction being the hue of its body. I have been searching for you for a long time, 4-star dragon. Yi Feng's body gradually ascended, remaining parallel with the 4-star dragon before he spoke with a faint smile. He had been searching for this individual for over 2 hours. You have killed the 3-star dragon and the 6-star dragon? The 4-star dragon's tone was calm, yet his eyes betrayed a chilling intent to kill. Although he and the 3-star dragon, his brother, were at odds, he could not ignore the bond of blood. The presence of the 3-star and 6-star orbs on this man indicated that they had indeed been eliminated. Indeed, you are next. Yifeng smiled gently and nodded, radiating confidence. Humph, how naive. If you think I am akin to the 3-star dragon or the 6-star dragon, you are gravely mistaken. The 4-star dragon scoffed, addressing Yifeng. Although the 3-star dragon was his elder brother, his own strength far surpassed that of the latter. It is no exaggeration to assert that he could vanquish the 3-star dragon within a mere 10 seconds. I am aware of your formidable prowess. Among all the malevolent dragons, you must be the mightiest, second only to the 1-star dragon. It is precisely for this reason that I am willing to invest 2 hours to seek you out. Yifeng spoke softly, his demeanor unruffled. The 4-star dragon is indeed formidable, perhaps not inferior to the Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku. However, that assessment is relative. In my presence, he hardly qualifies as strong, merely presenting a minor challenge. Initially, I awaited the arrival of Son Goku. But since you have appeared and vanquished the 3-star dragon, I shall deal with you first. The 4-star dragon replied confidently to Yifeng. Deal with me? You exhibit quite an abundance of confidence. Let us see you attempt it. Yifeng chuckled playfully and addressed the 4-star dragon. Very well, I shall soon bring you down. As soon as his voice faded, the 4-star dragon's form vanished into thin air. Almost simultaneously, Yifeng's figure also disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the air, one could scarcely discern 2 flickering lines, one black and one red, entwined in a relentless dance. The 4-star dragon suddenly adjusted his body temperature to a scorching Celsius, equivalent to the surface temperature of the sun. In the next instant, their fists collided with a thunderous impact. Bang! Following the clash, both quickly recoiled, with Yifeng furrowing his brow slightly. The extreme temperature of Celsius proved to be somewhat troublesome. Feeling a piercing pain in his fist, he spoke softly, humph. Now you realize you are no match for me. The 4-star dragon, having gained a slight advantage, taunted Yifeng. Of course, he possessed the confidence to back up his claim. The high temperature of Celsius was not easily manageable. Chapter 53, The Wrath Form. Moreover, he was currently in a mere ordinary form. He had a true form with an even higher temperature. Once he transformed, his power would increase significantly. Do not be hasty in your conclusions. The temperature of Celsius poses no substantial threat to me. Yifeng gently shook his head, a confident smile still gracing his lips. Although he could not yet transform into a Super Saiyan, he had already achieved the form of the legendary Super Saiyan. This transformation was more than sufficient to defeat the 4-star dragon before him, and he was utterly confident in this assertion. Moreover, his current form surpassed that of Broly in Dragon Ball Super. Yet, was he still engaging in verbal bravado at this point? The 4-star dragon could hardly believe that this individual could pose a threat. At best, he was merely a boastful fool, a frog in a well. Very well, let me demonstrate my power to you. Yifeng's fists clenched tightly, and a deep roar erupted from his throat. Subsequently, tendrils of grass-green energy exploded forth from his body. The ground beneath him instantaneously erupted, spreading outward in a spiderweb pattern. The earth trembled violently, reminiscent of a great earthquake, causing the dilapidated structures surrounding the area to collapse with a thunderous crash. What? How can this individual possess such formidable energy? The confidence that once adorned the face of the 4-star dragon dissipated in an instant, replaced by profound astonishment. He had not anticipated that such power resided within Yifeng. At that moment, Sun Wukong, engaged in battle with the 2-star dragon, suddenly sensed Yifeng's energy and halted his movements. Yifeng's energy, has he begun fighting as well? Remarkable, his power has surged considerably. This is truly exhilarating. The excitement was evident on Sun Wukong's face as he transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. It seemed that a rematch with Yifeng was in order. Such might. The entire planet is quaking. Xiaofang murmured, her expression one of shock. This energy surpasses that of my grandfather. Yifeng is exceedingly powerful. Sun Wukong and his companions sensed Yifeng's energy, and naturally, Vegeta, who was diligently training in the gravity room to catch up with them, felt it as well. Upon sensing Yifeng's ascension, Vegeta gritted his teeth and intensified his training. These bastards are all like they have been enhanced. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and the others were expressions of delight. With Yifeng here, The evil dragon is sure to be subdued. A minute later, Yifeng's energy finally subsided. At this moment, his black hair stood erect. His pupils transformed into a striking golden hue, and he resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating an intense aura. This was Yifeng's first form, the Fury form. It combined the strength of the great ape, aligning with the lore of Dragon Ball Super Broly, where its power was tenfold in its base state. However, Yifeng was acutely aware that the strength of this form was far beyond mere multiplication. Surprised, are you? Where has that confidence of yours vanished to? Yifeng suddenly curled his lips in a smile and addressed the four-star dragon. I never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. Undoubtedly, you have surpassed my expectations. However, do not presume that this guarantees your victory over me. Though the four-star dragon felt astonished within, he could not allow it to show on his face. Moreover, until the very last moment, the outcome remains uncertain. Do you not think you may be overestimating yourself? As Yifeng's teasing voice lingered in the air, his form abruptly vanished. Almost simultaneously, a fist imprint materialized upon the chest of the four-star dragon, causing its body to be flung backward. Boom, boom, boom. The four-star dragon's form crashed through numerous ruins, leaving a long trail etched into the ground. What a dreadful display of power and swiftness. A sense of fear suddenly welled up within the four-star dragon. The speed and strength demonstrated moments ago had once again surpassed its expectations. Astonished? To be honest, I too am taken aback. Yifeng smiled, and in an instant, he materialized before the four-star dragon. Ha ha ha. The four-star dragon let out a furious roar, and immediately, fissures appeared across its body, emanating a radiant golden light. Subsequently, crimson shards began to fall away. Is this truly your original form? It seems that aside from a slight increase in temperature, there is no notable difference at all. Yifeng glanced at the suddenly transformed golden four-star dragon and said in a calm tone, Is that so? You shall soon comprehend. The four-star dragon coldly regarded Yifeng, and after speaking, launched an assault towards him. With a rapid succession of punches akin to a machine gun, the blows were directed at Yifeng. Yet he deftly evaded each one. Initially, I presumed the four-star dragon would exhibit a modicum of strength. It seems I had placed my hopes in you far too high. Yifeng gently shook his head. After transforming into his furious form, the power and speed of the four-star dragon had surpassed him by a considerable margin. Author's note: I shamelessly seek a surge of data, even though you often disregard it. Chapter 54. The one-star dragon's trepidation. Well then, let us conclude this battle. My interest in you has waned. Yifeng suddenly struck, seizing the fist of the four-star dragon with a decisive grip. He spoke in a calm tone, expressing his realization that the four-star dragon's strength was not as formidable as he had previously imagined, rendering the battle somewhat tedious. The four-star dragon, his face contorted with anger, retorted indignantly. Although he was acutely aware that he was no match for the individual before him, the condescending tone of his adversary was intolerable. Surrender the four-star orb, and I may contemplate sparing your life, he warned. Yifeng spoke in a calm tone. The four-star dragon was unlike the other malevolent dragons. His nature was not inherently evil. He simply yearned for a proper duel with Sun Wukong. Should he willingly surrender the four-star ball, Yifeng would refrain from erasing him. However, if the dragon remained obstinate, then Yifeng would have no choice. The notion of surrendering the four-star ball was but a foolish dream. The four-star ball possessed its own pride. Death held no terror for him. The only regret was the inability to engage in a worthy battle with Sun Wukong. If that were the case, then let him perish. Yifeng is by no means a saint. He demands compliance and the surrender of the Dragon Ball, offering a chance for mercy only if the other party yields. However, should they remain obstinate, he shall show no mercy. As his voice fades, Yifeng strikes with lightning speed, landing a blow squarely on the chest of the four-star dragon. The sheer force of his punch sends the creature hurtling backward. A grimace of agony etched upon its face. Yet, due to the overwhelming power of Yifeng's fist, the four-star dragon finds itself utterly unable to regain control of its body. In an instant, Yifeng appears behind the four-star dragon, conjuring a verdant energy sphere from his palm, imbued with cataclysmic might. Upon contact with the creature's back, the energy sphere detonates with a resounding explosion. The heavens erupt in a dazzling display of fireworks, while the ground succumbs to the shockwave, forming a colossal crater. The area within 1,000 feet collapses several meters deep, and the body of the four-star dragon vanishes entirely. Subsequently, the four-star ball plummets to the earth, where Yifeng deftly catches it in his grasp. Yifeng tightly gripped the 4-star ball in his hand, surveying the devastation around him before his body vanished once more. 5 minutes later, a figure suddenly materialized at the location where Yifeng had recently battled the 4-star dragon. Clad in a pallid hue, the newcomer bore black bony spikes on his wrists, chin, and back, complemented by a pair of elfin ears and 2 antennae resembling his skin tone atop his head. His eyes glimmered with a sinister coldness. This individual was none other than the one Yifeng sought, the 1-star dragon. Who was that previous adversary? Endowed with such formidable power that he effortlessly dispatched the 4-star dragon? The 1-star dragon gazed into the direction from which Yifeng had vanished, a weighty expression creeping into his otherwise chilling gaze. Though the 4-star dragon's strength did not surpass his own, it was undeniably formidable. The ease with which he had been slain implied that the assailant possessed the capability to eliminate him as well. Unless he consumed the remaining 6 Dragon Balls and transformed into a super 1-star dragon, there would be no rival in the universe to challenge him. Yet, at this moment, 3 Dragon Balls lay in the grasp of that human, whose might far exceeded his own. How could he reclaim them? The thought left the 1-star dragon in a state of agitation. However, his immediate priority was to conceal all traces of his presence to avoid detection. Only then could he devise a new plan. Meanwhile, Yifeng had been searching for 2 hours without discovering the 1-star dragon he sought. His current objective was not to eliminate the 1-star dragon, but rather to enthusiastically present the 3 Dragon Balls he had obtained to him. Following that, he intended to have the 1-star dragon seize the Dragon Balls possessed by Sun Wukong, thus transforming into a super 1-star dragon. This would allow him to engage in a fierce battle with him. There were 2 advantages to battling the 1-star dragon. Firstly, Yifeng's strength was currently hindered at the rage form, preventing him from transforming into a super Saiyan. He required an optimal opportunity. The power of the super 1-star dragon would undoubtedly surpass his rage form, thus providing him the means to evolve into a super Saiyan. Once he attained that form, defeating the 1-star dragon would be a mere formality. Should that not suffice, he still held the ultimate trump card. Therefore, he had no fear of the 1-star dragon inciting any significant turmoil. Secondly, this endeavor was crucial for fulfilling his system mission. Although it was not mandatory, Yifeng held a keen interest in the rewards of this task. After all, the novice gift pack and the initial sign-in rewards were truly valuable treasures. He had no doubt that the upcoming rewards would be equally impressive. Though he could not locate the 1-star dragon presently, he sensed the presence of other malevolent dragons nearby. Yifeng gazed at a distant city, muttering to himself, as a faint aura of malevolence emanated from within its confines. Chapter 55. The Final Adversary, 1-Star Dragon. Yifeng's body gently descended upon the bustling intersection at the heart of the city, where an unusual tranquility enveloped the vast metropolis. No figures were visible, nor could a single vehicle be seen in motion. Suddenly, the traffic lights at the intersection flickered momentarily before dimming gradually. Yifeng's keen observation then discerned several clumps of sticky, pink substance adhering to the traffic lights. "Come forth, 5-star dragon." Yifeng offered a faint smile and spoke aloud. In truth, one can ascertain the presence of the 5-star dragon, also known as the dragon of electricity, merely by observing the anomalous traffic lights. While it may lack formidable power, typical attacks prove ineffective against it, for its body is enveloped in a layer of pink slime, making direct harm to its essence exceedingly challenging. However, I am well aware of how to confront the 5-star dragon. As Yifeng's voice resonated, suddenly, clusters of pink entities began to crawl toward him. Have I been discovered? Your perceptive abilities are rather impressive. At that moment, a figure materialized before Yifeng. Strictly speaking, it was not a human but rather a hybrid creature, a fusion of a penguin and a pterosaur. You may have vanquished the 3-star dragon, the 4-star dragon, and the 6-star dragon, showcasing considerable strength, yet you are undoubtedly no match for me, the 5-star dragon. The 5-star dragon proclaimed, its expression brimming with arrogance as it regarded Yifeng. Is that so? You may be unaware that the 3 who fell before you were even more confident than you. Yifeng continued to smile faintly as he spoke. The 5-star dragon's ability to control electricity is indeed formidable. However, in comparison to the 4-star dragon, it is rather insignificant. Allow me to demonstrate the consequences of provoking my wrath. Electrical adhesive, come forth. Suddenly, the 5-star dragon spread its arms wide, and the surrounding pink liquid began to converge towards Yifeng. Yifeng suddenly trembled as a powerful aura erupted from his body. The terrifying energy forcefully repelled the viscous substance, which, though utterly ineffective against him, was nonetheless repugnant to behold. How could he allow such a slimy substance to adhere to him? Oh, it appears there is some capability present. The five-star dragon's eyes betrayed a hint of astonishment. Yet it was merely surprise. He retained absolute confidence in his ability to eliminate Yifeng. With a surge of energy, the five-star dragon unleashed another assault towards Yifeng, sending a bolt of electricity shooting forth from his fingertips directly at him. Yifeng did not attempt to evade. He allowed the so-called evil dragon's electric strike to hit him. Crackle! Waves of electricity coursed through his body, yet Yifeng felt no discomfort. Instead, it was akin to a soothing massage, quite pleasurable. Is this truly your attack? It seems the electricity is rather feeble. Can it not be intensified further? Yifeng regarded the five-star dragon with a disdainful expression and inquired. His current strategy was to enable the five-star dragon to absorb a greater amount of electricity, thereby allowing him to effortlessly eliminate it. How infuriating it was that such brazen words could be uttered before the mightiest of the malevolent dragons. He would not let this transgression go unpunished. The five-star dragon's body swelled with fury. If it desired greater power for its assault, he would oblige. Suddenly, 10 antenna-like appendages emerged from the five-star dragon's shoulders, reaching towards the high-voltage lines and the power generation site. In no time, the five-star dragon's form expanded, growing to the size of a multi-story building within mere seconds. Now was the moment. Yifeng glanced at the five-star dragon and remarked. His body was currently infused with electricity, making him particularly wary of water. A mere touch would cause his entire being to short-circuit. Suddenly, Yifeng leaped into the air, vanishing before the five-star dragon's eyes. 2 seconds later, he reappeared, dragging 4 enormous iron barrels, an incongruous sight indeed. Ha ha! Do you intend to make me die of laughter with such things? The five-star dragon observed Yifeng, bursting into triumphant laughter. This fellow can't possibly be stunned by his own fear, can he? No, I am determined to eliminate you. As Yifeng's cold laughter echoed, he hurled 4 massive iron barrels towards the head of the five-star dragon. Subsequently, a beam of energy shot forth from his fingertips, causing the barrels to detonate instantaneously. Water cascaded down in torrents, drenching the five-star dragon entirely. What? Water? A look of sheer terror swept across the five-star dragon's face. It was unafraid of any attack. Yet the presence of water struck fear within, for it would result in a short circuit. All electrical solutions, retreat at once. The five-star dragon bellowed in panic. But it was too late. Its colossal body began to erupt in a series of explosions. Moments later, a thunderous roar resonated, and a brilliant golden light erupted as the five-star dragon's body was engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion. Yifeng extended his hand and deftly grasped the five-star ball. Although he possessed the strength to contend with the five-star dragon, this creature proved to be rather bothersome and could consume a considerable amount of time. Thus, it was prudent to resolve the matter in the simplest manner possible. Presently, I hold 4 Dragon Balls, while Sun Wukong and his companions have presumably acquired the 2-star and 4-star balls, which implies that only the 1-star Dragon Ball remains. Chapter 56. All Dragon Balls have been stolen. Suddenly, Sun Wukong and Xiao Fong soared towards Yifeng. Oh, Yifeng, I didn't expect you to emerge victorious. Sun Wukong declared with a smile as he landed before Yifeng. He was indifferent to the concept of victory or defeat. How did you know I had already won? Yifeng also smiled, a hint of curiosity in his voice as he inquired. Furthermore, he had not emitted much energy during his previous battle, yet they had managed to locate him so swiftly. You currently possess 4 Dragon Balls, which naturally signifies your victory. Sun Wukong remarked with a mysterious grin. I see. It must be that robot equipped with a built-in radar, right? Yifeng glanced at Ji Lu beside Xiao Fong and quickly understood. He possessed a Dragon Ball, and that individual could sense its presence, enabling them to know not only of his existence, but also the precise number of Dragon Balls he held. This made things exceedingly simple. How many stars are there on your side? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. They had now gathered 6 Dragon Balls and were uncertain about the star rating of the final one. The remaining one is a 1-star Dragon Ball. Yifeng replied directly. The 1-star dragon is indeed the most challenging to contend with. Of course, this was a perspective tailored to Sun Wukong, who regarded it as merely a trivial matter. Unless he transformed into the super 1-star dragon, The location of that individual was utterly elusive. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and remarked, I have attempted to search for other Dragon Balls, yet I found nothing. Not even the Dragon Ball radar proved effective? Yi Feng inquired with a hint of surprise. Oh, Jilu has attempted several times, but has been unable to find it, which is why we came to seek your assistance. Sun Wukong nodded in response. By the way, why don't you gather all these Dragon Balls together? It doesn't matter. Yi Feng, after finishing his words, directly took out the Dragon Ball and handed it to Xiao Feng. Since it ultimately needed to be absorbed by the one-star dragon, it mattered not who possessed it. Hee, we have now located 6 Dragon Balls, with just one more. We can restore everything to its original state. Xiao Feng placed the 4 Dragon Balls into her backpack, her face brimming with excitement as she spoke. The one-star dragon will not leave the earth. Let us continue our search. Sun Wukong turned to Yi Feng and said, Wait a moment. Yi Feng's gaze abruptly shifted to a certain spot, where a terrifying wave of energy surged towards the trio. What on earth? Sun Wukong and Xiao Feng were instantly struck with dread. Boom. Just as the 3 managed to react, the energy sphere had already collided with the ground beneath their feet, erupting in a violent explosion. In an instant, dust soared and debris scattered in all directions. Yi Feng and Sun Wukong flashed through the air, appearing mid-sky in an instant. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, whose strength was considerably weaker, stood no chance against such a sudden assault and was instantly blasted away. Xiao Feng. Sun Wukong swiftly flew over and caught her before she could crash. However, the backpack she had been holding had vanished without a trace. Grandpa. Xiao Feng weakly glanced at Sun Wukong before losing consciousness. Ha ha. A chilling, maniacal laughter echoed from within the dissipating dust. Finally decided to show yourself? Hearing the laughter, Yi Feng's lips curled slightly. This one-star dragon, his cunning is truly impressive, Yi Feng mused. The creature had somehow concealed his presence completely, evading even the dragon radar's detection, all while observing the trio and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Yet, this played right into Yi Feng's hands. He had been pondering how to make one-star dragon absorb the other Dragon Balls. As the dust settled, a pale figure emerged before Yi Feng and Sun Wukong. One-star dragon. Sun Wukong's brows furrowed, his eyes burning with fury. You dare hurt Xiao Feng? TCH. What fools. One-star dragon sneered, his face twisted in triumph. I expected more resistance, but this was far too easy. 6 Dragon Balls now hovered before his chest. You, bastard. I won't let you get away with this. Sun Wukong clenched his fists so tightly they trembled. Yi Feng, take care of Xiao Feng. Handing Xiao Feng over to Yi Feng, Sun Wukong turned back to his foe. Oh, planning to fight me, Sun Wukong? One-star dragon scoffed, even without absorbing the other Dragon Balls. He was confident in overpowering Sun Wukong. The only real threat was the man beside him, Yi Feng. To ensure absolute victory, he had no choice but to evolve into Super One-Star Dragon. I said, you hurt Xiao Feng. I won't forgive you. Sun Wukong growled, his aura erupting in a blazing golden inferno. Whoosh! Golden energy swirled around him as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The sheer power radiating from one-star dragon eclipsed even that of 2-star and 7-star dragons. This demanded his full strength. Chapter 57. The Might of Super One-Star Dragon. Meanwhile, in West City, Vegeta trained relentlessly within his gravity chamber. After Sun Wukong defeated Majin Buu, he had begrudgingly acknowledged him as the universe's strongest, abandoning any thought of surpassing him. But Yi Feng's sudden appearance had reignited that competitive fire. TCH. While they're out there fighting, I'm stuck here torturing myself. Damn it. Vegeta snarled, veins bulging on his forehead. The frustration gnawed at him like a festering wound, especially knowing that even Trunks and Yi Feng, fellow Saiyans, had surpassed him. Hey Vegeta, do you really want to surpass Goku that badly? Bulma's voice interrupted his training as she stood at the chamber's entrance. TCH. What do you want? Vegeta wiped the sweat from his brow, ignoring her question. But as his wife, Bulma already knew the answer. Maybe you could achieve Super Saiyan 4 too, she suggested carefully. What? Vegeta froze, shock flashing across his face. He could become a Super Saiyan 4? After being controlled by Baby, I learned that Saiyans can awaken their latent power by exposure to intense blood waves, triggering the Great Ape transformation, Bulma explained. However, she hadn't tested this theory. Whether she could replicate blood waves remained uncertain. You can really make me a Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta's disbelief morphed into exhilaration. I'm only about 50 confident, but we can try, Bulma admitted. She lacked concrete data, only fragments of knowledge from baby. Recreating Blood's waves would require extensive research. How long will it take? Vegeta demanded. If this was possible, he had to join the battle against the evil dragons. Not sure yet, but I'll hurry. Bulma shook her head. Fine, Kakarot. I will surpass you. Vegeta grinned fiercely, his fists trembling with anticipation. Back at the battlefield, Sun Wukong, now in Super Saiyan 4, glared at one-star dragon with unbridled rage. Now, witness the pinnacle of power, the ultimate force surpassing all evil dragons. One-star dragon roared as the 6 Dragon Balls flew into his mouth. What? He ate them. Sun Wukong gaped in disbelief. Was this creature insane? Behold, the strongest power in the universe. One-star dragon spread his arms, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of energy. The ground shattered beneath the pressure, and even Sun Wukong was forced back several steps. This power. He has grown even stronger. Sun Wukong muttered, stunned. After devouring the other Dragon Balls, One-star dragon's energy had skyrocketed. His appearance had also changed. The single star on his chest had vanished, replaced by 4 embedded Dragon Balls. Super One-star Dragon. Truly formidable, Yi Feng observed calmly. This power rivals even my wrath form. Yi Feng gazed at the Super One-star Dragon, silently assessing the situation. However, the stronger he became, the more formidable he would grow during the battle. This was the inherent characteristic of his transcendent bloodline. Come on, Sun Wukong. Weren't you just eager to kill me? I'm right here waiting for you. After devouring the other Dragon Balls, the One-star Dragon smugly addressed Sun Wukong. Even if you grow stronger, I will still thoroughly teach you a lesson. Sun Wukong clenched his fist and launched an attack against the One-star Dragon. The speed of Super Saiyan for Sun Wukong was remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, his fist struck the chest of the Super One-star Dragon. Bang! With that single blow, the Super One-star Dragon was forced to slide back several feet. Following this, Sun Wukong delivered a heavy kick to the dragon's cheek. However, such a powerful assault merely caused the One-star Dragon to tilt his head slightly. How infuriating! My attack was utterly ineffective. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the One-star Dragon's overwhelming strength. In that case, he retreated several dozen feet and prepared his tenfold Kamehameha. The Crimson Kamehameha surged forth, directly aimed at the Super One-star Dragon. Yet, the One-star Dragon seemed completely unfazed, standing stationary as the attack approached. Boom! The energy wave accurately struck the Super One-star Dragon, carving a deep trench into the ground, while the dragon remained unmoved, the energy wave creating 2 massive semicircles behind him. What? My tenfold Kamehameha is ineffective against him? What kind of monster is this? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Sun Wukong's face. It seemed he might truly be incapable of defeating this foe. Perhaps his strength had even surpassed Yi Feng's. Sun Wukong, your attack merely stirs up some dust. It is utterly useless against me, the Super One-star Dragon remarked arrogantly, brushing off the dust from his shoulder. It was clear he had the confidence to back up his arrogance. This situation is far worse than I anticipated, Sun Wukong said, his expression troubled. It was now entirely evident that he could not compete with the Super One-star Dragon. Just then, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, and Ub flew in. Dad, are you alright? Son Gohan quickly took Ub from Yi Feng's grasp. Fortunately, she just fainted. What an overwhelming energy. Is that the evil dragon? Ub and Trunks glanced at the One-star Dragon, inquiring about the powerful and malevolent aura. Indeed, he is the One-star Dragon, but after consuming all the Dragon Balls, he has transformed into the Super One-star Dragon. Sun Wukong replied gravely. Super One-star Dragon. No wonder this malevolent energy feels so oppressive. Even Dad's Super Saiyan 4 form cannot defeat him? Son Gohan asked incredulously. After all, his father's Super Saiyan 4 was nearly invincible. If even that form couldn't overcome the Super One-star Dragon, it would be truly alarming. Though reluctant to accept it, Sun Wukong acknowledged, the gap between us is immense. He can withstand my tenfold Kamehameha. The ability to completely disregard his tenfold Kamehameha starkly highlighted the difference in their powers. What? How could such a terrifying monster exist? The expressions of Son Gohan and the others darkened further. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared to recall something and turned to Yi Feng in midair. Yi Feng, can you hold on for a moment? I've devised a plan to defeat the One-star Dragon, but I need a little time. Will 10 minutes suffice? Yi Feng inquired directly. His task duration was merely 10 minutes. By engaging in combat with the Super One-star Dragon for this brief period, he could secure the sign and reward. Heck you. 10 minutes is ample, Sun Wukong nodded and remarked with a smile. He intended to harness the energy of Gohan and Trunks, the Saiyans, to transform into the ultimate Super Saiyan form. At that juncture, his power would surge dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4, which might enable him to vanquish the Super One-Star Dragon. Has it come to your turn? I find myself rather intrigued by you. The Super One-Star Dragon observed Yi Feng and suddenly remarked with a subtle smile. Is that so? I too harbor a significant interest in you. Yi Feng smiled and replied to Super One-Star Dragon in the same tone. Undeniably, you are formidable, even surpassing Sun Wukong. Just a few days ago, I would have stood no chance against you, but now, before Super One-Star Dragon could finish speaking, Yi Feng interrupted, you still remain no match for me. Yi Feng tilted his head slightly, a provocative expression adorning his face. Humph, what an audacious fellow, truly infuriating. I merely intend to extend a gesture of goodwill, allowing you to experience the unparalleled might of the universe. Following the utterance of Super One-Star Dragon, its form swiftly darted towards Yi Feng. The speed was astonishing, to the extent that even Sun Wukong could only perceive an afterimage. As for Son Gohan and the others, they were utterly unable to discern anything at all. The crowd was left in a state of shock and bewilderment. Yi Feng did not prepare to evade the attack of the Super One-Star Dragon. Instead, he raised his arms before his chest. Almost simultaneously with Yi Feng's action, the fist of the Super One-Star Dragon came crashing down. Bang! At the moment of the deep collision sound, Yi Feng's body was sent flying backward. Boom, boom, boom. In the process, dozens of sturdy buildings were shattered. Humph! Such fragility. The Super One-Star Dragon glanced at the large holes in the buildings, a look of disdain etched upon his face. This fellow's strength is indeed extraordinary. Yi Feng rose from the ruins, shaking his arms as if they had been struck by electricity, a sensation of tingling and throbbing intertwining. Ding! The system task has commenced. Please engage in battle with the Super One-Star Dragon for 10 minutes. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed. 10 minutes? It seems I must transform into my rage form. After Yi Feng finished speaking to himself, he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 59. An Unexpected Power. With a resounding roar, the ground trembled violently, and the surrounding ruins were flattened. Wisps of emerald green energy swirled around him. His pupils transformed into a striking golden hue, and his black hair stood on end. Remarkably, he had yet to ascend to Super Saiyan, yet his energy was already terrifyingly potent. Goku and the others gazed at Yi Feng in astonishment. He appeared to be an ordinary Saiyan, not even resembling a fully realized Super Saiyan. Yet his strength surpassed that of Goku. If he could achieve Super Saiyan status, what level of power would he attain? Gohan looked at Yi Feng, his voice laced with awe. All right, Yi Feng can likely hold on for a moment. You all must quickly transfer your Super Saiyan energy to me. Goku hurriedly addressed Gohan and the others. Only by transforming into Super Saiyan 4 can I contend with Super One-Star Dragon. Yes, Dad. Right, Uncle Goku. Gohan and the others nodded in agreement, then immediately transformed into Super Saiyan, encircling Goku in the process. Swish. After Yi Feng transformed into his furious state, he instantly appeared beside the Super One-Star Dragon. What had just transpired was merely a warm-up. The true battle was only about to commence. Yi Feng's lips curled into a smile, his face alight with excitement as he addressed the Super One-Star Dragon. This creature was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. Given his current strength, he might not even measure up. Rest assured, this battle will soon reach its conclusion. The Super One-Star Dragon exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Having consumed the other Dragon Balls, he now stood atop the cosmic hierarchy, a being far beyond the reach of any Saiyan. Is that so? Then I shall await the outcome with bated breath. After a faint reply, Yi Feng's body suddenly propelled forward. His fist, enveloped in an emerald green aura, surged toward the forehead of the Super One-Star Dragon. Humph! Unaware of his impending doom, the Super One-Star Dragon disdainfully scoffed and retaliated with a punch aimed at Yi Feng. At that very moment, a fiery halo enveloped the Super One-Star Dragon, causing the surrounding air to become oppressively heated. After all, the intensity of was no trivial matter. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, producing a thunderous roar, followed by a massive shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. The ground trembled violently, creating a chasm over 100 feet wide and thousands of feet long, as if the entire earth had been cleaved in two. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions, who were absorbing Super Saiyan energy, were violently propelled away by the terrifying shockwave. Gasping, Goten, Gohan, and Trunks all spat out blood, their faces paling instantly. How terrifying. The sheer force of the shockwave was overwhelmingly powerful. Goku's expression shifted dramatically as he observed their distress. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, are you all right? Goku inquired anxiously. We're fine, Dad. Let us move further away before continuing. Gohan replied, gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body. All right. Goku nodded, and they swiftly made their way to West City, believing it to be a safer haven. After a powerful clash between Yi Feng and the Super One-Star Dragon, both retreated several paces. However, it was evident that in this encounter, the Super One-Star Dragon held the upper hand, having only staggered back a mere 10 steps. In stark contrast, Yi Feng was forced to retreat an impressive distance of several dozen zhang. What a formidable opponent. He far exceeds my expectations. Yi Feng shook his fist, pondering silently. The might of the Super One-Star Dragon evidently surpassed his own capabilities. If he did not transform into a Super Saiyan, he might very well face defeat. However, to achieve that transformation, he must resolutely cast aside any thoughts of mastering the Ultra Instinct. Allowing himself to succumb to anger due to his helplessness might just trigger the metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan. Yet, this was merely Yi Feng's contemplation at this moment. From your countenance, I perceive a hint of trepidation. Where has your earlier bravado vanished to? The Super One-Star Dragon, observing Yi Feng's furrowed brow, assumed he was stricken with fear and thus taunted him. Has merely gaining a slight advantage led you to such arrogance? Yi Feng lifted his head and glanced at the Super One-Star Dragon, responding coldly. He harbored no fear of the creature. If he truly found himself unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, he would resort to the Ultra Instinct to confront it. A slight advantage? Very well. Allow me to demonstrate my true capabilities. As the Super One-Star Dragon's voice echoed, it opened its enormous maw, and a terrifying blade of energy sliced through the void, hurtling directly towards Yi Feng. The force of that attack was, without exaggeration, 1,000 times greater than that unleashed by a 6-star dragon. Yi Feng, naturally, did not dare to be careless. Being struck by such a thing would be quite unpleasant. He could only employ instantaneous movement to evade the attack. Chapter 60. How could a Super Saiyan possibly be defeated by a mere insect? Boom. The rending wind vacuum instantaneously reduced the debris in front of the Super One-Star Dragon to mere fragments. Yi Feng's evasion of his attack seemed to elicit no surprise from the Super One-Star Dragon. Swiftly, it turned its gaze towards Yi Feng, while a trickle of purple lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at him. Humph, this is indeed somewhat troublesome. Yi Feng furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. Although the abilities of these malevolent dragons were not particularly formidable when isolated, their peril escalated significantly when amassed within a single individual. More crucially, those powers were immensely amplified in the hands of a Super One-Star Dragon. Whether in terms of speed or destructive capability, they far surpassed the feats exhibited by other malevolent dragons. It appeared that continuously evading them was not a viable solution. Yi Feng's mind raced, devising strategies to evade the attacks of the Super One-Star Dragon while inflicting some damage in return. Suddenly, from the dragon's eyes, 2 beams of pale green light shot forth, aimed directly at Yi Feng. Caught off guard and lacking a plan, he could only dodge frantically. Swish! Just as Yi Feng utilized his instant teleportation, still unsteady on his feet, the Super One-Star Dragon materialized before him. I have deciphered your movements, came the voice of the dragon, and in an instant, a powerful fist struck Yi Feng squarely in the chest. Bang! A deep, resonant sound echoed as Yi Feng's body hurtled away like a cannonball, crashing into the ground. The earth erupted, creating a massive crater, with mushroom clouds billowing into the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Feng coughed violently several times. The blow from the Super One-Star Dragon had been exceedingly forceful. At that moment, he felt as if his internal organs had been displaced by the impact, leaving him in considerable discomfort. To his astonishment, this fiend had managed to anticipate his evasive maneuvers while he dodged the attack. The disbelief was palpable. Prepare to meet your end, roared the Super One-Star Dragon, raising his hands high as a colossal sphere of energy coalesced in his palms. In an instant, the energy orb descended upon Yi Feng with tremendous force. Upon striking the ground, it sank as though a boulder had plunged into a quagmire, quickly disappearing from sight. Humph. I initially thought you could withstand a bit longer. But how disappointing that you were dispatched so swiftly. The One-Star Dragon sneered, observing the energy sphere gradually submerging into the earth. At first, he had regarded Yi Feng with caution, but it was utterly foolish of him to entrust the Dragon Ball to that young boy, providing the one-star dragon with an opening. Such carelessness could not possibly make him a worthy opponent. It seemed that Yi Feng had been vanquished, and it was time to seek out Sun Wukong and the others. How dare you underestimate me? Just as the super one-star dragon turned to search for Sun Wukong, Yi Feng's voice resonated unexpectedly. To his astonishment, the energy sphere, now fully engulfed in the depths of the earth, began to ascend gradually. What? He is still alive. The expression of shock spread across the super one-star dragon's face. He was certain of the lethality of his previous assault and the energy sphere. There was no way Yi Feng could have survived. Bah, what a tenacious fellow. Yet it matters little. He will merely suffer more. The look of astonishment faded from the super one-star dragon's visage, replaced by a cruel smile. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, with both hands raised, lifted the energy sphere and, as he ascended to the same level as the super one-star dragon, forcefully propelled the energy sphere out of the earth. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. How could I be so easily defeated by a mere insect like you? Yi Feng lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly. His black hair stirred without the slightest breeze, and a green aura began to rise and swirl around him once more. His eyes widened, and in an instant, his pupils vanished, replaced entirely by white, but soon golden irises re-emerged. What is happening? That scoundrel withstood my formidable attack, yet his energy seems to have intensified. As Yi Feng's aura surged again, a flicker of wariness appeared in the eyes of the super one-star dragon. This fellow made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. An unkillable cockroach is still just a cockroach, utterly unremarkable. The super one-star dragon gritted his teeth and unleashed a barrage of energy spheres toward Yi Feng. In response to the relentless onslaught, Yi Feng waved his hands with deft precision, sending the energy spheres flying away. Whoosh! The next moment, Yi Feng's body surged forward like a sharpened blade, charging straight at the super one-star dragon. Come on! The super one-star dragon clenched his fist, not intending to evade, but instead meeting Yi Feng head-on, confident that his strength far surpassed that of the Saiyan. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Chapter 61, A Complete Eruption. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force. A terrifying shockwave flattened the surroundings for miles, causing the ground to collapse several yards deep. This time, both Yi Feng and the super one-star dragon staggered back a dozen steps, with Yi Feng feeling as if his fists were being scorched, the pain unbearable. The super one-star dragon was not unscathed either, as his arms tingled with a numbing sensation. What manner of creature is this? After sustaining such severe damage, his power has not only remained intact, but has become even more formidable. The super one-star dragon furrowed his brow tightly. If this fellow truly grows stronger with each battle, then prolonging this fight would not bode well for him. A swift resolution is imperative. With determination, the super one-star dragon unleashed all his skills in an instant, rending wind vacuum slash, evil dragon electric strike, freezing beam, and gigantic fireball. The four abilities surged toward Yi Feng simultaneously. How infuriating! I shall not evade. Gritting his teeth, a frenzied glint ignited in Yi Feng's eyes. To transform into a Super Saiyan, one must place oneself in a perilous situation. In such moments of near despair or excruciating pain, perhaps he could awaken the latent potential within his body or unleash his fury, leading to a successful transformation. Swish! The rending wind vacuum slash struck Yi Feng, instantly shredding his garments into tatters. Although it did not directly carve wounds into his flesh, numerous crimson streaks marred his skin. The searing agony was nearly intolerable. Immediately, the evil dragon electric strike descended from the heavens, striking Yi Feng squarely. Ack! Painful cries erupted from Yi Feng's throat, and suddenly, golden light flickered in his eyes. His muscles expanded at an astonishing rate, resembling a being who had completely lost his sanity in an instant. Suddenly, Yi Feng's hair shimmered with a golden halo, though it quickly dissipated. Yet Yi Feng continued to grit his teeth, the torment gradually lessening. Then the gigantic fireball struck him, launching his body into the air. The freezing beam followed closely behind, directly hitting Yi Feng and instantly encasing him in ice, transforming him into an ice sculpture. Humph! Now, let me completely eradicate you. Observing Yi Feng, now frozen, the super one-star dragon was unwilling to grant him any further opportunity, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from him. If he did not eliminate this threat now, he might find himself in a precarious position later. Although he had confidence in his abilities, It was prudent to ensure complete annihilation. With that, the Super One-Star Dragon gathered energy in his palm, unhesitatingly launching a sphere toward Yifeng. Once that ice sculpture is shattered, Yifeng will undoubtedly perish. Whoosh! The energy sphere was released, hurtling toward the frozen Yifeng. Crack! At the moment the energy sphere was fired, the ice sculpture suddenly developed fissures. Boom! The energy sphere collided with Yifeng's icy prison, sending debris flying and obscuring visibility in the dust cloud. Have I finally triumphed? It seems this was all he was capable of. The Super One-Star Dragon brimmed with confidence, convinced that he had definitively dealt with that detestable foe. However, once the dust settled, disappointment awaited the One-Star Dragon once again. Yifeng stood motionless, his body rooted in place. His eyes seemed to brim with boundless fury, which Super One-Star Dragon perceived all too clearly. What? Impossible. How could such a thing transpire? Super One-Star Dragon was utterly bewildered. His previous assault had failed to vanquish this foe. This individual was simply too monstrous. That accursed insect, forcing me to endure such agony. I shall not let you escape unscathed. I am the mightiest of the legendary Super Saiyans, and your recent actions have thoroughly provoked my wrath. Yifeng's deep voice emerged from his throat, each word resonating with intensity. The excruciating pain he had just endured acted like a potent elixir, igniting the flames of his fury. Suddenly, Yifeng's hair flickered once more, and his gaze transformed into a menacing glare. His body trembled slightly. An verdant aura surged upward like a pillar of light. The colors of the world began to shift, green, black, and purple intertwining in a dizzying dance. What is happening? Witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, the Super One-Star Dragon's eyes widened in alarm. Could this creature truly grow even stronger? No, such an occurrence must not be permitted. The Super One-Star Dragon unleashed a barrage of attacks. The Void Split Energy Sphere, the Frozen Light Wave, the Evil Dragon Electric Strike, all directed at Yifeng. The sense of unease had intensified. Chapter 62, Super Saiyan. Yet, this time, the Super One-Star Dragon's assaults bore no fruit. For every strike dissipated upon contact with Yifeng's surrounding energy aura. This is impossible. How could such a thing occur? The Super One-Star Dragon's expression soured, his head shaking in disbelief as if confronted with an unimaginable reality. How could such a monstrous entity exist on this earth? He had no recollection of him whatsoever. A thunderous roar erupted from Yifeng's mouth, reverberating like a clap of thunder. The verdant aura shot forth from his eyes and mouth, as though the energy within him had reached its zenith and was overflowing. The energy wreaked havoc wherever it spread, transforming the surroundings into billowing clouds of smoke and flying debris, resembling a cataclysmic end of the world. Meanwhile, in West City, Sun Wukong and his companions were nearing the final stage of energy transmission. What? This is Yifeng's energy. How has it become so formidable? Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan found themselves gripped by this overwhelming presence, an unfathomable force that seemed to fill the entire galaxy, even reaching farther beyond. Perhaps, with Yifeng's might alone, the Super One-Star Dragon could be vanquished. Sun Gohan remarked with relief, noting that since Yifeng's arrival, he had been the one to confront each adversary. Baby, the hellish Super 17, and now this wicked dragon. I long to engage in a proper battle with the One-Star Dragon. Sun Wukong interjected, feeling discomfort by his recent defeat. After finally encountering an exhilarating opponent, he could not bear to let the chance slip away. Moreover, he was on the verge of transforming into the Super Saiyan 4 with complete energy, a form that promised a power unlike any ordinary Super Saiyan 4. At that moment, it was not only Sun Wukong and his allies who sensed Yifeng's energy. Even the Kaishin realm felt his presence. Ancestor, the energy from Yifeng has reached the Kaishin realm. Jebet exclaimed in shock to the elder Kaishin. Wukong and his companions were also Saiyans, yet their strength paled in comparison to Yifeng's. It was known that Wukong, despite being a Super Saiyan 4, was still no match for the Super One-Star Dragon. Yet, Yifeng, who had not fully transformed into a Super Saiyan, was already capable of contending with the Super One-Star Dragon. He is indeed a formidable being. The elder Kaishin's expression grew grave as he regarded Yifeng. This individual poses a danger greater than that of the evil dragon. If I am not mistaken, he appears to be a Devil Saiyan. The term Devil Saiyan was something he had encountered in an ancient text. Their talents and power far exceeded those of ordinary Saiyans. However, such Saiyans, when provoked even slightly, could amplify their anger infinitely. and they were more susceptible to transforming into Super Saiyans, losing all consciousness and becoming mere instruments of battle until they fought to exhaustion. He now felt increasingly concerned for Yi Feng, as his current state of rage suggested that the accounts he had read were indeed accurate. Devil Saiyan. Jebet was bewildered. Having never encountered this term before, he could only hope that Yi Feng would possess enough uniqueness to retain his rationality upon transformation. Otherwise, it would spell catastrophic ruin for the universe. The elder Kaioshin implored, unusually refraining from chastising Jebet. Witnessing the ancestors' fear only heightened Jebet's trepidation. After all, the elder Kaioshin had never exhibited such dread even in the face of Majin Buu or other foes. Meanwhile, on Earth, the sheer magnitude of Yi Feng's energy rendered the already battered planet akin to a solitary leaf adrift in a raging ocean, as if it could be swallowed by the waves at any moment. At that moment, Yi Feng's aura gradually converged towards his body, ultimately absorbed within. Suddenly, golden pupils manifested in Yi Feng's eyes. In that instant, his hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, not merely flickering, but entirely becoming golden. Surrounding him, the verdant energy formed a protective barrier. Super Saiyan. I have finally attained the form of a Super Saiyan. A surge of excitement illuminated Yi Feng's face. Unlike Broly, he did not succumb to madness and wreak havoc upon transformation into a Super Saiyan. He could feel an immense power coursing through his body, as if the very stones around him were on the verge of exploding. In the next moment, Yi Feng clenched his fist tightly, causing the emerald flames surrounding him to burst forth like fireworks. Wherever the energy beams traversed, they detonated violently. The aura of the despicable adversary underwent a dramatic transformation. The Super One-Star Dragon was thoroughly unsettled, overwhelmed by the sheer strength emanating from Yi Feng. Chapter 63. Sign-in Reward. Power of Time and Space. Curse it. No matter how powerful you become, I shall annihilate you today. The Super One-Star Dragon gritted his teeth, the feeling of unease intensifying within him. He could not allow this sensation to persist. Subsequently, he gathered a colossal energy sphere between his palms, flames roaring within it, causing the temperature of the entire planet to rise abruptly. Die! He bellowed, hurling the energy sphere towards Yi Feng. Humph! Such a feeble attempt holds no power over me now. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Yi Feng regarded the enormous energy sphere with a disdainful smirk. He pressed both palms against it, and despite being forced back 7 steps, he ultimately steadied himself, lifting the energy sphere effortlessly above his head. You think you can kill me with this? You truly have a sense of humor. With a tone laced with mockery, Yi Feng addressed the Super One-Star Dragon. Humph! What an arrogant fool! The Super One-Star Dragon clenched his fists tightly, his fury palpable and almost tangible. In an instant, he lunged forward, launching an assault directly at Yi Feng. After Yi Feng sent the energy sphere flying with a powerful kick, he faced the Super One-Star Dragon. The air was filled with the resonant sounds of collision, each impact reverberating in a series of explosive sonic booms that rippled through the atmosphere. With each clash, the very air trembled violently. Then, with a resounding thud, Yi Feng delivered a heavy kick squarely to the Super One-Star Dragon's face. Struck with immense force, the Super One-Star Dragon was sent hurtling downward in a diagonal trajectory, skimming along the ground for several dozen meters, leaving a long, deep gouge in its wake. Coughing up the dirt and debris from its mouth, the Super One-Star Dragon seethed with rage, its eyes burning with fury as its hands clenched the sandy earth tightly. How could it, the most formidable evil dragon in the universe, be bested by a mere Saiyan? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Yi Feng's form abruptly manifested before the Super One-Star Dragon. Was he truly incapacitated, lying on the ground without the ability to rise? The One-Star Dragon then inquired in a nonchalant manner. In truth, his intention to engage the One-Star Dragon in combat was exceedingly clear. Firstly, he sought to harness the formidable power of the Super One-Star Dragon to transcend his limits and transform into a Super Saiyan. Now, he had achieved this transformation. Initially, he believed it would prove to be a daunting task, for the metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan necessitated an ample supply of S cells, coupled with an essential condition of profound rage. He had assumed that cultivating such intense fury would be exceedingly challenging. However, he had recently realized that upon fully integrating the legendary bloodline of the Super Saiyan, even a modicum of anger within him would be magnified infinitely in the heat of battle. Thus, he effortlessly embraced the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Secondly, there was the matter of system registration. Yifeng glanced at the clock, noting that only a minute remained. In but a fleeting moment, his objective would be achieved, successfully checking in and claiming his reward. How infuriating it was to be underestimated. The Super One-Star Dragon surged into the air, unleashing a barrage of energy orbs from its palm, raining down upon Yifeng like a relentless storm. Boom, boom, boom. The energy spheres detonated in succession, causing the ground beneath to fracture and deepen, the gaping chasms spreading outward in all directions. As the minute ticked away, the Super One-Star Dragon finally ceased its onslaught, panting heavily in exhaustion. Yet, it was not solely fatigue that had rendered it breathless. A simmering rage brewed within, fueled by Yifeng's disdain. Gradually, the swirling dust settled, revealing a verdant energy barrier that emerged within the dragon's line of sight. Encased within this emerald shield was Yifeng himself. Could it be that all its efforts were in vain? The Super One-Star Dragon was increasingly gripped by terror. This adversary was akin to an insufferable cockroach, impossible to vanquish. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your battle with the Super One-Star Dragon has reached 10 minutes. You have completed the check-in task. Reward, temporal power. As the 10 minutes elapsed, the system's voice resonated promptly within his mind. The check-in task was accomplished, and the reward was bestowed. Buzz. Yifeng was overwhelmed with a buzzing sensation in his mind. Utterly incredulous. The reward for this sign-in was, astonishingly, the power of time and space. He was shocked, an unparalleled shock. Ecstasy surged within him, an uncontrollable euphoria. The potential of time-space abilities undoubtedly surpassed the mere capacity for instantaneous movement. Acquiring such powers implied that he could traverse the fabric of time at will. Even during combat, he could manipulate it, akin to the evil containment wave from the Dragon Ball movies, effortlessly disassembling and reassembling his own form within the spatial realm. Crucially, should he ever encounter an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, one whose might was insurmountable, he could still utilize the power of space to escape. Truly, the rewards bestowed by this system were somewhat otherworldly. He could hardly contain his excitement, eagerly anticipating the next sign-in location and reward. Yifeng, brimming with excitement, spoke to himself, completely disregarding the Super One-Star Dragon. Chapter 64. The Initial Trial of Time and Space Powers. That scoundrel, with my current abilities. I could never hope to match him. What should I do? Observing the unscathed Yifeng below, the Super One-Star Dragon began to plot in silence. This fellow is the type that grows stronger with each confrontation. In just 10 minutes, his power has surged so significantly. If this continues, I will undoubtedly be slain. At this very moment, a sense of trepidation began to creep into the heart of the Super One-Star Dragon. Meanwhile, Yifeng, having received his sign-in reward, gradually recovered from his ecstatic state. With a joyful expression, he lifted his gaze and addressed the Super One-Star Dragon. Your existence has lost its value. Have you considered how you shall meet your demise? Having achieved his purpose in battling the Super One-Star Dragon, there was no need for him to continue the futile engagement. Humph. Do you truly believe you can easily kill me? Do not be so conceited. The Super One-Star Dragon clenched his fists tightly, then summoned two enormous energy spheres in the palms of his hands. During the previous skirmish, he had merely unleashed a fraction of his power. Now, he intended to deploy his full strength. This time, he would utterly annihilate this arrogant fool. Prepare to perish. The Super One-Star Dragon roared as the energy spheres hurtled toward Yifeng, the searing orbs causing the air to sizzle with heat. Yet Yifeng wore a faint smile, showing no signs of evasion, exuding an air of confidence. Humph, what an insufferable creature. His overconfidence will be his undoing. To attempt to take my negative energy sphere head-on is a path to certain death. As he gazed at Yifeng's audacious demeanor, the Super One-Star Dragon thought maliciously. Nevertheless, Yifeng could sense the distinct energy emanating from the spheres, which bore a hint of danger. His reluctance to evade or counter was driven by a desire to test the might of the time and space powers he had just acquired. Just when the energy spheres were a mere 2 meters from Yifeng, he suddenly spread his fingers, pointing them to his chest. A vortex resembling an ordinary whirlpool materialized before his chest, and as the energy wave crashed into it, it appeared to be devoured, vanishing without a trace in an instant. What on earth is happening? The Super One-Star Dragon was utterly bewildered by this spectacle. Where did my energy wave go? Did it simply disappear into thin air? As the Super One-Star Dragon grappled with confusion, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared behind him. Yifeng suddenly wore a mysterious smile. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's bewitching grin, the Super One-Star Dragon seemed to realize something and hastily turned around. However, at the very moment he looked back, he was met with the energy sphere he had just unleashed. A terrified scream erupted from the One-Star Dragon's lips, only to be instantly engulfed by the energy wave. When the wave subsided, the Super One-Star Dragon had vanished without a trace. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan finally arrived. Has the Super One-Star Dragon been defeated? Sun Gohan inquired, surveying the battlefield riddled with devastation, yet finding no sign of the Super One-Star Dragon. I was hoping to engage in a proper battle with that fellow, Sun Wukong remarked, casting a regretful glance around. The Super One-Star Dragon was, after all, the strongest opponent aside from Yi Feng, and he truly yearned for a worthy confrontation. Do not worry, that fellow is not so easily dispatched. If you wish to fight him, there will be opportunities ahead. Yi Feng surveyed his surroundings. Although the figure of the Super One-Star Dragon had completely vanished, seemingly obliterated by his own hand, a residue of pinkish slime lingered on the ground, faintly pulsating. This substance was unmistakably familiar to Yi Feng. It was the electrical slime of the 5-star dragon. Thus, the Super One-Star Dragon had not been vanquished at all. What does this mean? Sun Wukong hastily inquired. Wasn't the Super One-Star Dragon already slain? Why does Yi Feng still insist that he has the opportunity to battle the Super One-Star Dragon? As the crowd cast puzzled glances at him, the electrical slime on the ground gradually coalesced. In no time, it formed a vague silhouette. What could that be? The Super One-Star Dragon has yet to be vanquished. Trunks suddenly caught sight of the mass of red and purple, and in a state of alarm, he exclaimed, "Goku, Gohan!" And the others quickly directed their attention toward the ominous blob. To their astonishment, the red and purple slime abruptly morphed into the likeness of the Super One-Star Dragon. How infuriating, daring to leave me in such a predicament. The Super One-Star Dragon's eyes blazed with a fierce fire, were glances capable of murder. Yi Feng might have already met his demise. Having narrowly escaped death moments ago, he vowed to repay this humiliation 1,000-fold. So, you truly have not perished, One-Star Dragon. In that case, I shall be the one to confront you. The shock on Goku's face transformed into exhilaration. He then turned to Yi Feng, grinning as he inquired, "Is that all right, Yi Feng?" "It matters not, but be prepared for a beating," came the reply. Yi Feng shrugged nonchalantly and spoke. Chapter 65, The Defeat of the Ultra Four. That rascal Sun Wukong. Until he reaches the Yellow River, he will not give up. After enhancing his strength, he will undoubtedly want to challenge the Super One-Star Dragon once more. If he does not engage in battle again, he will surely suffer immensely. Meanwhile, this moment provides me with an opportunity to rest and familiarize myself with the power of time and space. Sun Wukong, do you seek death? The Super One-Star Dragon glanced at Sun Wukong disdainfully and said, "Undeniably, the Saiyan from earlier was formidable. He might even possess the capability to vanquish me. However, Sun Wukong also desires to fight me, evidently considering me a soft target. Let us not be too hasty in our judgments. I have also grown significantly stronger." Sun Wukong smiled at the Super One-Star Dragon, and with that, he clenched his fists, unleashing a golden aura from his body. With a thunderous roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Yet, at this moment, Sun Wukong's Ultra 4 form bore some discrepancies from his previous Ultra 4. As a searing heat emanated from his body, and his hair shimmered with a faint crimson halo. Ultra 4 all-power form. It seems I have grown somewhat stronger. But do you truly believe this makes me your opponent? Although he sensed Sun Wukong's energy had significantly increased, he deemed it insufficient to rival his own strength. Well, whether I am your opponent remains to be seen. Sun Wukong smirked and stated. Immediately after, both he and the Super One-Star Dragon burst forth simultaneously. Their speeds were remarkably matched, and in an instant, their fists collided. Boom! In that moment, the ground erupted in a cloud of dust, and debris scattered in all directions. Sun Wukong was sent hurtling nearly 100 yards backward, crashing heavily into the mountain peak, while the Super One-Star Dragon merely retreated 3 or 4 steps. Such impressive power. Father has already transformed into Ultra 4, yet the gap between him and the One-Star Dragon remains so vast. Son Gohan stared in astonishment at the Super One-Star Dragon. He then cast a glance at Yi Feng. What kind of monstrous being had Yi Feng battled earlier? Moreover, having defeated the Super One-Star Dragon, did that not imply that Yi Feng was a true monster among monsters? This individual is truly terrifying. Is father about to lose so soon? Sun Goten furrowed his brow tightly. Could it be that even with their Saiyan energy absorbed, they still fall short against the Super One-Star Dragon? Geez, this guy is too powerful. Sun Wukong grimaced, feeling pain coursing through him, then looked at the Super One-Star Dragon with astonishment. The strength of this foe is truly terrifying. That was my full-force attack, and my power had indeed increased significantly. What happened, Sun Wukong? Weren't you just so confident? The Super One-Star Dragon gazed coldly at Sun Wukong, then cast a glance at Yifeng. In his eyes, Sun Wukong was hardly noteworthy. His greatest apprehension remained that Saiyan. Though currently engaged in combat with Sun Wukong, his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to defeat Yifeng. You are indeed formidable, but the battle is far from over. Sun Wukong's arms trembled, causing the mountain behind him to shatter instantly. A slight smirk graced his lips as he stretched his body. Although the Super One-Star Dragon was significantly stronger, he could not suppress his excitement. Unfathomable. The Super One-Star Dragon furrowed his brow, regarding Sun Wukong. He knew he must eliminate Sun Wukong swiftly and then muster all his strength for a final duel with Yifeng. The two combatants launched themselves into the fray once more. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their fists clashing resonated continuously, and after an intense exchange of strength, one figure plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Boom. The ground erupted, and Sun Wukong's body crashed into the depths of the chasm. The Super One-Star Dragon evidently aimed to conclude the battle as swiftly as possible, gathering dozens of gray energy orbs overhead before unleashing them upon Sun Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. The energy orbs exploded with deafening roars, and Sun Wukong was struck head-on by the blasts. A massive fireball and whirlwind slashed forth as the Super One-Star Dragon simultaneously unleashed the most powerful techniques of the 4-Star Dragon and 6-Star Dragon. Rumbling. The ground erupted once more, gouging nearly 100 yards deep. Father, Master, Uncle Wukong, Son Gohan, and Trunks looked on anxiously at the gaping pit. The ferocity of the Super One-Star Dragon's attack had been overwhelming, each strike infused with tremendous lethality. They could distinctly sense that Sun Wukong's energy had diminished significantly. As the dust gradually settled, Sun Wukong's figure emerged. He appeared exceptionally disheveled, his face smeared with soot, and his body marred with numerous injuries. Cradling his right arm with his left, he gritted his teeth, displaying a pained expression, his aura now extremely weakened. Damn it, I can no longer maintain Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong muttered, frowning as he returned to his base form, resembling a child. Ha. He could only let out a bitter laugh. He had initially believed his strength could at least rival that of the Super One-Star Dragon. It now appeared he had overestimated himself. Begging for a wave of data, flowers, evaluation tickets, and rewards. Thank you all. Chapter 66. Disappear, 1-Star Dragon. Bang. The next moment, Sun Wukong fell heavily to the ground. Although he was loath to admit it, a significant gap remained between him and the Super One-Star Dragon, a disparity that would be challenging to bridge in the near future. Father, Son Gohan, and the others hurriedly assisted Sun Wukong to his feet. Sun Wukong looked apologetically at Yifeng. He had been so confident just moments before, only to be swiftly defeated by the Super One-Star Dragon. He felt a tinge of embarrassment. At that moment, the Super One-Star Dragon turned his gaze toward Yifeng. Hey, it's your turn next, he said coldly. Such arrogance. It seems that defeating Sun Wukong has greatly inflated your confidence. By the way, let me inform you. I did not even use my full strength just now. Yifeng cast a mocking glance at the Super First Star Dragon and spoke with an air of nonchalance. What? The Super First Star Dragon furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon relaxed. This scoundrel must be deceiving himself. There was no way he could be holding back. At the onset of their battle, he had nearly perished at Yifeng's hands. If he truly possessed any remaining strength, how could he possibly refrain from unleashing it? You seem rather skeptical, he remarked, noting the unmistakable disbelief in the Super First Star Dragon's eyes. Since you harbor doubts, allow me to demonstrate. Yifeng suddenly broke into a chilling smile, and then, without warning, he unleashed a punch into the air. The Super One-Star Dragon stood there, utterly bewildered, completely oblivious to Yifeng's actions. Even Sun Wukong and his companions found themselves at a loss, unable to decipher Yifeng's peculiar maneuver. He struck the void without employing any energy in his attack. What could he possibly be doing? Then, in the blink of an eye, to the astonishment of the gathered onlookers, Yifeng's fist materialized directly before the Super One-Star Dragon, delivering a powerful blow to the back of its head. Struck by such overwhelming force, the Super One-Star Dragon was gripped by terror as its body was propelled forward. Yifeng continued to unleash a barrage of punches, each one striking the super one-star dragon from various angles without respite. The sound of impacts echoed, bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the one-star dragon resembled a mere plaything, utterly incapable of mounting any form of defense. This technique feels so familiar, Sun Wukong mused aloud as he observed Yifeng's relentless assault. Indeed, this attack bears an uncanny resemblance to the evil thought wave. A memory surged forth within him. Years ago, during his time in the underworld, he had experienced an assault of this nature from the evil thought wave. It was astonishing to discover that Yifeng possessed such an ability. He truly was a figure shrouded in mystery. The relentless barrage continued for a full 3 minutes, leaving the super one-star dragon with visible wounds adorning its body, purple blood seeping from its mouth and nostrils. Yifeng finally ceased his relentless assault, as if he had indulged sufficiently in the sport. It was time to decisively eliminate the super one-star dragon. Cursed fiend, I will not let you escape my wrath. After being mercilessly beaten for 3 minutes, the super one-star dragon's features contorted in sheer rage. Humiliation, this was an immense disgrace. It was absolutely unforgivable. Whoosh. In the next instant, the super one-star dragon's form materialized behind Yifeng, launching a powerful punch towards him. Yifeng did not even glance back as a rift in space suddenly manifested behind him. The fist of the super one-star dragon struck into it, as if it had merely collided with the air. Subsequently, Yifeng delivered a powerful elbow strike to the waist of the super one-star dragon, sending it flying back in evident pain. The chasm between us has grown insurmountably vast. You are no match for me, one-star dragon. My interest in you has completely waned. Yifeng approached the one-star dragon step by step, addressing it from his elevated position. Transformed into a super Saiyan and endowed with the power of time and space, Yifeng had far surpassed the one-star dragon's stature. Moreover, he had yet to unleash the ultra instinct. Otherwise, he could effortlessly annihilate the one-star dragon in an instant. Fool! Roared the super one-star dragon, its face turning a shade of green with fury as it unleashed a barrage of energy spheres towards Yifeng. Boom, boom, boom. The energy spheres struck Yifeng. However, the super one-star dragon, having sustained considerable damage earlier, was noticeably weakened. Such aimless attacks bore no fruit. You may vanish now. Super one-star dragon. Yifeng coldly addressed the super one-star dragon and, in an instant, appeared before it, delivering a powerful punch to its jaw. The impact was thunderous, with his fist plunging deep into its chest. A torrent of purple blood erupted from the super one-star dragon's mouth, and its vitality swiftly diminished. In that moment, a fierce murderous intent flickered in Yifeng's eyes. He had resolved to eliminate the super one-star dragon, for its existence had lost all value. Wait. Feeling the ominous aura of death, the one-star dragon began to tremble with fear, its pupils wide with terror. Die? The sound, akin to a judgment, resonated as Yifeng hurled the super one-star dragon into the air. With a ferocious roar, a terrifying emerald energy coalesced from his palm. Though the energy sphere was merely the size of a basketball, the aura of death and destruction it radiated caused all present to blanch. Once the energy sphere had fully formed, Yifeng unhesitatingly launched it at the super one-star dragon. Author's note: I often feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety when I fail to release a chapter, fearing that I may have made mistakes or failed to engage my readers. Thus, I tread with utmost caution. Perhaps my pacing is not ideal, and my prose is rather ordinary, but I am committed to improving, learning, and striving to create something I can be proud of. Thank you all for your continued support. It is truly appreciated. Chapter 67, The Plan. Accompanied by a chorus of anguished screams, the one-star dragon's form vanished within the emerald energy wave. In a swift motion, the energy dissipated into a flicker of light, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers, leaving behind 7 green Dragon Balls that fell to the ground. Bang! 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 Wonderful! It's the Dragon Balls. The evil dragon has been vanquished, exclaimed Sun Wukong and his companions, their faces alight with excitement as they gazed at the Dragon Balls. At that moment, the cracks that marred the surface of the Dragon Balls had vanished, restoring them to their former pristine state. Thank you, Yifeng. Once again, you have saved the earth. You are its true savior, Sun Wukong earnestly declared as he approached Yifeng. To be honest, it is quite rare to witness such a serious expression from Sun Wukong. I have no desire to be a savior. I defeated the one-star dragon solely for my own sake. Yifeng smiled and addressed Sun Wukong, expressing that he had reached a certain pinnacle and no longer cared for the superficial title of Savior of Earth. His sole desire was to grow stronger, to become even mightier. This world contained numerous dimensions, each inhabited by formidable figures. Take, for instance, the familiar realm of Dragon Ball Super, with its gods of destruction, angels, grand priests, and Xeno. Perhaps he could soon catch up to the pace of the gods of destruction, or even surpass them. However, the Grand Priest and Xeno represented an unknown level of power. To avoid being shackled by them, controlled by their whims, or obliterated at their leisure, he must grow stronger than they. It may be a daunting challenge, but it was the goal he was determined to pursue. Regardless, I am truly grateful to you, Mr. Yifeng, Son Gohan expressed with deep appreciation. He valued his family even more than Son Wukong did, and the feeling of having survived a calamity was indescribable. TCH. I detest such hollow gestures. When I have the time, just treat me to a meal. Yifeng gently patted Son Wukong's shoulder and remarked, words of gratitude are indeed less substantial than a meal. Absolutely, absolutely. Son Wukong quickly nodded in agreement. In comparison to the safety of Earth, a single meal is truly trivial. Now, the Dragon Balls lie before you. The next steps are in your hands. As Yifeng concluded his words to Son Wukong and the others, he vanished from their sight in an instant. Though he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power still fell short of the Ultra Instinct. He required time to achieve a perfect fusion of the Ultra Instinct and Super Saiyan forms. This mastery would enable him to wield Ultra Instinct upon the foundation of his Super Saiyan abilities. This aspiration extended beyond the present, when he eventually attained full power. Super Saiyan 2, or even Super Saiyan 4, he would still be able to apply Ultra Instinct in his transformations. Although it may present challenges, the power of the system should aid him in this endeavor. Father, what shall we do now? Son Gohan inquired of Son Wukong, observing Yifeng's departure. First, let us restore Earth to its former state. Son Wukong replied decisively. Their initial purpose in summoning the Dragon God was to mend the ravaged Earth and revive those who had perished, which had precipitated this grave crisis. Fortunately, calm had returned, and Earth was once again restored to normalcy. Understood, Son Gohan nodded. Restoring Earth and resurrecting the fallen inhabitants was indeed the most pressing matter at hand. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kaioshin, the old Kaioshin heaved a long sigh of relief. The weight that had burdened his heart had finally been lifted. Though he was nearly certain that Yifeng was the legendary Devil Saiyan, there was something unique about him. Even in his frenzied state as a Super Saiyan, he retained his rationality. Earth was saved, and the universe faced no threats. This was the best possible outcome. Ancient One, that Yifeng is truly formidable, remarked Kibito, still reeling from the shock. The strength he exhibited was unfathomable. It was hard to imagine such power existing within the universe. Indeed, he is remarkable. I hope he can maintain his true essence. The old Kaioshin nodded in agreement with Kibito's sentiments. After parting ways with Son Wukong and the others, Yifeng made his way directly to the sacred world of the Kai. To be honest, this place had become the most familiar to him. Venturing elsewhere felt somewhat disconcerting. Moreover, he needed a significant amount of time to merge Ultra Instinct with his Super Saiyan form. In the outside world, he could not afford to waste time. Thus, he resolved to cultivate within the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 68. A new attempt, Super Saiyan fusion with Ultra Instinct. Welcome back, Mr. Yifeng, Dandy and Mr. Popo rushed out to greet him, with Dandy displaying an expression of reverence. Why such reverence? Firstly, due to his overwhelming strength. Secondly, because Yifeng had once again saved Earth. As the deity of Earth, he felt powerless. Yes, I have returned. Yifeng nodded, harboring a favorable impression of Dandy, the celestial being. After all, he had indeed treated him well, whether out of respect for his formidable strength or for other reasons. At the very least, Yifeng found him quite likable. You haven't had your meal yet, have you? I shall summon Mr. to prepare something, Dandy remarked. Being acutely aware of the situation in the lower realms, he understood the immense toll the battle between Yifeng and the Super One-Star Dragon had taken on him. Moreover, Saiyans were known for their hearty appetites. That would be a great help, Mr. Yifeng replied, feeling a twinge of hunger at Dandy's suggestion. After a modest meal, Yifeng stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. Perhaps this will be my final visit to this place. Yifeng gazed at the spirit time house and murmured to himself. Very well, let us commence our training post-haste. The endeavor to merge the Ultra Instinct technique with the Super Saiyan form surely would not be a trivial task. One could only wonder how much time it would require. With a deep breath, Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, and an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. A verdant flame enveloped his surroundings, and his hair shimmered in golden hues, akin to that of Goku and his companions. However, unlike them, Yifeng's pupils gleamed a striking gold rather than a pale green. Ultra Instinct. A deep voice resonated from his throat as silver flames began to swirl around him. Yet, in but a fleeting moment, they vanished into thin air. This will not do. Yifeng furrowed his brows and shook his head, indicating that the matter was not as simple as it appeared. He resolved to try once more. The art of ultimate freedom. With a determined grit, Yifeng commenced his attempts once more. In the next moment, a silvery aura manifested again, only to swiftly dissipate. After 2 attempts, Yifeng abruptly withdrew from the Super Saiyan form, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. To invoke the mastery of the ultimate technique atop the Super Saiyan foundation, one must grasp the nuances, for the toll on physical stamina is immense. Even Yifeng, endowed with a vast reservoir of energy, felt an unsettling weakness after merely 2 attempts. There seemed to be no recourse. It appeared that he needed to reflect deeply, perhaps unearthing some elusive insight. Yifeng pondered seriously, realizing that such a headlong rush into common knowledge was not a rational course of action. Meanwhile, while Yifeng was cultivating in the spirit time room, Sun Wukong and his companions utilized the power of the dragon to restore Earth to its former state. Those who had met untimely ends were resurrected. However, the cost was that the dragon would vanish forever, no longer to be summoned by Sun Wukong and his allies. Unlike the conclusion of Dragon Ball GT, Sun Wukong did not depart alongside the dragon. Thus, time passed day by day, and 5 days flew by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in West City, within the confines of Vegeta's home, Bulma had successfully developed the Super Bulma wave. It worked, Vegeta! Bulma exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. After 5 sleepless nights of relentless effort, the Super Bulma wave device was finally complete. If all went well, Vegeta could harness the Super Bulma wave to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. That's fantastic. Thank you for your hard work, Bulma, Vegeta replied, initially overwhelmed with emotion, then gazing at Bulma with gratitude. Transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 held immense significance for him. Ah, Vegeta, you have truly changed so much. I remember when you never used to say such things. Bulma remarked joyously, her earlier fatigue dissipating in an instant. Let's get started right away. Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling somewhat shy about expressing such sentiments, which were not characteristic of him. All right. Bulma nodded and activated the Super Bulma wave device. As a torrent of Super Bulma wave energy enveloped Vegeta's body, he suddenly began to swell and transform into a giant ape. Moments later, while training with Ub at the World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed Vegeta's formidable energy. What an incredible power! Is that Vegeta? Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. When had Vegeta's energy become so potent? It rivaled his own Super Saiyan 4 form. Had Vegeta also attained the status of a Super Saiyan 4? Chapter 69, Vegeta's Challenge. Upon sensing that overwhelming energy, Sun Wukong promptly informed Ub and instantaneously teleported towards Vegeta's power. In a flash, Sun Wukong appeared in the courtyard of Vegeta's home, spotting Vegeta, now covered in red fur. Hey, Vegeta, you really have transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong said, playfully rubbing his nose. He had anticipated this moment upon feeling that tremendous power. Humph. If you, Kakarot, can achieve it, how could I, Prince Vegeta, possibly fall short? Vegeta declared with pride, a blend of elation and triumph evident on his face. Kakarot, I have finally caught up to you, Vegeta said, clenching his fists, his eyes reflecting a tapestry of complex emotions. This day was one he had awaited for decades. For all those years, Kakarot had always been ahead of him, a reality that had gnawed at his pride. Although he had come to terms with it over the past few years, relinquishing the desire to chase Kakarot, he realized that no matter his efforts, he had always been surpassed. Yet now, with this opportunity at hand, he would not let it slip away. Indeed, Vegeta, you have also become a Super Saiyan 4. You might even surpass me, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile. Vegeta's energy was undeniably strong. In a real battle, the outcome was uncertain. However, I am not interested in you right now, Kakarot. I am far more eager to challenge Yifeng, Vegeta said, his fists clenched in determination. The first time they met, that individual had humiliated him thoroughly. Now, having transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, even if he was still inferior in strength, he yearned to test his mettle against Yifeng. Yifeng, I advise against it, Vegeta, for his strength is beyond your imagination, Sun Wukong cautioned. momentarily taken aback before speaking directly to Vegeta. The might of Yi Feng is undoubtedly beyond the comparison of Super Saiyan 4. Kakarot, you seem to have changed, observed Vegeta as he glanced at Son Goku. This fellow becomes exceedingly confident whenever he encounters an opponent stronger than himself. Never before has he allowed another's prowess to overshadow his own. Today is indeed quite peculiar. This is because I am acutely aware that our strengths are not on the same level, Son Goku stated earnestly. He had recognized this truth ever since battling against the Super One-Star Dragon. If that is the case, I must see for myself. Vegeta smirked, leaping into the air, soaring towards the Divine Realm. After calling out Vegeta's name, Son Goku followed suit. Vegeta remains oblivious to the terror of Yi Feng. Provoking him could lead to troublesome consequences. This was a cautionary tale imparted by the old Supreme Kai, never to incite Yi Feng's wrath. Whoosh! In mere moments, Vegeta and Son Goku arrived at the Divine Realm. Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, what brings you here? Dandy hurriedly approached, inquiring of the two. Hey, where is that fellow Yi Feng? Vegeta asked coldly, directing his question at Dandy. Dandy hesitated for a moment, glancing at Son Goku as if seeking guidance on how to respond. He was well aware of Vegeta's penchant for stirring up trouble. Is there something you need from me, Vegeta? Just as Dandy grappled with how to answer, Yi Feng emerged from the room of spirit and time, casually inquiring. He then glanced at the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, displaying no surprise in his eyes, for he had sensed Vegeta's energy moments ago. Yi Feng, I wish to challenge you to another match, Vegeta stated bluntly, revealing his intent. There is no need for a contest, Vegeta. Even in your Super Saiyan 4 form, a considerable gap remains between us. Yi Feng smiled faintly and spoke directly. In Vegeta's eyes, this subtle smile naturally translated into disdain and contempt for the competition. A flicker of anger crossed Vegeta's face. However, given that the person before him was Yi Feng, he dared not unleash his fury. Observing Vegeta's frustrated expression, Yi Feng continued with a smile. I agree to compete with you, but if you lose, you must consent to one condition. What condition? Vegeta blurted out, inquiring eagerly. As long as Yi Feng agreed to the competition, he was certain he would accept any condition that was not excessively unreasonable. It's quite simple. If you lose, you must merge with Son Goku to become Vegeto and battle me. Yi Feng wore a cunning expression as he addressed Vegeta. The fact that his arrival had prevented him from witnessing the long-anticipated Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta left him with a tinge of regret. Now that Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, perhaps he could engage in a contest with Gogeta. Chapter 70. At last, I can battle you. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. What? Fuse with Kakarot? Vegeta furrowed his brow in displeasure. This was undoubtedly one of the things he detested the most. Fusing with that insufferable Kakarot? Surely, this must be a jest. Why drag me into your competition? Sun Wukong muttered under his breath. Is it possible to negotiate different terms? Vegeta gritted his teeth and inquired of Yi Feng. He was indeed very much opposed to this notion and unwilling to comply. If you can't make it happen, then let it be. Yi Feng shrugged and turned to step into the time chamber. Wait a moment. Vegeta gritted his teeth, filled with a reluctant spirit. Yi Feng turned around, remaining silent, with a gentle smile adorning his face as he gazed at Vegeta, patiently awaiting his next words. I will agree, but you shall not defeat me, Vegeta declared, clenching his fists tightly, his voice filled with indignation as he addressed Yi Feng. Determined not to merge with Kakarot, he resolved to fight with all his might. Excellent. Yi Feng nodded, fully aware that Vegeta would undoubtedly comply. For such a character would never relent until his ambitions were fulfilled. With time of the essence, he resolved to commence without delay. Subsequently, Yi Feng gazed at Vegeta and spoke. Vegeta bellowed, a surge of golden energy enveloping him as he launched himself toward Yi Feng. His fist, wreathed in the brilliant aura, hurtled towards Yi Feng with tremendous force. Yi Feng's expression remained utterly unchanged. He merely shifted his body a few steps, effortlessly evading all of Vegeta's attacks. The rapid sounds of punches echoed like whispers in the wind, yet not a single strike found its mark on Yi Feng. What? My strength and speed have increased tremendously, yet I am unable to land a blow on this fellow. Vegeta pondered in astonishment as he continued his relentless assault. The speed of Leaf Maple has significantly surpassed that of our initial battle. Surrender, Vegeta, you stand no chance against me. As Yi Feng deftly evaded Vegeta's onslaught, he coolly remarked, "Tsh, do not be so quick to draw conclusions. I have yet to be defeated. With a resounding roar, Vegeta charged at Yi Feng once more. How bothersome. Yi Feng shook his head, then swiftly extended his right hand, gripping Vegeta's throat with lightning speed. Vegeta's fist remained suspended in midair. If this were a genuine battle, you would already be dead, Vegeta. In a tone of calm resignation, Yi Feng whispered into Vegeta's ear, I have lost. Vegeta slowly retracted his fist, his heart heavy with reluctance. Yet, as Kakarot and Yi Feng had pointed out, the chasm between them was insurmountable. His relentless pursuit had stemmed from a desire to comprehend the magnitude of the gulf that lay between himself and the strongest Saiyan. Now, the truth was unmistakably clear. The disparity was vast, immensely so. Despite his unwillingness, Vegeta clenched his fist and turned to Goku, stating, Let us fuse, Kakarot. Huh, Vegeta, are you serious? Goku exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. It was unprecedented for Vegeta to willingly propose fusion. Enough with the chatter. Don't you want to see just how formidable Yi Feng truly is? Vegeta shot Goku a glare, his impatience palpable. Ah, I see now, Vegeta. You are indeed the more astute one. Goku nodded in understanding. This fusion would indeed reveal the extent of Yi Feng's strength and the gap that existed between the three of them. The trio then made their way into the hyperbolic time chamber. The destructive potential of their battle in the sacred realm was far too great, likely capable of obliterating the sanctuary in an instant. Come on, Vegeta, Goku declared, transforming into Super Saiyan 4, his expression serious as he addressed Vegeta. Although he had agreed to the fusion, the thought of the ensuing embarrassing dance made Vegeta grimace. After a minute of inner turmoil, he finally steeled himself. Super for Vegeto. It is time for our debut. Yi Feng's lips curled upwards, revealing a smile filled with anticipation. Fusion. As the two of them simultaneously executed an unusual dance step with remarkable synchronicity, their index fingers pressed tightly together. In that fleeting moment, a golden radiance enveloped both Vegeta and Sun Wukong, transforming the entire hyperbolic time chamber into a realm of shimmering gold. This luminous aura persisted for a full minute, gradually revealing the silhouette of a figure. As he beheld the remarkably familiar shape, Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle and pose the question, Who are you? Primarily, he longed to hear the somewhat pretentious response from Gogeta. Me? I am neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta. I am the one who is about to defeat you. Indeed, the voice was both arrogant and unmistakably familiar. Subsequently, Gogeta's form fully materialized before Yi Feng's eyes, with fiery red hair, adorned in the exclusive vest of the Metamorans. A long, crimson tail swayed behind him, and his azure eyes sparkled with an air of unshakable confidence. His aura radiated with a towering intensity, reminiscent of an iron tower. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, at last, I am ready to engage in battle with you. Yi Feng beamed with excitement as he spoke. The author remarked, shamelessly requesting another wave of support for data. Thank you all. Chapter 71, Versus. Ultra Instinct Vegeta. You should exert all your strength as well. For I am indeed exceptionally powerful, Vegeta declared, arms crossed, and wearing a confident smile. It is imperative. This overwhelming aura truly conveys an unprecedented magnitude. Yi Feng nodded and remarked, Indeed, the aura of Vegeta undoubtedly surpasses that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta by an immeasurable degree. It is no exaggeration to assert that they do not occupy the same dimension. Ha ha ha. Subsequently, a deep roar emanated from Yi Feng's throat, and a surge of emerald green energy erupted instantaneously. Instantly, the entire hyperbolic time chamber was enveloped in hues of gold and green, creating a striking contrast. Humph. If this is truly all your power, then you are far from being my match. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta gazed at Yi Feng, shaking his head and speaking candidly. Although he could sense that Yi Feng was formidable, he was certain that he was not a rival. No worries. After all, it is merely a contest, not a battle to the death. Should I find myself at a disadvantage, I shall naturally elevate my strength. In Yi Feng's eyes, a surge of battle intent sparkled as he spoke. He merely wished to ascertain the true strength of Super Saiyan Vegeta and gauge his abilities. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my power. Vegeta replied, a cold smirk gracing his lips before his body suddenly flickered. His speed was astonishing, nearly instantaneous. Even Yi Feng could scarcely comprehend the moment before Vegeta stood before him. Bang! In the next instant, Yi Feng was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily over 1,000 feet away. Indeed, He was formidable. Yifeng rose to his feet, astonished as he spoke. It is worth noting that his Super Saiyan form could effortlessly dominate a Super One-Star Dragon. Yet, before Gogeta, he found himself utterly inadequate. To be candid, he had barely caught a glimpse of Gogeta's figure just moments ago. The disparity was indeed monumental. "This won't do. Your power is simply no match for me," Gogeta declared with a dismissive shake of his head, exuding an air of arrogance. "Ah, I understand now." Yifeng gently rubbed his chest and spoke with a smile. Almost simultaneously with the sound of his voice, a cascade of silver light suddenly spiraled around his body. Although his hair remained golden, it moved as if stirred by an unseen breeze, exuding a remarkably ethereal quality. Moreover, strands of silver light flickered within his hair. The ultimate technique of freedom? Gogeta paused momentarily before speaking. Since Yifeng had previously shared this technique with Sun Wukong, Gogeta found it unsurprising. "Now we're getting somewhere. Perhaps I can truly enjoy myself now," Gogeta remarked with a grin. "Indeed, it is indeed time to indulge." Yifeng tightly grasped his academic cap, and then, in an instant, he vanished without a trace. In an instant, Yifeng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta abruptly vanished from their original positions. What followed was a mesmerizing display of red and white streaks intertwining and colliding with one another. Bang! Bang! The deep resonance of their clashes echoed continuously, creating explosive ripples in the air. The room of spirit and time trembled with each reverberation. Within mere seconds, the two had engaged in hundreds of encounters. With a final, thunderous punch, their fists collided with tremendous force, sending both warriors staggering backward by several paces. However, it was evident that Yifeng retreated further. Even with the mastery of Ultra Instinct atop his Super Saiyan form, he still fell short when measured against Gogeta's prowess. "Impressive. Your strength truly astonishes me," Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta remarked, flexing his arm muscles and tilting his neck with a grin directed at Yifeng. This individual was indeed formidable, being a fusion warrior. His combat power had surged dramatically post-fusion. It was unexpected that Yifeng, relying solely on his own strength, matched him so closely. "Likewise, you have surpassed my expectations in terms of strength." Yifeng was equally taken aback, for he had always believed that by employing the Ultra Instinct technique atop his Super Saiyan foundation, he could at least match Vegeta in combat. However, it now appeared that a discernible gap remained between them. It seemed that in order to triumph over him, he must transform into the full manifestation of Super Saiyan energy. Coupled with the Ultra Instinct, victory would be well within his grasp. "Let us see if you can withstand this attack." Vegeta suddenly extended his hands before him, and a colossal sphere of energy coalesced between his palms. Big Bang attack. With that declaration, he unleashed the powerful energy blast directly at Yifeng. Yifeng gritted his teeth, and a colossal emerald energy sphere materialized in his chest, hurtling towards Gogeta's devastating Kamehameha wave. The moment the terrifying energy waves collided, an explosion erupted, shattering the room of spirit and time into fragments. Yifeng staggered backward for several dozen paces, the intense shockwave leaving his entire body aching. Meanwhile, after unleashing the devastating Kamehameha, Gogeta astonishingly disintegrated. He reverted back into the forms of Son Goku and Vegeta. Was the disintegration so swift? Yifeng regarded the two with a tinge of regret, murmuring softly. Their prowess was exceedingly formidable after their fusion. It was evident that they could not sustain it for even 30 minutes. He understood this well, yet it seemed they had barely reached the 10-minute mark. Nevertheless, his primary intention was simply to witness the fabled Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, and now he had indeed beheld him. Engaging in battle with him had fulfilled a yearning. What? Why did we disband so swiftly? Vegeta stared blankly at himself and Goku. Wasn't the Metamoran's fusion technique supposed to last for half an hour? It appeared that the overwhelming power of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta had led to their premature dissolution, Goku speculated. Subsequently, both turned their gaze towards Yifeng, admiration gleaming in their eyes. This individual's strength was undeniably terrifying, although he could not overpower their combined form. The fact that he could engage them to such an extent was already quite impressive. Chapter 72, System Task, Dragon Ball Super Saiyan Ding. A system task was being issued. The host was required to sign in aboard the luxurious cruise for Bulma's birthday celebration in the Dragon Ball Super timeline. Task duration, 10 days, task length, 0 hours. At that moment, Yifeng's mind was suddenly filled with the synthesized electronic voice of the system. What? A time-space event? Signing in on Bulma's birthday cruise? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly to await the arrival of the god of destruction, Beerus, in the guise of a Saiyan? After the system issued its task, it vanished entirely, leaving Yifeng in a state of bewilderment. His initial plan had been to diligently train further, to transcend the full power of Super Saiyan before venturing into the realm of Dragon Ball Super. After all, the deities there, such as Beerus, the angels, and the Grand Priest, were formidable beings. Only by surpassing the full power of Super Saiyan would he possess the strength necessary for self-preservation. However, now that the system had set forth a mission, it seemed his plans would have to be expedited. The world of Dragon Ball Super was, to be honest, quite exhilarating. Yifeng, you are truly remarkable, Goku exclaimed as he approached Yifeng, lavishing him with praise. Indeed, for them at this moment, Yifeng was exceptionally powerful. Although I have been defeated this time, I shall not relinquish my challenge, Vegeta remarked with a smirk, clearly unfazed by Yifeng's recent victory over him. Feel free to challenge me anytime, Vegeta, but I may be heading elsewhere soon. If you wish to compete, focus on becoming even stronger. Yifeng glanced at Vegeta and spoke. What? Where are you going? Sun Wukong and Vegeta asked in unison, their understanding perfectly aligned. To a very distant place. Yifeng replied ambiguously. For one possessing the power of time and space, the existence of two dimensions was of little consequence. However, for Sun Wukong and his companions, it was indeed a vast distance. A distant place? Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged puzzled glances, for even the entirety of the universe did not seem particularly far to them. Mr. Yifeng, are you truly leaving? Dandy approached, expressing a sense of reluctance as he addressed Yifeng. Indeed, despite his apprehension towards Yifeng, they had known each other for many days. Furthermore, Yifeng had always treated him with courtesy and had assisted Earth in overcoming numerous crises. Hence a tinge of reluctance was only natural. Yes, take care of yourselves. However, I shall certainly return here when time permits. Yifeng patted Dandy's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. To be honest, over the past few days, he had developed a deeper affection for Dandy than even for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After all, he had shared so many meals with him. Well, take care of yourself, he added. Dandy nodded earnestly. Feeling for the first time the significance of being regarded as a friend, it was a truly wonderful sensation. Hey, you two. Yifeng once again cast his gaze upon Sun Wukong and Vegeta, calling out, What? Allow me to share with you a method to enhance your strength. By channeling the life force of 5 Saiyans with pure hearts into the body of another Saiyan, one may achieve an unforeseen elevation in power. Should you be intrigued, I encourage you to give it a try. After Yifeng's words, he vanished before the eyes of the group. 5 pure-hearted Saiyans. What on earth is that fellow talking about? Vegeta muttered in confusion. Perhaps it is akin to my earlier Super Saiyan 4 full energy form, Goku pondered aloud. Since last time it was Gohan, Goten, and Trunks together, having 5 Saiyans might indeed enhance their strength. I, Vegeta, have no need to rely on the power of others to elevate myself. With that, Vegeta leaped down from the heavenly palace. Well then, I shall take my leave as well, Goku said, waving goodbye to Dandy, and before following suit. Mr. Yifeng, farewell, Dandy chuckled softly, speaking to himself. Upon leaving the heavenly god palace, Yifeng found himself directly in the realm of the Kaishin. I remarked to the 2 esteemed Kaishin. When might you amend your habit of eavesdropping? Yifeng suddenly appeared behind Kibito Kai and the elder Kaishin, only to find the 2 of them intently gazing into a crystal ball that displayed the sacred Kami's lookout on Earth. Kibito Kai startled, swiftly turning his head to look at Yifeng. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Must you always appear without warning? At my age, such frights could be fatal, grumbled the elder Kaishin, casting a reproachful glance at Yifeng. Well, caught spying on others, and now you're shifting the blame onto me? Yifeng chuckled and shook his head, regarding the old fellow with a sense of amusement. Mr. Yifeng, do you have any particular matters to attend to in the divine realm? Inquired the god of Jebit, cautiously probing. As friends, I wish to bid you farewell. I must take my leave. Yifeng addressed the god of Jabit. Although these individuals might not consider themselves akin to Sun Wukong and his companions, they had nonetheless rendered assistance in his time of need. As he prepared to depart, he felt it appropriate to bid them farewell, especially since teleportation was a trivial matter for him. Are you planning to venture into another dimension? The old Supreme Kai inquired, his eyes sparkling with cunning as he scrutinized Yifeng. If you are merely heading to another planet, there would be no need for farewells. Truly, This old fellow was remarkably astute. Yifeng glanced at the old Kaioshin and mused to himself, "It is not convenient to disclose my destination. For you do not particularly care for my presence here, do you?" After Yifeng spoke, his body suddenly vanished once more. What an enigmatic individual he is. The old Kai shook his head. However, as Yifeng himself mentioned, he truly did not wish to remain in this universe. He resembled an unstable ticking time bomb, posing a constant threat of annihilating the cosmos. After executing a time-space maneuver, Yifeng swiftly materialized in another dimension, the realm of Dragon Ball Super. Is this the time-space of Dragon Ball Super? It seems I can sense several auras, all remarkably feeble. Yifeng stood suspended in the air, murmuring to himself, "There is a slightly stronger aura. It must be Vegeta." He then immediately utilized instant transmission, appearing at the location where several auras were converging. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng materialized upon a colossal luxury cruise ship. Chapter 73. You dare provoke me? Kneel. At the moment Yifeng suddenly appeared on the opulent vessel, nearly every gaze turned in his direction. Son Gohan, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Krillin were among those who noticed him, followed closely by Chi-Chi, Bulma, Biddy, and Satan. A tail? Is he a Saiyan? Piccolo's sharp eyes immediately caught sight of the agile tail swaying behind Yifeng, his expression shifting to one of astonishment and trepidation. Could he truly be a Saiyan? Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha gazed at Yifeng with palpable fear, their bodies trembling involuntarily. The tail and hairstyle were unmistakable markers of a Saiyan. Why was there another Saiyan? Especially one they had never encountered before? Indeed, he was a Saiyan. However, in this universe, aside from his father and Uncle Vegeta, there should be no pure-blooded Saiyans left. Son Gohan furrowed his brow tightly, fist clenched as he regarded Yifeng, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him, as if a mountain bore down upon him. The very blood coursing through his veins seemed to sense an undercurrent of fear. What should we do, Piccolo? Should we call Goku back from King Kai's planet? Krillin suggested hastily, glancing at Piccolo. The Saiyans had instilled an indelible dread in their hearts, and this newcomer gave off an aura that felt unfathomable. Hey, what brings you here, Saiyan? Piccolo stepped forward, his gaze icy and hostile as he confronted Yifeng. In response, Son Gohan and the others assumed defensive stances. In their minds, Saiyans were not to be trifled with the exception of Goku and Vegeta. Boo, hold off on eating for now. If that guy is here to cause trouble, make sure to teach him a lesson, Satan quickly advised, returning to the side of Majin Buu. Piccolo, this guy is incredibly strong. His power may surpass that of my father, Son Gohan said gravely as he approached Piccolo. I sense it too. He is indeed a formidable opponent, Piccolo replied coolly. With both Vegeta and Goku absent, it could become quite troublesome if he decides to act. Why is everyone so tense? Yifeng remarked with a sudden smile, addressing the anxious crowd. Isn't this a birthday party? I came to attend the celebration. With that, he nonchalantly found a place to sit. His purpose for being there was simple, to sign in. He intended to leave naturally after an hour, but within that hour, no one, not even the god of destruction Beerus, could force him to depart. Humph, you may not be welcome here. If you have any sense, you will leave immediately. Piccolo coldly retorted to Yifeng. In the absence of Goku and Vegeta, he felt compelled to ensure everyone's safety. Do not address me in that manner, as it may provoke my ire, Yifeng replied, feeling somewhat perturbed by Piccolo's frigid glare and arrogant tone. This individual, like Dend, was a Namekian, even possessing a face that was difficult to distinguish from his. Yet Yifeng's sentiments toward the two were worlds apart. Now, let us not allow tempers to flare. At least grant me a semblance of courtesy, Satan interjected with a smile, attempting to mediate the situation. Yifeng chose to remain silent, deeming it unnecessary to engage in disputes with such individuals. Are you a friend of Vegeta? At that moment, Bulma approached, inquiring of Yifeng. Given that this individual was also a Saiyan, it was possible that he was a companion of Vegeta in the cosmos. This version of Bulma appeared significantly younger than her counterpart from the Dragon Ball GT timeline. I suppose so. Yifeng smiled and spoke. Indeed, he was acquainted with Vegeta, albeit the one from the GT timeline. That fellow Vegeta, how could he possibly neglect to attend the birthday party of his beautiful wife? Surely, he ought to greet his friends when they arrive. After expressing her irritation, Bulma immediately picked up the phone. This time, she was determined to give Vegeta a thorough scolding. Once Bulma departed, Piccolo continued to gaze intently at Yifeng, feeling that there was something rather peculiar about him. Do refrain from staring at me with that look. Consider this your second warning. Yifeng cast a glance at Piccolo, his eyes already betraying a hint of anger. The intensity of Piccolo's gaze rendered him quite uncomfortable. Piccolo-san. Let us take a seat first and wait for Vegeta-san to return, Gohan urged, fearing that a confrontation might ensue between Piccolo and the Saiyan. However, Piccolo disregarded Gohan's advice and steadily approached Yifeng. You claim to be a friend of Vegeta, yet I do not recall ever having encountered you. Piccolo questioned Yifeng once more. Cease your clever antics in my presence. This is the third time. Kneel. Yifeng suddenly erupted with a fierce shout, causing Piccolo to collapse onto the ground. What? Piccolo exclaimed, his face drained of color. He had failed to perceive the Saiyan strike, yet he undeniably felt the impact. Moreover, he was now utterly incapacitated. What could possibly be happening? Piccolo. Sun Wukong, along with Gohan and others, cried out in alarm. Piccolo had actually been so frightened that he knelt. The onlookers were filled with dread. If even Piccolo was brought to his knees, what would be their fate? Release Piccolo. Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan and leaped towards Yifeng to attack. However, with a mere flick of his hand, Yifeng sent Gohan flying, crashing heavily onto the deck. Gohan! Gohan! Videl and Kiki rushed over to help him up. That individual was simply too formidable. Gohan clutched his chest, his tone grave. Hey, that is too much. You've turned our gathering into chaos. I, Satan, shall not let you off easily. Satan declared, pointing at Yifeng, radiating an aura of righteousness. Upon hearing the mention of delectable treats, Majin Buu's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and he nodded eagerly, bouncing towards Yifeng. Chapter 74, The Apprehensive Vegeta. Satan wants me to deal with you. Majin Buu suddenly narrowed his eyes, a fierce expression directed at Yifeng. I am generally magnanimous, but I have little tolerance for those who intentionally provoke me. Yifeng cast a fleeting glance over all those present, speaking in a tone that was both indifferent and composed. In truth, he felt no intrigue toward the individuals before him. However, should they choose to provoke him, he would not hesitate to bring them to their knees. I do not comprehend your words, yet regardless, it suffices to subdue you. Majin Buu, utterly befuddled, shook his head in confusion, only to subsequently adopt a menacing expression. With a fierce determination, he launched a powerful punch toward Yifeng. Bang! The fist struck directly at Yifeng's forehead. Nonetheless, Yifeng sat there like a rock, immovable and unwavering, not even blinking an eye. The outdated boss, begone. Yifeng nonchalantly delivered a punch towards the demon Majin Buu. The moment his fist made contact with Buu's face, it sank in as if it were a safety airbag. Subsequently, Buu was propelled backward like a cannonball, sent flying several thousand zhang away. What? At that moment, everyone was left in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Majin Buu, a being whose power could rival that of a Super Saiyan 3, had been effortlessly knocked away. Moreover, that Saiyan hadn't even transformed, had he? A wave of astonishment and dread swept through the hearts of all present. Piccolo's expression darkened further. The punch that just struck Majin Buu could have easily claimed his life. The thought sent a chill through Piccolo's core. Meanwhile, Bulma had already placed a call to Vegeta. Hello, Vegeta, can you not consider the feelings of your beautiful wife? Today is my birthday party. What kind of appearance would it be if you don't come? She shouted into the phone. TCH, who would attend such a boring event? Vegeta scoffed, dismissing her concerns. Kakarot had gone to train on King Kai's planet, and he absolutely could not afford to slack off. Vegeta, you must come today. By the way, one of your friends is also attending the birthday party. They've traveled a long way, and you can't just leave them hanging. Bulma shouted, adding urgency to her plea. My friend? Vegeta pondered, somewhat puzzled. Do I have friends? He followed up with a question. Which friend? Just come and see for yourself, anyway. It's a Saiyan, Bulma replied before abruptly ending the call. A Saiyan? Impossible. Aside from myself, Kakarot, and a few like Trunks, there are no other Saiyans in this world. TCH, it must be a ploy to get me to show up. Vegeta crossed his arms, lightly flicking his fingers, muttering coldly to himself. However, after a moment's consideration, he realized Bulma had never been one to lie, nor was there any need for her to do so. No. I must go take a look. If there truly is another Saiyan, it would be significant. At that moment, aboard the luxurious cruise ship, after Yifeng had effortlessly sent Majin Buu flying, everyone fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him in trepidation. This individual was far too powerful. Even if they all joined forces, there would be no match for him. Unsure of his intentions, they knew they must remain calm until he made his next move. Half a minute later, as Son Goku and Vegeta arrived, Vegeta appeared on the cruise ship. Hey Bulma, where is the Saiyan? Vegeta inquired immediately upon arrival. I'm right here, Vegeta. Yifeng spoke softly. At this moment, he had completely concealed his aura, which meant that Vegeta was entirely unaware of his presence. Could he truly be a Saiyan? Vegeta gazed at Yifeng, astonished and incredulous. Yet, it was impossible. In this universe, there were only two pure-blooded Saiyans, himself and Kakarot. Ah, and his ineffectual brother, Tarbal. How could there be another Saiyan? Nevertheless, that individual was undoubtedly a Saiyan, and as the Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta could not be mistaken. Be cautious, Vegeta-san. That Saiyan just sent you flying. Gohan swiftly warned Vegeta. What? He sent you flying? Vegeta looked at Gohan, his eyes filled with disbelief. Buu's power surpassed his own. How could someone possess such formidable strength? During his time on planet Vegeta, he had never heard of a Saiyan with such extraordinary talent. Indeed. And he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gohan reiterated. Defeating Buu without transforming into a Super Saiyan? What nonsense! Vegeta clenched his fists, a deep seriousness overshadowing his features. What was going on? Hadn't that fellow claimed to be Vegeta's friend? Yet, it appeared that Vegeta did not recognize him at all. Krillin, Tien, and the others regarded Vegeta with puzzled expressions. Vegeta furrowed his brow and stepped toward Yifeng, demanding, "Who are you, exactly?" Despite his pride, a Saiyan capable of effortlessly defeating Majin Buu warranted his utmost attention. As you can see, I am a Saiyan, just like you, Vegeta. Yifeng slowly rose to his feet, offering a faint smile as he spoke. At the moment Wang Liaohao Feng stood up. Like finally sensed the restoration of his bodily freedom and hastily rose to his feet. Fear flickered in his eyes as he gazed at Yifo Yuan. This individual is undoubtedly an immensely powerful being. A Saiyan? Impossible. There are only 3 pure-blooded Saiyans remaining in this world, and I have never encountered you on planet Vegeta. Baiku asserted decisively. There are many Saiyans you have yet to meet. Yifeng spoke softly, observing Yifeng's arrogant demeanor. Vegeta felt an intense urge to unleash his fury. However, recalling Gohan's words and considering the current circumstances, he chose to restrain himself. Engaging in a battle here could potentially ruin Bulma's birthday celebration and might even endanger Bulma and Trunks, which he could not permit. What brings you here? Vegeta gritted his teeth and inquired once more. Chapter 75, The Aura of the God of Destruction, Beerus. I have no particular purpose, merely here to sit for a while. But do not provoke me, Vegeta. Yifeng suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly, a powerful pressure enveloping Vegeta, making him feel as though he were facing a formidable foe. What is happening? Merely a glance from him, and I feel as if the strength within me has been utterly suppressed. Vegeta's pupils constricted, his hands trembling, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. This individual is truly formidable. A mere gaze renders me defenseless. Or perhaps, his Saiyan bloodline is so potent that it imposes a restriction upon mine. Impossible. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, possessing the purest and noblest bloodline. How could I be suppressed by another's lineage? What is wrong, Vegeta-san? Who exactly is he? Son Gohan and the others stepped forward, their eyes fixed on Yifeng. If Vegeta were to declare this individual an enemy, they would not hesitate to engage, despite the evident strength of the man before them. He is my friend. Everyone, stand down. Vegeta gritted his teeth, slowly relaxing his tightly clenched fists as he addressed Son Gohan. The Saiyan before him exuded an aura of danger, compelling him to refrain from incurring any offense. In the past, he would have never considered such matters, but now he must think of Bulma and Trunks. Although he yearned to revert to his former self understood, Vegeta-san, Son Gohan replied, nodding before retreating with Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien to other seats. Since Vegeta claimed him as a friend, it was plausible that he truly was one, or perhaps the Saiyan's overwhelming power instilled fear even in Vegeta. Regardless of the possibility, they should heed Vegeta's words. Once Son Gohan and the others had distanced themselves, Vegeta approached Yifeng, his expression wary as he inquired, "Who exactly are you? Sit down, and I shall reveal it to you in due time." Yifeng gazed at the vigilant Vegeta, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. He had not anticipated that this version of Vegeta would possess such remarkable self-awareness. Upon sensing the overwhelming pressure, he chose not to engage in combat. Vegeta could only take a seat, as he understood the necessity of avoiding unnecessary panic, at least until he comprehended the true identity of this Saiyan before him. Could he speak now? Vegeta remained exceedingly cautious, for the individual in front of him was both enigmatic and formidable. Very well, I am Yifeng, another Saiyan like yourself. Though my lineage is far more pure. I believe you have already sensed this, have you not? Yifeng spoke softly. Vegeta, he said, pursing his lips. Although he was reluctant to admit this reality, the earlier display of overwhelming power was indeed genuine. What is your purpose for coming to Earth? Vegeta inquired further. Should he intend to bring harm to the planet, he would resolutely refuse to allow him to wreak havoc, even if his own strength fell short. There is no need for you to know so much, came the response, but I can assure you that I will not harm Earth. Yifeng glanced at Vegeta and remarked that he had no obligation to divulge all his secrets. Noticing Yifeng's reluctance to speak, Vegeta ceased his inquiries. Since Yifeng claimed he harbored no ill intentions towards Earth, the only course left for Vegeta was to place his trust in him. Just as Yifeng and Vegeta were engaged in conversation, a sudden surge of an extraordinarily potent and enigmatic aura enveloped them. Distinctly unlike anything emanating from the present Vegeta or any being from the GT timeline. It was an overwhelmingly formidable presence. Yifeng suddenly rose to his feet, a grave expression manifesting in his gaze. This aura could not possibly belong to a mere human. Could it be the presence of the god of destruction, Beerus? In the next moment, Yifeng's realization struck him. Indeed, at this very moment, Beerus was likely en route to Earth in search of the so-called Super Saiyan god. But why was he sensing the god of destruction's aura? Was it due to the system, or perhaps the mastery of Ultra Instinct? This overwhelming energy was rapidly approaching Earth, moving with remarkable speed. Undoubtedly, it was Beerus without a doubt. Yifeng was 100% certain that this aura undoubtedly belonged to the god of destruction, Beerus. In this realm, aside from Beerus and Whis, no one possessed an aura that could surpass his own. What's wrong? Vegeta inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity upon noticing Yifeng's suddenly grave expression. A significant figure may be on their way to Earth. Yifeng returned to his seat and spoke in a calm tone. Moments ago, he had indeed felt a surge of energy that astonished him, for it surpassed his own capabilities. However, upon reflection, he realized there was no need for concern. He wielded the powers of time and space, as well as instantaneous movement. If a battle were to ensue, even if his strength were inferior to that of his opponent, he could not be slain. A significant figure? Could you elucidate that a bit more? Vegeta inquired once more. You shall find out shortly. Yifeng uttered a brief remark before embarking on a quest for sustenance. Admittedly, he felt somewhat famished. The array of delectable dishes before him was simply irresistible. Meanwhile, in the realm of the King of Worlds, the old king and Jebbet were trembling in fear from the menacing aura of the god of destruction. This is dire. Lord Beerus is en route to North Kingstar. He is likely to arrive in 2 minutes, and that troublemaker, Son Goku, is still there. This is truly troublesome. The old King of Worlds was filled with dread. Those Saiyans are notorious for stirring up trouble, especially Son Goku. If he provokes Lord Beerus, the entire Earth, and perhaps even more stars, will suffer the consequences. Should I take Son Goku to the Divine Realm right now? Jebbet hastily suggested. It may already be too late. The old King of Worlds shook his head, speaking with a sense of despair. I can only hope that Son Goku will exercise some wisdom this time and refrain from inciting Lord Beerus. Boom. On North Kingstar, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky. Long time no see, North King. A tranquil voice reached the ears of the North King. Chapter 76. The God of Destruction arrives on Earth. Welcome, Lord Beerus, to my humble planet, the North King said, his face stricken with fear, his voice trembling. This planet is indeed quite small, Beerus remarked, surveying North Kingstar. I recall when this place was no different from others. However, the last time I visited, the food you provided was utterly terrible, so I had no choice but to reduce your planet to this size. I apologize for the inadequacy of my planet. The North King quickly replied. Is that Lord Beerus? Son Goku, hidden by the North King, whispered as he observed Beerus, feeling an inexplicable excitement. Lord Beerus must be extraordinarily powerful. Since you are here, would you care to join me for lunch? The North King suggested, though secretly wishing for Beerus to leave quickly, as Goku was an unpredictable time bomb that could explode at any moment. No, I am here to find that Saiyan on your planet. What was his name again? Beerus stroked his chin, struggling to recall. His name is Son Goku, Lord Beerus was calmly reminded from behind. Ah, yes, Son Goku, the Saiyan. Beerus nodded and turned his gaze to the North King. To think he has come for Goku. It appears I can no longer conceal this. I can only hope Goku doesn't say something foolish, like wanting to challenge him. The North King lamented inwardly. Come out, Goku. Lord Beerus wishes to meet you. Despite his reluctance, the North King had no choice but to comply with Beerus's request. Hearing the North King's words, Son Goku emerged with excitement. Hey there. I'm Son Goku. He casually greeted Beerus, only to be met with a stern reprimand from the North King. By your appearance. You seem to be no match for Frieza, Beerus observed, then asked, do you know the Super Saiyan God? This was the true purpose of his visit. As for Frisia, his demise was inconsequential. What? Super Saiyan God? I only know of Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan beyond that. As for the Super Saiyan God, I've never heard of it. Son Goku scratched his chin, pondering his answer. He truly could not recall the name of Super Saiyan God. From the looks of it, you genuinely do not know of the Super Saiyan God, Beerus remarked, stroking his chin. This fellow before me is far from the Super Saiyan God I envisioned in my dreams. Lord Beerus, it seems to be merely an ordinary dream. There is no way anyone in this world could contend with you. Whis spoke softly at that moment. Humph, it's not just my opinion. The oracle fish also indicated this. Since he is unaware, we should head to Earth and consult Vegeta. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus declared, Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, should possess some knowledge. If I cannot find the Super Saiyan God from my dreams, I will feel exceedingly uncomfortable, akin to a persistent itch that cannot be scratched. Yes. Lord Beerus, Whis nodded, feeling compelled to comply with Beerus's wishes. Wait a moment, Lord Beerus, I've heard you're incredibly powerful. May I see if it's true? Suddenly, Son Goku grinned and spoke. Having encountered such a formidable opponent, he certainly could not let the opportunity slip away. If he did not challenge Lord Beerus, he would undoubtedly feel unsatisfied. Oh, you wish to test my strength? Beerus looked at Son Goku surprised. After living for billions of years, this was the first time he had heard such audacious words. To challenge a god of destruction? Perhaps this fellow is simply a fool. Goku, do not act recklessly. Lord Beerus's power is unlike any opponent you have faced before. If you provoke him, he could eliminate you with a mere flick of his finger. The North King, upon hearing Son Goku's ignorant words, was instantly petrified, hastily intervening. If this continues, both Earth and North Kingstar will be in peril due to Goku's foolishness. If that is the case, I'm even more intrigued. Upon hearing the North King's words, Son Goku appeared even more exhilarated. Ha ha ha. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. Well, it seems my power has increased, but this level is merely sufficient to defeat Frisia. Beerus regarded Son Goku with disdain, stating coolly, Have we already begun to fight? On Earth, Yifeng lifted his head and muttered to himself, sensing another faint aura. It emanated from the same place as Beerus's presence. It must indeed be Son Goku training on North Kingstar. Given that the two had already commenced battle, it signified that Beerus would soon descend upon Earth. Please bring me some puddings, along with salmon sushi and octopus balls. Thank you. Yifeng approached the snack stall and addressed the chef. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. The chef glanced at Yifeng with a hint of trepidation, promptly nodding in agreement. The recent incident, where Yifeng had effortlessly sent a rotund figure flying with a single punch and commanded a green-faced creature to kneel, was vividly etched in their minds. A few minutes later, Yifeng received his food and casually selected a table to sit down. He began to savor the delicacies, awaiting the arrival of the god of destruction, Beerus. Meanwhile, Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on Yifeng. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Vegeta. This is King Kai of the North. What? King Kai? What do you want? Vegeta retorted coldly. Please, listen carefully. The god of destruction, Beerus, is on his way to Earth. Once he arrives, you must not act rashly, nor should you provoke him. Otherwise, the Earth shall face annihilation. King Kai spoke with a grave tone. Beerus? That name sounds familiar. Vegeta furrowed his brow, struggling to recall where he had heard it. Remember, do not engage. Kakarot sought to challenge Lord Beerus and was easily defeated, the Kai solemnly reiterated. Kakarot was effortlessly vanquished? Vegeta's expression shifted drastically. The implication was clear, Beerus was far superior to Kakarot. Chapter 77. Can the god of destruction be disrespectful? Mark my words, Vegeta. Do not provoke Lord Beerus if you wish to spare the Earth from destruction. With that, King Kai's voice faded. Kakarot was easily defeated? Vegeta's brow tightened, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, he turned his attention to Yifeng, who was leisurely enjoying his meal. He recalled Yifeng mentioning the arrival of a significant figure on Earth. Could it be that he was referring to the god of destruction, Beerus? That name felt hauntingly familiar, yet he could not place it. Is the prominent figure you mentioned the god of destruction, Beerus? Vegeta approached Yifeng and inquired gravely. It seems King Kai has already informed you about the events from the King Kai's planet. With an air of calmness, Yifeng leisurely savored his sushi while addressing Vegeta. What? You actually know about the events that transpired on King Kai's planet? How is that even possible? Vegeta inquired, his expression one of astonishment, for the defeat of Kakarot by the god of destruction, Beerus, had only just occurred. Yet, Yifeng had remained with him the entire time, never once departing from the cruise ship. How could he be aware of the happenings on King Kai's planet? This individual is truly enigmatic. You need not concern yourself with how I acquired this knowledge. What you should focus on now is how to contend with the god of destruction, Beerus. Yifeng smiled and spoke. After finishing his words, he once again approached the snack stall, where the fare proved to be quite delightful, even surpassing that of Mr. Who, after all, is the god of destruction, Beerus? And who is this fellow, Yijin? What is their purpose for coming to Earth? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. His face contorted in a grimace, utterly perplexed. Long time no see, Prince Vegeta. Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out from behind. Both Vegeta and Yifeng turned simultaneously. Vegeta detected no presence, yet Yifeng clearly saw the newcomer. Indeed, it was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus, accompanied by the angel, Whis. They appeared almost identical to their comic counterparts. However, witnessing them in person, the overwhelming aura emanating from Beerus sent a shiver down Yifeng's spine. Of course, it was solely Beerus's energy he perceived. Whis, on the other hand, resembled a tranquil lake, devoid of any turbulence, completely imperceptible in terms of energy. At that moment, Beerus slowly materialized behind Vegeta, his sharp claws pointed menacingly at the back of Vegeta's head. Sensing the imminent danger, Vegeta instinctively lunged forward. Turning his head, he was met by that feline visage. The god of destruction, Beerus? Upon seeing that face, Vegeta suddenly recalled a memory. Indeed, it was that very face he had encountered during his childhood on planet Vegeta. Back then, over a mere pillow, Beerus had ruthlessly trampled Prince Vegeta underfoot. Just a single glance had stripped him of all combat prowess. It seems you remember me, Vegeta. However, daring to utter my true name, you are now a dead man. Beerus said, his finger pointed ominously at Vegeta, his tone frigid. Yifeng, with an expression of calmness, collected his pudding, octopus balls, tamagoyaki, and sushi before returning to his seat. At that moment, as the lottery activity had commenced, everyone else was engrossed in the excitement, leaving only Yifeng and Vegeta in a state of composure. What is this fellow doing on Earth? Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's face, his body trembling with fear, a sheer humiliation. However, before I eliminate you, I must inquire, are you aware of the Super Saiyan God? Beerus asked nonchalantly. The Prince of the Saiyans should possess some knowledge, wouldn't you agree? Super Saiyan God? Vegeta's face reflected confusion and dread, for he had never heard of such a thing. Humph. It seems you are utterly ignorant. Observing Vegeta's expression, it was evident he lacked any information regarding the Super Saiyan God. I initially thought you could serve as a worthy opponent in my training, but it appears I have somewhat overestimated you. A sphere of purple energy materialized at Beerus's fingertip, aimed directly at Vegeta. Since this individual was unaware of the Super Saiyan God's existence, he had no reason to continue living. Just then, was suddenly called out to Beerus. What? Beerus inquired without turning. Look over there. Was pointed towards Yifeng, who was serenely seated, savoring his meal. Beerus turned to glance at Yifeng, and his eyes narrowed suddenly. There is another Saiyan? Beerus noted the distinctive tail, a feature unique to Saiyans throughout the universe. However, he was uncertain about the whereabouts of Vegeta and that Son Goku's tails. Of course, he was not concerned with such details. His primary interest lay in the prophetic dream of the Super Saiyan God. Hey, Saiyan. Beerus strode directly to Yifeng, addressing him with an air of superiority. Yifeng paid no heed to Beerus and continued to relish his meal. It was not his intention to deliberately provoke Beerus, rather. The latter's condescending tone made him exceedingly uncomfortable. He had reached a point where he no longer feared the god of destruction. How audacious of him to disregard my presence. Witnessing the Saiyan before him remain utterly unfazed, Beerus was instantly incensed. No one had ever dared to dismiss his words in such a manner. I'm Yifeng, not merely a Saiyan to be summoned. Even if you are a god of destruction, one should possess at least a modicum of courtesy and respect for others. Should you not? Yifeng wiped his mouth, rose to his feet, and spoke to Beerus in a calm tone. What? Beerus suddenly found himself bewildered by Yifeng's words. Why did this fellow's speech seem so familiar? Humph. You know I am a god of destruction and yet remain so arrogant. It appears that among the three Saiyans, one has finally emerged with true spirit, Beerus remarked, a chilling smile spreading across his face as he addressed Yifeng. Chapter 78, The Challenge of the God of Destruction. However, I must ask you this. Are you aware of the Super Saiyan God? Beerus fixed a cold stare upon Yifeng and inquired. Of course, I am aware. Yifeng nodded slightly and spoke candidly. What? You actually know? This is quite surprising. Beerus exclaimed, casting a bewildered glance at Yifeng. Although he posed the question, he harbored no real hope, for Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, was unaware of the existence of the Super Saiyan God. How could an ordinary Saiyan possibly know? Yet, unexpectedly, something unforeseen occurred. Quickly tell me, where exactly is the Super Saiyan God? Beerus inquired with an authoritative tone directed at Yifeng. He was now eager to witness the formidable rival of his dreams. I'm afraid I cannot inform you of the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God, as there is currently no Super Saiyan God in this universe. Yifeng smiled and addressed Beerus. Are you jesting with me? Be cautious, lest I unleash destruction upon you. A sudden glint of murderous intent flickered in Beerus's eyes as a purple aura erupted from his body. Yifeng suddenly felt an intense pressure enveloping him. Lord Beerus, please do not be angered just yet. Although we currently lack a Super Saiyan God, I possess the knowledge to create one. Yifeng Jing was not intimidated by Beerus's imposing presence. Instead, he maintained a tranquil demeanor and calmly spoke. After all, he had no reason to fear him. Should the situation become dire, he could simply utilize the power of time and space to escape. How irritating it is that he cannot express himself in one go. Beerus clenched his fists tightly and declared vehemently, if it weren't for the fact that this fellow knew the method to transform into a Super Saiyan God, he would genuinely consider eradicating him at this moment. However, before discovering the secrets of the Super Saiyan God, let us engage in a contest. If you triumph over me, I shall certainly reveal to you how to attain the form of the Super Saiyan God. But if you cannot even defeat me, then seeking the Super Saiyan God would undoubtedly be futile. Yifeng suddenly spoke with an expression of utmost seriousness. What? Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback and gazing at Yifeng with a puzzled look. Does this fellow intend to challenge the God of Destruction, Beerus? Even Kakarot was effortlessly defeated. How could he possibly contend with a deity of such immense power? It appears this individual is utterly oblivious to the terrifying might of Beerus, which breeds such audacity. The ignorant are often fearless. Should Beerus become enraged, Earth would be in peril. After Yifeng's voice fell, Weiss could not help but cast a lingering glance at him. This Saiyan seemed to possess a certain uniqueness, an essence within him that felt oddly familiar. Yet, even he could not discern the nature of this enigma. Oh? Do you wish to challenge the God of Destruction? Such an ignorant Saiyan. I cannot tell whether you're excessively arrogant or simply a fool. Beerus shot a sidelong glance at Yifeng, his tone laden with disdain. The Saiyan from the King Kai's planet had displayed a similar arrogance. Yet he had been easily defeated by Beerus. Indeed, self-righteous Saiyans are hardly endearing. If you underestimate me, you may find yourself at a disadvantage, Lord Beerus. Yifeng continued to smile gently as he addressed Beerus, asserting that despite his Super Saiyan form coupled with Ultra Instinct, even if he could not contend with the God of Destruction, it would be utterly impossible for Beerus to easily defeat him, wouldn't it? I seem to have developed a bit of interest in you. If you were merely a boastful fool, I would not hesitate to obliterate you, Beerus declared, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. This individual was particularly displeasing to him, especially with that incessant grin. Hey, are you seeking death? Do you truly comprehend the terror of a God of Destruction? At that moment, Vegeta murmured to Yifeng, this guy is far too self-assured. Doesn't he realize he stands before Beerus, a being capable of annihilating universes at will? The one who fails to understand is you, Vegeta. Yifeng cast a fleeting glance at Vegeta before shifting his gaze to Beerus. A solemn expression enveloped his eyes. Beerus undoubtedly represented the most formidable adversary he had encountered thus far. Even Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta might not be able to vanquish him. More crucially, this being was a deity, wielding the devastating power to obliterate everything. If you seek death, then I shall oblige you. Beerus narrowed his eyes. This journey was truly vexing. After eliminating this individual, I shall proceed to annihilate Earth and its castle. It seems that the Super Saiyan God is merely an odd dream. Lord Beerus, do not underestimate him. This little fellow is somewhat extraordinary, was interjected suddenly. Humph, he's just a Saiyan. How much chaos could he possibly stir? Beerus scoffed at Whis' warning. Subsequently, he levitated slightly into the air. Yifeng followed suit at a leisurely pace. This is disastrous. That rascal Yifeng dares to challenge Beerus. Vegeta gazed at the two with palpable terror. Should Yifeng be defeated, Earth itself would face annihilation. No one could withstand Beerus, and despite Yifeng's formidable prowess, he remained merely a Saiyan. How could he possibly contend with the God of Destruction, Beerus? What is happening? Isn't that the Saiyan from earlier? Who is the other one? I do not know, but it appears they are about to engage in battle. Only when Yifeng and Beerus materialized in midair did Son Gohan and Piccolo realize the gravity of the situation. Hey, Saiyan. You two should be able to transform into the so-called Super Saiyan, correct? Beerus coldly fixed his gaze on Yifeng and spoke. Though aware that Yifeng would be an easy target, Beerus still hoped the fellow possessed some degree of strength, rather than merely boasting. This would allow him to stretch his limbs a bit. Yifeng's intentions were straightforward. Primarily, he was eager to gauge the strength of the god of destruction, Beerus. More importantly, if he could harness Beerus's power to break through to the full power Super Saiyan form, it would be splendid. Of course I can. But I am somewhat different from that fellow on North Kai's planet. Yifeng's lips curled into a smirk, and a serious glint appeared in his eyes. With a fierce roar, a terrifying aura erupted from his body in an instant. Chapter 79, A One-Handed Battle? The Confident Beerus. The overwhelming shockwave swept in all directions, causing even the massive cruise ship to veer off course. What? Such an astonishing presence. How extraordinarily powerful. I have never felt such immense energy before. Is that fellow truly a Saiyan? Upon sensing that cosmic-like tidal force, Son Gohan and Piccolo were left in utter disbelief, their faces reflecting profound astonishment. Even before transforming into a Super Saiyan, his energy already surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku. What kind of monster is he? Impossible. How can this be? Vegeta's pupils constricted tightly, disbelief etched across his features. How could a Saiyan's energy reach such a level? Moreover, he hadn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet his power felt boundless. With another explosive shout, Yifeng transformed into a Super Saiyan. The vibrant green aura enveloped him like a radiant beam of light. It seems he is indeed different from that individual. His strength is quite formidable. Looking at Yifeng before him, Beerus displayed a fleeting moment of shock. What is happening? His energy is green after transforming into a Super Saiyan, entirely unlike Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan gazed in astonishment at the sky, which was nearly drenched in a verdant hue, murmuring to themselves, "Incredible! Is that guy also a Saiyan? He is truly powerful." At that moment, Goku hid in a corner, observing Yifeng and Beerus. He never anticipated encountering two such formidable opponents in a single day. While a sense of concern loomed, excitement bubbled within him. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Kai realm, the old Kai and Jebbet were feeling quite disheartened. Oh no, another troublemaking Saiyan has emerged. Earth is truly doomed this time. Just dealing with Goku and Vegeta was already a headache, and now a more arrogant, trouble-seeking Saiyan has appeared. Earth's fate appears to be sealed. Thank you for waiting, Lord Beerus. Please, teach me, Yifeng said with a smile, now transformed into a Super Saiyan. He had not yet utilized his mastery of Ultra Instinct based on his Super Saiyan form. After all, Beerus seemed to enjoy revealing his strength incrementally, much like Goku. Perhaps it had been a while since he had fought and desired to relish the experience. To be honest, I am feeling quite eager. I intend to thoroughly enjoy this battle. Beerus smirked, a smile gracing his lips. Initially, he thought the Saiyan was merely a loudmouth fool, but now it appeared otherwise. This individual possessed some skill, more entertaining than the one from North Kai's planet. I too shall savor the moments of combat with the god of destruction. Such opportunities are rare indeed. Yifeng spoke with utmost seriousness, declaring, when battling the god of destruction, one must not be the slightest bit careless. Come on. Subsequently, Beerus placed one hand behind his back and gestured to Yifeng with the other. Fighting with one hand? I have warned you that underestimating me will lead to your downfall. A look of displeasure flickered in Yifeng's eyes. In the next moment, he lunged forward. His fist enveloped in a swirling emerald aura, aimed directly at Beerus. However, the god of destruction exuded an air of unwavering confidence, choosing not to strike first, but to calmly brace himself for the impending onslaught. With a resounding crash, Yifeng's fist collided forcefully with Beerus's palm, producing a deep thundering sound that echoed through the air. Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy radiated outward, toppling those of lesser strength aboard the cruise ship. Such a formidable opponent, could a single punch evoke such a tremor? Piccolo struggled to maintain his balance, astonishment flickering in his eyes. How could those two be so extraordinarily powerful? Bang, bang, bang. Yifeng unleashed a relentless flurry of punches towards Beerus. Initially, Beerus remained quite self-assured, but as time elapsed, Yifeng's strikes accelerated with remarkable speed. The air seemed to rip apart with each blow, resonating with a fierce, rustling sound. Yifeng's fist became increasingly swift, and it was evident that Beerus struggled with just one hand. The confident glimmer in his eyes gradually transformed into astonishment. It seems I have underestimated this Saiyan. Beerus mused silently. In the next moment, Yifeng's right foot struck fiercely against Beerus's face, causing the latter to stagger several steps to the right. A distinct fury flashed across his face, yet Yifeng did not revel in his single successful strike. He understood that Beerus had merely been testing his strength, without truly attacking. What? That Yifeng actually hit Beerus? Incredible! Vegeta exclaimed, tilting his head back, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who exactly is that guy? How could he possibly possess the power to contend with a god of destruction? Moreover, it seems he hasn't even transformed into Super Saiyan too. Ah. It appears Lord Beerus is ready to move properly, Whis remarked, enjoying his delicacies while observing the duel between Beerus and Yifeng. That Saiyan seems to be holding back, not exerting his full strength. It is indeed astonishing for a Saiyan's power to reach such heights. Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly as he declared, "Now it is my turn to attack." He then lunged directly towards Yifeng with remarkable speed, almost instantaneously appearing right before him, followed by a powerful punch aimed directly at him. Upon witnessing this, Yifeng was taken aback. Indeed, Beerus's speed was astonishingly swift, rendering any attempt at retaliation nearly impossible. He could only hastily raise his arms to shield his head. With a resounding thud, Beerus struck Yifeng's arms, and in that instant, an overwhelming force surged through his limbs. Yifeng's body recoiled several dozen feet, while Beerus shadowed him closely, his fist hurtling forward once more. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless strikes landed against Yifeng's arms, forcing him to stagger backward, a painful sensation surging through his limbs. Is the strength of 30% at the 80th chapter truly this formidable? Humph. Is this the extent of my ability to retaliate? It appears I have set my expectations a tad too high. As Beerus continued his assault, he spoke with an indifferent tone. In the next instant, Yifeng's figure abruptly vanished, leaving Beerus's fist to grasp at nothingness. When he reappeared, it was already behind Beerus. What? Quite an impressive speed. Beerus turned around, astonished as he regarded Yifeng. That previous velocity was so swift that even he could scarcely perceive it. It seems this is merely a flashy trick. The god of destruction is indeed formidable. It seems he has yet to unleash even 30% of his true power, and his most fearsome skill lies in destruction itself. Yifeng was inwardly astonished. It seemed he must once again elevate his strength, lest he become a mere target for relentless assaults. With a fierce roar, a terrifying emerald aura erupted from his being, signifying a considerable enhancement in his power. Ah, it appears my strength has indeed surged, which is rather intriguing. Beerus cast a surprised glance at Yifeng. This Saiyan never ceased to amaze him. Come on, Lord Beerus, Yifeng remarked with a faint smile after augmenting his power. Humph. Beerus scoffed, and in an instant he vanished, only to reappear directly before Yifeng. With a cunningly precise fist, he aimed to strike at Yifeng's brow. Bang. In the next moment, Beerus's fist was firmly intercepted by Yifeng. What? A flicker of disbelief crossed Beerus's eyes. How could his punch be caught? It seemed that even at this moment, he had not exerted even 30% of his strength. If that were the case, then he must have underestimated Yifeng greatly. Yifeng let out a thunderous shout, and then his right fist delivered a powerful uppercut to Beerus's abdomen. Beerus was forcefully knocked back several dozen steps. However, he did not appear to be enraged. Instead, he extended 2 fingers towards Yifeng. Barely 2/10, Beerus remarked nonchalantly. What? Nearly 2/10? And that was barely? Yifeng furrowed his brow and softly spoke. He recalled that in Dragon Ball Super, after Bulma was struck, Vegeta transformed into a mutated Super Saiyan 2, seemingly unleashing a torrent of power from Beerus. The battle against Super Saiyan 3 Goku appeared to demonstrate a mere fraction of strength, which now seemed utterly deceptive. He had effortlessly defeated Super Saiyan 3 Goku without even utilizing half of his own power. However, considering your prowess and the rudeness displayed moments ago, I intend to elevate my strength to 30%. A cold glint flickered in Beerus's elongated eyes as he extended his fingers towards Yifeng. It had been an eternity since he had been struck. Even fellow gods of destruction of the same caliber could not achieve such a feat today, unexpectedly. He had been hit twice by a Saiyan. How careless of him. 30%, you say? Come forth. I shall harness your energy to transform into my full power Super Saiyan form. Yifeng gritted his teeth, contemplating the gravity of the situation. This represented an exceptional opportunity for him, serving as the very impetus for his confrontation with Beerus. Once he transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, coupled with the mastery of Ultra Instinct, he should be able to contend with Beerus. In the theatrical release of Dragon Ball Super, Broly, Son Goku once remarked that Broly's Super Saiyan full power form appeared capable of rivaling Beerus. With the addition of Ultra Instinct, Yifeng believed he had an 80% chance of victory. As Beerus's voice resonated, his body suddenly darted towards Yifeng, his speed incomparable to that of before. With a determined grit, Yifeng retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at Beerus. Battle, battle. His bloodline grew stronger with each confrontation. Failing to surpass his limits amidst combat was simply unacceptable. Upon the collision of their fists, a terrifying shockwave erupted, radiating in all directions. The sea beneath their feet surged violently, creating towering waves. Everyone, be cautious. The cruise ship is experiencing severe turbulence. Piccolo warned urgently. Yet, it was evidently too late. Satan, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and others were unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Krillin and Tien Shinhan struggled to maintain their balance, crashing heavily onto the deck. Oh no! The food has been overturned. What a waste! Whis remarked, surveying the chaotic scene. He gently tapped his staff, conjuring a verdant barrier that enveloped the massive cruise ship, restoring tranquility in an instant. As long as Lord Beerus had yet to decree the destruction of Earth, his actions were not deemed inappropriate. Vegeta observed Whis with an even graver expression, astonished that even a servant of the god of destruction possessed such formidable abilities. Meanwhile, in midair, after their fists met, Yifeng and Beerus were sent hurtling away, eventually coming to a halt after shattering several mountain peaks. Ugh, is Beerus truly this powerful, even at merely 30% strength? Yifeng exhaled a cloud of dust, his gaze marked by a grave intensity while simultaneously shimmering with excitement. He then rose to his feet, his form flickering before reappearing once more in front of Beerus. With a resounding shout, Yifeng charged towards Beerus, launching an attack. The sound of fists colliding echoed through the air as the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their punches reverberating with explosive force. The mountains within 100 miles trembled and shattered under the tremendous shockwaves. The ground beneath them began to collapse incessantly. It was astonishing to witness Yifeng holding his own against the god of destruction, Beerus. Vegeta, utterly astonished, felt as though his jaw might detach and fall to the ground. Could it truly be possible for a Saiyan to attain such prowess through training? If Yifeng could do it, then as the prince of the Saiyans, he too should be capable. Suddenly, a powerful blow from Beerus sent Yifeng hurtling through the sky once more. Yifeng clenched his fist tightly, a flicker of fury igniting in his eyes. How infuriating it was that he could not even withstand a mere 30% of the god of destruction Beerus's power. If he could not contend with a deity, how could he ever hope to surpass those who truly stood at the pinnacle of time and the universe? Let me try this. The cold voice of Bizons resonated as a massive orb of orange-yellow energy coalesced at his fingertips. He then hurled it directly at Yifeng. Chapter 81. The Ultimate Technique. It seems that Lord Beerus is a bit vexed, Vados remarked, observing the energy sphere that Beerus was gathering. It appears that Lord Beerus has begun to take things seriously, that Saiyan is indeed quite remarkable. Come forth. Yifeng clenched his fist tightly, gritting his teeth as his palms pressed firmly against the colossal energy sphere. With a forceful exertion, he propelled the two energy spheres away. However, in the next moment, Beerus appeared directly before Yifeng, diving down to deliver a punch that struck Yifeng's cheek. The sound of the impact echoed sharply, and Yifeng's body plummeted into the ocean below like a falling meteor. With a resounding splash, the sea erupted in towering waves, sending ripples radiating outward in all directions. Following this, Beerus dove into the water with the grace of a hawk. The deep, resonant sounds of impact reverberated through the depths, as the water bubbled violently, resembling a boiling cauldron. What happened? Did that Saiyan lose? Krillin and Tien Shinhan inquired with furrowed brows. It's unclear, but his energy seems to be waning, Gohan replied, shaking his head gravely. Who is that cat-like figure to possess such formidable power? And judging by Vegeta's expression, he appears to be quite fearful of him. At that moment, Goku suddenly materialized before Gohan and the others. Dad, Gohan exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Goku nodded. His gaze fixated on the ocean's surface, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. Son, do you know who that individual is? Piccolo asked urgently. Perhaps he might have some insights. That's Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Just a moment ago on King Kai's planet, he defeated me with merely 2 moves. Goku stated earnestly, directing his gaze at Piccolo. What? You were defeated in just 2 moves? Shock and disbelief washed over the faces of those gathered. It was well known that Goku was the strongest among them, yet he had succumbed so effortlessly. Yes, and I can sense that he didn't even exert any effort in defeating me, Goku added. At this revelation, Piccolo and the others felt a chill run down their spines. The existence of such a terrifying being was truly unimaginable. By the way, who is the Saiyan fighting Lord Beerus? Goku inquired with curiosity. His strength seems remarkable, enabling him to contend with Lord Beerus for such an extended period. He arrived here after several minutes, but honestly, we have no idea, Piccolo responded, shaking his head, reminded of how he had knelt in fear. He felt a tinge of embarrassment warming his cheeks. 2 such powerful beings appearing within a single day is both exhilarating and concerning, Goku remarked with a wry smile. Suddenly, the ocean erupted as Yifeng soared out, his body arched. Beerus followed closely behind. There is no denying your strength. You've compelled me to utilize 30% of my power. However, There is no one in this universe capable of challenging a god of destruction, Beerus declared. His gaze fixed intently on Yifeng as he conjured another orange-yellow energy sphere in his palm. Huh, is that so? Who says that human strength must always be inferior to that of the divine? Such a conclusion is rather hasty, Yifeng retorted boldly. Yifeng lowered his head, appearing rather disheveled, yet he managed to smile as he spoke. What? You can still laugh despite the circumstances. You are indeed quite exceptional. However, this battle ends here. Beerus, momentarily taken aback, then unleashed the energy sphere from his palm towards Yifeng. If struck, he would not only face the threat of death, but would undoubtedly lose all combat capability. Is this truly the end? It is far from over. Yifeng slowly lifted his gaze as his golden pupils gradually transformed into a brilliant silver hue, emanating silvery flames and intricate lines from his being. Suddenly, he straightened his posture and effortlessly struck at the colossal energy sphere. To his astonishment, Beerus's energy sphere was flicked away with ease. What is this? A look of sheer astonishment overtook Beerus's face. Indeed, this was genuine shock and overwhelming disbelief. A Saiyan had actually comprehended the Ultra Instinct technique, although it appeared imperfect. It was nonetheless sufficient to astound him, as he himself had spent billions of years merely scratching the surface of this profound technique. Impossible! Beerus shook his head in disbelief, hardly able to accept the reality unfolding before him. By the heavens! Is that truly the Ultra Instinct? Initially, he sensed something familiar within this young warrior's essence. It turned out to be the Ultra Instinct. Even Whis, usually calm and collected, expressed a hint of surprise. This was a phenomenon he had never witnessed in a human before. What? Ultra Instinct? What on earth is that? Vegeta, positioned closer to Whis, caught his words. However, he had never heard of such a thing. Was it the silvery radiance surrounding Yifeng? Goku and the others were equally taken aback. For the Saiyant's aura showed no signs of enhancement, yet he had effortlessly deflected the God of Destruction's attack. It appeared the Saiyan was indeed extraordinarily formidable. It is truly incredible that you have grasped the Ultra Instinct technique, Beerus remarked, his astonishment still evident, as he addressed Yifeng. Though he had initially desired to refrain from using his full power, he was left with no choice, as Lord Beerus proved to be overwhelmingly strong. Yifeng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he spoke. By augmenting the Super Saiyan Foundation with the Ultra Instinct technique, even if I cannot contend with Beerus, I should at least be able to elicit 6 or 7/10 of his true power, right? Though astonished, Beerus coldly replied, if you believe this makes you my equal, you are sorely mistaken. Observing Yifeng's confident grin, Beerus dismissed the notion. Chapter 82, Destructive Energy versus Temporal Power. It is merely an imperfect Ultra Instinct. I can achieve that as well, and with my destructive abilities, no matter how much you elevate your strength, the outcome will remain unchanged. We shall see. Yifeng said little, instead soaring directly towards Beerus, leaving a trail of silver in the air. Bang! The speed of Yifeng was astonishing as he collided heavily with Beerus's fist. In an instant, shockwaves radiated outward like rippling waves, causing the ravaged ground to extend further and further, 100 miles, 200 miles, 500 miles. Beerus was directly pushed back several dozen meters by Yifeng's strike. However, rather than becoming enraged, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Beerus's eyes. It seemed he had not experienced such exhilarating combat in a very long time. Thrilling, let us continue. With a slight upward curl of his lips, a clear spark of exhilaration flickered in his gaze as he reveled in the long-awaited joy of battle. Yifeng, naturally unwilling to yield, clashed once more with his opponent. Each encounter sent tremors rippling through the earth, threatening to annihilate not only the planet itself but also many surrounding celestial bodies. Sun Wukong and the others wore expressions of sheer terror, fearing that if this continued, the entire Earth would be obliterated. Yet, at this juncture, they found themselves utterly incapable of intervening in such a fierce battle. It was imperative to halt this conflict, lest the Earth face utter destruction. Yifeng gazed at the violently trembling Earth, pondering deeply. As this thought crossed his mind, he could only engage in battle with Beerus while ascending to greater heights. Once they reached the stratosphere, their conflict would pose less of a threat to the Earth. Alas, if those two continued their struggle, the entire universe would face annihilation. In the Kaishan realm, the old Kaishan seemed to have entirely relinquished hope. There was no being in this world capable of contending with Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. All their resistance and efforts were in vain, merely serving to incite Lord Beerus's wrath, accelerating the Earth's doom. Perhaps that Saiyan could prevail, thought the Grand Supreme Kai, observing the battle within the crystal ball, clinging to a glimmer of hope. If he defeats the god of destruction, the Earth would be spared. How foolish you are, Utterly clueless, retorted the old Kaioshin, scolding the Grand Supreme Kai. This individual failed to comprehend the true terror of the god of destruction. Currently, Beerus was engaged in combat with that Saiyan out of mere curiosity, but once that interest waned, he would not hesitate to obliterate the earth. Killing that Saiyan, that is the essence of a god of destruction. All destruction and ruin are merely whims of the moment. At this moment, Yifeng and Beerus were locked in fierce combat within the stratosphere. Beerus had already exerted 60% of his power. Yet he still found it impossible to completely vanquish Yifeng. What a troublesome opponent, Beerus remarked, furrowing his brow. Having lived for billions of years, he had never encountered such a formidable human before. It seemed that the Super Saiyan god he dreamed of might indeed be even more powerful. The god of destruction was truly as formidable as his title suggested. Despite unleashing all his might, Yifeng was still effortlessly countering his attacks. Yifeng, equally solemn, pondered within his heart. At this moment, after enduring hundreds of intense clashes with Beerus, his arms and body ached profoundly. His breath began to wane gradually if this continued. It seemed he would not be able to endure much longer. To achieve parity or even victory over Beerus, he must transcend and transform into a Super Saiyan at full power. Rage, he needed to ignite his fury swiftly. It appeared that your strength has reached its limit. This exhilarating battle was on the verge of concluding. Beerus, with a frigid demeanor, slowly raised both hands and coldly remarked. Suddenly, his palms spread wide, and dozens of purple energy spheres swirled around him. Destructive energy? Yifeng furrowed his brow at the sight of the violet orbs. For within those energy spheres lay a devastating might, intertwined with the essence of death. Would the earth vanish? After Beerus's chilling declaration, dozens of destructive energy spheres hurtled toward Yifeng. In such a dire circumstance, evasion was utterly impossible. Yifeng fixed his gaze intently on the destructive energy, remaining utterly motionless. Has he been so frightened that he can no longer act? Beerus observed Yifeng, who stood there without any defense, and spoke. Just as the sphere of temporal power drew within 3 meters of him, a deep voice unexpectedly emerged from Yifeng's throat. Almost instantaneously, a layer of shimmering, wave-like substance appeared before him, undulating gently. When the destructive energy sphere struck that layer of waves, it vanished without a trace, as if devoured by a black hole. What? This fellow can manipulate time and space? Beerus was taken aback once more. How could such a power be wielded by a Saiyan? However, before Beerus could regain his composure, dozens of destructive energy spheres erupted from behind him. Yet, as the destructive energy appeared beside Beerus, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. You truly pique my interest. But I find myself rather drowsy at the moment, so this must come to an end. The instant Beerus's indifferent voice fell, his body abruptly vanished. What? Yifeng had yet to fully comprehend the situation when a sudden sharp pain pierced his chest, causing his pupils to constrict tightly. His hair reverted to a deep black hue, and the silvery aura surrounding him completely dissipated. Subsequently, Yifeng's body plummeted rapidly downward. How vexing it is that I had to exert my full strength. A disdainful smirk curled upon Beerus's lips as he observed Yifeng's descent. With a thunderous crash, a figure fell from the sky, plunging heavily into the ocean. Yifeng had been defeated. Vegeta's body trembled violently. How could such a powerful Saiyan be vanquished so easily? It seemed that only the individual from 9 centuries past had managed to force Lord Beerus to unleash his full power. Whis glanced at Beerus and remarked nonchalantly. That individual was also Lord Beerus's nemesis. Chapter 83, Breakthrough, Ultra Saiyan Full Power. What now? Yifeng's defeat meant that no one knew how to create the Super Saiyan God, and Beerus would annihilate the earth. Vegeta's mind raced as he contemplated a way to counter Beerus. Perhaps there was a method worth trying, albeit one he was extremely reluctant to consider. With this thought in mind, Vegeta hurriedly approached Son Goku. Hey, Kakarot, have you thought of a way to deal with Beerus? Vegeta inquired coldly. For Son Goku had previously engaged with Beerus and might have devised some strategy. To be honest, Vegeta, I have no solution, Son Goku replied, shaking his head. Lord Beerus's strength is far too overwhelming. No matter how hard we try, there remains a significant gulf between us. Though it was uncharacteristic of him to voice such defeat, he felt compelled to speak the truth. With their current power, defeating the god of destruction Beerus was utterly impossible. How infuriating that even you would utter such words. Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration. He was acutely aware of Kakarot's nature. He never easily conceded defeat, unless the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering them entirely helpless. What if we fuse together? What are our chances? Vegeta's face contorted in struggle. This was the last thing he wished to propose. And to voice it was more painful than death itself. However, with Earth hanging by a thread and Bulma and Trunks' lives at stake, he could think of no other alternatives. Are you suggesting we fuse using the Pod-era earrings of the Supreme Kai? Son Goku asked incredulously. The very notion of Vegeta voluntarily proposing fusion astonished not only Goku but also Gohan and Piccolo, who regarded him in disbelief. They understood well how proud Vegeta was, especially considering the difficulty of fusing with Goku. Even if we become stronger with the earrings, I must be honest, our chances of defeating Lord Beerus would only be 10%, Son Goku stated earnestly. Having witnessed the battle between Beerus and that Saiyan, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm in their abilities. Damn it, does that mean there is absolutely no hope? Vegeta's fist shattered the table in a fit of rage, his face contorted with fury. He loathed his own weakness. If we all attack together, perhaps we could defeat him? Krillin suggested naively. Stop being so naive. Do you really think a few more mosquitoes could defeat an elephant? Vegeta scoffed, showing no mercy to Krillin. Though the analogy may not have been perfect, it was quite apt. To Beerus, Krillin, and the others might as well have been mere mosquitoes. At that moment, deep beneath the ocean, Yifeng exhaled, slowly opening his eyes. So this is the power of a god of destruction? Indeed, it is formidable. Yifeng gazed at the sky through the sea. The recent blow had rendered him unconscious. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Yet, should I concede defeat in such a manner? I am, after all, the legendary demon Saiyan, and my fighting prowess only intensifies with each confrontation. I shall never succumb. Absolutely not. What of the god of destruction? If he obstructs my path to becoming stronger, then I shall trample him underfoot. At this very moment, Yifeng's eyes blazed with an intense fighting spirit. His fists clenched tightly, and in that instant, his pupils transformed into a brilliant gold. A fierce, scorching energy emanated from his being. The previously tranquil waters began to bubble fervently. Soon, the bubbles grew larger and more frequent, and within mere seconds, the entire surface of the sea appeared to boil, releasing an abundance of bubbles and steam. Oh, that little fellow has not been vanquished, and his energy is escalating, Whis exclaimed, astonished as he observed the roiling sea. To withstand Lord Beerus's full force attack and still survive, this young man must be the first of his kind among humanity. Look at the sea. Sun Wukong pointed excitedly at the water, addressing the onlookers. What? Is that Yifeng's energy? He has not been killed, and his power is rapidly increasing. Is this individual truly a Saiyan? A wave of astonishment swept over the cruise ship. Although they were uncertain whether the Saiyan was friend or foe, the god of destruction was undeniably their adversary. His intent was to annihilate Earth, thus everyone fervently hoped for Yifeng's victory. Boom. The surface of the sea surged even more violently, causing the entire planet to tremble. Gradually, a verdant light pierced through the water's surface like a sword, erupting forth. The sea exploded, and Yifeng's body soared into the air. Despite his tattered attire and disheveled appearance, he was enveloped in a swirling green aura. TCH. What a resilient fellow, he has indeed survived. Beerus scoffed, a hint of irritation in his tone. He had unleashed his full power with the intent to annihilate him. The fact that he remained alive felt like a personal affront. Indeed, my life is remarkably tenacious, it is not so easily extinguished. Yifeng suddenly raised his head, a hint of malevolent charm gracing the corners of his lips as he addressed Beerus. You insufferable wretch, fortune will not always favor you. This time, I shall utterly annihilate you. Beerus replied with a chilling tone, his murderous intent palpable. To slay me is no simple feat. Ha ha ha. Yifeng let out a furious roar, and in that instant, a vibrant green energy surged forth from his eyes and mouth, piercing the heavens. His jet-black hair stood on end, abruptly transforming into a lush green hue. An overwhelming aura radiated outward in all directions, causing the earth to tremble like a fragile vessel, as if the very stones were on the brink of annihilation. What? This bastard actually upgraded again? As he beheld the frenzied Yifeng, a grave expression finally crossed Whis' face. Chapter 84, The Ultimate Showdown, a collision that could obliterate the universe. The terrifying aura resembled raging flames, rapidly elevating the temperature in the surroundings. The entire sky was painted in shades of verdant green. Such a powerful being, yet this rampant energy seemed utterly uncontrollable. Sun Wukong and the others gazed at Yifeng with concern, sensing that he was struggling to harness this immense power. It seemed that today, Beerus might have finally encountered a worthy adversary. Whis glanced between Beerus and Yifeng, speaking in a calm tone. Initially, based on his estimations, even if they were to locate the so-called Super Saiyan God, it would be impossible for them to engage in battle with Lord Beerus to such a degree. Even if a confrontation did occur, it would likely result only in the destruction of Earth or some nearby planets. However, the magnitude of their clash now posed a genuine threat to the very fabric of this world, potentially leading to its obliteration. At that moment, the colors of the sky shifted in tandem with Yifeng's fiery aura, black, purple, red, and lush green. This state persisted for a full minute, with Beerus refraining from interrupting. As he sensed an exhilarating opponent emerging before him, Yifeng's aura gradually stabilized, yet its intensity remained undiminished. Splendid! It appears that Yifeng has successfully harnessed that energy. Vegeta exclaimed with palpable excitement. Logically, he should have felt envy or dissatisfaction. However, given the dire stakes concerning the fate of Earth, there was no time for such thoughts. Yifeng? Is that his name? Heh, as a fellow Saiyan, that individual is astonishingly powerful beyond comprehension. Son Goku remarked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Yifeng had fully returned to his normal state. His grass-green hair was exceptionally tousled, and his physique was even more towering and robust than before. The golden hue of his eyes sparkled with fierce light. Is this truly the extent of your power? I must concede that it is indeed formidable. Yet I am certain it cannot rival that of a god of destruction, Beerus said with a confident smile. His expression conveyed both self-assurance and fervor towards Yifeng as an adversary. Is that so? Then how about this? Yifeng suddenly smiled. And then strands of silver flames began to swirl around his body. His pupils gradually transformed into a silvery gray hue. The ethereal green flames remained. Yet his entire demeanor instantly settled into a profound tranquility, reminiscent of a serene stream in a valley, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the face. Yifeng suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. After transforming into a Super Saiyan at full power, the energy coursing through him was incredibly ferocious. Akin to a raging beast, easily capable of overwhelming one's mind. However, upon utilizing the Ultra Instinct technique, that tumultuous energy began to subside, transforming into something as gentle as a docile lamb. The energies intertwined, seemingly forming a bond of restraint, which was profoundly soothing. Once again, the Ultra Instinct technique was in play. Beerus furrowed his brow. It appeared that this could indeed pose a significant challenge. It seemed he too would have to employ the Ultra Instinct technique. Let us engage in a decisive battle, Lord Beerus. The moment Yifeng's voice fell, his body suddenly flashed forth, appearing almost instantaneously before Beerus. A tremendous force coalesced in his fist as he struck toward Beerus. Due to Yifeng's astonishing speed, Beerus found himself unable to evade the attack in time, hastily crossing his arms before his chest to brace for the blow. Bang! The fist collided with Beerus's arms, producing a deep, resonant sound. Immediately afterward, one could see Beerus's body hurtling backward at an incredible speed, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. The power of that punch was truly exhilarating. Yifeng's lips curled slightly as he spoke to himself. However, in the next moment, Beerus returned with the speed of light, launching a similar attack towards Yifeng. Yifeng was likewise sent flying by a single punch from Beerus. At this moment, their battle had become utterly incomprehensible to Sun Wukong and the others. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, a series of explosive sound waves flickered in the air. The earth trembled incessantly. 3 minutes later, Yifeng and Beerus emerged in the stratosphere. Amidst the swirling winds, two figures, one purple and one green, radiated an aura of terror around them. Both were panting heavily, their bodies adorned with various injuries. You truly are stronger than I anticipated, Beerus remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he addressed Yifeng. This battle, fought with unbridled fervor and complete commitment, was exhilarating. A fortune is easy to acquire, but a true confidant is rare, for a being of Beerus's caliber. A worthy adversary is even more elusive than a kindred spirit. Indeed, the strength of Lord Beerus far surpassed my expectations. Yifeng also smiled. He now felt a similar exhilaration as Beerus, his entire being ablaze with fervor. Moreover, Beerus's power seemed to surpass his initial expectations significantly. In the movie Dragon Ball Super, Broly, Son Goku remarked that the full-power Super Saiyan Broly might have exceeded Beerus's strength. Yet, even with his full-power Super Saiyan transformation combined with Ultra Instinct and the power of time and space, he could only match Beerus in a contest of strength. This indicated that Beerus had never fought at full capacity in Dragon Ball Super. Son Goku was utterly unaware of Beerus's true might. It was futile to continue this way. It was time to determine the victor. Beerus glanced at Yifeng and spoke with a smile. Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Yifeng nodded. The strength of the two was now nearly equal, making it difficult to determine a victor in their ongoing battle. They both unleashed a simultaneous roar, and the aura surrounding Ling Shi surged skyward like two unsheathed swords. This formidable presence reached heights of 100 zhang, palpable throughout the entire universe. Upon elevating their energies to a peak, Yifeng and Beerus darted forward, colliding with one another. The sheer force of their clash threatened to shatter the cosmos itself. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin sat helplessly on the ground, murmuring to himself. No one could prevent the impending destruction of the universe. Chapter 85. Whis takes action. The battle concludes. Meanwhile, on Earth, the onlookers could no longer discern the fierce confrontation between Beerus and Yifeng. Yet, they could still feel Yifeng's overwhelming aura, which seemed to envelop the entire galaxy. It was powerful, boundless, and incomprehensibly strong. It seemed that Lord Beerus had acted rather impulsively this time. Whis rarely frowned, and then, in an instant, his form vanished from the cruise ship. As the fists of Yifeng and Beerus were merely 3 meters apart, suddenly, Whis's figure appeared in the midst of the two. In an instant, he spread his arms wide. With a resounding thud, both of their fists struck Whis's palms, effortlessly caught by him. Then, with a gentle exertion, he caused both of them to stagger back several dozen steps. How astonishing! Our full-force blows were so casually intercepted by him? In that moment, Yifeng's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He was aware of Whis's formidable strength. Yet this was beyond the realm of reason. At that instant, he felt akin to a mere elementary student in Whis's presence. The celestial being's status in Yifeng's mind soared once more. Whis, why did you intervene in our duel? Beerus inquired, displaying a hint of displeasure towards Whis. Lord Beerus, you are being rather impulsive. Do you understand that your recent attack had the potential to annihilate the entire universe? Whis replied coldly. The energy from just now was sufficient to bring about universal destruction. TCH, what an annoying fellow. I am the god of destruction. What does it matter if the universe were to be obliterated? Beerus retorted, casting a defiant glance at Whis. Lord Beerus, if the 7th universe were to be destroyed, how would you account for it to the Omni King? Whis asked. What? The Omni King? Upon hearing that name, a cold sweat broke out on Beerus's brow, clearly indicating his deep trepidation towards it. Subsequently, Beerus felt deflated. Indeed, while he was the god of destruction of the 7th universe, he could provide no explanation to the Omni King should the universe be obliterated. In his earlier excitement, he had momentarily disregarded the gravity of the situation. Reflecting on it now, he realized he had acted too rashly, nearly inviting catastrophe. Mr. Yifeng, this match concludes here. It is a draw between you and Lord Beerus, was stated, turning his gaze towards Yifeng with a calm demeanor. That's fine, but I trust Lord Beerus has no intention of destroying Earth now, correct? Yifeng shrugged, then turned to Beerus and spoke. In truth, during the duel with Beerus, he had not been overly concerned about the potential annihilation of Earth. He had made every effort to protect it, yet if circumstances proved insurmountable, he could do little more. He had essentially been gambling with the entirety of the 7th universe as his wager. He wagered that Beerus would ultimately relent at the last moment, or devise another means to terminate the conflict. He was acutely aware that even a god of destruction lacked the authority to obliterate the entire universe, unless commanded by the Omni King, who alone possessed the power to erase a universe. Furthermore, he placed his bet on Whis intervening at the crucial moment to halt their battle. Should the worst come to pass, he had already devised an escape plan. In the instant of the universe's explosion, he would harness spatial power to teleport away from the 7th universe or directly into another realm of time. Fortunately, he had emerged victorious in his gamble. Whis indeed intervened, and Earth was spared. Since I did not defeat you, Earth has naturally avoided catastrophe. However, the Super Saiyan God you promised to create cannot be reneged upon. Beerus cast a cold glance at Yifeng and replied. After battling Yifeng, Beerus's desire to destroy Earth and seek the Super Saiyan God had considerably diminished. Such words were merely a means for him to save face. Nevertheless, the Super Saiyan God would soon be brought into existence. Yifeng nodded and spoke. When 5 Saiyans, embodying the essence of justice, channel their combined energy into another Saiyans form, a Super Saiyan God is born. It is quite a straightforward process, easily accomplished within a few minutes. Lord Beerus, shall we return to the castle now? Observing that the situation was nearing its conclusion, Whis inquired of Beerus. Let us depart. I find myself rather fatigued and could use a brief respite. Beerus yawned lazily and replied. Lord Beerus, since we are here, it would indeed be a pity not to indulge in the culinary delights of Earth. Yifeng suddenly spoke. After the recent battle with Beerus, Yifeng felt a sense of mutual respect between rivals. After all, such an evenly matched opponent is hard to come by. Surely, Beerus must share this sentiment as well. Cuisine? Is it delicious? Upon hearing the mention of food, a glimmer of excitement ignited in Beerus's eyes. Naturally, one cannot find it anywhere in the universe. Yifeng smiled confidently and said, If you deceive me, I may just retract my earlier promise to spare the Earth. Beerus fixed his gaze upon Yifeng and replied, "Is that so? Then it seems we shall have to engage in battle once more." Yifeng smiled and remarked that his current strength was no less than that of the god of destruction, Beerus. With the system at his disposal, the gap between them would only continue to widen. Lord Beerus, the sushi, pudding, and tempura on Earth are exceptionally delicious. Whis chimed in with a cheerful grin. "Humph. You're just preoccupied with food," Beerus retorted, casting a glare at Whis. "Is it over then? It seems Earth is safe." On the cruise ship, Goku, Vegeta, and others breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the Saiyan named Yifeng had thwarted Beerus and saved the planet. Those two were undeniably formidable. It truly was a heart-pounding spectacle. Tien and Krillin exchanged wry smiles, reflecting on how such a splendid day almost turned into their last. The lingering fear in their hearts had yet to dissipate. At that moment, Yifeng, Beerus, and Whis suddenly appeared on the cruise ship. What? How did they come back? The previously relieved crowd felt their hearts race anew upon seeing Beerus. Chapter 86. Sign and Rewards. Time pause. "Hey Whis, where's that pudding, sushi, and tempura you mentioned?" Beerus shot a cold glance at Goku and Vegeta before inquiring of Whis. "They're over there, Lord Beerus. I shall take you there at once." Whis replied with a calm smile, leading Beerus toward a snack stall. "Is this resolved? Is he not going to destroy Earth?" Goku and Vegeta exchanged bewildered looks, murmuring to themselves. However, judging by Beerus' demeanor, it seemed he would not annihilate the planet after all. Had Yifeng truly defeated the god of destruction? Otherwise, why would he forsake the destruction of Earth? "Wow, you're incredible!" Goku approached Yifeng, his face alight with excitement. "I never imagined that among Saiyans such a vast disparity in strength could exist. Yet, their transformation seems somewhat different. Yifeng, have you truly vanquished the god of destruction, Beerus?" Vegeta inquired, still somewhat skeptical. After all, he struggled to muster any energy in the presence of the god of destruction. "Certainly not, Beerus. The god of destruction is immensely powerful." Yifeng smiled lightly and spoke with calmness. Although he possessed great strength, there was no need to flaunt it before individuals like Vegeta. Pretending to be superior before them afforded him no sense of accomplishment. Furthermore, considering that Beerus was, after all, the god of destruction, he felt compelled to afford him a modicum of respect. Yet, why did it seem as if he had relinquished the idea of destroying the Earth? Vegeta continued to inquire with curiosity. "Perhaps it is because of my extraordinary handsomeness. Who can say?" Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and then smiled gently, suggesting, "Why not inquire with him?" After Yifeng finished speaking, he went off in search of something to eat. The previous battle had been exceedingly intense, resulting in considerable exhaustion, and such depletion naturally gave rise to a profound sense of hunger. Regardless, it appeared that Earth had once again narrowly escaped calamity. Vegeta exhaled deeply, finally alleviating the weight that had pressed upon his heart. However, following such a thrilling conflict, the previously vibrant gathering had grown somewhat dull. More importantly, the sudden appearance of the god of destruction, Beerus, and the Saiyan known as Yifeng had instilled a sense of unease among them, as they feared inadvertently offending these powerful beings. After approximately 20 minutes, Beerus and Whis had consumed their fill and even packed some takeout. The culinary delights of Earth had indeed captivated Beerus. Every dish here was something he had never encountered on other planets. This realization left him regretting not having visited Earth sooner, feeling as though he had squandered several billion years. "Mr. Yifeng, we shall take our leave now," Whis said amiably to Yifeng. "Very well, until we meet again, Mr. Whis." Yifeng clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Since the angel was so courteous, he felt it only proper not to be impolite in return. "Remember our agreement. Although our battle has come to a temporary halt, I still wish to meet the god of Super Saiyans," Beerus stated coldly to Yifeng. Despite the chill in his voice, it was evident that Beerus was not displeased. "Rest assured." Yifeng nodded slightly. "Creating a Super Saiyan god is merely a trivial matter. Moreover, when we meet again, I shall surely defeat you." Humph. Beerus suddenly chuckled and addressed Yifeng. "Is that so? I assure you, I shall not be so easily vanquished." Yifeng smiled, reflecting that by their next encounter, the god of destruction, Beerus, would likely no longer be his equal. "Let us wait and see," he declared. "We shall depart now, Whis," Beerus remarked with a slight nod. Thus, the two of them left Earth. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the 1-hour check-in task at Bulma's birthday cruise. Reward. Time pause for 0.2 seconds. As Beerus and Whis departed, the synthesized voice of the system echoed in his mind. Had an hour truly passed? Engaged in battle with Beerus, he had lost track of time. A time pause of 0.2 seconds. While this reward was undeniably formidable, It did not evoke the same exhilaration in Yifeng as the powers of temporal manipulation, transcendent bloodlines, or the mastery of ultimate abilities. However, this did not imply that a time pause lacked utility. On the contrary, it was exceedingly beneficial, particularly at Yifeng's level of prowess. Even a mere 2 seconds of time suspension could sway the outcome of a battle, similar to the renowned assassin hit from the 6th universe, whose strength, though inferior to that of Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta, allowed him to effortlessly vanquish Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta after executing a time skip of merely 0.1 seconds. Yet, Yifeng's ability was not merely a time leap, it was an outright suspension of time itself. Indeed, he looked forward to the next check-in with eager anticipation. Yifeng murmured to himself, reflecting on his newfound abilities to manipulate both time and space. All the deities of destruction no longer posed a threat to him. His next ambition was to surpass the heavens themselves. Although they were exceptionally formidable, he felt an unwavering confidence in his potential. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta approached Yifeng. "Hey Yifeng, could you possibly teach us how to attain such strength?" Sun Wukong inquired with a playful grin. The truth was, Yifeng's power left him astounded, revealing that Saiyans had the capacity to become even more formidable. "Foolish cockroach." Vegeta scolded Sun Wukong with a sharp jab to his elbow. Does this imbecile not grasp the gravity of the situation? The prowess of Yifeng is unfathomably formidable, rivaling that of the god of destruction, Beerus. It is astonishing that he maintains such a nonchalant demeanor. Does he not fear that a mere frown from Yifeng could lead to the annihilation of Earth? After all, the depths of his intentions remain a mystery. Who can ascertain what he truly thinks of our planet? "Hey, Vegeta, what are you doing?" Son Goku exclaimed, wincing in pain as he clutched his waist. Vegeta, disregarding Goku's inquiry, turned his attention to Yifeng and spoke with utmost respect. "Mr. Yifeng, could you perhaps enlighten us on the ways to attain greater strength? Though it may seem somewhat contrary to my nature, I yearn to grow stronger, at least to keep pace with your formidable prowess. After all, I am the prince of all Saiyans." In the 87th chapter, we witnessed the transformations of Bardos and Kampa. It appears that both incarnations of Vegeta, following the events surrounding Majin Buu, have undergone significant character shifts. In times past, Vegeta's proud and arrogant demeanor would never have permitted him to speak to others in such a manner, let alone seek the guidance of another Saiyan on the path to enhancement. The methods I employ to strengthen myself are not something I can impart to you. Yifeng glanced at Vegeta and spoke softly. "Why, you may ask?" Vegeta quickly inquired. "Because my lineage differs from yours. However, if you genuinely wish to grow stronger, I possess the means to transform you into the Super Saiyan God as described by Beerus. We can become Super Saiyan gods?" Upon hearing Yifeng's words, both Vegeta and Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment almost simultaneously, although they were unaware of the exact strength of a Super Saiyan God. The fact that it piqued Beerus's interest indicated it must possess considerable power. "Indeed, both of you can." Yifeng nodded slightly and responded calmly. "It is merely a matter of a sentence or two. Sharing it with them is of no consequence. Please, Mr. Yifeng, enlighten us with the method." A fervent glint sparkled in Vegeta's eyes. To become a Super Saiyan God alongside Kakarot would signify that he had finally caught up to Kakarot's prowess. It is quite simple. First, 5 Saiyans with pure hearts must channel their energy into another Saiyan's body, enabling that Saiyan to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Leaf Maple spoke directly and succinctly, stating that his presence had affected Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan God, thus rendering the subsequent plot of this timeline rather arduous. Should they fail to achieve the form of Super Saiyan God, it is highly probable that the 7th universe would face obliteration in the upcoming battle for the Nameless Star in the Tournament of Power. Is it really that simple? Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. "So, that's how one becomes a Super Saiyan God? Humph, what a fool." Vegeta shot a sharp glare at Sun Wukong. "It is far from simple. It requires 5 pure-hearted Saiyans to channel their energy into another Saiyan's body. Therefore, we need 6 Super Saiyans to accomplish this. Currently, there were only 5 Saiyans: himself, Kakarot, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks. His brother, Tabul, was also a Saiyan. Yet Vegeta had no knowledge of which planet he had been assigned to, nor was it certain if he possessed a pure heart. Thus, while it may sound straightforward, the execution is anything but simple. Naturally, Vegeta's thoughts did not escape Leaf Maple's keen perception. "By the way, I should inform you that Biddy Lee is pregnant, with the little one in her womb, that makes exactly 6 Saiyans. After all, in the original Dragon Ball Super, that was how Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan God." Upon hearing Leaf Maple's words, Vegeta's expression brightened. "Indeed, that makes 6 Saiyans. Thank you, Mr. Leaf Maple." Vegeta exclaimed with enthusiasm. Hey, Vegeta, let me be the one to become a Super Saiyan God first, will you? I'm really looking forward to becoming stronger. Sun Wukong chimed in cheerfully. Humph. Stop dreaming, Kakarot. I want to let you have everything your way this time. Vegeta retorted sharply, his teeth clenched. Ever since he had known this guy, it seemed he was always in the lead. This time, he would not allow it to happen again. Come on, Vegeta. Don't be so petty. Next time, I'll let you go first, Sun Wukong suggested playfully. Humph. Don't even think about it, Kakarot. The two of them engaged in a heated argument. Just then, Leaf Maple suddenly sensed an immensely powerful energy, a presence almost identical to Beerus, yet with some variance. And not as strong as Zamasu. Who could it be? Yifeng pondered for a moment before swiftly employing the art of teleportation. In an instant, Yifeng materialized upon a vast, desolate planet. Before him stood two remarkably familiar figures, Beerus and Kappa. Gazing at these silhouettes, Yifeng expressed his astonishment. No wonder. The aura I sensed bears a striking resemblance to that of Beerus. It turns out to be the destroyer of the sixth universe, Kappa. The realization struck him that this individual had ventured into the seventh universe, undoubtedly in pursuit of the Super Dragon Balls. Kappa, along with Beerus, immediately noticed Yifeng's arrival, prompting Kappa to inquire, What? Why is there a human on such a barren planet? Upon seeing Yifeng, Kappa's surprise was palpable. Previously, I sense no life force on this planet at all. Lord Kappa, he has just arrived from another location, seemingly employing a technique of instantaneous movement. It appears he sensed our presence and decided to come here, Beerus explained nonchalantly. Oh? He can detect divine energy. It seems he is no ordinary individual, Kappa remarked, astonished once more. However, he felt no trace of divine essence within Yifeng's being. Hey, who are you? What brings you here? Kappa inquired, his tone icy. It is an honor to meet you, the destroyer of the sixth universe, Kappa, and you as well, Beerus. Yifeng gracefully leaped forward, appearing before the two, and spoke once more. I have yet to inquire about your purpose in the seventh universe, yet you have chosen to question me first? After uttering these words, Yifeng directed his gaze towards Bados. Before him stood Bados, with her cerulean skin and elongated eyes, her playful ponytail standing high, cascading down to her waist. Her slender and tall figure accentuated an aura of aloofness. Having witnessed her in person, one could not help but concede that Bados was indeed a goddess-level beauty. If one were to point out a singular flaw, it would be her rather unflattering angelic attire. Were she to don a simple outfit, the rate of admiration would undoubtedly reach 100%. Alas, her age was somewhat advanced, spanning several billion years. Yifeng gently shook his head. Chapter 88. What is it? Do you wish to take my life? Young one, have you feasted your eyes enough? Just as Yifeng shook his head lightly, the melodious voice of Bados echoed, seemingly devoid of anger, instead laced with a hint of playful mockery. Naturally, one can never tire of the beauty before them. Yifeng glanced at Bados and smiled as he spoke. After all, angels cannot take action without authorization, so he felt no fear. Moreover, complimenting her beauty should not provoke any ire, right? He never expected this little one could actually converse. Bados also smiled and replied to Yifeng. Although she was an angel, being female, she naturally did not take offense to flattery. Furthermore, having witnessed a great deal in her life, she could easily handle such trivial matters. Hey, Bados, what are you up to? Observing the two of them exchanging glances as if he were invisible, Xiangpa felt a surge of irritation. What is it, Lord Xiangpa? Bados turned to inquire. TCH, who is that fellow? He seems to know our secrets. Xiangpa muttered under his breath. I have no idea, but this little one seems rather intriguing. Bados shook her head and smiled lightly. Hey, who exactly are you? How do you know about us? Xiangpa coldly fixed his gaze on Yifeng, demanding an answer. Aside from Beerus, Whis, and the Supreme Kai, no one in Universe 7 should be aware of your existence. Yet, I not only know of you, but I am also aware that your purpose for coming to Universe 7 is to steal the Super Dragon Balls. Am I correct? Yifeng spoke softly, expressing that with his current strength, he held no regard for Kappa. As a god of destruction, his power was still significantly inferior to that of Beerus. If he could match Beerus, defeating Kappa would be a trivial matter. The only aspect that instilled fear in him was the destructive capabilities of the gods of destruction. What? You even know about the Super Dragon Balls? You possess far too much knowledge, human. It seems I cannot allow you to live. A fierce glint of malice appeared in Kappa's eyes. His clandestine efforts to gather the Super Dragon Balls must remain a secret from Beerus, for otherwise it would lead to considerable complications, especially given that he currently resided in the seventh universe. Meanwhile, In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the crystal ball before the Elder Kai in Kibito revealed the figures of Yifeng, Vados, and Kappa. Why on earth has that fellow sought out Lord Kappa again? Kibito exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed into the crystal ball. What a reckless individual, always stirring up trouble. The Elder Kai felt as though his heart might give way. He had previously thought that the antics of Goku and Vegeta were troublesome enough, but now there appeared an even more audacious troublemaker, specifically seeking conflict with the gods of destruction. Was this not akin to inviting disaster? Do not be angered, Lord Kappa. I merely sensed a powerful energy and came to investigate, Yifeng hastily reassured. Please, continue. Yifeng chuckled softly, addressing Kappa. Just moments ago. His curiosity had compelled him to teleport for a closer look. However, he had not anticipated encountering Kappa, the god of destruction from Universe 6. Since Kappa was in search of the Super Dragon Balls, he might as well continue his quest. Ultimately, he would surely fail to find the last Dragon Ball. And whatever he did manage to discover would inevitably be offered up to Beerus. Humph. Knowing so much, did he think he could simply walk away? Suddenly, a sinister smile crept across Kappa's lips, revealing a bloodthirsty curve. Since this individual was aware of his plans, he could not be allowed to live. What? Do you intend to kill me? Yifeng regarded Kappa with a calm demeanor and inquired softly. Of course, now that you are aware of my intentions. Your demise is inevitable, Kappa replied coldly. Only the lips of the deceased can be deemed truly secure. Lord Kappa, I believe it would be prudent for us to depart swiftly. If Lord Beerus discovers us, we might find ourselves in a rather precarious situation. As Kappa's murderous intent intensified, Bardos interjected from the side. Bardos, do you intend to assist this individual? Do not forget your own station, Kappa remarked, casting a glance at Bardos before conjuring a violet energy sphere at his fingertips. To extinguish your life would require but a fleeting second. Is that so? If you possess such confidence, then do come and attempt it. Yifeng remained utterly unperturbed. What could destruction energy do against him, a wielder of temporal power? Could his destructive energy truly obliterate the very fabric of time and space? With a swift motion, Xiangpa remained silent as the destructive energy surged forth towards Yifeng. As the energy approached, Yifeng's mind stirred, and suddenly, a shimmering layer resembling water ripples materialized before him. Upon striking this ethereal barrier, the destructive energy vanished without a trace. What? It disappeared? Xiangpa's expression shifted dramatically. How could his destructive energy simply dissipate? It seemed this individual possessed considerable prowess. Do you wish to fight? Then let it commence. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, and a terrifying emerald aura erupted from his body in an instant, transforming him into a Super Saiyan at full power. The intensity of his energy was astounding. It was hard to believe such a force could emanate from a mere human. A look of shock appeared in Kappa's eyes. This energy was nearly on par with his own. How could Beerus allow such a monster to exist in the 7th universe? Humph, I shall spare you this time, but when we meet again, I will not hesitate to end your life. After sensing Yifeng's power, Kappa threatened fiercely. It was not that he feared this human before him. Rather, the overwhelming energy required all of his effort to contend with. Should he unleash his full strength, it would expose his own energy, and that could lead to complications with Beerus. Spare me? How laughable. Yifeng smirked disdainfully and addressed Xiangpa, saying, I am aware of your trepidation towards Beerus. However, on our next encounter, I shall personally visit your god of destruction realm to see if you possess the capability to eliminate me. Until we meet again, Vados. After Yifeng finished speaking, he vanished before the eyes of Beerus and Kappa. Chapter 89. Is there no number 18 in this timeline? The reason I refrained from taking action earlier was that my stamina had not fully recovered since my battle with Beerus, rendering me incapable of prolonged combat. Furthermore, a battle here would inevitably attract the attention of Beerus. Although Kappa wished to avoid being discovered by Beerus, his apprehension towards Beerus was far greater. After all, they were brothers, bound by blood and familial ties. What if they united against me? However, since Kappa sought my demise, I must confront him in the 6th universe. It is only a matter of time. That detestable scoundrel, I shall spare him for now, but I will definitely devour him whole when the opportunity arises. Watching Yifeng depart, Kappa clenched his teeth and fists, muttering to himself, as a god of destruction, I have never been so openly disdained and challenged by a mere human. Lord Kappa, if it comes to blows, you might not even prevail against that little fellow. Chuckled Beerus, covering her mouth. However, she quickly recalled something and paused. Oh dear. I seem to have forgotten that little one's name. It appears to be my first encounter with a human who dares to challenge a god of destruction and tease an angel. Quite amusing, indeed. I may not be able to defeat him. Hey, Beerus, why are you always siding with him? Kampa shot a skeptical glance at Beerus. Am I? I merely speak the truth. Beerus continued to smile at Kampa. Then she cautioned, but Lord Kampa, if you do not return soon, Lord Beerus might genuinely come looking for you. Yes, I know. Kampa waved his hand dismissively, and soon both he and Beerus vanished from the cosmos. Phew. That was nerve-wracking. Old Kai wiped the sweat from his brow, a lingering fear evident in his voice. It seems that this sudden appearance will inevitably give me a heart attack. However, Jebbet's perspective differed from Old Kai's. He believed the emergence of such a powerful human in the universe might not be a bad thing, provided this individual had good intentions and posed no threat to the cosmos. After parting ways with Beerus and Kampa, Yifeng returned to Earth. By this time, Bulma's birthday party was nearing its conclusion. After such a tumultuous encounter, who could possibly feel festive? Mr. Yifeng, do you have a place to stay? If not, I can assist you in finding suitable accommodations, Vegeta inquired with genuine concern. After all, Yifeng had shared with them the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan god and possessed formidable strength. If he helped arrange a place for him, it would be easier to seek his counsel in the future. It seems I do not have one yet. That would indeed be troublesome. Yifeng did not refuse Vegeta's kind offer, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Furthermore, having just arrived in this realm, he had yet to find a suitable place to settle. As the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Ball universe, it was unlikely that Vegeta would provide him with anything too shabby. It was not a burden. Vegeta, clearly taken aback by Yifeng's swift agreement, shook his head vigorously. He too had ulterior motives, for he was determined to surpass Kakarot. From the recent battle between Yifeng and Beerus, it was evident that Yifeng possessed remarkable strength. If he could receive guidance from him, his own abilities would undoubtedly see significant enhancement. After finalizing his accommodations with Vegeta, Yifeng meandered about the luxurious cruise ship for a while longer. Apart from encountering Piccolo, Son Goku, and Krillin, he had yet to catch a glimpse of Android 18. Hey, Vegeta, may I ask you something? Yifeng suddenly called out to Vegeta. What is it, Mr. Yifeng? Vegeta hurried over and inquired. Why didn't Android 18 attend this birthday party? Yifeng recalled that in the original Dragon Ball Super, Android 18 accompanied Krillin to Bulma's birthday celebration. What? Android 18? Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Vegeta momentarily froze in surprise. Yifeng surprisingly possesses knowledge of Android 18? It is worth noting that Androids 17 and 18 were absorbed by Cell upon their emergence. Subsequently, they were utterly annihilated by the young Son Gohan, who transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, Android 17 was eradicated years ago. Although somewhat astonished, Vegeta responded with utmost respect. What? Android 18 has been destroyed? In this timeline, there are no longer any androids. A look of astonishment appeared on Yifeng's face. This implies that Android 18 was not with Krillin, but was instead killed outright. Does this not suggest that the history of this timeline has already encountered discrepancies? Indeed, the android has been eradicated. Vegeta nodded with conviction. Very well. I comprehend the situation now. After Yifeng nodded, he ceased to inquire further about the matter. Once the gathering concluded, Vegeta escorted himself back to what he referred to as his residence. Mr. Yifeng, this place is where I resided during my previous training. However, it has been thoroughly organized and cleaned, so you may rest assured of your stay. Moreover, there is a gravity chamber outside where you can train and stretch your body. Vegeta stated with a serious expression. No trouble at all, no Zhao. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Yifeng waved his hand. Before him stood a grand villa, adorned with opulent decorations. To be honest, it was his first experience residing in such a luxurious abode, and he was quite surprised that it was due to Vegeta. It was indeed an unexpected turn of events. Please, take your rest. If anything arises, do not hesitate to contact me, Vegeta remarked, glancing at Yifeng. All right, thank you. Yifeng replied. Yifeng nodded towards Vegeta, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Regardless of Vegeta's intentions or objectives, the fact that a proud Saiyan could exhibit such behavior was deserving of gratitude. After his words, Vegeta vanished before Yifeng's eyes. Subsequently, Yifeng entered the premises, where a myriad of robots were engaged in various tasks such as cleaning and cooking. This sight stirred a twinge of envy within Yifeng. Indeed, the life of the affluent was truly delightful. Chapter 90, Instruction in the Ultimate Technique. Half an hour later, several elegant maids and a few chefs arrived at the villa. They informed Yifeng that Miss Bulma had sent them to attend to his daily needs. Naturally, Yifeng did not decline. Who would resist the pleasure of being catered to? To claim otherwise would surely be a falsehood. After a simple yet satisfying dinner, Yifeng made his way into the gravity chamber. He recognized the necessity to engage in some physical activity. His continuous training had instilled in him a habitual desire for movement. Remaining idle would undoubtedly lead to boredom. The gravity chamber was set to its maximum intensity of 300 G. Yifeng directly adjusted the gravity chamber to its maximum multiplier. The chamber transformed into a deep crimson hue, with their currents cascading downwards. Despite Yifeng's formidable strength, the 300 times gravity still exerted a certain influence. After all, his own weight had been increased by 300-fold. Moreover, it appeared that Vegeta had installed mechanisms within the gravity chamber to evade attacks. Yifeng gently pressed the activation button, and instantly, a dozen laser emitters unleashed their fiery tongues towards him. Yifeng effortlessly maneuvered his body, evading all laser assaults from 0-50. Subsequently, he leaped into the air, swiftly disabling all laser emitters. Alas, this could only be regarded as a means of physical exercise, hardly qualifying as true cultivation. Yifeng shook his head with a hint of boredom. Such things held no significance for his cultivation. At that moment, however, Vegeta's energy suddenly surged forth. Was he so impatient to arrive so soon? Yifeng smiled to himself, aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. It was evident that Vegeta's diligent demeanor was a clear indication of his desire for guidance. Mr. Yifeng, Vegeta respectfully greeted upon entering the gravity chamber. Please, come in. Yifeng nodded slightly. As Vegeta stepped inside, he suddenly felt a heavy weight descend upon him, an overwhelming force of gravity pressing down. Although the maximum gravity in this training chamber was set at 300 G, he was accustomed to training under a normal gravity of 150 G, making the 300 G intensity exceptionally challenging to bear. Guide me in my training, Mr. Yifeng. Vegeta gritted his teeth and addressed Yifeng. It was evident that uttering such words placed him in a rather awkward position. He had never expressed such sentiments before. In truth, I possess nothing that I can teach you. Yifeng candidly expressed that the true source of his formidable strength lies predominantly in the system. Were it not for this system, he might still be an ordinary individual from the Dragon Ball GT universe. Although he possesses remarkable abilities such as the transmission of his Super Saiyan bloodline, temporal powers, instantaneous movement, and time suspension, these skills cannot be imparted to Vegeta. Mastery of such abilities cannot be achieved merely through teaching and learning. If one were to attempt to instruct, it would likely pertain to the Ultra Instinct technique. However, given Vegeta's inherently cautious nature, mastering Ultra Instinct would not be an easy feat, alas. One is at a disadvantage when reliant on others. It is a human tendency to feel indebted. Whether Vegeta can master these abilities ultimately hinges on his own comprehension and fortune. Very well. I shall commence by teaching you the Ultra Instinct technique. Yifeng pondered for a moment before addressing Vegeta. What? The Ultra Instinct? Is that the transformation you utilized during your battle with the God of Destruction, Beerus? Vegeta's pupils contracted, a look of ecstasy emerging in his eyes. It appeared that all his efforts had not been in vain. He had heard from Whis that Yifeng's form, enveloped in resplendent silver light, was indeed the so-called Ultra Instinct. The terrifying enhancement in strength was something he had witnessed firsthand. If he were to truly master the Ultra Instinct, he could effortlessly surpass Kakarot. To be precise, it was a state that was exceedingly difficult to attain. To achieve Ultra Instinct, one must first rid the mind of distractions, return to oneself, and attain inner tranquility. Yifeng pondered for a moment before speaking. Indeed, this knowledge stemmed from his observations in the Dragon Ball Super manga, as his Ultra Instinct was a reward bestowed by the system. Hence, he found himself somewhat perplexed regarding the proper methods of cultivation. I shall remember that. Vegeta replied with a serious nod. Your current training is marked by an excessive impatience and a relentless pursuit of immediate results. Furthermore, your constant state of heightened vigilance during combat inhibits your ability to fully unleash your power and speed. In essence, to cultivate Ultra Instinct, one must achieve a complete separation of consciousness, significantly enhancing speed and reflexes, allowing the body to act autonomously, independent of the brain's control. With a serious expression, Yifeng addressed Vegeta. Is that so? It does seem rather challenging. Vegeta clenched his fist, pausing momentarily before declaring, however, I am certain I can achieve it. Excellent. Yifeng responded, since you possess such determination, success should undoubtedly follow. Yifeng could only encourage Vegeta in this manner. The technique of free and unfettered mastery is such that while the master may guide one to the threshold, the journey of cultivation is ultimately a personal endeavor. With the theory imparted, the remaining practice lies solely in your hands. Mr. Yifeng, could you demonstrate the free and unfettered mastery once more for me to observe? Vegeta said, his eyes alight with eagerness. He was indeed very intrigued by this technique. To his astonishment, Yifeng was willing to share this remarkable skill without reservation. It seemed that his efforts had not been in vain. Very well, then, pay close attention. Yifeng nodded, his expression remaining unchanged. The execution of the Zaiji skill did not require the sudden surge of energy as transformation did. In the next moment, a brilliant silver radiance enveloped Yifeng. With strands of silver weaving through his hair, Yifeng's pupils transformed into a silvery gray. This time, he merely employed the technique of ultimate instinct, without enhancing it upon the foundation of Super Saiyan. Vegeta gazed at Yifeng with fervent enthusiasm. This form was something he had never encountered before. Would he like to experience the essence of ultimate instinct firsthand? Yifeng suddenly inquired. Vegeta nodded emphatically, perhaps believing that through battle, he could more swiftly comprehend the essence of the Ultra Instinct technique. Chapter 91. The Search for Dr. Gero's Laboratory. Yifeng deactivated the gravity settings in the gravity chamber, and the 300G weight posed a considerable challenge for Vegeta. Even transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his speed would be significantly hindered. With a mighty roar, Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan. His golden hair stood erect, and his light green pupils shone as they were enveloped in a golden aura. Although both were Super Saiyan 2, there remained a substantial gap between Super Vegeta and GT Vegeta, primarily due to the disparity in their ages. With determination, Vegeta initiated his offensive. All right. I will attack with all my might. Yifeng nodded. At this moment, Vegeta had become one of the most formidable warriors on Earth. However, in Yifeng's eyes, he was merely akin to a child in a kindergarten class. In a flash, Vegeta launched an assault toward Yifeng. His fist relentlessly hurled toward Yifeng with remarkable speed. Vegeta believed his velocity was exceptionally swift, and it seemed that each punch would surely land. Yet, every time his fist brushed past Yifeng's body, it failed to make contact. Your vigilance is excessively heightened, preventing you from fully unleashing your speed and power. Yifeng calmly addressed Vegeta, sensing that his power and speed were far from their true potential. How infuriating, despite unleashing his full strength. Vegeta felt he was giving it his all. He had grown accustomed to this manner of combat, and altering his approach was not an immediate possibility. Although Vegeta exerted every ounce of his energy in his attacks, the outcome remained unchanged. He could not even graze Yifeng's attire. After 10 minutes, Vegeta was panting heavily. Yet Yifeng maintained an air of tranquility. At this moment, utilizing the Ultra Instinct technique had resulted in minimal fatigue for Yifeng, at least under normal circumstances. However, when combined with the full power of Super Saiyan, the energy expenditure was substantial. If he were to possess limitless energy and stamina, perhaps he could freely employ the Ultra Instinct technique in the future. Observing the utterly exhausted Vegeta, Yifeng's silver aura gradually dissipated, reverting to a normal state. Do not be disheartened. This is merely the first day. Mastering Ultra Instinct is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Yifeng patted Vegeta on the shoulder and spoke. By the way, your settings for the gravity chamber's laser emitter are quite impressive. They greatly facilitate the cultivation of the Ultra Instinct technique, as it primarily relies on muscle responses. Thus, this configuration is indeed commendable. Vegeta cast a grateful glance at Yifeng and nodded. Truth be told, he had not anticipated Yifeng would take such a serious approach in guiding him through the practice of Ultra Instinct. As time passed, half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Yifeng and Vegeta engaged in numerous battles, imparting a wealth of knowledge. For instance, he mentioned that the being who appeared to be the attendant of the god of destruction, Whis, was actually his master. Furthermore, Whis had a particular fondness for gourmet cuisine. And given Vegeta's intellect, he should easily grasp the implications of this. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Yifeng lacked substantial patience in instructing Vegeta. Following Whis would be a more advantageous choice, as he was better suited to the role of a mentor. At that moment, both Vegeta and Goku had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan gods and had adeptly merged their powers. The next morning, Yifeng rose early to have breakfast. All right. I must embark on a journey. From today onward, you are free to leave and settle your remuneration at the Capsule Corporation. Yifeng observed several maidens and the chef, and remarked that he wished to visit a certain place, uncertain of the duration of his absence, thus rendering their presence unnecessary for the time being. Mr. Yifeng. One of the maidens respectfully addressed him. Mr. Vegeta and Miss Bulma have instructed us that even in your absence, we must maintain regular cleaning and tidying of this place. This was a directive from Vegeta and Bulma, yet regardless of Yifeng's potential long-term stay, their daily duties would persist. Is that so? Very well then. You may proceed as you wish. Yifeng nodded. The salaries offered here must be quite substantial, so let them stay comfortably. After all, they won't face unemployment. And it won't cost him anything. While he is not a saint, he believes that an ordinary person should lend a helping hand when possible. After all, he has enjoyed a pleasant rapport with them over the past half-month. Thank you, Mr. Yifeng. Will you return? The young lady who had spoken earlier inquired with newfound courage. Who knows? Yifeng smiled, then vanished before the crowd. Having grown accustomed to his sudden disappearances, they were not taken aback. At this moment, in the year 764 of the Earth's age, through the intricacies of time travel, Yifeng arrived at this juncture. Precisely a year after the demise of Frisia and his father, King Cold, at the hands of future Trunks. He could distinctly sense the presence of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Yifeng took a moment to sense the aura present on Earth. The energies of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Sun Gohan, and Piccolo were distinctly clear to him. However, his purpose for being here was not to seek them out, but rather for something else entirely. In the next moment, Yifeng's figure vanished once more. Although Earth is not excessively vast, locating the auras of two ordinary individuals, along with two emotionless androids, proved to be quite a formidable task. He searched diligently for over 3 hours. It was now noon. He recalled that Bulma had mentioned Dr. Gero's laboratory was situated in the mountains to the north of West City, a structure transformed from a cave. How was it possible that after such an extensive search, he still had not found it? Yifeng floated in mid-air, furrowing his brow as he murmured to himself. He had searched through dozens of caves. Yet the research facility remained elusive. What was even more infuriating was the fact that these beings emitted not even a trace of formidable energy. Yifeng's gaze swept around once more. Ah, there. That cave over yonder appeared to be unexplored. Yifeng suddenly noticed a cave entrance on the sheer cliff of a towering mountain peak. The author's note: please kindly consider subscribing. I assure you that my writing is sincere and not frivolous. Thank you all. Chapter 92. Hello, my name is Lazili. Yifeng appeared directly at the entrance of the cave, only to behold a formidable iron gate, secured by an access code on the outside. Yifeng approached and gently pushed. With a resounding crash, the massive iron door collapsed onto the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Inside the cavern, a breathtaking scene unfolded, filled with numerous machines, computers, and electronic devices. Four figures were present: Android 18, Android 17, Dr. Gero, and Android 19. At that moment, Android 18 and Android 17 lay upon a table resembling an operating table, seemingly anesthetized and unable to move. Who could it be? The moment Yifeng appeared, Dr. Gero suddenly turned his head in alarm to gaze at him. How could this individual have discovered his research facility? Moreover, he had even managed to damage the specially crafted iron gate. Greetings, Dr. Gero. Yifeng let out a cold smile and strode directly towards Dr. Gero. How infuriating. Who was this person to appear at such a critical moment, disrupting his research? Dr. Gero furrowed his brows, gazing at Yifeng with palpable anger. Regardless of his identity, such blatant rudeness would not go unpunished. He would ensure that this individual did not leave alive. It appeared that his arrival was perfectly timed, as Android 17 and 18 had yet to be modified. Yifeng glanced at subjects number 17 and number 18 lying on the operating table, contemplating to himself. At this moment, he could still perceive the faint breaths of number 17 and number 18. However, once they underwent the transformation, their life signs would vanish entirely. He realized that the reason he had failed to detect their presence earlier was due to its sheer fragility. Meanwhile, number 18, lying on the surgical table, mustered the strength to cast a pleading glance at Yifeng, her eyes seemingly flickering with a signal for help. Alas, she had lost the strength to utter a word. Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he discerned the profound despair, hatred, fear, and the instinct for survival reflected in the gaze of number 18. It was truly tragic to witness a young maiden, in the prime of her youth, facing the prospect of being transformed into an artificial being. Her fury, terror, and hopelessness were palpable. It was no wonder that upon their release, their first act was to seek vengeance upon Dr. Gero. For that hatred had seeped into their very bones, no modification could erase it. Number 19, eliminate him, Dr. Gero commanded, a glimmer of murderous intent igniting in his eyes as he addressed the android. Anyone who dared to hinder his research or obstruct his revenge against Sun Wukong would meet with his ruthless wrath. This fellow possesses an immense energy within him. I shall gladly accept. The eyes of android number 19 sparkled with greed. Should he absorb this formidable power, he would undoubtedly ascend to become the mightiest of all artificial beings. Indeed, he was correct in his assumption. If he could harness Yifeng's energy, he would become a cosmic powerhouse. Yet, could he truly absorb it? Did he even possess the right to do so? Suddenly, A shrill scream erupted from android number 19 as he lunged toward Yifeng. With a speed akin to that of a sluggish snail, Yifeng's eyes narrowed again, glimmering with intensity. In the next instant, android number 19 exploded. Yes, without warning, he simply detonated, leaving not a single fragment behind. What just transpired with number 19? Doctor. Jero gasped in horror, his pupils dilating as his body trembled involuntarily. The sudden explosion of his number 19 was incomprehensible. Was it a malfunction in the programming? No. He was certain that his programming was flawless. The only explanation was that it was the work of the man before him. Impossible. It was utterly inconceivable that the strongest androids could be annihilated by mere eye contact from a human. Despite his disbelief, it seemed there was no other explanation. Meanwhile, number 18's captivating gaze remained fixed on Yifeng, her eyes reflecting curiosity, astonishment, and a hint of something unusual. Truth be told, although Yifeng did not embody the traits of an idol, his fusion with the Super Saiyan bloodline rendered him undeniably striking. Describing him as tall, powerful, and handsome was hardly an exaggeration. While some women might resist the allure of wealth, honor, and status, it is exceedingly difficult to withstand the charm of a hero coming to the rescue, especially in dire circumstances. At that moment, number 18, Lazuli, found herself in just such a predicament. What do you intend to do? Dr. Jero inquired, his expression one of sheer terror as he regarded Yifeng. His own strength was comparable to that of android number 19. If this individual could dispatch number 19 with a mere glance, he could easily employ the same method to eliminate him. Nothing much, I merely came to find those two. Yifeng pointed to subjects number 17 and no. 18, and said to Drive Glow, these two are my research subjects, the most suitable candidates for modification. It has taken me over a decade to find them, and I will not allow you to jeopardize my work. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Dr. Glow was immediately displeased. Subject number 17 harbored unimaginable potential within its being. If he could harness it, he would create an artificial being unmatched by any other. Thus, it seems your demise is inevitable. Yifeng suddenly appeared before Dr. Jero like a specter, gripping the scientist's neck firmly. Even if you were to create 1,000 beings like number 19, I would never seek you out. Upon concluding his statement, Yifeng gently twisted, resulting in the immediate snapping of Dr. Jero's neck. Following a brief flicker of electric currents across his body, he ceased all movement entirely. After vanquishing the formidable Dr. Jero, Yifeng assisted androids 17 and 18 to their feet. He then shared a portion of his energy with them, causing the effects of anesthesia to dissipate entirely. Greetings, I am Lapis, and this is my sister Lazuli. We are profoundly grateful for your timely assistance, remarked android 17, rising and expressing heartfelt gratitude towards Yifeng. A sense of relief and joy illuminated his handsome visage, a testament to their survival. Lapis? That is a rather lovely name, Yifeng responded. Yifeng nodded slightly. He had not paid much attention to No. 17 before and was genuinely unaware that this was his name. Hello, I am Lazuli. Thank you. No. 18 wore a sweet smile as she extended her delicate hand towards Yifeng. Hello, I am Yifeng. Chapter 93, Return to the Dragon Ball Super Time Space. Yifeng extended his hand towards Razali, and the two exchanged a gentle handshake. Razali quickly retracted her hand, appearing somewhat bashful, suggesting a subtle distinction from the transformed number 18. Let us depart. I shall escort you both from this place. After leaving the lair of Dr. Jero, Yifeng led number 18, Razali, and number 17 to West City, although they were not currently referred to as number 18 and number 17. He found himself unable to refrain from using those names. The trio casually selected a restaurant, preparing to indulge in a meal. Fortunately, he had taken some money when he arrived here. Mr. Yifeng, I raise a toast to you. Expressing my heartfelt gratitude for assisting my sister and me in escaping peril, number 17, Robbie's, remarked with a look of deep respect towards Yifeng. He then lifted his glass and drank in reverence. Were it not for Yifeng's intervention, they could only speculate about the dire fates that might have befallen them. Perhaps they would have been transformed into emotionless machines. In truth, I am uncertain whether my actions were indeed right. Yifeng swirled his glass gently, shaking his head lightly. If the two of you are indeed modified, perhaps you would acquire a strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, and your aging would also be significantly slower than that of the average person, which implies a longer lifespan. Would you choose to undergo such modification? Yifeng glanced at the two individuals and earnestly inquired, I am merely an ordinary person, one who has always yearned for a simple life, seeking a modest occupation, marrying, and raising children, nothing more. The allure of an extended lifespan and extraordinary power holds little appeal for me. Number 17, Lapis, offered a faint smile and remarked, my aspirations are not lofty. They align with the life I long for. And what about you, Lazuli? Yifeng glanced at number 18, Lazuli, and inquired. What normal girl would willingly choose to undergo transformation? Number 18, Lazuli, met his gaze and replied in a frosty tone, seemingly questioning Yifeng in return. Observing the expressions exchanged between them, Yifeng felt reassured that his stance was not misplaced. Well then, let us dine, he suggested to both number 18, Lazuli, and number 17, Lapis. After a simple yet satisfying lunch, the trio exited the restaurant. What plans do you both have for the future? Yifeng glanced at the two individuals and inquired. With his family tragically slain by Dr. Glow, he found himself devoid of a destination. Number 17, Lapis, shook his head. Despite the vastness of the world, he suddenly felt lost. Never mind, I shall seek employment instead, he concluded with a shrug, recognizing that life must persist. And he still harbored aspirations to fulfill. And what of you? Yifeng then turned his gaze towards number 18, Lazuli, and asked, to be candid. The reason for his time-traveling venture was singularly for her. However, the pursuit of a romantic interest necessitates patience. One cannot rush such matters. Lazuli paused momentarily, then seemed to shake her head. I too am uncertain of my destination. After uttering these words, Lazuli looked back at Yifeng. As the younger brother of Li Shang, number 17, Lapis, possessed considerable insight into his sister's feelings. From her gaze, he discerned a semblance of affection for Yifeng. After all, Yifeng was not only handsome and powerful but also their savior, qualities that render a man immensely appealing to women. Even if his sister typically maintained a cool demeanor and high standards. Mr. Yifeng, I implore you to look after my sister, number 17, Lapis, suddenly addressed Yifeng. What? Yifeng and Lazuli were both taken aback. What on earth was this fellow up to? Yifeng mused to himself. This brother-in-law certainly knows how to navigate social situations. Has he discerned my intentions? Lapis, what nonsense are you spouting? Lazuli shot a fierce glare at Lapis and coldly remarked, Sister, Mr. Yifeng is indeed quite remarkable. I believe you are aware of this yourself. If you miss this opportunity, it may never come again. The choice is yours to make. Lapis smiled at Lazuli and then nonchalantly departed. Lazuli glanced at Lapis's retreating figure, her eyes filled with conflict. She was uncertain about the emotions swirling within her. Admiration? Gratitude? Or something more complex? After all, she had never encountered such a situation before. Feeling a bit awkward, Lazuli stole a glance at Yifeng, momentarily at a loss for words. Your clothes seem a bit tattered. Let me buy you a new outfit. Yifeng glanced at Lazuli, breaking the awkward silence. Lazuli nodded, seemingly aware of her own interests. Time swiftly passed, and a month soon elapsed. During this time, Yifeng took Lazuli on an adventurous journey across the globe. He also imparted to her the skills of aerial dance and the mastery of chi control, abilities that would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Moreover, they visited number 17, Lapisi, on 2 occasions, and as he claimed, he had indeed secured a simple job. It appeared to be a position as a guardian of the gardens, quite leisurely. Furthermore, he seemed to be enamored with a young lady. Considering number 17's charm and character, finding a girlfriend would certainly not pose a challenge. I wish to travel to a distant place. Would you accompany me? Yifeng took Lazuli's hand and inquired, I am your girlfriend, and from now on, wherever you go, I shall accompany you. Lazuli gazed at Yifeng, her face radiating happiness as she spoke. This past month has been the most blissful time of her life. Unexpectedly exceptional, Yifeng has undergone his trials and officially become my boyfriend. Now, let us bid farewell to my younger brother-in-law, and we shall return to visit him when time permits. I need to return to the realm of Dragon Ball Super. For everything in this timeline, aside from Razali, is rather mundane. At this rate, my body might very well begin to rust. Razali nodded in agreement. And the two vanished into thin air. Chapter 94. Off to the 6th universe for check-in. Upon returning to the hyperdimensional realm, Yifeng escorted Razali directly to the villa. Is this house yours? Razali inquired, clearly astonished by the sheer size of Yifeng's abode. In a manner of speaking, he replied. Yifeng nodded. Although this villa belonged to Vegeta, it was likely that he would be quite pleased if they decided to stay. The two enjoyed a light meal at home before venturing out for some shopping. After all, girls generally have a penchant for shopping. And the same held true for number 18. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had been escorted to the God of Destruction's realm by Whis, where they were being instructed. They would soon attain the strength of Super Saiyan Blue. Suddenly, Amidst their shopping excursion, the system's digital voice resonated in Yifeng's mind, announcing, "Ding. The system has issued a task. Please sign in at the God of Destruction's realm in the 6th universe to receive the corresponding rewards. Task deadline, 1 month. Task duration, 1 hour. What? Sign in at the God of Destruction's realm in the 6th universe? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. Just over a month ago, he had encountered some discord with Xiang Pa, and now the system unexpectedly directed him to sign in at the God of Destruction's realm in the 6th universe. Was this not an explicit encouragement from the dog coin system for him to confront the God of Destruction, Xiang Pa? However, reflecting on Xiang Pa's arrogant demeanor on that day, he realized he ought to impart a lesson in divinity. Given that the system had issued a task and he currently had no pressing matters in the 7th universe, he decided to venture into the 6th universe for a bit of excitement. Upon returning to the villa, Yifeng conferred with Android 18 and promptly set off for the 6th universe. With the ability of instantaneous movement, it was a trivial matter for Yifeng to reach the 6th universe. In the 6th universe, on an unknown planet, 2 figures suddenly materialized in midair. "Ah, is this truly the 6th universe you spoke of? It appears somewhat chaotic," remarked Lazili as she surveyed the tumultuous scene below, where 2 factions were engaged in a fierce battle. It seemed to be a conflict between invaders and defenders. "Indeed, it is rather chaotic." Yifeng nodded. He sensed a somewhat disconcerting presence in the space surrounding this planet, a hint of malevolence. It seemed that before venturing to disrupt the divine realm, we could indulge in a bit of mischief. Yifeng smiled faintly and spoke with a calm demeanor. After all, the sign-in period was 30 days, while the sign-in duration was merely 1 hour. Such an ample span of time was sufficient for the 2 of them to traverse the entire universe. At that moment, a colossal spaceship hovered above a planet in the cosmos. "Lord Frost, the inhabitants of the planet Saiwana are exceedingly relentless. It seems we require your assistance," said an extraterrestrial being kneeling on the ground, his tone laden with gravity. Before him stood a figure strikingly similar to Frisia, adorned with the same sinister grin. "Oh, they cannot even conquer such a wretched planet?" Frost rose slowly, his voice chillingly cold. "What use are you if you are so utterly inept?" As his words fell, a dark crimson energy beam instantly pierced through the extraterrestrial's chest. The other occupants of the spaceship, witnessing this ruthless display, were paralyzed with fear, their sweat pouring profusely, scarcely daring to breathe. Subsequently, Frost stepped out of the spaceship. "Yifeng, those individuals seem rather pitiable," Lazili remarked, observing the humans below valiantly resisting. A flicker of sympathy graced her features as she recalled the helplessness she felt when her own family was slain. "Very well, let us descend and offer them our assistance." Yifeng glanced at Lazili and said, "Since I have nothing to do, I might as well spend my time with Bang Bang and the others." Whoosh! Yifeng and number 18, Lazili, suddenly appeared in the midst of the battle. Following this, Yifeng gently clenched his fist, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted from his body. Centered around Yifeng, this force swept outwards in all directions, instantly knocking everyone in the vicinity to the ground. "The people of this planet stood behind me," Yifeng shouted loudly, his voice resonating with an overwhelming authority. Instinctively, everyone rose to their feet, without awaiting any command, as the inhabitants of this planet instinctively gathered behind him. Truth be told, they were all soldiers, yet in that moment, they could not fathom why they were so obedient. Once all the warriors of this planet stood behind Yifeng, the invaders cast fearful glances in his direction. It was worth noting that this individual had suddenly appeared and, in an instant, had incapacitated them all. "Although I harbor little interest in your affairs, my beloved despises your barbaric actions, so perish." The words, delivered in a remarkably calm tone, were followed by Yifeng unleashing a sphere of energy from his palm. In an instant, it engulfed nearly 1,000 individuals before vanishing without a trace. The execution was decisive and merciless. Lazili looked at Yifeng with a hint of astonishment. Although she was aware of his formidable prowess, she had not anticipated that he could annihilate so many in a mere heartbeat. "What? This gentleman has slain the invaders in an instant? Remarkable. Is he a deity?" A wave of astonishment swept through those behind Yifeng. They were utterly shocked. After enduring such a prolonged struggle against the invaders, witnessing this figure obliterate them in an instant was nothing short of astonishing. This was an achievement beyond the realm of human capability. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed through the air. Yifeng slowly lifted his head, fully aware of the identity of the person before him, even without looking. It was none other than Frost, the detestable individual from the 6th universe, whose malevolence surpassed even that of Frisia. Cloaked in the guise of righteousness, he covertly invaded other planets, only to sell them off for exorbitant profits. It is said that he has been awarded the Peace Prize for maintaining intergalactic harmony 3 times in the 6th universe. If Frisia from the 7th universe embodies the essence of true villainy, then this individual epitomizes the quintessential hypocrite. It was indeed an unexpected surprise to encounter such a formidable figure on this wretched planet. Frost cast a cold, calculating gaze upon Yifeng and remarked, "To be able to annihilate nearly 1,000 of my subordinates in an instant demonstrates considerable prowess. Unexpected surprise? Soon you shall realize that this may not be a delight, but rather a harbinger of despair." Yifeng suddenly grinned, a cold smile playing on his lips as he spoke. Chapter 95. We meet again, Xiang Pa. Oh, you seem remarkably confident. Do you believe that by vanquishing those insignificant foes, you can bask in triumph before me? Frost appeared amused by Yifeng's words. It was the first time he had encountered such a ludicrous statement. Nevertheless, I must admit, your skills are commendable, and you have dispatched many of my subordinates. Should you choose to serve under me, I might consider forgiving your ignorance and arrogance. At this moment, as he launched an assault on the planet, Frost found himself in desperate need of capable allies. Though he was unaware of Yifeng's true identity, the man's prowess was undeniable. If he could enlist Yifeng's aid in conquering the planet, it would undoubtedly save him considerable effort. Isn't that Frost? Someone murmured. He is the commander of the peacekeeping forces dedicated to maintaining harmony in the universe. Why would he attack our planet? Could it be that he has deceived us all along? Indeed, it must be so. At that moment, those behind Yifeng also recognized Frost. After all, his reputation in the 6th universe was formidable, rivaling even that of the sovereign of the 7th universe. Ah, so you have revealed yourselves? Then I shall send you to your eternal rest. As Frost's voice echoed, a sphere of energy suddenly shot forth from his fingertips. Though it appeared no larger than an egg, it possessed the power to obliterate the asteroid. Just as the energy sphere was mere strides away from Yifeng, it vanished without a trace. What has transpired? A flicker of horror crossed Frost's eyes. How could his energy sphere simply disappear? Was it you? Frost's gaze turned sharply toward Yifeng. No one else possessed such capabilities. What do you think? Individuals like you deserve to descend into the depths of hell. As Yifeng's voice fell, his gaze suddenly sharpened. In an instant, Frost erupted with a resounding explosion, blooming like a magnificent firework. Subsequently, Frost's essence completely vanished from the cosmos. Did I perhaps act a tad too ruthlessly? Having effortlessly dealt with Frost, Yifeng turned his attention to Lazili and inquired. Not at all. Those wretches deserve far more severe punishment, Lazili replied, shaking her head, devoid of any trace of fear in her eyes. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for saving our planet. A moment later, the hundreds of individuals behind Yifeng collectively knelt before him, expressing their gratitude profusely. Let us depart. Yifeng turned his head to glance at the crowd, their gratitude evident in their tearful eyes. He grasped Razali's hand and vanished before them. The resolution of Frost's predicament had been initiated by Razali. Otherwise, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved in such trivial matters. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship in the vastness of space, the screens displayed the harrowing scene of Frost's demise. Lord Frost had been slain. Who could this individual be? Capable of such a feat? He must not be allowed to escape. That scoundrel, who could eliminate Lord Frost, surely we are no match for him. Yet, there is one who undoubtedly can. Within the spacecraft, Frost's loyal subordinates glared at the screen portraying Yifeng, discussing their thoughts with malice. At that very moment, in another realm, a similar scene unfolded. Lord Zampa, you must come and see this. Babados gently tapped his staff, conjuring a light green projection in the air. The image depicted Yifeng striking down Frost. What is it? Can't you see I am eating? Zampa replied with evident displeasure. Babados, that bothersome fellow, always chose to interrupt his meals. It appears that the little one from Universe 7 has ventured into our Universe 6. Babados continued with a casual tone. What? The little one from Universe 7? Zampa suddenly paused, quickly turning to see the familiar face on the screen. Damn that wretched ant. Zampa clenched his fists tightly. He had not yet sought retribution, and now that individual dared to trespass upon his domain, even committing murder. Unforgivable. He had been contemplating how to deal with the pest from Universe 7, yet the audacity of this intruder to come to his territory incensed him. This time, I shall shatter your bones, one by one. Zampa's fist cracked ominously, a tempest of murderous intent surging within him. It had been long since he experienced such an urge to annihilate someone. Hey, Babados, how long will it take to locate that fiend? Zampa suddenly inquired coldly. To prevent the antagonist from escaping, he needed to act swiftly to eliminate him. Approximately 18 minutes and 30 seconds, Lord Zampa, Babados replied with precision. What? Is it going to take that long? Zampa furrowed his brow. Such a lengthy endeavor to extinguish a mere human seemed somewhat impractical. However, recalling the arrogant demeanor of that and in Universe 7 ignited the fury within him. 18 minutes it shall be. This time, I must obliterate him. A resolute expression surged in Zampa's eyes. Ah, Lord Zampa, after millennia of merely eating and searching for the super wish orbs. It seems this is the first time you are so invested in an individual, Babados remarked, observing Zampa's unwavering determination. At that moment, while meandering through other planets, Yifeng suddenly furrowed his brow. What is it? Razily, sensing Yifeng's shift in demeanor, quickly inquired. It appears we are being watched. Yifeng spoke softly, expressing a feeling he believed to be unmistakable. Moreover, as an angel, Bados possessed the extraordinary ability to oversee the entirety of the universe. Have we been targeted? Who could it be? Lazuli asked, her curiosity piqued. It seemed to be the first time she had witnessed such a serious expression on Yifeng's face. The god of destruction from the 6th universe. After Yifeng finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head, revealing a row of pristine white teeth, and said, "We meet again." Xiangpa Chapter 96, The Most Powerful Assassin, Height approaches. At that moment, in the 6th universe, Xiangpa exclaimed, "What? That rascal actually discovered us?" His face was filled with astonishment as he gazed at the projection of Yifeng, who wore a sinister smile. "Oh, to think I was found out. That little fellow is exceedingly perceptive, isn't he?" Even Bados, standing nearby, appeared somewhat astonished. They had never anticipated that he could detect their surveillance from such a distance. This little one seems quite extraordinary. I find myself increasingly intrigued by him. To be discovered by that scoundrel. It appears he must soon prepare to flee the 6th universe, Xiangpa remarked with indignation. If he returns to the 7th universe, it will be rather challenging for me to take action. Not necessarily, Lord Xiangpa. From what I observed earlier, it seems he was provoking you. Bados glanced at Xiangpa, stifling a laugh. She sensed that the little fellow would not depart the 6th universe so swiftly. God of destruction? What is that? Lazuli inquired. Somewhat puzzled. She had indeed never heard of such a title, but from the name, it must be a deity, the most formidable being in this universe. Yifeng smiled and replied to Lazuli. Oh, is it really that impressive? Is it even more remarkable than you? Lazuli inquired with curiosity. In her mind, Yifeng was already extraordinarily formidable. Of course not. How could anyone surpass my prowess? He retorted. Now, let us proceed to find a planet where we can enjoy a meal. Yifeng grasped Lazuli's hand, and their figures once again vanished from sight. It seemed that the little fellow had employed that peculiar skill once more, as he darted off to another planet. Yifeng's form abruptly vanished from the projection, prompting Bados to address Xiangpa. Does that imply we can no longer locate him? Xiangpa exclaimed, his teeth clenched, his face ablaze with fury. If that is indeed the case, it is truly disheartening. As the god of destruction, it is inconceivable that I cannot find a mere human concealed within my own universe. It is possible to locate him, yet should he choose to flee, even I would be unable to pursue him, Bados replied with measured calm. Although she possessed the swiftest speed in the cosmos, such instantaneous teleportation eluded her grasp. How vexing, she added with a hint of exasperation. This turmoil led Xiangpa to suddenly lose his appetite for the sumptuous feast before him. Thus, 3 days swiftly elapsed, while Yifeng and Razily meandered across various planets, indulging in delectable cuisines. After sampling the offerings of numerous celestial bodies, he found the fare here to be somewhat palatable. Yifeng was unaware of the pieces of meat in his hand, devouring them with great enthusiasm. One must admit that the cuisine of the 6th universe was indeed rather unpalatable. It was no wonder that a mere bucket of instant noodles nearly sent Xiangpa and Badusi into ecstasy. Try this. This meat is quite good. Lazuli joyfully offered Yifeng a piece of meat, exclaiming her delight at finally being able to enjoy a hearty meal. However, at that moment, an aura of tranquility suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Yet, it was unlike the calmness typically encountered. Beneath its serene surface lay an unmistakable and concealed killing intent. Swoosh. May I take a seat here? A faint sound of air being sliced apart announced the arrival of a man clad in a light purple trench coat, who materialized before Yifeng and Lazuli. With purple skin, crimson irises, and strikingly handsome features coupled with a demeanor of aloofness, he bore an unmistakably familiar countenance. It was Hit, the most formidable assassin of the 6th universe, whose very name instilled fear in many. If you're a friend, then certainly, there is no issue. Yifeng lifted his head, casting a faint glance at Hitler, and with a subtle smile, remarked, to have the ability to kill Frost, you indeed possess some skill. Hitler replied in a detached tone, merely trash. Yifeng continued to speak with a gentle smile. Originally, I held no fondness for that fellow. Yet without anyone willing to pay, even if offered a single gold coin, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. Wouldn't that be a favor to you? Alas, someone has purchased your life, haven't they? My life is indeed quite valuable. They likely cannot afford it. I believe they might be able to. It said coldly. Flora, your words seem somewhat excessive, Hit. Yifeng glanced at Zite and spoke softly. In his recollection, this individual seemed to possess a stern demeanor, rarely indulging in laughter. Regarding his targets, he appeared to have even less to say, making today's unexpected encounter rather surprising. I shall grant you 5 minutes, he stated. Zite did not respond to Yifeng's words, but instead coldly remarked, maintaining his indifferent tone from the outset. Who is he? The interruption during mealtime clearly displeased Lazili, who turned to Yifeng with a questioning look. However, it seemed that this fellow was merely seeking trouble. No worries, he is just an assassin from the 6th universe. Yifeng gently caressed Lazili's hair, smiling as he spoke. In truth, he was fully aware of the reason why Hit had sought him out. It was likely due to his elimination of Frost, prompting Frost's remaining loyalists and confidants to seek vengeance by hiring the assassin Hit to eliminate him. However, the efficiency of these individuals was truly remarkable. He never anticipated that within merely 3 days, Hit would locate him. It is worth noting that during this period, he had been wandering in the 6th universe, utilizing instantaneous movement. Logically, an ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to track him down, including the god of destruction, Kappa. Lazili nodded, ever confident in Yifeng's prowess. An assassin, after all, would surely be no match for Yifeng. 5 minutes later, Yifeng placed the last morsel of meat into his mouth, then rose to his feet. I have kept you waiting, Hit. Yifeng glanced at Shite and spoke softly. Do you have any last words? Shite coldly regarded Yifeng, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Last words? None. For with your strength, you are utterly incapable of killing me. Yifeng spoke softly, acknowledging the undeniable strength of Hit and the elusive nature of his time-skip technique. For those unfamiliar with Hit's abilities, it could indeed spell disaster. However, Yifeng possessed a profound understanding of Hit and wielded an even more formidable power, the ability to pause time. Chapter 97, Timeskip versus Spatial Power. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Hit remained silent. As the most formidable assassin of the 6th universe, he had never failed a mission since his inception into this line of work. This time would be no exception. In the next moment, Hit launched an attack towards Yifeng. In an instant, his body vanished, completely undetectable, as if he had dissolved into the cosmos itself. Timeskip? Bang. In the following moment, Yifeng was struck at his temple, causing him to spin away, his body skimming the ground and sliding several meters. Yulatsi's face expressed astonishment, soon overshadowed by worry. Hadn't Yifeng claimed that this individual was no match for him? Yifeng slowly rose to his feet, spat out a mouthful of saliva, and brushed off the dust from his clothing. This bastard had the audacity to strike without even a word of greeting. It truly provoked a slight irritation within him. Humph, he can still stand? What an astonishing individual! A look of shock appeared on Hite's face. After enduring such a powerful attack moments ago, he could still remain upright? Moreover, he seemed utterly unscathed. It appears that the one capable of effortlessly dispatching Frost is rather extraordinary indeed. Ha ha ha. Yifeng tightened his fists, a terrifying aura suddenly erupting from his body. His pupils transformed into a striking golden hue, while his black hair stood on end, dancing with the wind. He realized that Hit's strength was no match for the formidable Super Blue Sun Goku and his companions, thus his rage form would effortlessly subdue him. In the spirit of reciprocity, allow me to return the favor with a punch. As his words fell, Yifeng's fist surged forward through the air. What is that guy doing? Hit was utterly bewildered, questioning whether such a punch could indeed connect with him. Had his previous assault sent this individual into a state of confusion? Just as Hit grappled with uncertainty, even doubting whether he had damaged Yifeng's mind, Yifeng's fist abruptly appeared to his right. What? Hit gasped in shock. Yet, it was too late. Yifeng's punch was executed with such astonishing speed that it afforded Hit no opportunity to evade. Bang! The fist struck Hit's cheek with a resounding force, the terrifying power sending him hurtling away. His body skidded along the ground, covering 100 yards and carving a long furrow into the earth. In the next instant, Yifeng materialized before Hit, looming over him with an imposing stance. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Hit clenched his teeth, a piercing pain radiating across his face. What was that just now? His fist seemed capable of attacking through space itself. Could it be that this individual possesses the ability to manipulate space? In that moment, it seemed to have grasped the truth. The universe is vast, and the number of strong beings is countless, since he could master the technique of time. It was hardly surprising that someone could control space as well. It rose to his feet, his left cheek swollen and bruised, visible abrasions adorning his face. A trace of purple blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. "You are the first to inflict harm upon me. I must concede that your strength is indeed formidable." Wiping his face gently, the marks and blood vanished without a trace. Having lived for 1,000 years, it seemed no one had ever dealt him such substantial damage before. "So, do you now consider yourself strong?" Yifeng suddenly let out a cold smile. At present, he was merely in a state of anger. If he were to transform into a Super Saiyan at full power, would it not terrify it to death? This must be your limit, right? Stop putting on airs. It cast a frosty glance at Yifeng. The emergence of such a formidable being in the universe had already astonished him. He could hardly believe that Yifeng could grow any stronger. It matters not. In any case, this level of power is already sufficient to defeat you. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders. If he did not believe, so be it. Was it truly so arrogant to think that a single successful ambush warranted such disdain? Shite frowned, and in the next moment, his body suddenly flickered and vanished. In the blink of an eye, he had completely disappeared, leaving no trace of his presence behind. Yifeng furrowed his brow, and suddenly, a colossal wave emerged from behind him. The figure of Zeit materialized, his fist striking forcefully towards Yifeng's cervical spine. The power was moderate, yet the speed was astonishing. If it were to connect, even Yifeng would find it unbearable. However, as Zeit's fist made contact with the aqueous barrier of space, he abruptly vanished into it, failing to make any contact with Yifeng's form. Yifeng's lips curled into a smirk as he mimicked a powerful strike against the empty air. It appeared somewhat foolish, merely flailing at nothing. Yet, at that precise moment, its fist abruptly emerged from the void. Bang! A deep, resonant collision echoed as Hit was sent reeling back into the abyss. He then crashed heavily onto the ground. Assassins prioritize swift, lethal attacks, targeting the most vulnerable points of the human body, thus refraining from employing excessive force to conserve energy. However, Yifeng resembled a warrior endowed with sheer strength. How could this be happening? Hit felt an overwhelming numbness in his entire arm. His temporal displacement technique seemed utterly ineffective against Yifeng's spatial prowess. No, as the strongest assassin who had never faltered, he would not allow this to be an exception. Gritting his teeth, Hit leapt once more, his body flickering as he launched an assault on Yifeng. Given that Hit's temporal ability now allowed him to leap only a second ahead, he did not activate it until the moment of attack, achieving an element of surprise. Time paused. In that instant, a low voice emanated from Yifeng, proclaiming the 98th chapter. Zhangpa makes a move, reaching the realm of the god of destruction. Suddenly, it felt as if the entire continuum of time and space had come to a standstill. Its form came to a complete halt before Yifeng, along with everything around them. Yifeng recognized that his time-stopping ability did not freeze the universe at large, but rather confined itself to a specific radius, likely within 1,000 feet. Though not vast, it was ample for his current needs. In a heartbeat, Yifeng appeared before Hit, delivering a powerful punch to his jaw. Time resumed its flow. Hit's body was once again hurled backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. A surge of violet blood erupted from his mouth, his insides feeling as though they had been violently displaced, leaving him in immense discomfort and struggling to breathe. What just transpired? What on earth happened? Hit was utterly bewildered. He had no comprehension of the events that had just unfolded. In the instant he had flickered out, Yifeng had struck him down, appearing as if by specter. Yet he understood all too well that he was gravely injured, and even at his peak, he could never hope to match this adversary. It seemed he had bitten off more than he could chew. If being struck down once or twice was merely a matter of coincidence and carelessness, then thrice indicated a chasm too wide to bridge. An assassin, upon failing a mission, faces but one consequence, the inevitability of death. This is the assassin's fate. Has he truly resigned himself to defeat so swiftly? Hit. Yifeng stepped forward, confronting Hit, and spoke. I am an assassin, on the day I embraced this path. I anticipated that such a moment might arrive. Hit slowly rose to his feet, seemingly devoid of any will to fight. Although this individual was undeniably powerful, among the elite of the universe, it appeared that his mental fortitude was exceedingly fragile. Have you never contemplated enhancing your time manipulation technique? 0. 2 seconds. 0. 3 seconds. 0 seconds. Yifeng spoke softly. In the anime Dragon Ball Super, Hit successfully advanced his time skip ability by 0.5 seconds during his battle with Son Goku. What? Upgrade my time skip? A look of astonishment flickered in Hit's eyes as he gazed at Yifeng in disbelief. He had never contemplated enhancing his time skip. As he felt no need for it over the past millennium, he had never encountered a formidable opponent. Yet, the notion that his time skip could indeed be upgraded intrigued him. Do I still have a chance? Hit inquired anxiously, furrowing his brow as he looked at Yifeng. His implication was clear. Could Yifeng spare him? He was not afraid of death. As an assassin, he had long reconciled himself to this fate. He merely wished to ascertain whether his timeskip could genuinely be improved. If so, he might still enjoy the thrill of combat with Yifeng in the future. Your intention is to kill me. If our roles were reversed at this moment, I would likely be dead by now. So let go of your naivety. Do you truly believe I would allow you to grow stronger only to return and slay me? Yifeng suddenly spoke coldly, directing his palm towards Hit and condensing a sphere of energy that exuded a terrifying aura. He certainly would not underestimate Hit after his upgrade. Although he generally abhorred taking lives, how could he show mercy when others harbored intentions to kill him? How naive of me. Hit bitterly smiled and shook his head. Indeed, if their roles were reversed at that moment, he would not hesitate to end Hit's life. In an instant, the energy sphere shot forth from Yifeng's palm. The universe would remain unchanged with one less assassin, Hit. Just as the energy sphere was hurtling towards Hit, a streak of purple energy surged from the side, directly striking Yifeng's energy sphere. Subsequently, the sphere transformed into purple light points, vanishing without a trace. Upon seeing the purple light, Yifeng immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer. The power to disrupt energy was possessed solely by Xiang Pa in this universe. As soon as Yifeng's voice faded, two figures appeared beside Sight. They were none other than the god of destruction, Xiang Pa, and the angel, Bados. Oh, have you found me so swiftly? Yifeng glanced at Bados and Xiang Pa, furrowing his brow. The appearance of Xiang Pa clearly indicated that he had lost the opportunity to eliminate it. What a disgrace, bringing shame to our sixth universe. Xiang Pa looked at the astonished Hit and spoke in a cold tone. To be defeated by someone from the seventh universe while claiming to be the strongest assassin is indeed humiliating. Damn ants, you are truly hard to find. But this time, I shall destroy you with my own hands. Xiang Pa then turned his gaze towards Yifeng, his eyes ablaze with fury. In an instant, a purple sphere of destructive energy materialized in his hand, radiating a devastating aura. Bados observed the completely enraged Xiang Pa, then turned her attention to Yifeng, letting out a sigh. This time, things seem to have become rather complicated. Do you wish to fight? This place is too small. Seeing the furious Xiang Pa, Yifeng exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, since I have arrived in the sixth universe, a confrontation with the god of destruction, Xiang Pa, is inevitable. However, the battle shall not take place here, but in the realm of the god of destruction. My destination for the Saiyan is there, where I must remain for an hour. Suddenly, Yifeng's body flickered and he appeared right before Lazili, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and smiling at Xiang Pa. If you wish to destroy me, then I shall take you on. With that, Yifeng vanished once more. What? Damn it. He escaped again. Xiang Pa gritted his teeth in frustration. After finally finding him, he had slipped away once more. Bados, where did he go? This time, even if I have to chase him to the seventh universe, I will ensure his destruction. Bados glanced at the gem atop her staff and replied, Lord Xiang Pa. It seems they have already reached the god realm. Indeed, Yifeng had instantaneously teleported to the sixth universe's god of destruction realm. Even if a battle was to occur, it would be in that place. Chapter 99, The Energy of Destruction Unleashed. Damn it. Xiang Pa's teeth ground together in anger. This fellow truly had a knack for provoking his ire. This time, once he captured him, he would ensure to shred him into pieces. Bados, let us head to the god realm now. Xiang Pa turned to Bados, who appeared reluctant but had no choice but to comply with his command. At that moment, Yifeng had already arrived in the god of destruction realm. It seemed quite similar to the god realm of Beerus from the Earth universe, featuring a simple yet unsightly palace. Is this the planet where that fat cat resides? Lazili inquired curiously, surveying the surroundings. It seems a bit too shabby. I thought being a god, especially the mightiest of gods, would entail residing in a more splendid place. Fat cat? Well, that's an apt description. Yifeng was taken aback, not expecting Zili to actually call Xiang Pa fat cat. However, it seemed to be quite accurate. Well, they should be arriving shortly. Yifeng addressed Lazili, expressing that he had been present for nearly 15 minutes. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the air as Bados and Xiang Pa reappeared before Yifeng and Lazili. Damn ants. This time I shall see where you intend to flee. The fury in Xiang Pa's eyes blazed intensely, as if he wished to incinerate Yifeng alive. This scoundrel, who had repeatedly toyed with the god of destruction, was utterly unforgivable. Escape? This time, I have no intention of running, Master Xiang Pa. Yifeng smiled faintly and addressed Xiang Pa. He had an hour to complete his task, and during this hour, he intended to thoroughly engage with Xiang Pa. allowing him to witness how the so-called ant would torment him. Oh, it seems you have finally come to terms with the consequences of opposing a divine being. However, even so, I shall ensure that you experience a death worse than life, Xiangpa said, clenching his fists tightly, his tone icy. It had been a long time since he had harbored such a desire to kill someone. Is that so? Then I must admit, I am rather looking forward to seeing what abilities you possess that could render my existence worse than death. As Yifeng stepped forward, he met the predatory gaze of Kampa with an icy demeanor. Is life worse than death? Kampa lacks the capacity for such torment. He then summoned his own energy to erect a formidable barrier around Lazuli, ensuring that the ensuing battle would not endanger her. Such foolish words have not graced my ears in quite some time. Allow me to demonstrate the power of a destroyer. Upon uttering these words, a layer of violet energy flames enveloped Kampa, signifying a profound transformation in his divine aura. While not as potent as Beerus at full strength, he was by no means to be underestimated. In the next moment, Kampa launched a swift assault towards Yifeng. His speed so astounding that it seemed to defy the very essence of time. How astonishingly fast! A flicker of astonishment crossed Yifeng's eyes. He had previously been unaware of Kampa's true prowess. His only reference was from the Dragon Ball Super manga, where he had witnessed the scene of Beerus effortlessly defeating 11 gods of destruction. During the battle among the gods of destruction, Kampa's strength appeared rather mediocre, and he had mentioned that he had not trained at all in nearly a decade, suggesting a considerable gap between his power and that of the other gods of destruction. However, judging by the speed displayed moments ago, this individual was far from ordinary. A comprehensive assessment revealed him to be a surprisingly agile figure. Faced with such a rapid assault, Yifeng had no choice but to transform into a Super Saiyan in an instant, retaliating with a punch aimed directly at Kampa. Boom! In the next moment, a violent clash erupted, and the ground exploded, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. The atmosphere resonated with a deep, thunderous rumble. Yet, due to the unyielding nature of the god of destruction's realm, the intensity of their collision merely resulted in a few cracks forming in the ground. A terrifying force surged through his right arm, causing Yifeng to be thrust backwards several paces, while Kampa only staggered back 3 or 4 steps. Could it be that this fellow was giving it his all from the very beginning? Yifeng gritted his teeth and gazed at Xiangpa. The impact from earlier was indeed tremendous. What? He actually withstood my punch? Quite surprising. Xiangpa looked at Yifeng in disbelief, contemplating silently. Although he had held Yifeng in high esteem in his mind, considering that defeating the top assassin, Hit, was no small feat, he realized that his assessment of Yifeng's formidable power might have been underestimated. In light of this, let us see what this is about. As Xiangpa's voice trailed off, a violet energy sphere suddenly materialized at his fingertips. Destructive energy, perhaps? Yifeng's brows furrowed slightly. Then, he clenched his fists tightly, and a vast, cosmic-like emerald aura erupted from his body. In an instant, it formed into a colossal column of light, enveloping Yifeng within. At that moment, he transformed into the full power form of a Super Saiyan. The emerald aura crackled and rustled, causing fragments of stone to levitate around him. Damn it, he has upgraded again. Xiangpa could distinctly sense the immense surge in Yifeng's power in that fleeting moment. He furrowed his brows even tighter and muttered under his breath. However, no matter how powerful he became, he remained utterly vulnerable in the face of the god of destruction's destructive energy. Naturally, he would not simply eliminate him with ease. Instead, he aimed to gradually make Yifeng comprehend the consequences of offending a god of destruction. With that, the destructive energy in Xiangpa's hand shot towards Yifeng. Such destructive energy, in the presence of absolute power, was utterly insignificant. A fierce glint flashed in Yifeng's eyes. In an instant, a verdant energy enveloped his fist, propelling it directly towards the destructive energy sphere. As the two forces collided, a sound reminiscent of a heated iron plate plunging into water resonated. The energy emanating from Yifeng's fist was utterly annihilated, yet the formidable force simultaneously dispersed the destructive energy. In the 100th chapter, a clash of titans ensued. As he struck down Xiangpa, "No, it is impossible. How could my destructive energy be thwarted by that individual?" A look of utter astonishment washed over Xiangpa's face. For destructive energy is known to be the most potent divine force in the universe, capable of obliterating all in its path. The fact that it was dispersed by a mere human, utilizing only his own aura and fist, was an affront of monumental proportions, an immense humiliation for a god of destruction. Oh, what a surprise. The destructive energy has indeed been countered. Even Bardos raised her brows in disbelief. Since assisting the god of destruction, she had yet to witness such an occurrence. This little fellow from the 7th universe is truly extraordinary. Destructive energy, it appears, is not all that formidable. Yifeng exhaled deeply, reflecting on his earlier apprehension about the overwhelming destructive energy, fearing he might be unable to withstand it. However, it now appeared that the reality was not as terrifying as the legend suggested. After all, both Golden Frieza and Deep Blue Vegeta had managed to endure the destructive energy through their own power, given that his strength had now far surpassed theirs. He felt a sense of confidence. That detestable fool had merely chanced upon one instance and seemed to revel in it. Kappa smirked, fueled by indignation. With a swift motion, he summoned forth multiple spheres of destructive energy, multiplying them into dozens. "Let us see how you handle this," he proclaimed, releasing the barrage toward Yifeng. As the menacing orbs approached, Yifeng knew better than to underestimate them. This was no trivial matter. In an instant, he harnessed the power of space, conjuring a massive barrier resembling a wave of water before him. Upon contact, the energy spheres vanished, their destructive essence dissipating almost simultaneously with the wave. Yet, when they reappeared, they were already behind Yifeng, obliterating a substantial area of the God of Destruction's realm. Spatial abilities? Beerus shot a curious glance at Yifeng. Not only could this individual disperse destructive energy with his own strength, but he could also manipulate the power of space. Such a formidable young man was surprisingly tolerated by the petty Lord Beerus, a fact that was indeed hard to believe. Ugh, did that guy evade again? Kappa seethed with frustration, realizing that destructive energy alone could not vanquish this insufferable opponent. If that's the case, I shall resort to a more personal approach. Despite having not trained for many years, he was confident in his ability to handle a mere human with ease, irrespective of the bizarre abilities Yifeng had acquired. In the next moment, Kappa dashed forward, ready to engage in a direct confrontation. "So, you wish to clash head-on? Let us do this." Yifeng gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve, and surged forward to confront Xiang Pa in a flash. If it were merely a clash of strength, he had no fear even of Beerus, let alone Xiang Pa. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, a series of explosive sound waves erupted in the air, with each deep, muffled thud. A large crater formed in the hard ground of the God of Destruction's realm. At this moment, Xiang Pa had already pushed his power to its limits, while Yifeng evidently held back some of his strength. Moreover, Yifeng could distinctly sense that with each collision against Xiang Pa, his own power was incrementally enhanced. This was the remarkable trait of his bloodline. In scenarios of equal footing or disadvantage, he would grow stronger with each battle. The two exchanged blows, fists meeting fists and legs clashing against legs, transforming every part of their bodies into lethal weapons of assault. The fierce combat raged on for a full 3 minutes. This was, of course, because Yifeng had no intention of swiftly defeating Xiang Pa. Had he wished to do so, he could have unleashed his ultimate technique and rendered Xiang Pa incapacitated within half a minute. Boom. At that moment, Yifeng delivered a powerful kick to Xiang Pa's face. The terrifying force propelled Xiang Pa's massive form into the air, diagonally crashing through his own palace before crashing down to the ground. Lord Xiang Pa? Bardos observed Xiang Pa with a mixture of sympathy and disdain. He felt some pity for him, but believed he was unworthy of it. The reason for Xiang Pa's considerable girth stemmed from his sedentary lifestyle. He spent his days indulging in food, completely disregarding the nutritious meals prepared for him. Consequently, when it came time for a true battle, it was evident that his physical stamina faltered, especially in a confrontation with a formidable opponent like Yifeng. The energy expenditure was colossal. Gasping heavily, Xiang Pa rose to his feet, beads of sweat dotting his face. It was clear that this bout had drained a significant amount of his energy. He had not engaged in such intense exertion for a long time. Though he was reluctant to admit it, that insufferable human possessed an extraordinary strength. Not only was his stamina faltering, but even in his prime condition, he might not necessarily be a match for him. If this continued, he risked being defeated by that insufferable being. For a dignified God of Destruction to be bested by a mere human was utterly unforgivable. With this thought in mind, Xiang Pa clenched his teeth once more, his feet springing off the ground as he leapt into the air, almost instantaneously reappearing before Yifeng. Do not overestimate yourself, Lord Xiang Pa. Your speed and strength have diminished significantly. Surrender. You stand no chance against me. As Yifeng deftly evaded Xiang Pa's onslaught, he spoke in a calm and measured tone. However, the moment he uttered a word, Xiang Pa's fury intensified, unleashing a barrage of punches akin to a hailstorm upon Yifeng. The air crackled with the force of the strikes, producing a faint sound. In the wake of his rage, Xiang Pa's punches, though swifter, had devolved into utter chaos. Such erratic attacks could scarcely pose any threat to Yifeng. You have allowed anger to cloud your judgment. It is time to regain your composure, Master Xiang Pa. As Yifeng's voice faded, a lightning-like force surged forth. The fist, enveloped in a verdant aura, struck precisely at Xiangpa's visage. Bang! With a powerful blow. Xiangpa's corpulent form was propelled like a cannonball. Thunderous reverberations echoed as he crashed into the ground, creating an immense crater upon impact. Chapter 101. Reward for signing in. Power or destruction? Lord Xiangpa? Badusi gazed at the gaping pit in astonishment, never having imagined that Lord Xiangpa could find himself in such a disheveled state. Oh, it seems I may have exerted a tad too much force. Yifeng glanced at the abyss, which seemed devoid of any movement. Could it be that the formidable destroyer was rendered unconscious by his own punch? Just as he pondered whether he had indeed knocked Xiangpa out, a purple haze began to rise slowly from the chasm. At that moment, Xiangpa appeared somewhat disheveled, bearing several visible wounds. His eyes reflected a madness that was almost complete. Unforgivable! I shall never show you mercy, you wretched insect. An enraged voice erupted from Xiangpa's clenched teeth. This humiliation could only be cleansed with the blood of this insignificant creature. It seems we are in a bit of trouble. Master Xiangpa is genuinely enraged this time, Baduz remarked, observing Xiangpa with a furrowed brow. Human, take pride. Soon you shall be vanquished by the most potent force of the destroyer. Though Xiangpa's voice still brimmed with unending fury, it was surprisingly calm this time, devoid of the earlier roars. This unnerved Yifeng, leading him to wonder if this adversary had yet to unleash his ultimate technique. Yifeng found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. If the god of destruction truly possessed any formidable abilities, how could the proud Beerus find himself evenly matched? Yet, observing Kampa, it appeared he was not merely posturing. Just as Yifeng pondered this, Kampa raised his right hand high, and a purple energy sphere suddenly began to coalesce. Initially the size of a soccer ball, it rapidly expanded. Within mere seconds, the energy sphere had grown to the dimensions of a football field. This orb was imbued with cataclysmic power capable of obliterating the very heavens and earth. Leaf Maple was utterly convinced that if the destructive energy sphere were to explode, it could obliterate the sixth universe in an instant. Even the seventh universe would be affected. Such formidable destructive power. It now appeared that neither Kampa nor the battle-hardened Beerus had exerted their full strength during their encounters with him. This was the true essence of destruction, the capacity to render an entire universe non-existent in mere moments. Lord Kampa, do you intend to annihilate the entire sixth universe? Bato suddenly interjected, her tone far less calm and composed than before, as if to caution Kampa. Regardless of the circumstances, I must eradicate this mosquito. I know you possess a means to preserve the sixth universe. Kampa glanced at Batos, clearly unyielding in his resolve. Damn insect, even with your spatial powers. Your demise is inevitable. Kampa's furious gaze fixed upon Leaf Maple, his voice chillingly cold. He thought to himself that should he fail to eliminate a mere human today, he, as a god of destruction, would surely be ridiculed by the other gods, especially that insufferable Beerus. Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly, astonished that Xiangpa could summon such a terrifying destructive force. To be honest, even though his own temporal power was formidable, he feared that he could not contend with such a horrifying sphere of energy. However, even so, it was utterly impossible for Xiangpa to eliminate him so easily. It is over, you wretched insect. Although I lament the fact that I could not torment you properly. Xiangpa gritted his teeth, a sense of relief unexpectedly washing over his face. He was indeed furious and incensed. But the realization that this insignificant mosquito was on the brink of destruction made that anger dissipate. With that thought, Xiangpa hurled the immense energy sphere directly towards Yifeng. Despite its colossal size, it did not hinder its descent. In an instant, it plummeted downwards. At that very moment, both Yifeng and Batos vanished from their original positions. Batos reappeared where Yifeng had just stood, and with a gentle wave of his staff, the massive destructive energy sphere vanished without a trace. Almost simultaneously, Yifeng materialized right before Xiangpa, his head emanating a grass-green aura as he delivered a powerful punch to Xiangpa's abdomen. His fist sank deep into Xiangpa's midsection, and with a gasp, Xiangpa expelled a mouthful of bile, his pupils constricting as his body involuntarily arched in response to the excruciating pain. Bang! Yifeng then struck down with a heavy chop to Xiangpa's neck. Xiangpa's expression suddenly froze, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed unconscious to the ground. Having effortlessly defeated Xiangpa, Yifeng reverted to his normal state, gracefully descending. At that moment, Batos also landed before Yifeng. Yifeng gazed at Batos and suddenly spoke. Although he had instantaneously teleported to the front of Xiangpa the moment the energy sphere descended, he still retained a clear view of the events that unfolded thereafter. Batos had nearly simultaneously appeared in front of his original position, intercepting the destructive energy. Whether she acted to assist him or to halt Xiangpa's words to prevent the annihilation of the sixth universe, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. I was teaching you, little one. I was merely concerned about the potential destruction of the sixth universe. Bados replied with a serene smile directed at Yifeng. Ah. Regardless of your intentions, thank you nonetheless. Yifeng waved his hand and addressed Beerus. You are indeed a most intriguing individual. It is a rare occurrence for Lord Beerus to be rendered unconscious. When he awakens, I can only imagine the fury that will ensue. Beerus spoke again. Although I am his master, as an angel, I am bound by certain limitations and cannot intervene at will, even if the god of destruction is being struck. At that moment, an electronic synthesized voice echoed suddenly in Yifeng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for signing in at the god of destruction realm of the sixth universe for 1 hour. Task completed. Reward, destruction energy. The instant the system's voice resonated, Yifeng's entire being trembled with excitement. Destruction energy? This signifies that from this day forth, I have mastered the very abilities that the god of destruction takes pride in. If I had any reservations about engaging in battle with Beerus earlier, those concerns have now dissipated. He is no longer a worthy opponent. Even the formidable Beerus could never stand against me. The system's grant of destruction energy indicates that from this moment on, my overall strength surpasses that of any god of destruction. What an exhilarating reward. Hey, Yifeng, are you all right? Lazuli inquired, observing the foolish grin on his face. I'm fine. I just thought of something delightful, Yifeng replied, snapping back to reality. It seems this journey to the sixth universe has been quite rewarding. You aren't harboring any feelings for her, are you? Lazuli asked, casting a slightly envious glance at Beerus. Women often find themselves comparing, and Lazuli, despite being a goddess, was no exception, particularly when it came to Beerus, whose beauty was undeniable, with her tall, slender figure and alluring exotic blue skin. Moreover, her strength far surpassed that of Lazuli's. Don't be ridiculous. I have no such intentions. Yifeng glanced at Badass and then addressed Lazuli. To be honest, Badass is indeed a stunning beauty. However, one must bear in mind that she has existed for several billion years, perhaps even longer. Furthermore, this individual is an angel. Even if I were to harbor feelings for her, it is likely that she does not reciprocate. After all, the primary duty of angels is to assist, guide, and oversee the god of destruction. There is hardly any time for romance. Lazuli seems to have overthought things. I have lived for billions of years, you know. Upon hearing Lazuli's words, Badass covered her face and smiled softly, saying, What? Lazuli looked at Badass in astonishment. Although she appeared quite mature, it was hard to believe that she could be only slightly younger than herself. To think she has lived for billions of years is indeed difficult to fathom. Well then, we should take our leave, Badass. Until we meet again. Yifeng glanced at Bardos and remarked that he had accomplished his purpose for visiting the sixth universe, and he was quite satisfied with his gains. Therefore, it was time to depart from this place. After all, even the mightiest assassin hit and the god of destruction Kampa had been defeated by him, and remaining here held no further significance. Are you really leaving? Lord Beerus will likely be enraged upon awakening. Bardos chuckled as she glanced at Kampa. After a brief pause, she suddenly inquired, By the way, I still do not know your name, little one. What is it? Yifeng was taken aback. How could this be possible? The angel Bados was actually inquiring about his name. In his recollection, although Bados might enjoy conversing and teasing the god of destruction, she would never proactively ask for a human's name. Could it be that this being truly held an interest in him? My name is Yi. Yifeng responded directly. Regardless of the reasons behind Bardos's inquiry, it would be rather impolite not to answer since she had taken the initiative to ask. I remember you, Yifeng, Bardos nodded. Subsequently, Yifeng took Lazuli and departed from the seventh universe. After leaving the sixth universe, Yifeng and Lazuli traveled through the cosmos for over 2 months. They did not return to the seventh universe during this period, as it lacked even a moderately formidable opponent. Such a life proved to be exceedingly dull. Yifeng, where are we now? At that moment, Yifeng found himself in another universe. This is the 11th universe. Yifeng gazed upon the bustling metropolis beneath his feet, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. He had long desired to experience the prowess of Jiren in the 11th universe. After all, this individual was capable of contending with the perfect Ultra Instinct. Many believed that Jiren's strength had transcended that of the gods of destruction. He too was eager to discern the true extent of Jiren's power. Suddenly, a colossal monster emerged in the vibrant marketplace, triggering a tremendous explosion that shook the city. Curiosity piqued, he decided to investigate further. Yifeng directly grasped Lazuli's hand as they landed on the ground. At that moment, the crowd scattered in all directions. Just then, the proud team suddenly appeared, surrounding the monstrous creatures completely. Yifeng observed the arrival of the team led by Tuapa and DC Pulse, accompanied by Kasala Air, Buin, and Taba. The four launched their attacks almost simultaneously, swiftly surrounding the monstrous foe. Justice Iron School. The light of justice. Justice crushed. Each of them unleashed their most potent abilities in unison, aiming to vanquish the enemy in the shortest possible time and minimize the city's calamities. In mere seconds, the monster had been subdued. Undeniably. The Pride of Universe 11's elite team possesses considerable strength, particularly Tuapa and DCPA. Yifeng glanced around but felt no presence stronger than that of Tuapa, indicating that Jillian was not present. Hey, who are you two? Do you not realize how perilous this place is? Kaeslar suddenly turned to Yifeng and Latsili, inquiring, as the area had been completely evacuated. Only the two of them remained. Apologies, we shall take our leave. Yifeng smiled and nodded. Since Jillian was not present, there was no need for him to entangle himself with the others. After all, the formidable Tuapa was not much stronger than the Super Blue. Having forsaken his own sense of justice to become a god of destruction, he had suffered a severe beating from Vegeta and was eliminated. Thus, this kind of individual did not warrant much of his attention. Just as Yifeng turned to leave, Tuapa suddenly called out coldly to him. Chapter 103, Beerus's cousin? Yifeng turned his body once more, his expression serene as he gazed at Tuapa. What is it? Do you have something to say? Who are you? I sense an unusual energy emanating from you. Tuapa fixed his gaze firmly on Yifeng, his demeanor grave as he inquired further. The woman appeared to be somewhat stronger than the average person, yet the man exuded a mysterious power that felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the energy he had sensed from the esteemed Wei Meida. A destroyer? That seemed implausible. There should be no such entity among the destroyers of the universe. He had never heard either Wei Meida or his master, Ma Kali Ta, mention this individual. His instincts warned him that this person was far from ordinary. Is that so? I don't seem to perceive anything remarkable about him, Tispa remarked, glancing at Yifeng before turning his attention back to Tuapa. He felt no strange energy or powerful fluctuations emanating from them. No, I believe they are indeed peculiar. The composure they exhibited earlier is not something an ordinary person would display in such a situation. At that moment, Mew's post companion, Kase La Air, spoke up. The populace had already been evacuated when the monster appeared, and even those who had not fled would not remain in such a place. Their calm demeanor bore no hint of the terror one would expect. This was not the reaction of a typical individual. I shall ask you once more. Who exactly are you? There should be no one like you in the 11th universe. Tuapo's tone was once again serious as he pressed for answers. The universe is vast. Are you certain you know everyone? Yifeng smiled faintly and addressed Tuapa. This fellow appeared to be portly and dull-witted. Yet he seemed rather astute. Despite my efforts to conceal the energy within my body, he still managed to sense it. While I cannot claim to know every individual in the universe, you are certainly not from the 11th universe. Speak. From which universe do you hail? As a candidate for the next god of destruction, Tuapa possessed knowledge far beyond that of an ordinary being. He was well aware that there were a total of 12 universes, and he was quite familiar with the gods of destruction from other realms as well. This information was imparted to him by the esteemed Wei Mei and Makalita. Oh, it seems you possess quite a wealth of knowledge. Yifeng shrugged and smiled. Since his ruse had been uncovered, he decided to drop the act and reveal his true intentions. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. Tuapa furrowed his brow. An individual from an alternate universe had materialized within his jurisdiction. Such an occurrence was unequivocally intolerable. What? He was indeed a being from another universe? TCP Yifeng was taken aback. As a core member of the Pride Squad, they possessed knowledge that eluded many others. Regardless of your intentions in this universe, I must caution you to vacate immediately. Otherwise, I may be compelled to take more drastic measures. Tuapa's tone had already taken on an authoritative edge. The justice and peace of this universe were safeguarded by the Pride Squad, and as the captain, he held the prerogative to expel this enigmatic individual. Is tourism not permitted either? Yifeng glanced at Tuapa and chuckled. This fellow seems a bit too serious, doesn't he? However, Tuapa's tone brooks no refusal. It appears there is nothing to be done. I initially wished to spare you the embarrassment in front of your teammates. Yifeng gently shook his head, realizing that Tuapa was determined to seek trouble with him. Will it be all right, Yifeng? Those individuals appear quite formidable. Lazili voiced her concerns from the side. The 5 adversaries seemed to possess considerable strength, and she feared that Yifeng might struggle to handle them alone. No worries. Rest assured, they are no match for me. Yifeng gently patted Latsili's hand, exuding an air of confidence as he spoke. Even with Jillian's presence, he felt no apprehension, let alone with just the few of them. Indeed, Latsili nodded, finding solace in Yi Feng's resolute gaze. TCH, that fellow seems entirely unprepared to depart. Allow me to teach him a lesson and demonstrate the prowess of our proud team, Kaeslar declared, clenching his fists as he addressed Tuapa. Agreed. However, do not strike until his identity and intentions are ascertained. Tuapa cautioned Kaeslar. They were guardians of peace, and it was rare for them to resort to lethal force unless that individual threatened the lives of others in the universe. Understood, Kaeslar nodded, fully aware of the principles upheld by the proud team. With that, he stepped forward, golden energy flickering around his fist. Prepare to be subdued. Justice bombardment. A deep voice emanated from Kaeslar as the energy in his hand transformed into a shockwave, hurtling towards Yifeng. It was a flamboyant display. Yifeng cast a glance at the so-called justice bomber, and with a mere lift of his hand, he effortlessly deflected the energy wave. It appears there is some degree of strength here. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my power. The sword of justice, Kaeslar, crossed his arms, and golden blades of energy emanated directly from his palms, forming two luminous swords. In an instant, he lunged forward, launching an attack towards Yifeng. TCH. Truly an overestimation of one's own capabilities. Yifeng's expression remained utterly unperturbed. He then narrowed his eyes slightly, causing Kaeslar to be sent hurtling backward. Bang! Kaeslar's body was propelled swiftly away, colliding with Bun and Tabar in the process. What? Who is this individual that can send Kaeslar flying with merely a glance? The eyes of Trope and Tispo widened in astonishment. Although Kaeslar's strength was inferior to theirs and Jillian's, he was by no means weak. He was certainly formidable. Who could have imagined that this man could obliterate Kaeslar with just a look? What kind of power must one possess for such a feat? Or could it be that he wields supernatural abilities? Trope furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. Even if he were in Kaeslar's position, he would not be capable of such a display. It appears that this is a troublesome adversary. Trope, allow me to handle him, Tispo offered, stepping forward. After all, he was a warrior of supersonic speed, possessing the fastest velocity in the universe. No foe could evade his pursuit, and his might was not solely derived from speed. His strength was equally impressive. What? Is it now the turn of Beerus's relative? Yifeng glanced at Tispo, who bore an 8/10 resemblance to Beerus, and smiled as he remarked, these two individuals do indeed share a striking similarity. No wonder Xiangpa remarked that Tispo looks quite like Beerus. Chapter 104. The universe's fastest speed? Get down. Humph. Although I am unaware of what you are saying, this time I shall certainly bring you down. Tispo declared defiantly to Yifeng, exuding an air of confidence in his own prowess. He believed that, apart from Jiren, no one in the universe could possibly match his speed. Is that so? It seems that fellow just uttered a similar sentiment, did he not? Yifeng pointed to the unconscious Kaeslar and spoke with a hint of disdain. TCH, you've truly become too arrogant. Allow me to demonstrate the formidable prowess of my proud team, Tispo. The moment Tispo's voice echoed, his figure vanished in an instant. Swiftly, even the likes of Hit found himself at a considerable disadvantage compared to Tispo. He reappeared before Yifeng almost instantaneously. As the justice kick materialized in front of Yifeng, Tispo unleashed a powerful kick aimed directly at him. With lightning speed, Yifeng's right foot shot up, delivering a powerful kick to Tispo's chest. Bang! In the next moment, Tispo was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. What? That scoundrel must have merely gotten lucky. Tispo rubbed his chest, his face contorted with anger. It was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. Otherwise, with his speed, no one could have seen his movements clearly. With this thought in mind, Tispo charged at Yifeng once more. Wait, Tispo. He was abruptly halted by Tuapo's voice. What's the matter, Tuapa? Tispo paused, looking towards Tuapa. Why did Tuapa want him to stop? That fellow has fully discerned your movements. Unleash your full strength. Otherwise, you stand no chance against him. Tuapa stated calmly. He did not believe that the previous hit was merely a coincidence. Understood. Tispo nodded, placing great faith in Tuapo's words. You better come to your senses quickly. Next, you shall face the Vanguard Captain, the speed warrior Tispo. Tispo clenched his fists tightly, striking what he believed to be an impressively cool pose. However, in Yifeng's eyes, he appeared as a foolish child, tainted by Jinyu and Son Gohan, suffering from the late stages of a Chinibyo. Suddenly, an aura enveloped Tispo, suggesting a surge in his power, albeit not dramatically so. Just a moment. I will resolve this soon. Yifeng smiled at Latsili and then erected a barrier around her. This barrier was formidable enough that even a powerful strike might not breach it. Be cautious, he advised, and Latsili nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Tispo's body suddenly darted forward. One could not deny the remarkable speed of this individual, which even left Yifeng in awe. Without hesitation, he remarked that Tispo's swiftness could rival his own, provided he refrained from employing the Zen ultimate skill in his full-powered form. Should he unleash those abilities, the disparity between them would become pronounced. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, and in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Whoosh! In the next moment, his body vanished without a trace. Bang! Subsequently, a muffled groan echoed from the sky, and a massive shockwave erupted. Then, a figure shot forth like a bullet from a gun. Bang! 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 Instantly, several hundred skyscrapers were obliterated, and he was ultimately embedded into a rock wall miles away. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed from Tispo's lips. What? That scoundrel not only discerned his form but also possessed an unfathomable disparity in power. Tispo, with a pained expression, murmured softly. Apart from Jiren, this was the first time he had encountered such a formidable foe. So overwhelming that even in the face of his greatest asset, speed, he found himself unable to triumph. In the next heartbeat, Yifeng suddenly appeared before Tispo. Humph! With such meager speed, you dare to proclaim yourself the fastest in the universe? It seems you truly are oblivious to your own limitations. Yifeng gazed at Tispo with a mocking expression, a cold smile gracing his lips. Tispo's face flushed crimson, yet he found himself at a loss for words to retort, feeling utterly drained of strength in his body. As Yifeng's voice resonated, a powerful fist struck Tispo squarely in the face, rendering him unconscious. Tispo had come to the 11th universe primarily to engage in battle with Jiren, seeking to enhance his own strength through combat. Thus, he had no intention of taking lives. Moreover, from the perspective of the 11th universe, although the Pride Troopers exhibited a certain degree of youthful exuberance, they undeniably possessed a profound sense of justice and were genuinely concerned about the peace and stability of the cosmos. As for their god of destruction, Vermouth, opinions were more ambiguous. He often emanated a distinctly sinister aura. Just then, Topo rushed over. Tispo! Topo exclaimed, observing Tispo, who lay embedded in the rocks, unconscious. He furrowed his brow tightly. Fortunately, this fellow merely knocked Tispo out. I had warned you that I did not wish for you to suffer humiliation before your comrades. However, it seems your team will not witness that spectacle this time. Yifeng shrugged and addressed Tuapa. Initially, he had no intention of getting entangled with them. But since they insisted on causing him trouble, there was no alternative. As for you, I shall not let you off easily. Tuapa gritted his teeth and, astonishingly, knocked out 4 members of the Proud team in an instant. Despite the formidable strength of Tiz Pua and Casalier, they were swiftly defeated within mere seconds. This was undeniably a provocation and humiliation for the Proud team. As the captain, he felt compelled to shatter this indignity with a righteous iron will. Dream on. You are not even my match. Yifeng shook his head and addressed Tuapa. Even if Tuapa had forsaken justice to become a deity of destruction, he could never be a match for him, especially not in his current state. With a sense of caution against hubris and the radiance of justice, Tuapa unleashed a thunderous roar, and his right hand released a series of energy orbs from the tips of his 5 fingers. Yifeng's body was instantly enveloped by the shockwave and thick smoke of the explosion. Chapter 105. Let the battle begin. Jillian. The ground was marred by a series of energy orbs, creating a vast crater, while the smoke gradually dissipated. A blurred silhouette emerged within Tuapo's line of sight. What? Tuapo's expression changed. Was his righteous flash utterly ineffective against him? As the smoke cleared completely, Yifeng reappeared, untouched by Tuapo's energy orbs. Not even a speck of dust clinging to him. Is this the extent of your assault? Yifeng smiled lightly, teasingly addressing Tuapa. It hardly even qualifies as a tickle. Who is this fellow from which universe, possessing such terrifying power? Tuapa was taken aback. His earlier attack was certainly not something an ordinary individual could withstand. To emerge unscathed from such a barrage, one's strength must be at least that of a god of destruction. Could it be that beings from other universes can surpass even the gods of destruction? Humph. But I shall not let you off the hook. A determined glint flashed in Tuapo's eyes as his body suddenly vanished, instantly reappearing before Yifeng. The fist of justice. Tuapo's fist was immensely heavy, the wind from his punch causing the air to crackle. He launched a powerful blow directly at Yifeng. This was his strongest attack thus far. If he could not defeat the individual before him with this, it would signify an insurmountable chasm between their strengths. Furthermore, He could not allow himself to forsake his ideals of justice and become a god of destruction. Yifeng lifted his gaze, observing the fist of Tuaopo descending with force. In an instant, he grasped Tuaopo's fist with a firm grip. Thunderous sounds erupted as the ground beneath them collapsed, causing Yifeng's feet to sink deeply into the earth. Do not tell me this is your utmost effort, Tuaopo. If so, I would be profoundly disappointed in you. Yifeng lifted his head, a gentle smile gracing his features as he gazed at Tuaopo, clearly unfazed and effortlessly capable of matching Tuaopo's intensity. In contrast, Tuaopo's face contorted in a grimace from the strain of exertion, revealing the extent of his efforts. Yet, Yifeng remained composed and untroubled. Was the disparity truly this vast? Tuaopo had come to a profound realization of the insurmountable chasm that lay between him and Yifeng. Go on, join your teammates. Yifeng suddenly revealed a row of gleaming white teeth before delivering a powerful punch to Top's abdomen. With a resounding thud, a spray of crimson blood erupted from Top's mouth as his body was sent hurtling backward through the air. At that very moment, a crimson figure materialized out of nowhere, effortlessly catching Top's plummeting form. Sensing the rescue, Top swiftly turned his head. Jiren? Staring at the familiar face, Top gasped in astonishment. A wave of shame soon washed over his features. Never before had their entire Pride Troopers squad, 5 elite warriors, been so thoroughly defeated. Disgrace. Utter disgrace. I'm sorry. It seems we still needed you to step in after all, Top muttered awkwardly to Jiren. Yet, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Jiren rarely intervened to assist them. His unexpected appearance now suggested that perhaps, deep down, he did acknowledge them as comrades. Jiren, that guy is strong. Be careful, Top quickly warned, noticing Jiren's silence. Your fight is over. Rest, Jiren replied impassively, descending gracefully before gently placing Top on the ground. Step by deliberate step, he advanced toward Yifeng. Jiren, so, you finally shown yourself? Yifeng gazed at the enigmatic figure clad in red, his face finally illuminating with a sense of exhilaration. From this individual, he sensed an unprecedented surge of formidable power, one that might rival even the destructive prowess of Beerus. Depart from Universe 11. Jiren's voice echoed coldly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, reminiscent of a soulless automaton. Leave this place? What if I choose not to? Yifeng suddenly smiled and turned to Jillian, questioning. His intention was to engage in a fierce battle with him, and now that he had encountered him, how could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Die here. Jillian's voice remained as cold as iron, imbued with a palpable murderous intent. It was as if the chilling tone itself was a tangible force, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Indeed, it was different. This oppressive aura was almost beyond belief. Yifeng pressed his lips together, his eyes shimmering with excitement. It seemed that he would finally have the opportunity to engage in a glorious battle. This time, he was determined to fight Jillian earnestly. In dire circumstances, he would strive to refrain from utilizing his time-stopping and dimensional abilities. Seeing that Yifeng showed no intention of departing, wearing a faint smile on his face, it became clear that should he disregard the warning, he would not hesitate to strike him down. Subsequently, a crimson aura emanated from Scheit's head as he launched a powerful punch directly towards Yifeng. The energy surged forth like a sword of light, moving with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously closing the distance to Yifeng. Yifeng slightly tilted his head, and the chi flame sword shot out, grazing his ear. Boom. In the next instant, dozens of towering mountains behind Yifeng collapsed with a thunderous roar, reduced to mere rubble. The might of a single punch evoked a palpable fear. Undeniably, you are the fastest learner I have ever encountered. The smile on Yifeng's face gradually faded, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness. Since Jiren had already commenced battle, there was no need for him to engage in unnecessary probing. It seems fortune favors you for now, but with the next punch, your luck will surely diminish. As Jiren's voice echoed, Yifeng suddenly clenched his fist tightly. A deep roar erupted from his throat, and a vibrant green aura enveloped his entire being. He transformed into the full power state of a Super Saiyan. Then, Yifeng concentrated all his energy within himself. This is all my strength. Let us engage in battle. Jiren. Yifeng tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, excitement flickering like flames in his eyes. This battle promised to be particularly exhilarating. Oh, no wonder he was able to defeat Tuaopo. He is indeed extraordinary. Jiren's large eyes subtly shifted, revealing a look of astonishment. Chapter 106. Fierce Battle. Destruction of the planet. This power is something I have never felt in any human before. However, such strength is merely sufficient to vanquish those of their ilk. Jiren, showing no regard for Tuaopo's feelings, coldly remarked. Undeniably, The strength of this individual is formidable. He may even rival Wei Mei. Nevertheless, such power does not warrant my concern. By your tone, it seems you are somewhat different from those others. Yifeng glanced at Jillian, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jillian was indeed formidable. Yet should he unleash the powers of time and space along with the supreme art of freedom, vanquishing him would not pose a significant challenge. You shall know once you try. Jillian's voice resonated, and in an instant, he launched another strike towards Yifeng. Yifeng, maintaining the same posture, launched a powerful punch towards Jillian. In an instant, two streams of crimson and verdant energy collided with one another. Boom. The moment the two immense energies clashed, a tremendous explosion ensued. Yifeng and Jillian were simultaneously thrust back several dozen paces by a terrifying shockwave. In stark contrast, Tuapa and Mu Sipu were hurled thousands of miles away. The entire planet, designated as 05, quaked violently in that instant, obscured by a shroud of chaos that evoked images of an apocalypse. This tremor persisted for a full 30 seconds before finally abating. Between Yifeng and Jillian, a chasm spanning 100 feet appeared, stretching for miles as if cleaving the planet in twain. Cursed be the strength of Jillian and that individual, their power seemed insurmountable. If this continued, it was likely that the planet would meet its doom. From a distance, Tuapa gazed at the figures of Yifeng and Jillian. Concern etched across his features. They were the proud guardians of peace throughout the universe, yet at this moment, they found themselves powerless to halt the impending destruction. The weight of this reality weighed heavily upon him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jillian and Yifeng locked eyes, both radiating an intense determination. In the next heartbeat, they moved in perfect synchrony. The air crackled with explosive sounds as shock waves erupted with each clash, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to cave in. The frequency of the planet's tremors escalated, suggesting an imminent explosion. Tuapa, observing the fierce battle, noted the growing tempest overhead and the relentless quaking beneath. Rocks floated eerily in midair, conjuring an end-of-the-world atmosphere. Resolutely, he transported Dispit and Kasai La air back to headquarters, urging a swift evacuation from this perilous locale. Fortunately, foresight had guided them to implement such measures decades prior. The tumultuous battle raged on, with Jillian and Yifeng exchanging blows, fists, elbows, and knees transforming into instruments of destruction. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ground, extending into the bustling cityscape. Towering skyscrapers toppled, devoured mercilessly by the yawning fissures. This clash endured for many minutes, and it appeared Tuapa had successfully relocated all humans to other planets. Jillian sensed a profound stillness. The presence of humanity had vanished. This was the evacuation protocol of their proud team, designed to ensure the swift and safe departure of all in the face of calamity. Never had they anticipated such a dire situation, especially with Tuapa, the quasi-deity of destruction, overseeing them. With humanity now safely evacuated, Jillian felt liberated to engage in earnest combat. Casting a glance at Yifeng, a spark ignited in his eyes, and in a flash, he surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Yifeng's jaw. The sheer force sent Yifeng hurtling backward, his form piercing through the planet and into the vastness of space. Yet, in the next instant, Yifeng reappeared behind Jillian, retaliating with equal vigor, striking him squarely in the back. The impact propelled Jillian across the terrain, leaving him with minor abrasions. This adversary's strength was indeed formidable. Yifeng rubbed his chest, feeling a sharp pain. Moments later, Jiren returned. His eyes filled with an expression of astonishment. He had not anticipated that after enhancing his own strength, this adversary had similarly increased his power. And his speed was astonishingly swift. It seemed that to defeat him, Yifeng would need to invest a bit more time. The two exchanged a glance before their bodies surged forward once more. Boom, boom, boom. Their fists collided relentlessly, causing the entire planet to sway like a solitary boat in turbulent waters. Bolts of lightning erupted from the epicenter of their clash. The ground lay in ruins. Mountains crumbled incessantly, murky waters cascaded, and the magma from erupting volcanoes flowed into the chaos. This punch will utterly annihilate you. Jiren's body radiated a crimson aura, and a brilliant light enveloped his head. It was palpable that Jiren's power surged dramatically once again. Annihilate me? You are still far from achieving that. The radiance emanating from Yifeng was nothing short of magnificent, his aura soaring into the heavens, rivaling that of Jillian. In the next instant, the two titans clashed with a resounding force. A colossal shockwave radiated outward in all directions. Suddenly, the verdant energy barrier surrounding number 18 Lotzi Li emitted a crisp sound, followed by the emergence of numerous fissures. At that moment, if one were to gaze upon the surface of the planet from the cosmos, it would appear as though it were ensnared in a web of cracks. Golden light burst forth from the crevices. This is not good. The planet is on the verge of an explosion. Yifeng furrowed his brow, sensing that this planet could no longer withstand the impending shock. The explosion of a planet carried immense power, though it might not inflict severe harm upon him. Superficial injuries were unavoidable. As his words fell, Yifeng swiftly withdrew his fist, his body suddenly appearing beside Latsili, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. In an instant, they vanished from the surface of the planet. Boom. The entire planet erupted almost simultaneously with their disappearance, akin to a splendid display of fireworks, a sight of remarkable grandeur. Chapter 107. A Sudden Ambush. The Saragana planet has been destroyed. Meanwhile, on another planet, Tuapa clenched his fist tightly, his voice laden with despair. That place had been their home for decades. And to think it was obliterated this very day. Moreover, it had been their stronghold, now rendered utterly non-existent. All of this was the doing of that wretched scoundrel. Evil, I shall never forgive him. Tuapa gripped his fist so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, blood trickling down his hand. Captain, could it be that even Jillian is no match for that scoundrel? At that moment, Keitel gazed somberly at Tuapa and inquired. In their eyes, Captain Tuapa was nearly an invincible figure. They never anticipated that even he had been defeated. Now, Jillian had also failed to thwart that rogue, leading to the destruction of the Saragana planet. Who could possibly be so powerful? What nonsense are you spouting, Keitel? There is no one in this world capable of rivaling Jillian. Upon hearing Keitel's words, Tisp immediately retorted loudly. Despite their defeats, Jillian was not one to falter. The disparity between them and Jillian was insurmountable. Just as Tispo's voice subsided, a grass-green light pierced through the void, penetrating Tispo's right chest. Subsequently, two figures materialized before Tuapa and the others. These two were none other than Yifeng and Latsili, who had instantaneously transported from the Saragana planet. Ah! Tispa cried out in pain. The preceding attack had transpired in the blink of an eye, and he had been utterly unable to evade it. It seems you hold great faith in Jillian. Yifeng glanced at the astonished faces surrounding him and spoke with a calm demeanor. What? You survived the explosion of the planet? Tuapa gazed at Yifeng in disbelief, murmuring to himself. Moreover, he had arrived on this planet. Yet Jiren had not made an appearance. Could it be that Jiren had fallen? Unthinkable, absolutely impossible. Jiren is the mightiest cosmic warrior. A being they regarded as more powerful than a god. Defeat was inconceivable. Captain, let us join forces and eliminate this scoundrel. Kakarot glared at Yifeng, gritting his teeth. This fellow's arrogant expression was far too dismissive of their proud team. Don't be naive, Kakarot. If Jiren has truly been defeated, then even our combined strength will be futile. Kassler interjected. He had personally experienced the might of the individual before them. With just a glance, Yifeng had effortlessly vanquished him along with Bu and Taba. Even if they all attacked together, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Just as the group was at a loss on how to confront Yifeng, Jiren's figure suddenly manifested behind him. Jiren's face was contorted with rage, appearing somewhat disheveled. The proud team uniform was tattered beyond recognition, yet his fury remained undiminished. Clenching his fist tightly, he gritted his teeth and glared at Yifeng. Oh, have you finally arrived? Yifeng turned his head and glanced at the furious Jillian. Speaking in a calm tone, he certainly did not naively believe that the explosion of a mere planet could bring about Jillian's demise. However, he was indeed taken aback by how quickly Jillian had found him, especially since he had employed instantaneous movement. Damn it, I will never forgive you. Jillian shouted angrily at Yifeng. The earlier incident was undoubtedly a blow to his pride. It had been a long time since he had found himself in such a disheveled state. Is that so? I never expected you to forgive me. Yifeng spoke softly, then once again enveloped Latsili in a protective shield of energy. It seemed that this time, Jillian was prepared to engage in an unrestrained battle against him. You loquacious scoundrel, perish. Jillian's body flickered and surged toward Yifeng, his speed heightened to such an extent that Tuapa and the others could hardly discern his form. If you wish to kill me, you are still far from worthy. Yifeng coldly concluded his words, and a brilliant emerald glow enveloped him as he surged forward to meet Jillian in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the moment of their collision unleashed a terrifying shockwave that sent Tuapa and everyone else hurtling through the air. The overwhelming force of the shockwave knocked everyone off their feet, causing them to spew blood. Those of lesser strength were immediately rendered unconscious. Jillian, do you intend to annihilate this planet as well? Tuapa observed the fierce battle between Jillian and Yifeng and addressed Jillian, aware that if the latter continued to fight with such ferocity, they would all be obliterated by the shockwaves. Jillian, we are comrades. Tissy looked at Jillian, enduring his pain as he spoke. Comrades, I have no need for allies. I can resolve all battles on my own, and I will trust no one, Jillian replied coldly. Glancing at Tuapa and Tissipa, despite knowing them for over 20 years, he had never regarded them as true partners. He would never place his faith in anyone. For without trust, there could be no betrayal, a lesson his own experiences had indelibly etched into his mind. The haunting memories of his people's annihilation replayed in his thoughts incessantly. With a furious roar, Jillian unleashed a crimson energy that erupted around him like a newly forged blade piercing the heavens, and he hurled his fist towards Yifeng with unrelenting force. Yifeng also chose to confront head-on. With a resounding thud, he was sent staggering back several dozen steps. Damn, his strength has actually increased again. Is this fellow a monster? Yifeng furrowed his brow and spoke in a somber tone. Initially, he sought to engage in combat with Jillian to enhance his own strength. But it now appeared that he had inadvertently awakened Jillian's latent potential. Just at that moment, Yifeng suddenly sensed a wave of peril, accompanied by an energy that felt strikingly familiar. Without turning his head, Yifeng unleashed a beam of destructive energy from his fingertips. Upon turning back, he witnessed his destructive energy effortlessly dispersing another wave of similar force. In the air, two figures materialized, the god of destruction from the 11th universe, Wei Mei, alongside the angel Makalita. It is rather infuriating to witness a god of destruction resorting to underhanded tactics. A look of anger appeared on Yifeng's face. The very presence of such a person was utterly detestable to him. Suddenly, a magnificent silver aura enveloped Yifeng, causing both Makalita and Wei Mei to gasp in astonishment. Chapter 108 Such a dismal defeat. The technique of ultimate freedom? Wei Mei and Makalita exclaimed in unison, their surprise palpable. How could this be? A mere human has comprehended the ultimate freedom technique. A look of shock and profound discomfort crossed Wei Mei's face. None of the destroyers had undergone such an advanced level of training. It was unfathomable that a human could grasp what even the gods could not. To the divine, this was a profound humiliation, a staggering affront. Your recent despicable actions have greatly unsettled me. Thus I implore you to reconsider your ways. At this moment, Yifeng had already invoked the ultimate freedom technique. Initially, he had no intention of employing this power, but Wei Mei's provocations had irked him. Therefore, he resolved to impart a lasting lesson. Yifeng's figure abruptly materialized behind Wei Mei. A momentary displacement. Even Wei Mei did not anticipate that Yifeng's swiftness would be so astonishing. Yifeng's fist shimmered with a silvery radiance as he launched a powerful strike. Arrogant mosquito. Do you truly believe that such a being poses any threat to a deity? Suddenly, Wei Mei shouted and turned, hurling a punch towards Yifeng. However, before his fist could even make contact, Yifeng's own punch emerged from the side, striking Wei Mei squarely in the face. With a resounding thud, Wei Mei's body was propelled back like an arrow shot from a bow. Yifeng swiftly reappeared in front of him, delivering a heavy kick to Wei Mei's face. The impact echoed as Wei Mei was sent skidding across the ground, leaving a startling trail in his wake. What? The expressions of Tuapa and the others shifted dramatically, while the members of the proud battle team behind them stood in stunned silence. Wei Mei had been defeated in an instant? It was as if an adult had effortlessly bested a child. It was beyond comprehension. Margarita glanced at Wei Mei and then at Yifeng, astonishment evident in her eyes. This diminutive human appeared to possess not only mastery of the ultimate freedom technique but also the powers of time and space, as well as the skills of a destroyer god. Such abilities, even if one could grasp just one, would elevate a being to the pinnacle of any universe. Yet he had seemingly mastered all three. It was truly unfathomable. Though Wei Mei had been careless, his defeat was not unjust. This young man was simply too formidable. It was not only Wei Mei who would struggle against him, even Jillian would find himself outmatched. Suddenly, Wei Mei reappeared before Yifeng, rage practically radiating from his eyes. He had never imagined this individual would humiliate him so thoroughly. Damn it, you dare show disrespect to a destroyer god? I shall annihilate you. Consumed by fury, Wei Mei conjured a massive energy sphere and hurled it towards Yifeng. Such worthless trash. Do not disgrace yourself further. Yifeng scoffed disdainfully, then delivered a powerful kick to the destructive energy sphere. The massive sphere was effortlessly sent flying, having transformed into a mere energy orb in the wake of his newfound destructive prowess. It posed no threat to him whatsoever. Moreover, Wei Mei's strength was inherently inferior to that of Jillian, allowing Yifeng to deal with him with ease. Coupled with his mastery of the ultimate freedom technique, his power vastly surpassed that of both Jillian and Wei Mei. Impossible. My destructive energy. Wei Mei, his brow furrowed tightly, struggling to believe that the destructive energy had no effect on him. Lord Wei Mei, did you not notice? That little fellow has also mastered the destructive ability. At that moment, Makalita reminded Wei Meida. What? Are you saying that a mere mortal, who has yet to master the ultimate freedom technique, possesses the destructive ability? Wei Meida questioned incredulously, realizing he had indeed overlooked this fact. And it's not just that. Makalita gently shook her head, speaking softly. Jillian, Torpo. This individual is rather peculiar. Let us join forces to eliminate him. Acknowledging Yifeng's formidable strength, Wei Meida called out to Jillian and Torpo without regard for his image. A human with such prowess poses a threat to the gods. More importantly, he wields divine power. If he continues to grow, the consequences would be unfathomable. Therefore, we must eliminate him today. Lord Wei Meida, Torpo stood up, appearing directly in front of him. He too sensed the threat Yifeng presented, and the destruction of the Saragana planet was unforgivable. What are you doing, Jillian? Wei Meida glanced at the motionless Jillian, his voice suddenly turning cold. At that moment, Jillian slowly raised his head, anger flickering in his eyes. Wei Meida, who gave you the right to meddle? Jillian retorted, seemingly dismissing Wei Meida's authority, questioning him with a reproachful expression. He had been engaged in a fierce battle with Yifeng, who had unexpectedly launched a sneak attack, and regardless of how he felt, Jillian considered it a profound humiliation. Fool, what are you even saying? Stop being so self-important. Your strength alone is insufficient to contend with him, Wei Meida admonished loudly. This insolent brat, relying on his power that surpasses that of the god of destruction, disrespects us. And now, he dares to flaunt his sense of justice and fairness in such a time. How utterly foolish. I would willingly accept death at his hands. But if you dare to interrupt my battle, do not blame me for being merciless, Jillian coldly replied, fixing his icy gaze upon Wei Meida. You truly surprise me. Jillian, allow me to deal with these so-called garbage gods first, and then I shall engage you in a proper battle. Yifeng suddenly smiled at Jillian. The words spoken by Jillian earlier had evoked genuine admiration within him. Perhaps they could become excellent rivals in the future, or even friends. The obstinate fool, Wei Meida, furrowed her brows tightly, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Jillian. How dare this fellow put her in such an awkward position? In Chapter 109, preparations for upgrading the Zizai Gong commenced. Lord Wei Meida, Jillian's character is precisely this. If we join forces, we should be able to defeat that scoundrel, said Tua Per, glancing at Yifeng before addressing Wei Meida. There was no denying that the human from another universe was indeed formidable. Yet Lord Wei Meida was a bona fide deity of destruction. The unexpected turn of events earlier was undoubtedly due to her carelessness, which led to her minor setback. With my assistance, we shall surely conquer him. Agreed. Let us strike together. Wei Meida nodded, naively convinced of her previous oversight, vowing that such an incident would never recur. Alas, it seems Lord Wei Meida is destined to be struck. Observing Wei Meida and Tua Pa, Makalita subtly shook her head, feeling a twinge of sympathy. The two were completely oblivious to the prowess of that little fellow, or perhaps they simply refused to believe that a mere human could wield such incredible power. In the next moment, Wei Meida and Tuopt erupted forward in unison, appearing before Yifeng in the blink of an eye. Dark purple flames enveloped their forms as they unleashed a frenzied assault against Yifeng. The force of their strikes resonated through the air. Yet their attacks barely grazed Yifeng's body. Yifeng moved with a gentle grace, appearing exceedingly slow, yet he remained untouched. I have heard from Makalita that this ability is known as the ultimate freedom technique. Is that so? It seems to present quite a challenge. Jillian glanced at Yifeng, enveloped in a silvery aura, and furrowed his brow. Although reluctant to admit it, he recognized that Yifeng had undoubtedly surpassed him at this moment. At that instant, Wei Mei and Tuopa simultaneously unleashed energy spheres towards Yifeng. However, he effortlessly evaded them all. In the next moment, Yifeng suddenly appeared before Tuopa, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. The impact was tremendous. Tuopo's body recoiled as his eyes widened in shock, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated in an instant. What? Tuopa has been defeated? Wei Mei's expression turned increasingly worried. She never anticipated that the quasi-destroyer god, Tuopa, could be so easily vanquished by that scoundrel. What is it, Lord Destroyer? Are you afraid? Yifeng glanced at Wei Meida, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he inquired, How dare you be so arrogant? In response, Wei Meida unleashed a relentless barrage of destructive energy towards Yifeng. However, Yifeng effortlessly deflected the attacks, remaining completely stationary. Yifeng flashed once more, tracing a silvery arc through the air before landing beside Wei Meida. Grasping Wei Meida's jester-like visage, he forcefully thrust him into the mountainside. At that moment, Pinned against the stone, Wei Meida found himself utterly incapable of resistance, for Yifeng's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. God, how feeble! The disdainful voice echoed as a sphere of energy suddenly coalesced in his palm, exploding against Wei Meida's chest. Boom! The detonation of the energy sphere obliterated the peak behind Wei Meida, sending his body hurtling through the air. In truth, Yifeng harbored a considerable animosity towards Wei Meida. Were it anyone else who had ambushed him from behind, he would have undoubtedly struck without hesitation. However, this reluctance was not born from fear of Wei Meida's status as the god of destruction, but rather from his acute awareness that an angel's duty encompasses the protection of such deities in times of peril. Though he could easily subdue the god of destruction, the angel would never tolerate the slaying of one. Thud, thud, thud. After rolling a dozen times on the ground, Wei Meida finally came to a halt. The earlier explosion was no ordinary occurrence, and even Wei Meida must have felt its severity, having effortlessly dealt with Tu Pu and Wei Meida. Yifeng now stood before Jillian. Shall we continue, Jillian? Yifeng gazed at Jillian and spoke. Oh, are you certain you wish to proceed? I can wait until you have regained your strength, and then we can engage in a fair battle. At that moment, Jillian unexpectedly interjected. What? Yifeng was taken aback. He never anticipated that Jiren would utter such naive words. He sought to defeat him, and now was a prime opportunity. Having just unleashed both the Ultra Instinct and the full power of Super Saiyan, he had expended a considerable amount of energy in his endeavor to swiftly subdue Wei Meida. It seemed that Jiren too was beginning to feel the decline in his stamina. This is indeed your golden chance to overcome me. Should you let this opportunity slip by, you shall forever remain my inferior. Yifeng gazed at Jillian, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. He believed that as his strength continued to grow, the chasm between himself and Jillian would only widen. Humph, do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. Do you truly believe you are the sole genius in this world? Jillian retorted, his gaze icy as he regarded Yifeng. Were I not a prodigy, I would not have surpassed the realm of the god of destruction through my cultivation. Do not mistake a decline in my physical prowess as an indication that you have become my equal, Jillian. Yifeng suddenly smiled with newfound confidence as he spoke to Jiren. In an instant, he reverted from his Super Saiyan form, settling into the state of Ultra Instinct. At this moment, he experienced a shift in perspective. Initially, he intended to harness Jiren's formidable power to elevate his own strength, hoping to surpass the level of Super Saiyan 2. However, he realized that Jiren was not even a match for his full Super Saiyan power, rendering the endeavor rather futile. Encountering an equally matched opponent was a rare opportunity, yet it failed to aid his growth. Perhaps he could still refine his Ultra Instinct through combat. This arrogant fool ought to learn some humility. There should be limits to one's hubris. Observing, Yifeng willingly abandoned his transformation. Opting instead to engage him using only Ultra Instinct, Jiren's eyes ignited with fury. This individual clearly looked down upon him. If he wanted Jiren to unleash his full potential, he would first have to overcome his Ultra Instinct. Yifeng curled his lips into a provocative smile as he addressed Jillian. Chapter 110, Driven to Desperation. A complete outburst. Arrogant fool, allow me to thoroughly bring you down. Jillian was also incensed by Yifeng's audacious demeanor. He had never encountered such an insolent individual. Even though his physical abilities were waning, this man remained stubbornly intent on battling. Is that so? Then by all means, give it a try. Yifeng assumed a remarkably serious combat stance. Jiren's observation was indeed accurate. His physical stamina had encountered significant issues. Should he attempt to unleash the Ultra Instinct technique while in the state of Ultra Instinct and Ultra Instinct at full power, the energy expenditure would be tremendous. He estimated that he could hardly sustain such a form for over 5 minutes. Thus, he resolved to engage in battle solely in the state of Ultra Instinct, gradually recuperating his stamina. Perhaps amidst adversity, his mastery of Ultra Instinct could undergo further enhancement. At that moment, Jiren's body flickered, his speed remaining undiminished. Even Topo could merely perceive a fleeting flash of crimson energy. Yifeng's body instinctively recoiled, narrowly evading Jillian's assault. The essence of the extreme intent technique lies in the complete dissociation of consciousness and muscle, allowing the muscles to react subconsciously. However, such enhancement is not without its limits. After Jillian's punch missed its target, he swiftly pivoted and launched another attack towards Yifeng. The dual energies enveloped him like flames, striking down upon Yifeng with a ferocity akin to a torrential storm. The air around them resonated with a deep, thunderous sound as Yifeng found himself in a passive position, forced to continually evade. The swiftness of Jillian's onslaught left Yi Feng bereft of any opportunity to counterattack. Retreating, he pressed backward once more. Yi Feng retreated a considerable distance, perhaps dozens of feet. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Jillian's fist connected squarely with Yi Feng's chest. His body was propelled backward as he felt a searing pain in his chest, akin to being struck by flames. This guy's punch is incredibly powerful. Yi Feng furrowed his brow and, in a somber tone, gazed at Ji Lian as he spoke. At that moment, Ji Lian's fist came crashing towards him once more. Yi Feng felt a surge of energy coursing through his body as he leaped into the air. Boom! Rumbling echoes followed. Yi Feng successfully evaded Jillian's punch, causing the hard ground to collapse beneath the force of the blow, creating a gaping chasm of 100 feet in diameter, unfathomable in depth. At this moment, Yi Feng found himself suspended in midair, gazing down at the alarming pit below. "How long do you intend to hide?" Jillian inquired coolly, lifting his gaze to meet Yi Feng's in the sky. Harnessing the freedom of the ultimate intent technique, Yi Feng was akin to an elusive eel, making it exceedingly difficult for Jillian's attacks to inflict any genuine harm. "Until I am capable of defeating you," Yi Feng spoke earnestly, acknowledging that in his current state, without unleashing his full power transformation, it was indeed impossible for him to be a match for Jiren. However, if he could seize the opportunity to comprehend the perfected Ultra Instinct, he would undoubtedly be capable of defeating Jiren. The disparity between the imperfect Ultra Instinct and the perfected Ultra Instinct was not trivial. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me in your present condition?" Such delusions. Following Jiren's words, his body suddenly appeared above Yi Feng, his fists tightly clenched before striking heavily down upon Yi Feng's head. "What?" Yi Feng was taken aback, utterly astonished by the swiftness of Jillian. Before his body could even react, Jillian's fist had already descended heavily upon the crown of Yi Feng's head. With a resounding thud, Yi Feng's body was forcefully driven downwards. The moment he struck the ground, a massive crater nearly 1,000 meters wide and 100 meters deep was formed. Yi Feng found himself hunched over at the bottom of this colossal pit, his silvery aura gradually dissipating, clearly indicating that Jillian's earlier assault had inflicted significant damage upon him. "No matter who you are or how powerful you may be, this time I shall utterly defeat you," Jillian bellowed, standing defiantly in midair. Suddenly, his entire body was engulfed in crimson flames. These fiery tendrils swiftly extended over several hundred meters, transforming the planet into a blazing inferno as temperatures surged to several thousand degrees. With a fierce roar, Jillian unleashed a torrent of scarlet energy that cascaded down like a waterfall, overwhelming Yi Feng with an immense pressure that felt as though his very body was being crushed. The other members of the proud battle team wore expressions of dread, unable to move under the oppressive force exerted by Jillian, collapsing to the ground in submission. Even the god of destruction, Wei Mei, and his companion, Tuapa, hastily retreated several hundred meters. "Is this the full extent of Jillian's power?" Wei Mei thought, furrowing her brow. Despite being from the same universe, the sensation of being surpassed was indeed quite disheartening. "It seems that little fellow is about to reach his limit," said Makalita, observing Yi Feng with a calm demeanor. Jillian's full power was utterly terrifying. Furthermore, Yi Feng's energy levels were visibly declining, suggesting that his imperfect mastery of the ultimate technique was nearing its limits. "Yi Feng, you must summon your strength, hurry, and emerge," Lazuli urged anxiously. Recognizing Yi Feng's precarious position, the overwhelming pressure was palpable, a sensation like no other. Yi Feng remained at the bottom of the immense pit, enduring an unparalleled pressure. His fists were clenched tightly, and he was entirely enveloped by a fiery crimson aura. The energy surged towards him like a barrage of arrows, instilling an immense sense of weight upon him, one he had never experienced before. "Humph." Observing how that scoundrel was utterly at a loss this time, Wei Mei looked upon Yi Feng, who was in a disadvantaged position and cornered, a sinister smile of inner turmoil gracing her lips. Jillian was truly formidable, evoking astonishment. Tuapa gazed at the godlike figure of Jillian, expressing his admiration. Meanwhile, the ground beneath Yi Feng's feet gradually disintegrated, leaving only a solitary rock enveloped in his own aura. Indeed, this was the feeling. "I sense a tremendous energy within my body awakening." Yi Feng's body was slightly bent under the pressure, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Within him, a tremendous and terrifying force was gestating. Ha ha ha. In the next moment, Yi Feng emitted a beast-like roar, enveloped in a radiant white light. "What? That fellow has undergone another transformation." Upon witnessing Yi Feng's metamorphosis, Jillian's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 111, Awakening. Perfect freedom of ultimate skill. Immediately, Yifeng's body gradually rose to a stand. At that moment, sparks crackled amidst the crimson aura surrounding him, as the white energy emanating from Yifeng began to consume Jillian's scarlet energy. What? That scoundrel has transformed once more. The god of destruction, Wei Mei, displayed a look of astonishment. He had observed the battle between Yifeng and Jillian with clarity. Truly astonishing. That little fellow has turned from defense to offense. Makalita also expressed her surprise, having previously believed that Yifeng was entirely devoid of the capacity for resistance. This rascal is like an unkillable cockroach. Tuapa clenched his fists tightly. Just moments ago, Jillian was on the brink of victory. This scoundrel seems to have activated some hidden power, beginning to grow stronger once again. Meanwhile, Jillian, suspended in the air, sensed Yifeng's transformation. What level of enhancement do you intend to reach? However, defeating me will not be an easy feat. A rare smile graced the corners of Jillian's mouth. Such a formidable opponent indeed evokes immense exhilaration. Ha ha ha. Jillian roared once more as the crimson energy waterfall surged even more fiercely towards Yifeng. Ahoo. Yifeng gently inhaled and exhaled, slowly opening his eyes. In that fleeting moment, his pupils transformed into a silvery gray hue, and his once erect hair shifted to a brilliant white. His entire being radiated a cascade of resplendent light, embodying an aura that underwent a profound metamorphosis. Is this the ultimate mastery of the perfect freedom technique? It is an exquisitely refreshing sensation. Yifeng clenched his fists, a sensation beyond expression coursing through him. Every function of his body had been amplified countless times: speed, reflexes, and muscle perception. Margarita, that scoundrel, had he truly reached such a pinnacle? Wei Mei stared dumbfounded at the silvery figure, questioning Margarita. It was astonishing that a mere human could attain such a realm. Indeed, Lord Wei Mei. This is the true essence of the ultimate freedom technique, Margarita affirmed, his gaze fixed intently on Yifeng, disbelief shimmering in his eyes. The existence of such a mutant among humans was truly perplexing. Is this truly your power? No matter what, I shall defeat you. Jillian's eyes blazed with fervor. He then raised his fists high, summoning a colossal energy sphere above his head. It expanded rapidly, almost instantaneously growing to the size of half the universe. Cease at once. Jillian, your actions could obliterate the entire cosmos. Wei Mei shouted urgently. The power Jillian was unleashing possessed the potential to annihilate the universe itself. Has Jillian truly lost all restraint? Torpo murmured, fear evident in his eyes as he gazed at Jillian. Although Jillian was reclusive, he was known to be a valiant warrior, one who would never trivialize human life. Yet now, had he truly succumbed to rage? If that energy sphere were to be evaded by Yifeng, the entire universe would face obliteration. Such an act was beyond Jillian's character. Oblivious to Wei Mei and Torpo's astonishment and dread, Jillian resolutely hurled the energy sphere towards Yifeng. In the next instant, a silver flash streaked through, piercing the enormous crimson energy sphere. The cataclysmic force that could annihilate the universe dissipated in an instant, vanishing entirely. What? Jillian exclaimed in shock. His most powerful strike had been effortlessly countered. I have appeared before you, Jillian, I said calmly. You have lost. Wei Mei and Torpo exhaled deeply, relieved that Jillian's energy sphere had been neutralized, sparing the universe from imminent destruction. I lost. Jillian stared blankly at Yifeng, as if reeling from a tremendous blow. Lost? No, I have not lost. A fierce expression crossed Jillian's face, and with a roar, he charged at Yifeng. His fists pierced through Yifeng's afterimage. Bang, bang, bang. Without any visible movement from Yifeng, Jillian was struck dozens of times in an instant. Ah, ah, ah. Pained cries erupted from Jillian's throat. It is over, Jillian. Yifeng cast a faint glance at Jillian, his palm pressing directly against Jillian's chest. In an instant, Jillian was sent flying. It was overwhelming. I truly have lost, though it is hard to believe. This battle has indeed been exhilarating. As Jillian staggered backward, a hint of relief curved the corner of his mouth. Today, he has been defeated, yet this does not signify that he cannot rise again in the future. No, he must rise. He must devote himself even more fervently to his training, until he surpasses Yifeng. Thud. Jillian heavily crashed to the ground, the intense exertion and Yifeng's earlier strike leaving him unable to stand. Yifeng approached Jillian step by step, extending his hand towards him and declaring, You are the one I admire the most, and also the strongest opponent I have ever encountered, Jillian. Strive to become even stronger. I eagerly anticipate our next battle. Yifeng spoke from the heart. Jillian was indeed formidable, extraordinarily so. Furthermore, the fact that he had not allied with Wei Mei to confront him only deepened his admiration. Were it himself in that situation, he would have found it utterly impossible. Jillian fixed his gaze on Yifeng for a full 10 seconds, and only upon ascertaining the sincerity of his words did he lift his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, he resolved to grow stronger. The next time they met, he would surely defeat him. By the way, my name is Yi. Subsequently, Yifeng took the initiative to introduce himself to Jillian. Chapter 112. Overcoming the Wisdom of Heaven, Eradicating Zunua. Yifeng? Jillian rose to his feet, astonished as he regarded Yifeng. After battling for nearly an hour, he had honestly been unaware of his name. Now that Yifeng had voluntarily revealed it, it signified his acknowledgement of Jillian as a worthy opponent. I hail from the 7th universe. Should you ever feel your strength has increased, feel free to seek me out for a duel. I shall always welcome it. Yifeng's lips curled up slightly as he addressed Jiren. The 7th universe, you say? Very well, I shall seek you out once I grow stronger. However, I find it quite intriguing that although we have never met, you seem remarkably familiar with us. Why is that? Jiren inquired. From the onset of battle, this individual appeared to be aware of his connection to Toppo and the others. Even the god of destruction, Vermaud, seemed to be known to him. It is, indeed, rather perplexing. That is my secret, came the enigmatic reply. Yifeng shrugged and addressed Jillian. Of course, he could never disclose his identity as a traveler to anyone. Jillian scoffed and ceased his inquiries. Since he was unwilling to share, it was best to let it be. Jillian then vanished from the planet in a flash. Truly a stone-hearted individual, not even a word of farewell. Watching Jillian disappear, Yifeng shook his head. He then approached Lazili, as the emerald green energy orb gradually dissipated. You had me worried sick just now, I thought. Lazili looked at Yifeng with a reproachful expression, tears shimmering in her eyes. When she witnessed Yifeng in dire straits, she was genuinely terrified. Yet, within the energy barrier, she felt utterly powerless to assist. Don't worry. I told you not to fret, didn't I? How could they possibly be my match? Yifeng smiled gently, playfully pinching Lazili's cheek as he spoke. Subsequently, Yifeng and Lazili approached Wei Mei. What do you intend to do? Wei Mei inquired. Her voice tinged with a hint of trepidation as she glanced at Yifeng in a flustered manner. I merely wish to engage in a conversation with you. Why are you so anxious? Yifeng wore a faint smile on his face as he spoke to Wei Mei. However, Wei Mei could not shake the feeling that this fellow harbored ill intentions. Remember, today's ambush on me is far from settled. Today, an angel protects you. But once my power surpasses that of the angel, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. After Yifeng ominously concluded his words, his right knee suddenly struck heavily against Wei Mei's abdomen. This time, he exerted 8/10 of his strength on the foundation of his Ziji gong. With a resounding thud, she expelled a mouthful of sour liquid, collapsing to the ground while clutching her stomach, her face contorted in agony. The expressions of Tuopo and the other members of the proud battle team behind her were filled with fury. However, recalling the earlier confrontation between Yifeng and Jillian, they chose to obediently remain on the ground. After all, both Jillian and the god of destruction, Wei Mei, had been defeated. They dared not take the lead in this instance. You have already caused Lady Wei Mei a considerable loss of face. It is advisable to temper your actions, remarked Margarita with a faint smile. Of course, I am merely imparting a lesson on the principles of humanity. Yifeng turned to glance at Margarita, then gently clapped his hands and spoke softly. All right, it seems this place does not welcome us. Let us depart. After saying this, Yifeng took Lazili's hand and vanished from the sight of Margarita and Wei Mei. That despicable scoundrel, I will not let you escape. Wei Mei clenched his fists tightly, his jester-like face contorting into a fierce grimace. As a formidable destroyer, he could not abide such humiliation. Yifeng, where shall we go now? After leaving the 11th universe, the two were enveloped in a verdant barrier within the cosmos. Lazili inquired. Let us first return to the 7th universe. Yifeng began to speak, reflecting on the fact that he had been away for over 4 months. During his time, he had mastered the perfect freedom extreme technique through battles with Jillian. Additionally, he had received the destructive energy as a reward from the 6th universe, allowing him to return now. He anticipated that his return would certainly astonish those waiting for him. Lazili nodded in agreement, expressing her gratitude for the sustenance and attire provided by the universe, stating that she had more than enough of it. After executing a swift teleportation, Yifeng effortlessly arrived back in the seventh universe. However, this time, he did not head directly to Earth. Instead, he ventured to a location not far from it. It was said that a figure of immense knowledge and power resided there, and he sought to find this individual to pose some inquiries. Before Yifeng and Lazili lay not a planet, but rather an object reminiscent of a music box, only slightly larger than King Kai's planet. What is this place? Lazili inquired, gazing at the peculiar non-planetary entity before them. You will find out soon enough, Yifeng replied. Yifeng smiled and said, before me stands a grand hall, from which 4 oversized headed figures emerged. With an air of urgency, Lord Zuno mentioned an unexpected guest and instructed us to investigate. One of the oversized headed figures spoke. Take me to meet him. Yifeng spoke coldly. I apologize, but if you do not have an appointment, you may have to wait approximately 7 years to meet Lord Zuno. The big-headed doll replied to Yifeng with an expressionless demeanor. What a hassle. Yifeng murmured softly, and a tremendous surge of energy erupted from his body, instantly propelling the 4 individuals away. He then strolled into the grand hall. At that moment, the one known as the all-knowing Lord Zuno appeared within the hall. How did you manage to enter? Zuno inquired, directing his gaze towards Yifeng and Razali. However, upon catching sight of Razali, a lascivious glint flickered in Zuno's eyes. Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he coldly declared, from now on, I will ask, and you shall answer. Who are you? Leave at once. Upon hearing Yifeng's tone, Zuno spoke up, having never encountered such an arrogant guest before. A sudden beam of light in the form of a sword materialized directly before Yifeng, resting ominously against Zuno's throat. In a calm tone, he inquired, you claim to possess omniscience. Then enlighten me. How much do you truly know about me? Zuno, fear evident in his voice, stammered, you are not of this world. What? You actually know? Yifeng responded, taken aback. Aside from you, is there anyone else privy to this information? Yifeng spoke again, and just this point ignited a murderous intent within him. It should be no more, Zuno replied, shaking his head. After posing a couple of simple questions, Yifeng departed. He merely wished to ascertain whether this individual was aware of his origins, for the path he was destined to tread could prove treacherous. Certain truths must remain concealed from the god officials and the sovereign king. For instance, he was not a being of this world. Should this fact come to light, he might face the grim fate of obliteration. Since Zuno possessed knowledge of him, he could not be spared. Upon leaving Zuno's planet, Yifeng conjured a sphere of destructive energy at his fingertips. Knowing too much rendered one incapable of longevity, and with Zuno's demise, perhaps Zama's scheme would unravel as well. Meanwhile, on Earth, an unexpected and formidable visitor had arrived, bearing a strikingly familiar visage. Chapter 113, The Renowned Name. The Cosmic Emperor Frisia. A strange aura manifested on Earth. Yifeng suddenly spoke in a subdued tone, his expression remarkably calm, for that energy felt feeble to him. Sun Wukong and Vegeta appeared to be absent from Earth, likely still training in the realm of destruction alongside Whis. If that were the case, could this energy belong to Frisia? Meanwhile, on Earth, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan had gathered in one location, their faces etched with seriousness. It seemed he had arrived. Piccolo furrowed his brow, gazing at the sky. Frisia's energy appears to have intensified. Son Gohan nodded in agreement. Krillin gulped nervously, fear evident on his face. Are we really going to fight that guy again? Just thinking about that time on Namek when he crushed me with a single hand still sends shivers down my spine. The mere memory of that sinister face instilled a sense of dread within him, a feeling he deemed cowardly for a warrior. If only Wukong and Vegeta were here, they could easily vanquish Frisia, but alas, there was no way to contact them. Tien Shinhan frowned deeply, speaking in a low tone, rumble. At that moment, a colossal spaceship appeared before their eyes. The exhilarating revenge is about to commence. How thrilling. Frisia cackled maniacally within the spaceship. After being confined in heaven for over a decade, enduring the torment from those small creatures and angels, the memories of that almost despairing agony ignited a volcanic rage within him, nearly impossible to suppress. And all of this was due to those Saiyans. Therefore, this time, he vowed to make them suffer excruciatingly until their demise, as a means to alleviate the boundless fury in his heart. Boom. The spaceship finally landed on Earth. Piccolo, Son Gohan, and the others clenched their fists, fully prepared for battle. As the hatch of the spacecraft opened, Frisia's army surged forth like a swarm of locusts. A dark mass filled the sky, undoubtedly numbering in the thousands. The scale of their arrival was indeed formidable. Observing the multitude hovering ominously in the air, Piccolo furrowed his brow. With so many adversaries, our five might struggle to cope. Moreover, Frisia himself is the most formidable opponent. His power has undergone a tremendous transformation since that time on Namek. At this juncture, Frisia emerged, floating in his hover pod, flanked by his loyal subordinates, Sorbet and Tagoma. A solemn expression clouded Son Gohan and Krillin's faces upon seeing Frisia. This fiend had left an indelible mark of terror in their hearts over a decade ago. Although they believed they had grown stronger, the sight of Frisia still evoked a sense of trepidation. "Hey, what brings you to Earth?" Piccolo fixed his gaze on Frisia, inquiring directly. "Ah, so you're that Namekian," Frisia chuckled before erupting in anger. "Damn fool. Is that even a question? Of course, it's for revenge. I intend to kill everyone today to slightly quell the rage within me." "Have Bulma, Wukong, and Vegeta not been contacted yet?" Krillin quickly turned to Bulma, asking urgently. "Whis hasn't responded to my call either," Bulma replied, her face reflecting her anxiety. "He usually answers promptly. Why is there no response this time? This is infuriating." "Oh, so Wukong and that Super Saiyan aren't here?" Frisia scanned the area, failing to spot Wukong or that Saiyan who had dismembered him. While a hint of regret flickered in his eyes, he shrugged it off. "Fine, I'll just kill all of you first. But Wukong will surely suffer," Frisia said with a sinister grin. "Gohan, prepare for battle," Piccolo instructed in a hushed tone. Though they appeared as five, only he and Gohan were truly capable of fighting. Krillin and Master Roshi were merely there to fill numbers. "Yes, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan nodded, his fists clenched tightly. With a fierce shout, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. "Humph. Super Saiyan, how utterly detestable." Frisia observed Gohan's transformation, his eyes igniting with fury, reminiscent of the Saiyan who had once bested him. "Attack! Annihilate them all, leave none alive," Frisia bellowed, and his legions surged towards Gohan and Piccolo. The five warriors leaped into action, joining the fray. The battle was imminent. Yet Gohan had lost the overwhelming presence he once wielded as Super Saiyan 2 and Mystic Gohan, having shifted his focus to scholarly pursuits rather than training. His strength had diminished drastically. If it were the old Mystic Gohan, he could have easily obliterated these weaklings with a mere breath. At that moment, Yi Feng and Razali suddenly appeared beside Bulma and the Galactic Patrol Officer, Jabe. "Oh, Yi. Haha, your timing is impeccable," Bulma exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Yi Feng. It was well known that Yi Feng's strength surpassed even that of the god of destruction, Beerus, far exceeding that of Wukong and Vegeta. If he decided to intervene, he could undoubtedly eliminate Frisia without a trace. Moreover, Yi Feng was a friend of Vegeta. Yi Feng paid no heed to Bulma, instead directing his gaze towards Frisia. At last, he beheld the cosmic Emperor Frisia, who appeared just as he had in the past, insidious, malevolent, and truly treacherous. Yi Feng spoke softly. "What? Has another Saiyan truly appeared?" As Yi Feng gazed at Frisia, Frisia also turned his attention to Yi Feng, exclaiming in astonishment, wondering how he had never encountered him before. Yi Feng's body gradually lurked opposite Frisia. "It is an honor to meet the renowned Cosmic Emperor, Frisia." Yi Feng's lips curled slightly as he regarded Frisia, speaking up. Chapter 114, The Tyrant King. Golden Frisia. "Oh, a Saiyan. A fresh face. I don't believe I have encountered you before." Frisia paused for a moment. Then a chilling glint appeared in his eyes as he hissed, "Yet all wild monkeys must perish." At that moment, Frisia exemplified the consequences of prolonged confinement. Having developed a dual personality, in an instant, he transformed from courteous to utterly unhinged. "Mr. Yi Feng. It is Mr. Yi Feng who has returned." Son Gohan and Krillin were initially taken aback, but soon their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. Yi Feng's prowess was witnessed firsthand by them. It was undeniably formidable, capable of effortlessly vanquishing Frisia, the tyrannical king. "Please grant me the privilege of eliminating that wild monkey, for my body has begun to itch with anticipation." At that moment, Tagma boldly addressed Frisia. Having just been resurrected as the king's most trusted subordinate, he felt compelled to make a noteworthy impression. It was rather uncomfortable to have the coward Salb lingering above him. "Ah, and you are?" Frisia cast a disdainful glance at Tagma. Alas, the current Frisia force was rather feeble, comprised mainly of second-rate warriors hastily recruited from across the cosmos. However, dealing with a mere wild monkey should suffice. Go ahead. Should you succeed in slaying him, you may freely choose any planet of your liking. Frisia generously proclaimed. Thank you, Lord Frisia, Tagma replied, astonished, nodding vigorously. He then turned his gaze upon Yi Feng, a cold smirk adorning his face. Wild monkey, your life seems to hold some value. Now, vanish before me, Tagma bellowed, launching a powerful fist towards Yi Feng. Wild monkey. Such a designation was indeed quite irksome. A look of anger flickered in Yi Feng's eyes. While he could not ascertain how Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt when referred to as wild monkeys, he sensed a rising irritation within himself. In that very moment, as Tagma's body soared through the air, it suddenly erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. There was no warning, as if it were equipped with a timed detonator. Frisia was momentarily taken aback. What had just transpired? He had completely failed to perceive Tagma being slain. Salb stumbled back in terror, gazing at Yi Feng with wide eyes. What had that individual done to cause Tagma, whose combat power exceeded 1,000,000, to detonate so abruptly? That person must possess some bizarre and enigmatic powers. Frisia gracefully descended from his infantile spacecraft, positioning himself before Yi Feng. It seems I may have underestimated you, Saiyan, he remarked with a sinister smile gracing his lips. You have just slain one of my subordinates. Should you submit to me, I might consider appointing you as my confidant, he purred, his voice dripping with a sinister charm. This individual's strength was indeed formidable, qualifying him for the role of a trusted ally. That does sound rather enticing. Yi Feng nodded slightly, and then, with a mocking expression, remarked, however, I do not relish the idea of a short individual being my elder brother. Should you manage to grow an additional 5 centimeters, I might entertain the thought. Alas, it seems you are devoid of that opportunity. With that, Yi Feng shrugged and gazed at Frisia. What? Frisia suddenly froze, questioning whether he had misheard. How audacious for someone to speak to him in such a manner. An inferno of rage ignited within Frisia's eyes. The most humiliating experiences he had endured, aside from being slain by a wild monkey, were related to his height. How dare this fellow broach such a sensitive topic? He could never forgive this despicable wild monkey. He was courting death. Frisia clenched his fists tightly, transforming into his ultimate form. His teeth bared. It was evident that he was seething with fury. Subsequently, a beam of deathly energy materialized at his fingertips and shot directly towards Yi Feng. However, when the lethal beam was a mere 3 meters away from Yi Feng, it seemed to be obstructed by an invisible barrier, resulting in a sudden explosion. What? It appears he possesses some strength. No wonder he is so arrogant. Frisia grinned, then in an instant, charged toward Yi Feng. He was determined to personally tear apart this insufferable rascal. You truly are quick to anger, Frisia. Yi Feng cast a cold glance at Frisia. This fellow does not appear to be as gentlemanly as he is portrayed in the animation. Suddenly, as Frisia was less than 3 meters away from Yi Feng, he was sent flying backward. Even Frisia himself could not comprehend what had transpired. Yet, dozens of distinct images of fists appeared all over his body, signifying that he had been struck multiple times without any prior awareness. With a resounding crash, Frisia's body was hurled into a rock wall 100 meters away. Damn it. This is truly infuriating. Frisia gritted his teeth tightly. Then with a fierce tremor of his arms, he obliterated the mountain behind him into rubble. Frisia reappeared before Yi Feng, his face transforming from fury into a chilling smile. I must admit, you are quite capable. You have successfully provoked my ire. What follows may prove rather cruel for you. Frisia shook his neck and moved his body, preparing to showcase the fruits of his 4 months of rigorous training. Frisia, let us drop the pretense. We were friends. Yi Feng remarked nonchalantly, observing Frisia's ostentatious demeanor. Frisia is undoubtedly the supreme show-off, surpassing even Vegeta. He has never lost in the art of boasting, yet seldom emerges victorious in combat. Yi Feng's words rendered Frisia speechless, leaving him momentarily stunned. This individual seemed even more detestable than Sun Wukong. Frisia clenched his fists tightly, and in an instant, a golden aura erupted from his body, causing the entire earth to tremble violently. Cracks began to spiderweb across the ground, spreading like a network of veins. What is this? Such potent energy, unfathomably deep. Suddenly, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and the members of Frisia's army halted their battle, their gazes fixated on Frisia. It was astonishing that Frisia could elevate his power to such a terrifying level. Son Gohan exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, Frisia had completely surpassed both his father and Uncle Vegeta. After a full minute, Frieza finally transformed into his golden form. Chapter 115. A first taste of destructive power. Beerus's inquiry. At this juncture, Frieza shimmered with a noble golden hue, a triumphant smirk adorning his lips. In just 4 months, he had attained such an extraordinary level, and even he had to admire his own talent. The audience appeared to be quite astonished. I have given it a rather inexpensive name, Golden Frieza, with a self-satisfied grin. Frieza addressed Yi Feng, expressing his unwavering confidence in this form and claiming to have no rivals. What a pity. If you could transform into Diamond Frieza, I might be able to engage with you somewhat. However, as for merely being golden, to be honest, it utterly fails to pique my interest. Yi Feng gazed intently at the Golden Frieza, shook his head, and spoke with a hint of indifference. The Golden Frieza possesses merely the strength akin to that of Super Saiyan Blue. His own wrathful form would easily subdue him. He vividly recalled the episode in Dragon Ball Super, Broly, where the so-called Golden Frieza was thoroughly dominated by Broly for an entire hour. During the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, he was first mercilessly beaten by Dispo, followed by a brutal defeat at the hands of Tokpo, and ultimately, he faced the formidable Jiren. It was pitiful to contemplate. However, the Golden Frieza does possess certain advantages, notably his resilient physique, which allows him to endure punishment. Humph. The insufferable wild monkey. It seems you are utterly oblivious to the true might of the Golden Frieza. 493. Do not let your arrogance cloud your judgment. Now, I shall demonstrate it to you. With a furious roar, Frieza's body erupted into a flash, his fist hurtling towards Yi Feng with great force. As Leaf Maple clenched his fist, a vibrant emerald energy surged forth. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. After engaging in a fierce battle with Jiren, he found himself utterly disinterested in Golden Frieza. He was simply too weak. Thus, this battle, devoid of any significance and surprise, should be resolved swiftly. Frieza's fist flashed towards him, yet it did not yield the anticipated effect. Instead, Leaf Maple effortlessly caught Frieza's punch. Golden Frieza was utterly pathetic. With a disdainful voice, Yi Feng casually flung Frieza away, sending him sprawling several meters from the impact. The force of his body crashing into the ground was substantial. What? Is King Frieza truly on the verge of defeat? Salb and the thousands of Frieza's minions gazed at the unfolding scenario with expressions of sheer terror. They hastily retreated to their spacecraft, unwilling to meet their demise on such a wretched planet. As Frieza's forces retreated, Sun Wukong and his companions heaved a collective sigh of relief. The spacecraft ignited instantly, and a crimson beam of energy surged forth, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. After effortlessly obliterating the spacecraft, Frieza turned his gaze towards Yi Feng. Such cowardly subordinates were of no use to him. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid 1,000-fold. Frieza's face was contorted with fury. He had not anticipated that his quest for vengeance would encounter such an obstacle. A thunderous roar erupted from him, as golden flames enveloped his body, causing his power to surge even further. Let us swiftly conclude this tedious battle. As Yi Feng's soft voice fell, he instantly appeared before Frieza, grasping the latter's head tightly. They plummeted to the ground at an extraordinary speed. The impact produced a tremendous crater upon their collision with the earth. Frieza found himself firmly pinned down by Yi Feng, utterly unable to move. You insufferable wild monkey. Release me at once. Frieza shouted in frustration after his struggles proved futile. Simultaneously, a sense of dread welled up within him. The strength of this being far surpassed his own. If this continued, he feared he would meet his demise once more. Though unwilling to accept this fate, he could not deny the absurd power of this sudden wild monkey. Frieza, do not dare to resurrect next time. Yi Feng spoke coldly to Frieza. This fellow, after each resurrection, is sent to hell. This must be far more agonizing than not being resurrected at all, right? A low, somber voice emanated from Yi Feng's lips. Then, a purple energy surged forth from his palm. As this energy made contact with Frieza's body, it astonishingly dissipated swiftly. The sounds of terror and agony reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and soon Frieza's form vanished without a trace, leaving not even a speck of dust behind, utterly obliterated. Frieza's presence had completely vanished. Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. It was resolved so swiftly. I can hardly believe it. Che, has that guy's power truly reached such a terrifying level? Piccolo thought, gritting his teeth as he regarded Yi Feng's figure. Reflecting on their first encounter, He realized how utterly naive he had been. If Yifeng had wished to eliminate him, it would merely take a second, wouldn't it? How wonderful. Frisia has been slain. We need not face death. Krillin exclaimed, nearly jumping for joy. He had thought he was destined to perish today. Yifeng returned before Lazuli. The number 18. Oh, is she the android number 18? Sun Wukong and the others stared at her in astonishment. They had been preoccupied with dealing with the Frisia force moments earlier, thus failing to notice her presence until now. Now they could clearly see android number 18. TCH. How did she end up here? Piccolo and the others immediately grew wary. Allow me to introduce my partner, Lazuli. She is not the android number 18 that you speak of. Yifeng cast a fleeting glance at Sun Wukong and the others before speaking. At present, Razuli bears no resemblance to android 18 whatsoever. Android 18? What are they discussing? It struck her that these individuals seemed vaguely familiar. Razuli observed Sun Wukong and Piccolo, her expression laden with confusion as she turned to Yifeng with a question. Just then, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis materialized before them. What transpired? Go on. I felt Frisia's energy moments ago, Sun Wukong inquired, his curiosity evident. Mr. Yifeng? It appears you have dealt with Frisia, haven't you? Vegeta approached Yifeng with respect, addressing him earnestly. Indeed, with Yifeng on Earth, Frisia's kind cannot possibly pose a threat. Meanwhile, Beerus approached Yifeng with a grave demeanor. His voice icy as he asked, did you just utilize destruction energy? Chapter 116, Whis' Visit. Beerus' gaze was fixed intently on Yifeng, awaiting his response. In that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained silent, their eyes darting back and forth between the two. Yifeng is certainly not the god of destruction, nor does he comprehend the energy of destruction. Sun Wukong and Vegeta are utterly incredulous, although they were previously unaware. After spending several months in the realm of the gods of destruction, they have come to realize that within this universe, only the god of destruction possesses the mastery of destructive energy. Although Yifeng is indeed formidable, it is improbable that he possesses mastery over all. Only Bick furrowed his brow slightly, directing his gaze towards Yifeng. His auditory perception far surpassed that of both Earthlings and Saiyans, allowing him to discern the words destruction during Yifeng's confrontation with Frisia. Why has the atmosphere suddenly grown so heavy? Yifeng remarked lightly, observing the somber expressions of those around him. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Did you just employ the energy of the god of destruction? Beerus inquired with a serious demeanor, pressing for an answer. If I were to say yes, what would you do, Lord Beerus? Yifeng suddenly fixed his gaze upon Beerus, a smile gracing his lips. In his current state, he felt utterly unconcerned by Beerus's presence. However, as a denizen of the seventh universe, it was prudent not to let relations with Beerus deteriorate too severely. The two locked eyes, and in that moment, the atmosphere thickened, suffused with an overwhelming pressure that enveloped those around them. What are you two doing? Bulma interjected, approaching with 2 servings of strawberry ice cream in her hands. Whis, weren't you and Lord Beerus here for the ice cream? It's ready, and if we don't eat it soon, it will melt. As Yifeng and Beerus remained locked in their silent standoff, Bulma's voice broke the tension. Upon hearing about the ice cream, Beerus's demeanor transformed instantly, revealing his gluttonous nature as he turned his attention to Bulma. Truly, we owe this to Bulma. Vegeta wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. If Beerus and Yifeng were to engage in combat once more, it would spell catastrophic disaster for Earth. Soon, Whis and Beerus were indulging in the ice cream, seemingly forgetting the destructive energy that had just transpired. Wow, it seems you've grown stronger, Goku exclaimed, stepping forward to Yifeng, his face alight with excitement. The mysterious aura surrounding Yifeng felt even more potent than before after their brief separation of mere months. You both appear to have gained considerable strength as well. If I am not mistaken, you should now be capable of transforming into Super Saiyan God through your own power, correct? Yifeng smiled faintly and spoke. In truth, he was well aware that both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were entirely capable of transforming into Super Saiyan Blue at this moment. Indeed, Mr. Yifeng, both Kakarot and I can indeed ascend to Super Saiyan God, and we have even reached the level of Super Saiyan Blue, Vegeta remarked, surprisingly refraining from boasting about his newfound strength and challenging Yifeng to a duel. It seems that allowing you two to train under Whis was indeed the right decision. Yifeng nodded, realizing that their strength was largely comparable to that depicted in the original narrative. Indeed, following Whis has significantly enhanced our capabilities. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Spare us your chatter, Kakarot. Vegeta shot a scathing glare at Sun Wukong. Although their power had increased considerably, in Yifeng's eyes, it was still insufficient. Mr. Yifeng, if you are free this afternoon, I would like to request your guidance once more, Vegeta suddenly addressed Yifeng. This took Yifeng by surprise. What? With Whis as your mentor, do you still require my instruction? Yes. One might say I wish for you to witness my progress, Vegeta replied earnestly, nodding. Over the past 4 months, while transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, he had been diligently practicing the Ultra Instinct technique. Now, it seemed he was finally beginning to sense something substantial. Yifeng nodded in acquiescence, choosing not to decline the invitation. After all, he had little to occupy his time. Following a few light exchanges, Yifeng escorted Lazili back to the villa. It was at this moment that Lazili inquired, "Is Yifeng also a god of destruction?" Her curiosity stemmed from the striking resemblance between him and Beerus, the god of destruction from the 6th universe. Indeed, he is the god of destruction of our universe, came the reply. Yifeng nodded and spoke. He seemed to harbor a hint of animosity towards you, Lazili remarked once more. Just a moment ago, she had thought Yifeng was about to engage in a brawl again. Let him be, after all, he is not my opponent. Yifeng spoke with an air of arrogance, proclaiming that having comprehended the ultimate essence of the perfect freedom technique and possessing the power of destruction, he harbored no fear of any destroyer. After finishing his lunch, Yifeng began to consolidate his strength within the gravity chamber. At that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived. Weiss's figure suddenly materialized within the chamber. Weiss, I never anticipated you would seek me out. This is indeed quite a rarity. Yifeng paused his cultivation, gazing at Weiss with a smile. Congratulations, Mr. Yifeng. Not only have you mastered the power of destruction, but it seems you have also attained the realm of perfect freedom in the ultimate skill, Weiss remarked, maintaining his characteristic calm demeanor and tranquil tone as he addressed Yifeng. It appears I cannot conceal anything from your keen perception. Yifeng shook his head and addressed Weiss. Did Beerus send you? No, Lord Beerus is unaware of my visit. I have come to see you on my own accord. Weiss replied, shaking his head. Oh, you sought me out yourself? That piques my curiosity regarding your intent, Yifeng remarked. You don't harbor the thought of eliminating me due to my strength, do you? Yifeng raised an eyebrow, adopting a somewhat playful tone as he inquired. Mr. Yifeng, you are being overly cautious. We cannot act recklessly, as you surely understand, Weiss replied with a gentle smile. I have long been aware of the matters concerning the 7th and 11th universes. So, what is the purpose of your visit this time? Yifeng indeed found it difficult to fathom the intentions of Weiss. I have come to inquire, Mr. Yifeng, whether you harbor any interest in the position of the destroyer? Weiss inquired with a faint smile, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Chapter 117, The Contest, Part 2. What? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Weiss with disbelief. After a brief pause, he continued, A god of destruction? Are you implying that you wish for me to assume the role of a god of destruction? Could it be that you intend for me to replace Beerus? Is it because I have mastered the Ultra Instinct and destruction energy? Surely, this cannot be true. It appears that Beerus and you have a rather amicable relationship. Indeed. A god of destruction, Weiss affirmed, nodding in response to Yifeng's astonished expression. The notion that you would suggest I become a god of destruction truly leaves me at a loss for words. Are you truly suggesting that I take Beerus's place? Yifeng gently shook his head and smiled as he spoke. With your current prowess, you could effortlessly supplant Lord Beerus. However, the destroyer I refer to is not the one from the 7th universe. Weiss nodded, then continued addressing Yifeng. What? You mean not to replace Lord Beerus? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in perplexity as he inquired. Isn't it the angel Whis who assists the 7th universe? Could it be that he oversees matters beyond this realm? After a brief contemplation, he resolutely shook his head. To aspire to become a god of destruction necessitated a heart of ruthlessness. While he acknowledged his own moral ambiguity, he found himself incapable of embracing the unwavering decisiveness required for such a role. Furthermore, a god of destruction was predominantly confined to the realm of the gods, accompanied by an incessantly chattering companion, a notion that struck him as rather mundane. Moreover, despite the fact that the god of destruction ranked as the most formidable deity in the cosmos, he was often beholden to the whims of the Omni King and the Grand Priest, serving their interests. Yifeng had no desire to engage in such monotonous endeavors. He yearned for a life filled with adventure, traveling alongside his beloved companions. Of course, This dream was contingent upon possessing sufficient strength to counter any threats to his safety. How unexpected, Whis remarked, gazing at Yi Feng with a hint of surprise. Initially, he had considered Goku and Vegeta for the role, but after spending time with them, he discerned that although both were Saiyans, they had lost the ferocity typically associated with their kind, rendering them unsuitable candidates for the position of a god of destruction. However, I find myself far more intrigued by your prowess, Whis. Yi Feng suddenly looked at Whis with excitement and spoke. My current strength far surpasses that of the god of destruction, thus my next target for surpassing is the angel. Before I endeavor to surpass them, I must clearly understand the extent of the gap between myself and the angels. What? You don't intend to challenge me, do you? Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Even Lord Beerus would not dare to utter such words. You are absolutely correct. I am indeed quite intrigued by your abilities. Let us engage in a contest, Whis. As Yi Feng's voice faded, he transformed into the full power of a Super Saiyan. A surge of fervent combat energy surged in his eyes. Although your strength surpasses that of Lord Beerus, you still have a long way to go if you wish to fight me. Whis remarked with a faint smile directed at Yi Feng. Is that so? In that case, my interest is piqued even further. With that, Yi Feng vanished in an instant, reappearing right before Whis. He launched a powerful punch aimed at Whis. Whis merely swayed slightly, effortlessly evading Yi Feng's strike. Indeed, he is exceptional. Despite the missed blow, Yi Feng felt no disappointment. This was entirely within his expectations, and the stronger Whis was, the more exhilarated he became. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng once again enhanced his strength. The shadow of Xiao Lin's fists continuously struck towards Vis, yet each time merely grazed the hem of his clothing. At that moment, Vis resembled an elusive loach, slipping effortlessly away from Yi Feng's grasp. How formidable! My full-power Super Saiyan form proves utterly ineffective against him. Yi Feng was astonished and thought to himself that Visby was even more formidable than he had imagined. Since that was the case, he decided to unleash the Supreme Freedom Technique. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, and a serious expression suddenly appeared on his face. His pupils transformed into a striking silver hue, surrounded by a dazzling silver radiance. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's flawless execution of the Supreme Freedom Technique, Weiss displayed not the slightest hint of surprise, nor did his gaze reveal any fluctuation. Be cautious, Weiss. After Yi Feng reminded Weiss, he traced a silver arc in midair, his body swiftly descending before Weiss. The speed was remarkably rapid. Had Sun Wukong and Vegeta been present, they would have been utterly unable to perceive Yi Feng's attack. Weiss, however, effortlessly took a step back, gracefully evading Yi Feng's strike. Undeterred, Yi Feng launched a flurry of attacks akin to a tempest. This time, recognizing Weiss's formidable strength, he harnessed the power of space. Combining the extreme velocity of his mastery with the element of surprise offered by space manipulation, he unleashed a relentless barrage for a full 5 minutes, yet still failed to make contact with Weiss's form. Goodness, this fellow is astonishingly powerful, indeed. Yi Feng could not help but utter an expletive in his heart. He recalled that someone had once mentioned that the god of Super Saiyans ranked at 6, the destroyer Beerus at 10, and the angel Whis at 15. From his recent battle with Whis, it was evident that Whis's strength far surpassed that of Beerus. Moreover, it was undoubtedly not just a mere increment, but possibly a matter of several multiples. Enough is enough, Mr. Yi Feng. As Whis's voice echoed, he swung his staff towards Yi Feng. The speed appeared unremarkable, yet by the time Yi Feng realized he needed to evade, the staff had already struck him forcefully at the waist. The terrifying force sent Yi Feng flying. Bang! After Yi Feng fell to the ground, he immediately reverted from the Ultra Instinct and the perfected Ultra Instinct forms. It seems that despite his comprehension of the flawless Ultra Instinct, he still falls significantly short in the presence of Angel Whis. Moreover, the Angel Vados from Universe 6 appears to possess even greater strength than Whis. Chapter 118. Pinnacle of Ultra Instinct. You are truly formidable, Whis. Yi Feng rose to his feet, a gentle smile gracing his features. Although he had already assessed Weiss's strength to be remarkably high, he found himself underestimating it to some extent. It was evident that in order to surpass him, Yi Feng must strive for further enhancement and breakthroughs. He needed to attain at least the level of a special Super Saiyan 2 or enhance other abilities to truly contend with Weiss. Mr. Yi Feng, you are quite impressive, Weiss remarked, covering his mouth with a chuckle as he addressed Yi Feng. It's the first time I have encountered a human capable of reaching such heights. It has indeed been an eternity since I last witnessed a human who could surpass a god of destruction. Well, since you, Mr. Yifeng, have no interest in the position of god of destruction, I shall take my leave, Weiss stated calmly, gazing at Yifeng. Very well, allow me to see you off. Yifeng replied. Yifeng nodded. He held no interest in the so-called god of destruction, for he aspired to reach a higher realm. After escorting Weiss to the door, Weiss suddenly turned around and, with a subtle smile, said to Yifeng, Mr. Yifeng, although your mastery of the ultimate freedom technique has reached perfection, are you aware of the pinnacle of ultimate freedom? What? The pinnacle of ultimate freedom? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at Weiss. In the Dragon Ball Super anime, his current mastery of Ultra Instinct bore a striking resemblance to the Ultra Instinct attained by Son Goku, who had already reached an unparalleled pinnacle at that time. Yet, Weiss's implication was evidently that there remained room for improvement in his Ultra Instinct. This suggested the existence of an even higher realm of mastery. Weiss, what do you mean by that? Could you perhaps offer some guidance on achieving this supreme Ultra Instinct? A spark of exhilaration flickered in Yifeng's eyes. He had never anticipated that beyond the flawless mastery of the supreme art, there existed an even higher realm of transcendent perfection. I apologize. It appears I have slightly overstepped my bounds today. As for the pinnacle of supreme mastery, it is something you must comprehend for yourself, Weiss declared before swaying gracefully as he exited, vanishing from Yifeng's sight, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. The pinnacle of supreme mastery? Yifeng murmured to himself, and then excitement sparkled in his eyes. He had never contemplated this matter before. However, it was clear that Weiss would not speak without reason. Well, then, he would delve into the so-called mastery of the ultimate instinct technique. In the afternoon, Vegeta approached Yifeng, seeking his guidance. To Yifeng's surprise, Vegeta had made significant progress in his mastery of the ultimate instinct technique. His vigilance during combat had diminished, and both his speed and strength had seen substantial enhancements. Clearly, he had rectified many of his prior shortcomings. It seemed that a catalyst was necessary for a breakthrough in the ultimate instinct technique. Mr. Yifeng, thank you for your guidance, Vegeta said respectfully at 6 o'clock in the evening. Although it was merely 2 hours of instruction, it proved immensely beneficial for him. After all, what he currently lacked was experience and theoretical knowledge of the ultimate instinct technique. As for practice, that was something he would have to rely on himself. It's no trouble. I have been rather idle these days. Yifeng smiled and spoke to Vegeta. The once proud Vegeta, now adopting a more humble demeanor, was surprisingly endearing, prompting Yifeng to feel inclined to offer his guidance. Mr. Yifeng, I presume you have yet to dine? Vegeta's intentions were unmistakable. He wished to express his gratitude to Yifeng. I am already in the midst of it. You may return now. Yifeng waved his hand and addressed Vegeta. Well, I shall take my leave now. Upon saying this, Vegeta departed. The following morning, Vegeta and son Wukong swiftly returned to the realm of the destroyers, far surpassing Beerus and the others. It is undeniable that training under Weiss's guidance in the realm of destruction allowed them to enhance their abilities at an accelerated pace, yielding remarkable results. As days turned into weeks, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Beerus and Weiss once again arrived on Earth, but this time they materialized directly in Yifeng's villa. Ah, what a rare visit. Lord Beerus, Weiss. Yifeng greeted with a smile as he beheld them in the courtyard. Ah, it has been quite some time, Mr. Yifeng, Weiss responded with warmth. Well, we were just about to have lunch. You two are in for a treat. Yifeng harbored a slight suspicion that these two gentlemen had intentionally arrived punctually merely to partake in a meal. Well, it seems we have indeed arrived at an opportune moment, remarked Weiss with a classic smile while covering his mouth. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, Beerus, sparkled with anticipation. He had an undeniable weakness for exquisite cuisine. After savoring a simple array of assorted tempura and tamagoyaki, Beerus was ready to broach the main topic. Yifeng, the purpose of my visit this time is to invite you to participate in a competition. As he leisurely picked his teeth, still relishing the meal, Beerus addressed Yifeng. You wish for me to participate? Yifeng fixed his gaze upon Beerus and, after a brief pause, spoke. I apologize, but I lack the time. This so-called competition is evidently a contest for the Super Dragon Balls against the Sixth Universe. Such a contest holds no significance for me. The strongest of the Sixth Universe, Hit, is no longer a match for me, especially after my recent encounter with Jiren, which has enhanced my strength beyond the past. The most formidable assassin, Hit, is now someone I regard with complete indifference. What? I am instructing you, not soliciting your opinion, Beerus remarked, furrowing his brow at Yi Feng's words. He had contemplated inviting Yi Feng to participate in this competition, yet after much deliberation, he found himself unable to utter the word invite. After all, he was the sovereign of the universe, the mightiest god of destruction. To bend so low as to plead with a mere human would be a significant affront to his dignity as a god of destruction. I apologize, but I believe you may have underestimated my capabilities, Lord Beerus. The smile on Yi Feng's face gradually faded, and then he addressed Beerus. His current strength had already surpassed that of Beerus. Therefore, at this moment, he possessed no capacity to command him to do anything. Chapter 119. Beerus, have you conceded? Yi Feng, do not overstep your bounds. I am the god of destruction. I have yet to settle the matter regarding the destruction energy incident. Beerus exclaimed, rising abruptly with a face ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Feng. As the god of destruction, the supreme deity of the seventh universe, when has he ever been rebuffed? It is undeniable that this individual possesses strength comparable to his own, yet this certainly does not justify his disregard. Speak to me respectfully, and I shall honor you as Lord Beerus. However, if you seek a confrontation, do you presume I would fear you? Yi Feng also rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with a frigid light as he fixed his gaze upon Beerus. He remarked that addressing him as Lord Beerus was a gesture of respect, acknowledging his stature as a god of destruction. However, if Beerus sought to impose his will upon him, he was truly unqualified to do so. Oh, so you wish to fight? Beerus retorted, his anger morphing into a sinister smile, as purple flames enveloped him. The temperature in the room surged dramatically. Do you truly believe you can intimidate me? Suddenly, a silvery light flickered in Yi Feng's eyes as he effortlessly unleashed the perfect Ultra Instinct. What? The perfect Ultra Instinct? Upon witnessing Yi Feng transform into the embodiment of this mastery, a look of astonishment crossed Beerus's face. In just a few months of absence, this individual had upgraded his Ultra Instinct. It is worth noting that Beerus had dedicated many years to this training, and he still had not achieved the perfected state. It was no wonder this fellow appeared so formidable. He must have had some hidden strength. With this in mind, it seemed rather challenging for Beerus to surpass him. Lord Beerus, your purpose today is not to engage in a battle with Yi Feng, is it? At that moment, Wei stood up, glancing at the two, who were like needles pointing at each other, and spoke in a composed tone. Sighing deeply, Beerus could only suppress his growing ire. Indeed, his primary objective today was to persuade Yi Feng to participate in the tournament, not to brawl. If Yi Feng declined to join, his confidence in the seventh universe's chances of victory dwindled. Although Goku and Vegeta were formidable, they could hardly be considered trump cards. Yi Feng's participation would significantly bolster their chances. However, he had not anticipated this individual to be so uncooperative. As the purple aura surrounding him gradually dissipated, Beerus took his seat once more. Realizing that Yi Feng had mastered both the power of destruction and the perfect Ultra Instinct, he understood that he could not coerce him any longer. What must you do to participate in this tournament? Beerus asked through clenched teeth, his voice tinged with struggle. Although this sentiment was deeply unsettling, the thought of the seventh universe losing the competition, especially with the smug expression on Kampa's face, was unbearable. Moreover, that loudmouth would likely inform the other gods of destruction about their defeat. The others might not be too concerned. But the disdainful laughter from Quatella of the fourth universe and the insufferable Vermoud from the 11th universe would be a mockery he could not accept. Are you conceding, then? The imposing aura surrounding Yi Feng gradually dissipated as he fixed his gaze intently on Beerus. How infuriating! Do not overstep your bounds, Beerus retorted. His features contorted in displeasure as he addressed Yi Feng. It was evident that he had already made considerable concessions. Yet he was taken aback by the blatant audacity of this individual. Excessive, is it? Had you approached me with such demeanor from the outset, I might have readily acquiesced. Yi Feng shrugged lightly and spoke with a calm demeanor. Respect between individuals is a reciprocal affair. If one shows me a foot of respect, I shall return it with a yard. If Beerus were to address me with kindness, I would surely acquiesce. After all, I am a person who values honor. Yet he attempts to impose his demeanor as a destroyer upon me. I must apologize, for I shall respond with even greater impudence. After all, I possess the strength and the means to do so now. Mr. Yi Feng, Lord Beerus is making a rare concession. Whis interjected at that moment. Though I ought not to say this, consider the consequences. If you were to lose the match, you would forfeit Earth and miss out on its delectable cuisine, which would be quite regrettable. For the wager between Beerus and Kampa concerns Earth and the Super Dragon Balls. Very well. In light of Whis' request, I shall provisionally agree. But I have one condition. Yifeng glanced at Whis and spoke. While he could afford to disregard Beerus, he certainly could not overlook Whis. Though Whis would not act against him, it seemed that he possessed profound knowledge of the advanced techniques of Ultra Instinct. In the future, Yifeng would need to seek his guidance. Humph, Beerus scoffed, then turned to Yifeng and inquired, Speak up, what are your terms? It appeared that this fellow was more amenable to gentle persuasion than to forceful tactics. I can assure you of my ultimate victory. But the prize of the competition shall belong to me. Yifeng gazed calmly at Beerus and spoke. Upon hearing Yifeng's conditions, Beerus glanced at him and nodded. The Super Dragon Balls held no significance for him. His wager with Kampa was merely to temper his spirit. As for the reward, it was of little consequence. It appeared that an understanding had been reached. Lord Beerus, there are 5 slots for the competition, and we currently have only 3. Whis remarked with a gentle smile as he observed the two. Let us go and see if Goku and Vegeta have found the remaining participants. It was evident that Beerus felt somewhat restrained. This was his first rejection, and even more vexing was the realization that he could not bring about Yifeng's destruction. The sensation was akin to a thorn lodged in his throat, quite uncomfortable. Beerus, do be wise, do not provoke me, Yifeng said with a faint smile as he watched Beerus disappear. After their initial battle, he had developed a slight fondness for Beerus. However, if Beerus continued to disregard him simply because he was a god of destruction, Yifeng would not hesitate to retaliate. Chapter 120, Arrival at the Nameless Planet. A dramatic change in lineup. Before departing, Whis and Beerus left Goku and Vegeta on Earth. Since they were to battle formidable opponents from other universes, it was essential to diligently enhance their strength, particularly solidifying the teachings Whis had imparted over the past few months. Ideally, the perfect training ground would be the hyperbolic time chamber in the sacred world of the Kais, where 3 days would equate to 3 years of training, an excellent opportunity for them. 3 days later, Whis arrived on Earth alone. Following the previously established selection by Goku and Vegeta, Yifeng, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Majin Buu, and Piccolo were gathered together. However, it was unfortunate that Majin Buu had fallen asleep the previous day and could not be awakened, regardless of the attempts made. Thus, they had to substitute Majin Buu with Son Gohan. Although Son Gohan lacked the formidable power of Majin Buu, he had undergone half a month of training with Piccolo, making him more reliable than his wild counterpart, even if he did not reach the pinnacle of his potential. By 10 o'clock in the morning, everyone had assembled. Whis had also arrived on Earth as promised, ready to lead them to the Nameless Star. Good morning, everyone. Whis greeted them warmly, though it was a mystery where he had procured that peculiar loudspeaker meant for market shopping. Given that participants were allowed in this competition, the gathering was quite considerable, including the likes of Lazili, Bulma, Son Goten, Trunks, and Biddy. Good morning. Everyone enthusiastically responded to Whis. Now, let us proceed to the venue of the competition. Please step into this square, Whis instructed the group, his voice resonating with authority. Beneath their feet lay a cosmic cube capable of traversing the expanse of the universe. Such a contraption seemed rather slow, did it not? Yifeng glanced at Whis' cosmic cube and smirked, remarking that if he were to utilize instantaneous movement, he could almost instantaneously appear on the Nameless Star. However, with so many people around, it would be more lively to go together. Approximately an hour later, they finally arrived at the Nameless Star. Wow, is that the Super Dragon Ball? Everyone gazed in astonishment at the Dragon Ball, which resembled a planet. Even Yifeng felt a sense of shock, although he was well aware that the Super Dragon Ball was as large as a planet. Witnessing it firsthand was still quite astonishing. All right, let's head to the venue together, Whis said, bringing the cosmic cube to a halt above the Nameless Star. The Nameless Star was a barren planet, characterized by red rocks and numerous craters, devoid of any signs of life. At this moment, the god of destruction, Kampa, along with Whis and other contestants, had already arrived. Wow, did Lord Kampa build this? Sun Wukong exclaimed, looking at the luxurious venue with excitement. Observing the scene before him, he couldn't help but reminisce about the World Martial Arts Tournament. Humph, the god of destruction would never construct something like this. Even if he did, it would undoubtedly be utterly crude, Beerus scoffed. Hey, Beerus, I thought you were too frightened to come. Kampa suddenly appeared before Beerus, speaking loudly. Then, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. Extremely familiar. What? That jerk is here too? It was indeed Yi Feng who caused Kampa's surprise. A few months prior, Yi Feng had decisively knocked him out on Kampa's own planet. Although it was a humiliating experience, Kampa had to admit that this fellow was indeed quite formidable. If Yi Feng were to participate in this competition, it would likely be very challenging for Universe 7 to claim victory. After all, Universe 7's ace contestant, Hit, had nearly been killed by Yi Feng. Hey, Beerus, you don't intend to let him participate in the competition, do you? Kampa said, furrowing his brows as he glanced at Yi Feng before addressing Beerus. Of course he will participate. Is there a problem? Beerus casually remarked while nonchalantly cleaning his ears, responding to Kampa with an air of indifference. Yi Feng is indeed the ace of the 7th universe, and in order to allow this individual to participate in the competition, I have sacrificed the dignity of the Destroyer God. How infuriating. That fellow's strength has already surpassed that of a destroyer, and you dare to let him compete? You are simply playing tricks. Xiang Pa shouted loudly at Beerus. Oh, you claim his strength exceeds that of a god? Have you been defeated by Yi Feng? Beerus suddenly smirked slyly, gazing at Xiang Pa. Absolutely not. That is not what happened. Xiang Pa quickly turned away, speaking in a somewhat flustered manner. Should Beerus discover this, I would be utterly humiliated. Regardless, that individual cannot participate in the competition. Are you trying to cheat? You are the one who is trying to cheat. Bardos and Whis exchanged helpless glances, both wearing expressions of resignation. With Beerus and Xiang Pa together, there was truly no moment of peace. Lord Xiang Pa, Yi Feng is indeed from the 7th universe, and thus he has the right to participate in this competition. It was you who failed to clarify this from the beginning. Bardos remarked, exasperated by Xiang Pa's obstinacy. Supporting such a destroyer god is indeed quite exhausting. In the end, Xiang Pa had no choice but to concede, having completely forgotten that Yi Feng was a member of the 7th universe. Upon entering the venue, the two universes returned to their respective contestant and spectator seats. It seems this competition has undergone significant changes following the demise of Frost at my hands. Yi Feng glanced at the competitors from the 6th universe, recognizing familiar faces. Hit, Kaba, Kale, and Bergamo. TCH, those fellows look like a bunch of malnourished individuals. I fail to sense any formidable prowess from them. Vegeta remarked disdainfully as he surveyed the audience from the 6th universe. The only one who evoked a sense of danger in him was the individual with purple skin. Vegeta, do not underestimate them. They may possess considerable strength. Goku interjected playfully, his excitement palpable. He too sensed the formidable power emanating from the purple-skinned contender. Suddenly, Kaba and Kale, along with their companion, soared towards the 7th universe's contestant area. Greetings. Are you Saiyans from that universe? Kaba, at the forefront, inquired warmly of Yi Feng and the others. Chapter 121, Vegeta's First Battle Victory. How did you know? Goku asked, a hint of surprise coloring his expression. Don't tell me you're also a Saiyan. Vegeta stared incredulously at Kaba and Kale. Though skeptical, he noted that Kaba's attire resembled the old battle uniforms from planet Vegeta, enslaved by Frieza. Indeed, we are also Saiyans. Kaba affirmed with a nod and a smile. It's quite astonishing to see Saiyans from the 6th universe in this form, Goku remarked, unable to believe the lean figures of Kaba and Kale. They are entirely different from the Saiyans of the 7th universe. Hey, what's with that expression? Do you look down on us? Kale, in a fit of temper, shoved Kaba aside and glared at Goku and Vegeta. I mean no offense, I am simply surprised. Goku quickly defended, waving his hands. Haha, but I can sense a strong energy within you. TCH, Kakarot, you call that strong energy? Vegeta scoffed, rolling his eyes at Goku. With just a flick of my finger, I could dispose of all three of you. You are no different from the ordinary Saiyans of planet Vegeta. Hey, what are you three doing standing there? Kampa's cold voice interrupted. Kaba and his companions exchanged brief greetings with Yi Feng and Vegeta before returning to the audience of the 7th universe. It seems everyone is prepared. In that case, let the matches begin. Bardos announced from above the arena, addressing the crowd. Whatever, both Beerus and Kampa replied nonchalantly. Allow me to briefly outline the rules of the competition. First, no hidden weapons or restorative items may be used. Second, a competitor is deemed defeated if they are knocked unconscious, voluntarily surrender, or are thrown off the stage. Lastly, no harm may come to the opponent's life. Any fatal injury results in a loss. Bardos explained clearly. The contestants will be randomly selected by the gods of destruction from each universe. Now, let us have Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus present the first contender. Which of you four will take the lead? Beerus inquired, glancing at Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, deliberately ignoring Yi Feng, the ace of the 7th universe, who would naturally be the last to enter. I'll go first. Hee hee, my body is already buzzing with excitement. Goku grinned at Beerus. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, leaping onto the arena. Hey, Vegeta, that's a bit underhanded, isn't it? Goku chided, noticing Vegeta's abrupt entry onto the stage before Beerus had officially designated anyone. Of course, Beerus paid no mind to this. Everyone was free to enter, aside from Yi Feng, who would take the final slot. Hey, you go first. If you lose, I will destroy you. Kampa shouted at Bergamo from the 6th universe. Yes, Lord Kampa, Bergamo replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he reluctantly stepped forward. Seriously, this is the opponent I have to face. How dull. Vegeta scoffed at the sight of the rotund, golden Bergamo. His gaze shifted to Hit. That was the true opponent he sought. Are you looking down on me? Bergamo snapped, baring his sharp canines. It's absurd that someone like you can even compete in a universe-level tournament. It seems the 6th universe is indeed lacking. Vegeta showed no restraint in his disdainful attitude. Pathetic. You truly are. How arrogant. Bergamo clenched his teeth, while Kampa glared furiously at Vegeta. Someone needs to throw that insufferable Saiyan off the stage. Kampa bellowed. Understood, Lord Kampa. Bergamo nodded, revealing a cruel smile as he prepared to face Vegeta. Daring to belittle him would come at a painful cost. In an instant, Bergamo dashed forward, throwing a punch at Vegeta. Vegeta, however, stood proudly, arms crossed, tilting his head slightly to evade the attack. It appears somewhat cumbersome, yet not slow, he commented coolly. But merely not slow. Humph. Are you already astonished? Then next, as Bergamo began to gloat, Vegeta seized his arm and effortlessly executed a shoulder throw, slamming Bergamo onto the arena floor. The spectators from both universes were left dumbfounded. Was that it? Too quick. Wow. Vegeta, you're amazing. Dad, you're incredible. You truly delivered, Vegeta. Cheers erupted from the 7th universe's audience. Beerus smirked slightly, pleased that Vegeta had made a strong opening. Meanwhile, Kampa glared furiously at Bergamo, seething with anger. This weakling has embarrassed the 6th universe. I shall destroy him. However, the battle must continue. Hey, it's your turn now. If you lose again, I won't let you off the hook, understand? Kampa pointed at Kaba, his tone icy as he spoke. Yes, understood. Kaba nodded hastily before leaping off the arena. Mr. Vegeta, please guide me, he said respectfully to Vegeta. TCH, so you're my next opponent? Vegeta frowned as he sized up Kaba. Yes, Mr. Vegeta, Kaba nodded, his expression turning serious. Having witnessed Vegeta effortlessly defeat Bautamo moments ago, he knew Vegeta's strength was formidable. Chapter 122, Super Saiyan Caulifla vs. Super Saiyan Vegeta. The battle between Vegeta and Kaba lasted only 10 minutes before Kaba was utterly defeated by Vegeta, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. However, sensing a kindred spirit in Kaba, Vegeta took the opportunity during their fight to guide him in achieving the Super Saiyan transformation. Thank you, Master Vegeta. Even in defeat, Kaba remained exhilarated, never having imagined he could attain such power. Humph. I'm not your master. Don't call me that. Vegeta retorted with pride. Yes, Master Vegeta, Kaba replied, still brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Kampa's face had turned livid. 2 matches in, and they had lost both. Worse, the Saiyan he feared most hadn't even stepped onto the battlefield yet. Was this tournament already slipping from his grasp? Disgraceful. These useless fools have humiliated me. I'll destroy every last one of them. After the tournament ends, Kampa clenched his fists in silent fury. Super Saiyan. Such incredible power. This is amazing. Caulifla clenched her fists, exhilarated by the overwhelming strength displayed by Vegeta and Kaba. If they can do it, so can I. It's my turn now. I can't wait to experience the power of a Super Saiyan myself. Without hesitation, Caulifla leaped onto the arena. Caulifla? Hey, Kaba, scram already. You lost, she barked dismissively. Alright. Embarrassed, Kaba nodded and retreated from the arena. Hey, teach me how to become a Super Saiyan. Caulifla demanded the moment Kaba left. Huh? Who do you think I am? Vegeta scoffed, his patience already thin with this loudmouthed Saiyan woman. What? Caulifla's shock quickly morphed into anger. Fine. If you won't teach me. I don't care. I'll figure it out myself. If Kaba could do it, so could she. Besides, she had overheard Vegeta's instructions. Anger was the key. In a flash, She lunged at Vegeta. Swish, swish. Though not yet a Super Saiyan, her speed was impressive. Yet Vegeta effortlessly dodged every strike. TCH, can't even land a hit. Frustrated, Caulifla gritted her teeth, swinging wildly but failing to even graze Vegeta. Annoying pest. With a smirk, Vegeta suddenly lashed out with a brutal kick to her face. Bam! Caulifla was sent flying, skidding across the arena for dozens of meters. Damn bastard. How dare you hit me like that? I won't forgive you. She slammed her fist into the ground, seething. This jerk has no respect for women. Sis. From the 6th Universe's spectator stands. Kale watched in timid distress as Caulifla was sent reeling. Undeterred, Caulifla charged again, only for Vegeta to drive his fist straight into her chest, sending her crashing to the arena's edge. Gah, that hurts. I swear, I'll make you pay. Clutching her chest, Caulifla's eyes burned with fury as she staggered back up. Still standing? Persistent little nuisance, Vegeta muttered coldly. Next time, I'll knock her out for good. You bastard, I'll never forgive you. With a furious roar, Caulifla's pupils flashed emerald, whoosh. Golden flames erupted from her body as she transformed into a Super Saiyan. Are you kidding me? Just like that? Vegeta stared, dumbfounded. First Cabba, now her. 2 Super Saiyans in 10 minutes? Back in his day, achieving this power had taken blood and sweat. Whoa, they're all turning Super Saiyan now. Goku rubbed his nose, grinning excitedly. Sis did it. She's a Super Saiyan too. Kale cheered, overjoyed. Well, Caulifla's always been talented. It's no surprise, Cabba remarked with a smile. Honestly, the transformation wasn't that hard, just a matter of channeling the right rage. Listen here, you jerk. Now it's my turn to wipe the floor with you. Caulifla flexed her fists, reveling in the surge of power. Don't get cocky. Becoming a Super Saiyan doesn't mean you can take on me, Vegeta sneered. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Caulifla. The Super Saiyan before him remained utterly ineffectual. In the next moment, Caulifla darted forward, unleashing a flurry of rapid attacks against Vegeta. With a confident smirk gracing his lips, Vegeta effortlessly evaded all her strikes. What is this? I've transformed into a Super Saiyan. My power and speed have surged dramatically. Yet I still cannot land a blow on this bastard. Caulifla thought in astonishment. The disparity between Super Saiyans was so vast. Chapter 123, The Legendary Super Saiyan. Humph. You've merely just transformed into a Super Saiyan, and this is the extent of your abilities. After Vegeta's haughty declaration, he seized Caulifla's fist. With a swift motion, he yanked her towards him and delivered a powerful strike to her abdomen. In the next instant, Caulifla was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily onto the ground. Her face contorted in pain. Why is it that despite both of us being Super Saiyans, there exists such a colossal gap between me and that bastard Vegeta? That guy is truly ruthless. Meanwhile, Vegeta appeared utterly unconcerned, treating the battle with a complete disregard for gender. He particularly disliked this incessantly chattering woman. How dare you? Caulifla glared at Vegeta, then unleashed an energy sphere from her palm. She leapt into the air, closely following the energy sphere. Overestimating yourself? Vegeta's cold voice rang out as he casually swatted the energy sphere aside, then directed a palm strike towards the hurling Caulifla. Caulifla collided forcefully with Vegeta's palm, sent flying like an arrow. Boom. She crashed against the barrier outside the arena, landing heavily on the ground. At that moment, Caulifla had reverted to her normal state, unconscious. Sister. Kale and Cabba quickly leapt down from the stands, rushing to Caulifla's side. Sister, how dare you harm her? Kale's fear vanished upon seeing her sister battered and unconscious, replaced with a fierce determination. Tears shimmered in her eyes. I will never forgive you. You dare to injure my sister. That is absolutely unforgivable. Kale leapt forward, confronting Vegeta, her face twisted in rage. Huh. Suddenly, Kale let out an enraged roar, a sound more akin to a wild beast than a girl. Humph, another tiresome individual, Vegeta scoffed. Unimpressed by Kale's ferocity, becoming a Super Saiyan was hardly something to fear. That Kale seems somewhat different, Son Goku remarked, his brow furrowed as he observed the frenzied Kale. This energy has entirely surpassed Cabba and Caulifla's, and it is rapidly escalating, he noted. Oh, it appears she is indeed unique. Whis chimed in, intrigued. From Kale, he sensed a deeply malevolent power, reminiscent of a presence he had encountered in his youth, though he couldn't quite recall who it was. What's up with that Saiyan? One among the 7th universe pondered, their expressions tense, overwhelmed by Kale's released energy. What is happening, Beerus? Kappa asked, equally perplexed as he observed Kale. It seems this Saiyan is quite different. Her energy is rather special, Beerus commented, his gaze fixed on Kale. Oh, it appears we finally have a formidable character among us. Vegeta, who had earlier dismissed the situation, now scrutinized Kale with newfound seriousness, unable to disregard the overwhelming energy emanating from her. With another furious roar, Kale unleashed a barrage of grass-green energy blasts, each explosion leaving the arena in ruins. Bang! Bang! The deep thuds resonated as the green energy beams collided with the barrier. What? That color? Vegeta's pupils narrowed in shock as he observed the energy erupting from Kale. The grass-green energy was nearly identical to that of Mr. Leaf Maple. Could it be? This woman is of the same Saiyan lineage as Mr. Leaf Maple? Not only Vegeta, but also Son Goku and Piccolo shared expressions of astonishment. That girl seems somewhat reminiscent of Leaf Maple, Beerus remarked, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Not quite, Lord Beerus. Leaf Maple can control his energy effortlessly. But that Saiyan from the 6th universe appears to have mutated due to some stimulus, unable to reign in her power. Whis explained, shaking his head gently. Yifeng appeared to be markedly more stable. However, the Saiyan's aura was excessively ferocious. Such a disposition could easily lead to an overwhelming energy backlash, eroding one's sanity and transforming them into a mere destructive combat machine, ultimately exhausting themselves to the point of death. Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at Care on the arena. This surge of energy escalated almost instantaneously to a remarkable 920, reaching the level of Super Saiyan Blue. Yifeng recalled that in the Dragon Ball Super manga, Caulifla is described as a once-in-a-millennium legendary, demonic, Saiyan. Upon transforming into a legendary Super Saiyan, her power surges instantaneously, contrasting with the likes of Broly, who can continuously enhance his strength during battle, exhibiting remarkable learning and adaptability. With a ferocious roar akin to that of a beast, Caulifla's physique swelled 2 to 3 times, her black hair shifting to a vibrant green, her irises entirely white. A grass-green aura enveloped her entire being. With a mighty thrust of her arms, the legendary Super Saiyan Caulifla unleashed a surge of energy that shot skyward. The barriers surrounding the arena responded with a crisp crackle, fissures appearing in their wake. Beerus, watching intently, observed Caulifla with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps she would be their salvation. As he sensed a striking resemblance between her transformation and that of Yifeng, that rascal. I shall repair it immediately, Lord Kampa, he affirmed, nodding before deftly waving his staff, restoring the energy barrier to its pristine condition. Chapter 124, Legendary Super Saiyan Caulifla vs. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Let us hope that this time, that fellow Vegeta does not defeat her, Kampa remarked, anticipation etched across his face. Upon first encountering Vegeta and Goku, he had underestimated them, mistaking their demeanor for weakness, unaware of their true prowess. The arena had been restored and reinforced by Beerus. Vegeta, I shall spill your blood as an offering, Caulifla declared with a devilish smile, addressing Vegeta with icy disdain. Humph, it seems you have grown slightly stronger, but do not let it inflate your ego, Vegeta retorted, his expression unyielding and brimming with exhilaration. He had previously dismissed the 6th universe, but now it appeared a formidable contender had emerged. With her wicked grin still in place, Caulifla summoned a sphere of energy in her palm and hurled it at Vegeta. You think such a feeble attack can harm me? Vegeta scoffed, swatting the energy sphere away effortlessly. In that very instant, Caulifla reappeared before him, catching Vegeta off guard. What? Vegeta gasped, his countenance shifting dramatically. The speed at which she moved was astonishing. He could hardly react before she struck. Caulifla unleashed a blow, and Vegeta instinctively crossed his arms in defense. The impact reverberated through the arena, sending him skidding backward, nearly teetering off the edge. Damn it, how can her strength be so overwhelming? Vegeta thought, feeling the tremors in his arms as if he had lost all sensation. The weight of the situation dawned on him. Suddenly, Caulifla vanished again, reappearing in front of him, her right fist shooting forward and crashing into his abdomen. Vegeta doubled over in pain, his body curling as if he were a shrimp, while rising in his throat. Vegeta's father and allies, including Goku and Trunks, watched in grave concern, astonished at how terrifying Caulifla had become post-transformation. In her presence, Vegeta seemed utterly vulnerable. Even Beerus furrowed his brow slightly, yet upon seeing Yifeng's calm demeanor, he felt somewhat reassured. Although Caulifla was undeniably powerful, she still appeared to be at a considerable disadvantage compared to Yifeng. In the arena, Caulifla seized Vegeta by the head, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. With a resounding thud, she delivered another punishing blow to his midsection. A wave of bile escaped him as his pupils constricted. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, the agony surging through him. With a fierce roar, a brilliant blue aura erupted from his body, transforming his hair and eyes simultaneously. His energy underwent a cataclysmic shift, forcefully breaking Caulifla's grip. You've truly angered me now, Vegeta bellowed, his fury directed at Caulifla. The humiliation of being bested by a woman was intolerable. Caulifla flashed her devilish grin again and lunged at him with another punch. This time, Vegeta, now a Super Saiyan Blue, faced her head-on, unafraid. As their fists collided, the very ground beneath them trembled violently. The arena, recently reinforced by Beerus, developed cracks under the strain, and Vegeta's feet dug into the earth. This isn't good. Vegeta demonstrated the power of Super Saiyan Blue to Kaba earlier, and now he's exhausted. He struggles to contend with Caulifla, Goku remarked gravely, observing the scene unfold. Though Super Saiyan Blue is immensely powerful, it cannot be repeatedly activated without rapid energy depletion. Vegeta is not even utilizing half of that strength right now. It seems he may soon face defeat, Whis added calmly. Yifeng's gaze remained fixed on Caulifla, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. Go, Caulifla. Show that scoundrel Vegeta what you've got. Kampa shouted enthusiastically from the stands. Is that really Caulifla? Her transformation is astonishing. She truly deserves to be my junior. Go, Caulifla. Give that scoundrel a thorough thrashing. Kale exclaimed, awakening to the excitement and cheering for Caulifla. In light of these events, Caulifla's brow furrowed slightly at Kale's words, her eyes narrowing with fury as she charged once more at Vegeta. Damn it! I will not be defeated by the likes of you. Vegeta, now feeling the strain of his diminishing energy, steeled himself for the impending confrontation with Caulifla. After the fists of the two clashed, Vegeta was propelled backwards for several dozen meters, his feet scraping against the ground, leaving two deep furrows in the hard surface. In stark contrast, Caulifla's body remained as steadfast as a rock. Vegeta unleashed a barrage of disrespectful energy spheres towards Caulifla. The explosions reverberated against her form, yet they failed to impede her advance. It was only when Caulifla was a mere 5 meters from Vegeta that she came to a halt, completely unscathed. With her palm directed at Vegeta, a grass-green energy sphere coalesced and was instantly unleashed. Vegeta, sensing the impending threat, swiftly rolled away to evade it. However, Caulifla's speed was markedly superior, and she materialized before Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. The impact was ferocious, sending Vegeta hurtling through the air, crashing against the barrier before rebounding onto the ground. Damn it, that bastard is far too strong. Vegeta grimaced, clutching his chest in pain. Goku and Trunks hurried to Vegeta's side to assist him. Goten, Trunks, help Vegeta back, Goku instructed before leaping onto the arena. Hey, your strength is impressive. Let us have a match, Goku declared, his claws poised in a battle stance, excitement radiating from his face. It had been quite some time since he encountered an opponent who thrilled him as much as this one. Besides Lord Beerus and Yefeng, of course. Goku's such a fool. I never intended for him to take the stage, Beerus remarked, frowning from the stands of Universe 7. His original plan was to have Piccolo and Gohan wear down that Saiyan first, but Goku had acted entirely on his own accord. Meanwhile, on the arena, Caulifla, now in a frenzied state, paid no heed to who her opponent was. Her singular mission was to defeat, or even eliminate, everyone in her path. In the next instant, she vanished and reappeared directly in front of Goku. What? Goku's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly teleported behind Caulifla. Kamehameha. He formed a blue energy wave with his hands and launched it towards the rampaging Caulifla. Seemingly sensing the energy wave behind her, Caulifla turned, effortlessly blocking Goku's Kamehameha with one hand. With a casual flick, she sent the energy wave flying away. Caulifla then advanced with astonishing speed, delivering a crushing kick to Goku's side. A pained cry erupted from Goku as he tumbled across the arena floor, agony radiating from his waist as if Caulifla had shattered his very core. Goku, you fool, transform already, Beerus shouted, rising from his seat, his concern palpable as he watched the precarious situation unfold. Goku's tendency to fight without transforming until he was nearly incapacitated was exasperating, leaving everyone anxious for his safety. It seemed that this troublesome habit of his would be difficult to change. Yifeng observed the writhing figure of Sun Wukong on the ground, wailing in pain. And he shook his head lightly, reflecting on how he seemed to have caught the same affliction. Nevertheless, he was fortunate that he never dared to be careless when facing opponents stronger than himself. On the arena, the pained Sun Wukong managed to rise, a serious glimmer igniting in his eyes. The opponent before him, Kair, was undeniably formidable, prompting him to engage earnestly. With a firm clenching of his fists, Sun Wukong bypassed other transformations and ascended to the form of Super Saiyan God, as this form was more energy efficient compared to Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan Blue. Kair, gritting his teeth in frustration, observed the red-haired Sun Wukong and remarked coldly, "Wow, I had no idea Saiyans had so many transformations." Caulifla, brimming with excitement, watched in awe as Wukong transitioned from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan Blue, and now to this new red-haired form. Though she faced defeat, she felt it was worthwhile to strive to surpass them all and become the strongest Saiyan. "Come on, Kai," Sun Wukong declared with renewed seriousness. "The real battle is only just beginning." With a furious roar, Kair launched himself at Sun Wukong. However, as the battle progressed, Kair's energy began to wane, for the legendary transformation consumed energy uncontrollably. Sun Wukong deftly dodged Kair's punch, and in response, Kair unleashed a barrage of energy spheres towards him. Sun Wukong evaded swiftly, and the energy spheres collided with the arena's energy barrier, producing a series of sharp sounds. Seizing his chance, Sun Wukong charged at Kair, but Kair was quick to retaliate with a punch. The two fists collided with immense force, causing the entire nameless planet to tremble. They both slid back several tens of meters, halting at the edge of the arena. "What astounding power! This guy is truly incredible," Sun Wukong exclaimed, rubbing his sore fists with excitement. "Let us go again," he shouted, dashing towards Kair once more. Kair, seeming provoked, charged back at him, leading to another powerful clash that shattered the arena floor, creating a deep chasm. "Ah, that hurts," Sun Wukong groaned, massaging his fists, astonished at Kair's strength. "If that's the case, I shall resolve this completely." A fierce glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as his pupils turned blue and his fiery aura transformed into a vibrant blue, amplifying the divine energy surrounding him. "Huh!" Sun Wukong roared, charging at Kair, who bravely met him head-on. Their third collision produced a crackling sound as the energy barrier fractured, sending Kair hurtling backward, crashing into the barrier, which shattered under the impact. Sun Wukong staggered back, his fists tingling, feeling utterly drained. Panting heavily, he reverted from the Super Saiyan Blue form. Gasping for breath. Chapter 126, The Astonishing Time Skip Technique. After Sun Wukong sent Kair flying from the arena, the grass-green aura dissipated, returning him to his normal state. Yet, the battle had drained Sun Wukong significantly, especially after transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, leading to a noticeable depletion of energy. TCH, he actually lost. Zampa clenched his fist, having believed Kair would fight until the end. Kair, Caulifla, and Kaba rushed to support Kair, who had succumbed to unconsciousness from the overwhelming energy. The arena and energy barrier are damaged again. These little ones are truly unpredictable, Babidi exclaimed, glancing at the wreckage with a sigh. With a wave of his staff, he restored the arena to its former glory. "Hit, you are the ace of Universe 6. You cannot afford to lose again, understood?" Zampa placed his last hope on Hit, the universe's premier assassin. Hit rose, ignoring Zampa, and leaped onto the arena. "Finally, it's your turn," Sun Wukong said, standing tall with a smile. He had sensed Hit's extraordinary prowess from the moment he arrived. "Step down. You cannot defeat me," Hit replied coolly, his tone calm, yet brimming with confidence. Not only was Sun Wukong significantly fatigued, but even at his peak, Hit believed he could easily triumph over him. "Before we begin, the outcome remains uncertain," Sun Wukong chuckled, preparing to attack. Observing Sun Wukong's movements, Hit remained silent, confident that the outcome would be the same. "Very well, I shall attack," Sun Wukong declared, his gaze sharpening as he surged towards Hit with astonishing speed, appearing before him in an instant. However, rather than striking directly, Sun Wukong teleported behind Hit and delivered a powerful kick. Yet, in the next moment, Sun Wukong's action halted abruptly as Hit's foot collided with his abdomen, sending him flying. "Ouch, that hurt," Sun Wukong cried, clutching his stomach. Despite his ability to anticipate Hit's movements, he found himself completely unable to track Hit at the moment of impact. as if Hit had vanished into thin air. Could he also teleport? It seemed impossible. Sun Wukong could teleport as well, but never to the point of complete invisibility. Frowning in confusion, Sun Wukong pondered the extraordinary speed of Hit's attack, which seemed almost beyond reason. What could this mean? In the fleeting moment of the attack, clarity eluded everyone. Vegeta, Beerus, and the others wore expressions of utter astonishment, struggling to comprehend a speed that rendered them completely blind. It was one thing for Vegeta to be unable to see, but even the god of destruction, Beerus, was equally perplexed. What could possibly be happening? Beerus turned to Whis. His curiosity piqued. That individual appears exceedingly enigmatic. Whis chuckled softly and addressed Beerus and the others, noting that the fighter Hit shared a remarkable ability with Mr. Yi Feng, the manipulation of time. In that instant of Hit's assault, his body vanished entirely, clearly indicating a temporal leap. This extraordinary skill is known as time skip, a signature move of the sixth universe assassin, Hit. Whis, since you are aware of Hit's capabilities, you must also know how to counter them. Please inform Goku at once. Beerus urged, concerned that if Hit could manipulate time, Goku would stand no chance, regardless of his efforts. My Lord Beerus, it is essential for Goku to discover this in the midst of battle. It serves as a form of training. Whis replied with a serene expression. How annoying, Beerus muttered, discontented by Whis's response. Now was not the time for training. Should they lose, he would be subjected to ridicule by Kampa. He then turned his attention to Yi Feng, inquiring, Yi Feng, if you were to face Hit, what are your odds of victory? It was imperative to ensure a foolproof strategy if Yi Feng lacked a fighting chance. Beerus would hasten to compel Whis to reveal the counter to time skip. 10 out of 10, Yi Feng responded, casting a glance at Beerus. Having battled Hit before, he felt quite familiar with his time skip technique. Not to mention, even if it were a mere 0.1 seconds of time skip, he could easily defeat Hit. That's reassuring. Beerus's tension dissipated upon hearing Yi Feng's unwavering confidence. If Yi Feng believed he could win, then he undoubtedly had a plan. Meanwhile, on the arena, Goku was preparing to launch another attack. However, this time, he would need to transform into a Super Saiyan, for otherwise, he would be no match for Hit. Goku was acutely aware of this fact. With a resounding shout, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Transformed, have you? Hit observed, impressed by Goku's ability to amplify his energy 100-fold in an instant. Yet, until he deciphered Hit's time skip, no amount of energy would suffice against him. With a flash, Goku dashed forward, seizing the initiative. After transforming, his speed surged, allowing him to appear before Hit in the blink of an eye. Nevertheless, Goku attempted strikes from various angles, only to find Hit seemingly devoid of any vulnerabilities, leaving Goku utterly bewildered as to where to strike. He could only retreat, furrowing his brow in frustration. What is happening? I have no idea how to attack. Every time he aimed a blow, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him, as if he would be countered the moment his fist descended. Since you won't attack, allow me to take my turn, Hit coldly declared, his body vanishing in an instant. I saw your movement, Goku exclaimed, joy surging within him as he threw a punch at Hit. However, he struck only Hit's afterimage. Boom. In the next moment, Hit landed a powerful blow on Goku's temple, sending him spiraling away and crashing heavily to the ground. Wukong, Gohan, and Piccolo gasped in disbelief. What on earth was happening with Hit? He vanished completely in the split second of the attack. Chapter 127, The Rematch. Versus. Hit. Goku's body skidded to the edge of the arena, but he quickly regained his footing, astonished by Hit's formidable strength. He had been struck twice, yet remained oblivious to Hit's attack methods. Are you going to get up? If this weren't a match, you would already be dead, Hit remarked coldly, his tone unwavering. As an assassin, he could only showcase his full prowess in the act of taking lives. You're quite strong, but I won't give up easily, Goku replied with a grin, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of battle. No matter how powerful the opponent, it only fueled his excitement. Surrender was utterly out of the question. With a fierce roar, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. However, having exhausted significant energy during his earlier battle with Caulifla, his current power paled in comparison to his peak. Transformed again? It's merely futile resistance, Hit replied, maintaining an air of calm, dismissing Goku entirely. As his voice faded, Hit vanished once more, reappearing to strike. Suddenly, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Goku's eyes as he threw a punch to his right. Bang! In the next moment, Goku's fist landed squarely on Hit's chest, sending him reeling backward. What? Hit exclaimed, astonished. How had Goku discerned his attack pattern? Thud. Hit stumbled back several steps before barely stabilizing himself. Remarkable. That actually hit. Gohan and Piccolo exclaimed, their voices filled with excitement. To be honest, after watching for so long, they had yet to identify Hit's weaknesses. If they were to take the stage next, they might not last even 10 seconds. Go, Goku. That's the way to do it. Beerus cheered, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. If Goku could defeat Hit outright, Yifeng's trump card would remain unplayed. What is happening, Hit? Quickly eliminate Goku. Kampa's expression turned grave. He hadn't anticipated that Goku would master Hit's attack pattern. Yet, Hit seemed utterly indifferent to Kampa's words, ignoring him entirely. Goku's previous strike had been incredibly forceful, prompting Hit to contemplate expediting Goku's elimination. Heh, I've figured out your attack pattern. Hit, Goku declared triumphantly, grinning at Hit. Hit's movements during each attack involved a complete disappearance for 0.1 seconds, allowing Goku to predict Hit's actions just beyond that time frame, enabling him to land a hit. Humph, are you trying to deceive me? Hit calmly regarded Sun Wukong, harboring disbelief that the latter could truly perceive his movements. With renewed determination, he launched another assault on Sun Wukong. Boom. Sun Wukong retaliated with a forceful strike, delivering a heavy blow to Hit's arms, propelling him backward. Although Sun Wukong's stamina had diminished, his strength remained superior to Hit's. However, Hit's time-skip technique proved to be quite formidable. Have you truly discerned my movements? Hit mused, slightly furrowing his brow. It appeared that Sun Wukong was not merely boasting. He had indeed mastered the intricacies of his own time-skip. In that case, let me see if you can perceive my next attack. Hit charged at Sun Wukong once more. Your attacks no longer hold any efficacy against me. Sun Wukong began to assert, but before he could complete his thought, Hit's strike landed perilously close to Sun Wukong's vital arteries. Bang! In an instant, Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, and his body was propelled through the air, landing outside the arena, reverting to his normal state. The 0.2-second time skip indicated that Hit had indeed enhanced his technique. He was proving to be quite the formidable opponent. Yifeng glanced at the flung Son Goku, then shifted his gaze toward Hit, murmuring softly to himself. Goku had been far too complacent, believing he had deciphered Hit's attack patterns and movements. Little did he anticipate that Hit had elevated his time skip ability to 0.2 seconds. Father, Kakarot, Goku, what on earth is happening? Wasn't Goku able to clearly discern Hit's movements? The expressions of everyone present were filled with astonishment as they regarded Hit. Beerus, equally taken aback, turned to Whis and inquired. Indeed, Goku did perceive Hit's movements at a 0.1 second time skip, but just now, in that final strike, Yifeng upgraded the time skip to 0.2 seconds. Whis replied calmly, this Hit from Universe 6 appears to be quite a formidable character. Moreover, this was merely a competition, not a life-or-death struggle. Were it a true battle for survival, Goku's disposition might have led to his swift demise at the hands of Hit. Well done, Hit. You are magnificent. Just like that, continue to eliminate every one of those from Universe 7. Kampa shouted excitedly, affirming that Hit was indeed their strongest ace from Universe 6. With Son Goku having been defeated, it was now time for another contestant to step forward. Next up, which of you three will take the stage? Beerus directed his gaze toward Yifeng, Gohan, and Piccolo. Both Gohan and Piccolo lowered their heads, not out of fear of battle, but rather due to the overwhelming odds against them when facing someone like Hit. After all, if even the Super Saiyan Blue Goku had been bested, their chances were akin to throwing eggs against a stone, likely lasting no more than 10 seconds. Nevertheless, despite this reality, a fight was still to be fought. At that moment, Piccolo took a step forward, but Yifeng preempted him, exclaiming, I shall take this on. Yifeng rose to his feet and spoke with a calm demeanor. In the 7th universe, it is likely that no one, aside from Whis, possesses a deeper understanding of the instantaneous movement technique than he does. Simultaneously, he wished to ascertain just how much Hit has improved over the past few months. Observing Yifeng's emergence, Son Gohan and Piccolo instinctively chose to step back. Yifeng gently descended onto the arena. Once again, we meet, Shite. Yifeng lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed Zite. I have awaited this day for nearly 5 months. Zite gazed at Yifeng, furrowing his brow as he replied, Today, I must redeem myself. Chapter 128. Could it be that the king has arrived? Ever since his defeat at Yifeng's hands, Zide had been consumed with thoughts of how to elevate his time-slicing technique. At long last, through relentless perseverance, he succeeded in upgrading his skill. Day after day, he envisioned a rematch with Yi Feng, longing to reclaim the honor of his prowess as an assassin. Now, it seemed, the moment had finally arrived. You appear quite eager to defeat me, even to the point of wishing for my demise. Yi Feng gazed at Hit and spoke in a calm tone. It seemed that the defeat he had inflicted upon Hit had left quite an impact. Of course, I am confident that I possess the capability to eliminate you now. Hit clenched his fists and replied with unwavering confidence. Humph. Such confidence suggests that your time manipulation technique has improved by more than just 0.2 seconds. Yi Feng continued. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Unleash your most powerful move. If you can vanquish me in this match, victory shall be yours. Yi Feng, with a relaxed demeanor, addressed Hit. Indeed, Hit's time-skipping technique is formidable. However, it is only effective against opponents whose strength is inferior to or comparable with his own. In contrast, Yi Feng had already attained a level of power that rendered Hit's abilities largely ineffective. So, you look down on me? Those were your words. And in that case, I shall not hold back. Hit replied coldly, fixating his gaze on Yi Feng. He then turned to look at Vados from Universe 6. Yi Feng, are you certain that Hit can employ lethal techniques? Vados inquired after overhearing the exchange between Yi Feng and Hit. Of course, the outcome remains unchanged regardless. Yi Feng shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, since it is so, the rules of this match will be altered. Hit may employ his lethal techniques. Bardos announced to the gathered crowd. Meanwhile, Beerus furrowed his brow, pondering what scheme that scoundrel Yi Feng was concocting. Under the previous rules, defeating Hit would have been significantly easier. It was utterly vexing to complicate matters so. How infuriating to underestimate one's opponent. The nonchalant expression on Yi Feng's face made Shite feel exceedingly uncomfortable, particularly since Yi Feng had previously defeated him with such ease. In the next moment, Shite's body suddenly vanished, displaying astonishing speed, even surpassing that of his earlier battle with Sun Wukong. Get down. Shite executed a 0.2 second time flash, launching an attack towards Yi Feng. Just as Shite's figure flickered out of sight, a silvery aura enveloped Yi Feng. Perfect freedom ultimate technique. Your speed is far too slow, Shite. Yi Feng's lips curled slightly in disdain as he spoke. Undeniably, Hit's attacks were exceptionally swift, almost vanishing within the span of 2 seconds. However, at the very moment he threw his punch, it required him to make contact with his own body and the aura surrounding him. In the next instant, Hit's fist grazed Yi Feng's jaw, narrowly missing his form. What? Hit exclaimed in astonishment. He had been certain of his aim, having executed the time-skip technique for 0.2 seconds, and he should not have missed. Such incredible speed. It was unfathomable. Yi Feng seemed to have evaded Hit's strike without any movement. Was Yi Feng truly that formidable? Sun Wukong and Piccolo were utterly astonished, especially after experiencing Hit's strength firsthand, with Wukong feeling even more incredulous. In contrast, Vegeta did not exhibit excessive surprise. Firstly, he was unaware of the true power of the time-skip technique. Secondly, he was acutely aware of Yi Feng's mastery of the Ultra Instinct, which was undeniably potent. Yi Feng had not simply remained stationary. His movements were so rapid that they were imperceptible. Beerus fixed his gaze upon Yi Feng, his tone grave. He felt a profound shock within. Yi Feng's strength had significantly increased. Though reluctant to admit it, he realized that he might not stand a chance against him now. Among the competitors from Universe 6, including Kampa and others, expressions of sheer astonishment were evident. Hit's attack had completely missed. Kampa was somewhat calmer, as he was well aware of Yi Feng's might, having nearly witnessed Hit's demise during their previous encounter. Yet, others like Kaba were oblivious to such details. In their memories, Hit was the most formidable assassin in the universe. At that moment, Hit had attempted several probing strikes, yet the outcome remained unchanged. He could not make contact with Yi Feng. How could this be? My time skip has clearly improved to 0.2 seconds. Hit's disbelief was palpable. Moreover, Yi Feng had not even utilized his transformation or spatial abilities. Given this, it seemed he had no choice but to exert his full strength. In truth, his time skip was not limited to 0.2 seconds. He had upgraded it to a 0.5 second time leap. He had merely thought that 0.2 seconds would suffice against Yi Feng, which was why he had not unleashed his full power. Full strength? I must admit, I feel a flicker of anticipation. Observing Hit's intense demeanor, Yi Feng spoke casually. The so-called full strength could only mean a 0.5-second time skip. As in the Dragon Ball Super anime, Hit could indeed elevate his time skip to that duration. TCH, your expression is quite unsettling. This time, Hit withdrew his hands from his cloak, his gaze sharp, preparing for an assault. In the next moment, Hit's body vanished in an instant, launching toward Yi Feng with remarkable speed. This time, he did not merely disappear when attacking. He vanished the moment he initiated his movement. TCH, how tedious. Yi Feng shook his head. The enhancement of flash time merely accelerated Hit's speed and prolonged his leap. However, during the final attack, he still needed to connect with his own aura and body. Yet, when he employed the ultimate instinct technique, his body instinctively evaded any imminent threat, causing Hit's attack to miss once more. Just as Hit appeared, Yi Feng delivered a powerful kick to Hit's waist. Bang! Hit was sent flying, crashing heavily against the edge of the ring. Just as Yi Feng prepared to conclude this tedious battle, an overwhelming discomfort washed over him. As if an immensely powerful aura surpassed his own by countless dimensions. It felt almost ethereal. Could it be that the Omni King had arrived? Chapter 129. The Arrival of the Omni King. Uncontrollable tremors according to the storyline of Dragon Ball Super at this moment. The diminutive Omni King should be lurking in some shadowy corner, secretly watching the match while contemplating whether to eliminate Beerus and Kampa, his little pets. Yet, why did it seem that Whis and Beerus were entirely oblivious to the Omni King's presence, while he himself felt such vast pressure? Could it be due to his status as a traveler? That seemed improbable. Hey, Whis, what on earth is Yi Feng doing? Beerus asked, frowning at the dazed Yi Feng. This is hardly the time for daydreaming. I'm not certain, Lord Beerus. Perhaps he is lost in thought, Whis replied, shaking his head lightly. Of course, I know he's thinking. I merely wish to know the specifics, Beerus retorted, casting a significant eye towards Whis. Then it seems you must inquire directly with Mr. Yi Feng. Whis replied with a chuckle, leaving Beerus momentarily speechless. However, it seemed rather inappropriate for Yi Feng to remain standing on the stage lost in contemplation. Hit was not an opponent to be underestimated. Hey Hit, hurry up and eliminate that guy, Kampa commanded, eyeing the distracted Yi Feng. This was a prime opportunity, perhaps the only chance to eliminate or even kill Yi Feng. Kampa, you are taking advantage of the situation far too much, Beerus shouted at Kampa. At that moment, Hit fixed his gaze intently upon Yi Feng, clenching his fists, a sinister expression crossing his face. This was indeed a golden opportunity to eliminate Yi Feng while he was distracted, thereby restoring his reputation as the foremost assassin. After a moment's contemplation, Hit slowly relaxed his fists and offered a faint smile. If he were to kill Yi Feng in such a manner, would he still be the proud assassin Hit? Despite Yi Feng's formidable strength, he yearned to vanquish him in a fair battle, even if it posed considerable difficulty. Ugh, what is that fool doing? To squander such an excellent opportunity. If he loses this time, I will obliterate all of you, Kampa seethed, gritting his teeth, furious that the insolent one dared to disregard his orders. Should he lose, there would be no mercy from Kampa. Ha, Kampa. It appears that the fighters from your 6th universe are far superior to you, Beerus bellowed, mocking Kampa. Just then, Yi Feng regained his focus. Since the Omni King had indeed arrived, he was ready to face him. After all, it was only a matter of time before he encountered that little being. There was no need to frighten himself. Hit, you truly missed a splendid opportunity to kill me. Yi Feng gazed at Hitler and spoke softly. Of course, it is merely an opportunity, and the likelihood of success is a mere 0.0000001, or perhaps even less. I share your perspective. Yet I would much prefer to eliminate you when you are earnest, Hitler replied with a smile, addressing Yi Feng. How unfortunate, for you may never have such an opportunity. Yi Feng shook his head and remarked, do not speak too boldly. In the next moment, Zeid's form flickered and lunged directly at Yi Feng. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear during the attack. However, the outcome remained unchanged. He failed to make contact with Yi Feng. Very well, this match can come to a close. Your previous choice was exceedingly astute. As Yi Feng's voice resonated, he delivered a powerful kick to Hit's chest. The tremendous force propelled Hit like an arrow released from its bow, sending him crashing violently against the energy barrier. Hit was defeated, and the 6th team was entirely eliminated. The victors emerged from the 7th universe. It is merely a matter of expectation for Yi Feng. How unremarkable are the contestants from Universe 6, Kampa? Beerus rose with an air of arrogance, casting a disdainful glance at Kampa. Although the outcome was anticipated, Witnessing the expression on Kampa's face brought a certain satisfaction. As for the Super Dragon Balls, he held no interest whatsoever. Such artifacts hold no value for a god of destruction. Kampa, though his countenance remained composed, had eyes that flickered with boundless fury. It was evident that this time, Kampa was genuinely enraged. I no longer desire the universe cube. Hasten my departure from this place. Hit approached Kampa and addressed him directly. You certainly possess a knack for jesting, Hit. A mere lowly human dares to disregard the commands of a god of destruction. How audacious. Kampa's tone was frigid, and suddenly, a sphere of destructive energy materialized in his palm. Is this truly the case? Hit furrowed his brow, observing the destructive energy in Kampa's hand, seemingly anticipating his next move. What was he planning? Khalifa and Gabe exchanged fearful glances. Surely, Kampa would not resort to killing them simply because they lost the match. You worthless beings have utterly disgraced me. I shall annihilate each of you. Another sphere of destructive energy appeared in Kampa's other hand, clearly indicating his intent to slay Hit and the others. Hit clenched his fists tightly, staring down Kampa. Despite the overwhelming power of the god of destruction, he would not resign himself to inaction. Gabe, Khalifa, and Caulifla likewise tightened their fists. They would not passively accept their demise. Even if they were no match for a god of destruction, surrendering without a fight was not an option. Meanwhile, Yi Feng's discomfort intensified, his gaze fixed intently on the arena. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to Kampa and the contestants from Universe 6. Yet Yi Feng remained resolutely focused on the stage. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized at the center of the arena. 3 faces, achingly familiar. The diminutive figure with a simple yet profound demeanor. It was none other than the Omni King, the sovereign who wields the ultimate power over all universes. Despite the absurdity of the situation and the fact that he appeared as nothing more than a child, beads of perspiration streamed down Yi Feng's face, and his body trembled uncontrollably. What was happening? Was he experiencing fear? Impossible. Yi Feng, could it be that you? Whis turned his gaze towards Yi Feng, only to promptly direct his attention back to the Omni King. Yi Feng was exceedingly anxious. Could it be that he was aware of the King of All? Chapter 130, named by the King of All, Lord Kampa. At this moment, Beerus had also spotted the King of All and promptly alerted Kampa. Your demeanor suggests you are rather unconvinced. If that is the case, feel free to utilize your instant transmission or transform into Super Saiyans. Today, I shall utterly annihilate you, making you acutely aware of the might of a destroyer. Kampa, however, paid no heed to Beerus, engrossed in his own thoughts. Lord Kampa, Beerus reiterated, seeking his attention. What is it, Beerus? You wouldn't foolishly be contemplating pleading for these individuals, would you? Kampa replied impatiently, casting a disdainful glance at Beerus. Even if the supreme deity were to descend today, I would not show mercy to this lot of worthless beings. Of course not, Lord Kampa. Please, look over there. Beerus gestured towards the arena, directing Kampa's gaze. Following Beerus's indication, Kampa's eyes widened in shock, a profound terror surfacing within them. Ah! He screamed in fright. Meanwhile, at Whis's urging, Beerus also beheld the 3 figures atop the stage. And no, it can't be. The King of All. How could he possibly be here? Beerus stammered, trembling with fear. It is known that the King of All rarely departs from his divine realm. Lord Beerus, considering we are seated at such a height, it seems somewhat inappropriate to be in the presence of the King of All, Whis remarked calmly. You fool, that goes without saying. Beerus shot a glare at Whis, hastily darting towards the stage.